Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 142, September Monthly Exam, Unlucky Kiba. I haven't been to grass country much. Kurenai replied, I heard there's a vast prairie in grass country. We can go see it sometime. I haven't been to a prairie either, so let's take this mission. Kitazawa nodded and said. Let's go find the staff. Kurenai pulled him and went to the window of the mission hall. What mission are the two of you taking? The staff member asked with a smile. Grass country, B-rank mission, apprehending the rogue ninja Kenshiro. Kurenai briefly repeated the mission. The names and strengths of your team members. The staff member picked up a pen and asked. Special Jonin Kitazawa and Chunin Kurenai Yui. Kurenai paused and said, it's just the two of us. Here is the mission scroll. After completing the registration, the staff member handed them a scroll and reminded them, the time limit for this mission is 1 month. Okay, thank you. Kurenai took the scroll, looked at Kitazawa, and said, I'll go back and wait for you. Kitazawa was discussing school matters with the third Hokage, and it was not appropriate for her to interfere. After Kurenai left, Kitazawa went to the Hokage's office. When I heard the knock, I knew Tsunade wasn't here. Hiruzen joked. Lady Tsunade is quite straightforward. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and said. What can I do for you? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and asked, are you perhaps inviting me to watch your monthly exam? If Hokage-sama could spare the time to attend, the students of first-year Class A would probably be too excited to sleep. Kitazawa followed his words and said. Unfortunately, I have something on Monday, so I can't attend. Hiruzen shook his head and said, we'll talk about it when your final exams come around. Although it's regrettable, there's nothing that can be done, as you must prioritize Konoha. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, Hokage-sama, I recently had an idea about the Ninja Academy. Please take a look. Your idea must be very interesting. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the scroll with a chuckle. The content on the scroll was divided into 2 parts. One part was the purpose of forming a student council and its framework. The other part was about piloting the student council and selecting its members. A student council. Hiruzen's face showed surprise, and he said, it seems very novel. There was no student council in the ninja world. Even the Ninja Academy was first established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Only after other ninja villages followed suit did the ninja world have ninja academies. Hokage-sama, do you think it can be established? Kitazawa observed his expression and asked. Hiruzen fell into thought. His gaze quickly fell on the purpose of forming the student council, to enable outstanding students to further embody the fire will through practical action. According to Kitazawa's method of member selection, those who could enter the student council would definitely be the cream of the crop among the students. Gathering them together to further deepen the fire will would undoubtedly be beneficial to Konoha village. Hiruzen tapped his pipe and thought of another question. Within this student council, there would be positions such as president, vice president, and departments like the general affairs department, academic department, and publicity department. This was quite similar to the various organizations within Konoha village. So, who would be the president was very important. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately thought of Uzumaki Naruto. If it were purely about management ability, he would choose Shikamaru. But for a ninja, strength was the most important, even the strongest management ability couldn't compare to absolute strength. However, Naruto was only in his first year. Could he defeat students from the 5th or 6th year? We can try it out for a period first. Hiruzen came back to his senses and said, but the time for member selection is to be determined. To be determined? Kitazawa looked at him in confusion. Member selection will take place after the trial period ends. Hiruzen replied, moreover, your class has only been in school for less than 2 semesters, so participating in member selection won't give you an advantage. Kitazawa understood immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi was currently like Schrodinger's cat. He thought the student council sounded good, but since there was no precedent, he had to see the results of the trial run first. If it truly benefited the will of fire, then it would be formally established. Besides that, his second sentence also indicated that he wanted Naruto and his peers to hold important positions in the student council. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. From the current situation, his mission had hope of being completed. During the trial period, he could remain president until the member selection was over and the student council was officially established. However, there would be a gap before the new president took office. This period would undoubtedly be crucial for him to complete his mission. But before that, his trial student council had to achieve something significant that would satisfy Hiruzen Sarutobi. Many student council activities from his previous life immediately popped into Kitazawa's mind. I am very much looking forward to the role this student council can play, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile. He was currently the principal of the Ninja Academy. If the student council were truly very useful, it would also be a boost to his reputation. If it wasn't useful, it would be cancelled after the trial period, and there would be no impact. After their discussion, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. Upon returning to Kurenai's home, he found that Tsunade, Shizune, and Yakumo Kurama had all arrived. They were gathered together to research the emotion displacement ninjutsu. Although Kitazawa did not participate, he knew the progress, estimating it would be fully completed in about half a month. At that time, he planned to find a way to get Tsunade to accept treatment for her hemophobia. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa stopped and asked, "Are you interested in observing the monthly exam of first year Class A?" "Why are you asking me?" Tsunade asked, somewhat surprised. "Because you're famous. Many students in our class look up to you as an idol." Kitazawa smiled and said, "If you could go, it might even help them perform exceptionally well." "When?" Tsunade pondered for a moment and asked. She had originally intended to refuse, but during the 2 days she filled in for Kitazawa's class, she was deeply impressed by the students of first-year Class A. Furthermore, since Naruto was the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze, it was very necessary to pay attention. Next Monday is the written exam, and next Tuesday is the practical exam. Both start at 9 in the morning. Kitazawa replied. "If I'm free, I'll go to the academy next Tuesday morning." Tsunade thought for a moment and said. "Okay." Kitazawa finished talking and went upstairs. He hadn't told Tsunade about Keirin's mother. After all, there was no way to explain the source. His plan was to go on a mission with Kurenai, accidentally learn the location of Keirin's mother, and then report back to Tsunade. Kitazawa arrived at the rooftop. He had already mastered 2 of his 4 wind release ninjutsu, wind release, rotating shuriken and wind release, vacuum blade. These 2 wind release ninjutsu were essentially similar. The former involved injecting wind release chakra into shuriken, while the latter involved injecting wind release chakra into kunai. Kitazawa was now learning his 3rd wind release ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. It was somewhat similar to wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum sphere involved exhaling bullet-like wind blasts, while wind release, vacuum wave involved exhaling linear wind blades. Simply put, one demonstrated the speed characteristic of wind release chakra, and the other demonstrated the cutting characteristic of wind release chakra. Kitazawa's speed in learning wind release was average. One reason was that he also had to attend classes and study medical ninjutsu. Another reason was that he didn't have proficient or mastery level wind release chakra nature transformation. Fortunately, this mission required him to learn 4 wind release ninjutsu this semester, and he still had 2 months, which was more than enough time. Time arrived on Monday. It was a new week, and also the last day of September, the monthly exam for first-year Class A. Kitazawa arrived punctually in the classroom of first-year Class A. Because it was the monthly exam, the students had all arrived very early and had already filled the classroom. "Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei." Naruto, Shikamaru, and others greeted him. "Before the exam, I have some good news to announce." Kitazawa walked to the podium and said with a smile. "Is Hokage-sama coming?" Kiba raised his hand and asked. He asked this because Hiruzen had come for the final exam last semester. The other students' faces immediately showed anticipation when they heard this. It had to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's popularity in Konoha village was indeed high. He hadn't been Hokage for so many years for nothing. "Not Hokage-sama, but Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa shook his head and said. "Lady Tsunade, one of the Konoha Sannin. She's Hokage-sama's student. If I perform well, then maybe Hokage-sama will know too. And Lady Tsunade doesn't have any students yet." The students of first-year Class A began fantasizing. "Lady Tsunade is actually coming." Sakura asked excitedly, "Kitazawa-sensei, is medical ninjutsu going to be tested in the practical exam?" She was still a child, and she greatly envied Ino and the others who were dominating the battlefield. But apart from medical ninjutsu, her combat ability hadn't improved at all. "Sakura." Ino retorted, "How could medical ninjutsu be tested?" "I know." Sakura also knew it was impossible. In fact, it was already a stroke of luck for her to be exposed to medical ninjutsu in her first year. Sakura had always wanted to repay Kitazawa, but her parents were civilian ninja and couldn't offer any valuable ninjutsu. The only way was to see what Kitazawa needed, and then she could try her best to fulfill it. "Time's up, prepare for the exam." Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, "Although Lady Tsunade isn't coming until tomorrow, the theoretical exam rankings will still be announced in front of her." The students of first-year Class A immediately became serious. Shikamaru, what rank are you aiming for this time? Ino asked curiously. Sakura also looked at Shikamaru upon hearing this. In the last final exam, he made rapid progress, causing her to lose first place. Undoubtedly, Shikamaru was her biggest opponent in the theoretical exam. Others like Hinata and Sasuke were a notch below her. Unless it was a special circumstance, Sakura was confident she could win against them, but Shikamaru was hard to say. I'll aim for the top 10, Shikamaru said casually. In the last final exam, he could be said to have gone all out, but it was really too tiring. For this monthly exam, Kitazawa had no requirements for himself, he just needed to satisfy his parents. However, since he had already achieved first place before, scoring 60 points again would seem too fake, so a top 10 rank was just right, and it would save him a lot of effort. Sakura didn't know what to say for a moment. She had thought she was a super academic genius in theory, but she didn't expect Shikamaru Nara to be even more outrageous than her, able to precisely control his score. Forget it, she couldn't compare to a pervert, she'd just score as much as she could. Sasuke-kun, let's do our best together. Sakura turned her head, clenched her fists, and said. Sasuke glanced at her calmly. Although first place in the theoretical exam was important, he could only try his best to see how much he could score. In his opinion, the focus was still on the practical exam. The last final exam, where Naruto took first place, had always bothered him. But for this monthly exam, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake, because he already possessed the Sharingan. A small test run before had already defeated Neji, the strongest in second year, and Naruto would be no exception. As long as he got first place in the practical exam and managed to get into the top 3 in the theoretical exam, first place in the overall ranking would be guaranteed. Start answering now, Kitazawa spoke after hearing the bell ring. The students of first year class A picked up their pens upon hearing this. After leaving a shadow clone, Kitazawa went to the Ninja Academy's training ground. For this monthly exam, he had no tasks and didn't need to take the test with them. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time as a proctor, focusing on learning wind release ninjutsu was the priority. At 11 in the morning, the theoretical exam ended, and the dismissal bell rang. Kitazawa glanced at the teaching building, then continued practicing wind release. He formed hand signs and exhaled several linear wind blades. The next second, the rock in front of him was cut into a dozen pieces, and the cuts were very smooth. This was wind release, vacuum wave. But Kitazawa had a question, why wave and not cut? Kitazawa-sensei. A timid voice sounded. Kitazawa turned around and saw Hinata. She stood not far away, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, looking a little nervous. Come here. Kitazawa smiled and waved to her. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked forward. Are you going back after lunch, or going back to eat lunch? Kitazawa stroked her head and asked. Going back after lunch. Hinata said without hesitation. But after saying it, a conflicted expression appeared on her face. What's wrong? Hinata. Kitazawa noticed her expression and asked with some confusion. Can I not go back? Hinata lowered her head, gathered her courage, and said, I want to continue training this afternoon. That's fine. Kitazawa thought of her mission and said, this afternoon's training will be changed to practical special training, where I'll let you get familiar with genjutsu. Hinata couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. So cute. Kitazawa reached out, pinched her cheek, and said. Hinata's small face flushed, but she didn't dodge. The time came to 5 in the afternoon. After sending Hinata home, Kitazawa dispelled his shadow clone. The theoretical exam results for first-year Class A poured into his mind. Compared to the last final exam, the biggest change was Shikamaru. He dropped from 1st to 10th place, and Sakura regained 1st place. There was a new face in the top 10, and that was Yukumo Kurama. She was exactly in 9th place. Missing a semester and still ranking 9th was enough to show her intelligence and diligence. Naruto was still in 12th place, the same as last time. But this time, he wasn't behind Kiba. Kiba Inuzuka's rank dropped to 13th place, probably because he was busy with tree climbing and water walking training. Kitazawa felt he could slightly limit his training time. Firstly, it indeed affected his grades. Secondly, he didn't have a mission. The new day, Tuesday, was the practical exam. All students of first-year Class A gathered punctually on the Ninja Academy's training ground. Although Kitazawa also served as the homeroom teacher for second-year Class A, his focus remained on first-year Class A. Second-year Class A could be left to Yamada. Lady Tsunade. Not long after Kitazawa arrived, he saw Tsunade and Shizune, and quickly went to greet them. You're not calling me senior sister anymore? Shizune, holding Tantan, asked faintly. Senior sister Shizune. Kitazawa blinked and said with a smile, my medical ninjutsu is still slightly inferior to yours right now. Shizune's mouth twitched involuntarily. Saying slightly inferior wasn't quite accurate, as the only difference between them was one medical ninjutsu, the creation rebirth technique. Once Kitazawa learned the creation rebirth technique, they would be on par in terms of the number of medical ninjutsu mastered. With his talent, learning the creation rebirth technique was only a matter of time. So what should she teach him next? The strength of 100 seal. Shizune herself didn't know it, only Tsunade could teach it. And once even the strength of 100 seal was taught, he and Tsunade would become teacher and student, even if they weren't before. Lady Tsunade. The students of first-year Class A became excited. Other students from nearby classes were all shocked and envious. For the last final exam, the third Hokage came, and for this monthly exam, Tsunade came. The treatment of first-year Class A was simply unbelievably good to them. Can't compare. Yamada and other teachers couldn't help but sigh. They all understood that first-year Class A received this treatment entirely because of Kitazawa. Irika. Kitazawa called out, "You will be the referee for today's practical exam." Yes. Irika immediately responded. "You don't need to deliberately stay with me, go do what you need to do." Tsunade waved her hand and said. "I'm doing it to be lazy," Kitazawa said with a serious expression. Tsunade couldn't help but glare at him upon hearing this. Shizune, however, couldn't help but laugh. Outside of the casino, she rarely saw Tsunade get flustered. The practical exam begins now. Irika announced loudly, "The rules are the same as the last final exam, it's divided into 3 rounds, and those with higher scores advance to the next round. Lady Tsunade, do you want to score?" Kitazawa handed her the roster and a pen and asked. "No need." Tsunade shook her head and said, "I'm not a teacher. All students, please come up and draw lots, those with the same number will be opponents." Irika brought out a large lottery box. The students of first-year Class A came up in an orderly fashion. "I'm number 5. Naruto quickly asked, "Does anyone else have the same as me?" "Ha ha ha." Kiba laughed happily, "I'm number 1. In the last final exam, he was extremely unlucky, meeting Naruto in the first round. "I'm also number 1. A gentle female voice sounded. It was unfamiliar. This time it's STA. Kiba looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yakumo Kurama. The smile on his face immediately froze. "Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you." Chapter 143, Hinata vs Sasuke. Why is it always me who's unlucky? Kiba's expression crashed, plummeting from elation to utter despair, his joy vanishing as quickly as the school bell that ends recess. "That's rough, Kiba." Shikamaru patted his shoulder and said. "None of you got matched up?" Kiba suddenly thought of something and asked. "No." Ino couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're the only one whose number was drawn twice. During the new year, I'm definitely going to find a shrine to pray for good fortune." Kiba twitched his mouth and said. "Will the 2 students with number 1 please come forward?" Irika said, opening the roster, finally ready to score. Yakumo and Kiba walked into the center. Both of them simultaneously formed the confrontation seal. "Yakumo, please go easy on me." Kiba had seen Yakumo Kurama's battle with Hyuga Niji. Her painting was an attack, and it didn't even require hand seals, it was simply terrifying. "Don't be nervous." Yakumo Kurama smiled gently and said, "We are all classmates." Kiba immediately felt as if he was basking in a spring breeze, and his entire body relaxed. "Is this art of speech technique?" Shizune's face showed surprise. Lady Tsunade said with interest, "It seems that using the art of speech technique in battle isn't bad either." Kitazawa nodded slightly. Just then, the conversation in the arena changed again. "It's just a monthly exam, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Yakumo smiled and took out a scroll. The scroll opened to reveal a table full of delicious food. "Please." Yakumo sat at the dining table and invited Kiba. "Thank you." Kiba lowered his guard and said, "Yakumo, you're really a good person." But in the eyes of outsiders, it was a different scene. The 2 of them had been standing still since they went on stage. "What's going on?" Naruto asked with a bewildered expression, "Why haven't they moved after so long?" "Kiba is under genjutsu." Sasuke said with a serious expression, from the moment Yakumo spoke, he was already under genjutsu. "What?" Ino couldn't help but be stunned, this genjutsu has no signs at all. "This is already the 2nd genjutsu." Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he spoke. "Was it cast when Yakumo raised her hand just now?" Shikamaru frowned slightly and asked. In Kiba's eyes, Yakumo took out tables and chairs, but in their eyes, that was a hand seal. That's right. The more Sasuke watched, the more troublesome he felt it was. They were both Kekkai Genkai users of genjutsu, but why did he feel that the Sharingan wasn't as strong? Genjutsu really? Shino Aburame had just said 2 words when he was interrupted. Genjutsu is truly terrifying. Naruto disliked Genjutsu the most, as it was a ninjutsu that was impossible to guard against. He only wanted to enjoy fighting, everyone exchanging blows, and sweating together for their youth. It's Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction and said, the effect in combat is indeed good. Kitazawa couldn't help but feel sorrow for Inuzuka Kiba. At the age of 7, he encountered an opponent of Mangekyo Sharingan level. This was already the treatment of the original protagonist. According to the normal plot, Sasuke would only be able to enjoy it next year. I'm not fighting, Yakumo is so enthusiastic, I'll concede. Kiba on the field raised his hand with a smile and said. Thank you. Yakumo immediately said. Kiba suddenly felt a moment of trance. The surrounding scenery changed slightly, like a nearsighted person putting on glasses, becoming much clearer. What did I do? Kiba recalled what had just happened and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He only remembered eating and drinking with Yakumo, and then he somehow conceded. How could this be? I used 2 genjutsu, Yakumo said softly. Kiba was speechless. He didn't even know when he fell under genjutsu. This meant that the gap between them was even greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Yakumo, you're amazing. Ino couldn't help but exclaim when she saw them return. Kiba went easy on me, Yakumo said modestly. Kiba hesitated to speak, looking very aggrieved. Did I go easy on you? I was beaten by you from beginning to end without any ability to fight back. Sasuke suddenly felt that his first place was not so secure. Hinata also became worried. Both Sasuke and Yakumo used genjutsu. And Kitazawa had taught her genjutsu special training for so long, if she lost, Hinata would feel very useless. Only Naruto remained optimistic. He believed what Shikamaru had said before, that Shadow Clone could deal with genjutsu. They're simply monsters. Iruka came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim. Yakumo defeating Neji was already terrifying enough, but it was far less than this victory without fighting. Since he became the teacher of first-year Class A, he had more than once suspected that he was not teaching first-year students, but a group of genin or chunin. Will the students with number 2 please come forward? Iruka said after finishing his scoring. The subsequent sparring matches were much more normal. Sasuke, Hinata, Naruto, and others easily defeated their opponents and entered the second round. What do you think, Tsunade-sama? Taking advantage of the break after the first round, Kitazawa asked. SOSO. Tsunade said casually, except for Yakumo, no one has shown much skill yet. Tsunade-sama, have you forgotten that they are all first-year students? Shizun couldn't help but interject, it's already incredible for first-year students to have this level. That's true. Tsunade paused slightly and said. Her class back then was far from comparable to theirs in their first year. If Sasuke and the others were strong because of their talent, what about the other students? Their level was also higher than that of ordinary first-year students. This was undoubtedly Kitazawa's credit. I think the old man Hiruzen should give you the principal position. Tsunade suddenly said. Tsunade-sama, please don't harm me. Kitazawa was startled and said, all previous principals have been concurrently held by the Hokage-sama. Then are you interested in the Hokage position? Tsunade's eyes darted around as she asked. No. Kitazawa quickly shook his head and said, with Tsunade-sama here, the Hokage position will definitely be yours. I'm not interested. Tsunade said indifferently, whoever wants it can have it. Seeing this, Kitazawa said nothing more. Only Shizun sighed. If Lady Tsunade didn't change her mind, they would eventually have to resume their plan of wandering the ninja world. Break time is over, second round begins, Iruka announced. The number of students entering the second round was cut by more than half, as the requirement was 80 points. Students who could get 80 points were considered the cream of the crop in the first year. It's my turn. Naruto ran into the arena without waiting for Iruka to speak. Why is it Naruto? Sakura looked at him with a dejected expression. Sakura, just do your best. Ino comforted her. Sakura went onto the field and was defeated in less than half a minute. The current Naruto was not like his original self, who liked Sakura. For him, no matter who it was, once they were on the field, they were an enemy. This little guy is really rude. Tsunade chuckled. Naruto did hold back, but not by much. He directly used things like Konoha Whirlwind on Sakura, defeating her in a few moves. Tsunade couldn't connect Naruto with the elegant Minato Namikes at all. Sasuke-kun, you must defeat Naruto for me. Sakura didn't expect that she would be the first to use the healing jutsu. Sorry, Sakura. Naruto walked forward and said. If you get hurt later and don't beg me properly, I won't heal you. Sakura snorted lightly and said. I can find Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto scratched his head and said. Sakura was speechless. Ha ha ha. Ino, however, couldn't help but laugh, fully demonstrating what fake sisterhood meant. But her smile quickly froze. Because her next opponent was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately became excited and said, you don't have to be polite when dealing with Ino. I concede. Ino said without hesitation. After speaking, she even gave Sakura a triumphant look. Anyone unaware would have thought it was her victory. Damn it. Sakura was so angry that her chest rose and fell. Sasuke took one step forward, then retracted it. Will the two students from number 7 please come forward? Irika called out like a tool. Yakumo and Choji walked to the center of the arena. This is bad, Choji and I both fell for a genjutsu, Kiba said with regret. There's no way to defend against it, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. After watching 2 matches, he already understood that Yakumo's strength far exceeded theirs. Except for Sasuke and Naruto, they basically had no chance of winning against her. But Akimichi Choji wasn't as dejected as Kiba. Yakumo-san, the food in your genjutsu was really delicious, Choji said, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, it just didn't fill me up. Yakumo couldn't help but be stunned. Is this what a foodie is like? For the sake of delicious food, they don't even care about genjutsu. Who is number 8 among you? Shikamaru asked, showing the number 8 in his hand. That would be me, Shino Aburame said, adjusting his glasses. It seems my luck isn't much better, Shikamaru sighed, walking and saying, this is such a drag. The battle began. Shino Aburame released a large number of parasitic destruction insects. Shikamaru was chased all over the arena. If he wasn't trying to get a high score, he would have surrendered immediately, just like Ino. Because Shino really countered him too much. Shikamaru found an opportunity and used the shadow imitation technique to control Shino's shadow. But it was meaningless. Shino couldn't move, but the parasitic destruction insects could. Shikamaru was still chased around wildly, and after his chakra was almost depleted, he directly surrendered. The Aburame clan is as versatile as ever, Shizun said with emotion. Shikamaru did very well, Tsunade rarely praised him, especially the timing of his shadow imitation technique was very appropriate. In her opinion, even a Chunin couldn't counterattack in such an extremely disadvantaged situation. If it weren't for the parasitic destruction insects, Shikamaru might have been able to turn the tide. This is what is called a battle talent. Among the younger generation, the ninja with the most battle talent Tsunade had ever seen was Minato Namikaze. His talent is good, and he's very smart, he's just lazy, Kitazawa said, nodding. Time slowly passed, and the second round also came to an end. I will now announce the list of students who have entered the third round, Irika Yamano said, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Shino Aburame, Yakumo Kurama, Hinata Hyuga, and Nara Shikamaru. Kitazawa found that the list for the third round was almost identical to the previous final exam. Only Ino had been replaced by Yakumo Kurama. Sakura and Kiba were not selected for the third round due to their poor performance. It seems the third round will be the most exciting, Tsunade said after hearing the familiar list. It could be said that each of these 6 had a surname well known in Konoha village. Kitazawa, your class has too many geniuses, Shizun said with emotion. Since the establishment of the Ninja Academy, the number of geniuses in first-year Class A could rank in the top 3. This shows that our Konoha village is flourishing, Kitazawa said with a smile. Who made Naruto and Sasuke the protagonists of the original work? Naturally, there were more named supporting characters in the same generation as the protagonists. Of course, a more reasonable explanation is that there would be a baby boom after each Ninja World War. Naruto and his peers were all born after the Third Ninja World War. The students who have entered the third round, please come up and draw lots. After the break ended, Irika brought out another lottery box. I'll go first. Naruto said excitedly, I hope I draw Sasuke. Although Yakumo Kurama's genjutsu seemed more powerful than Sasuke's, in his mind, his lifelong rival remained unchanged. And they had an agreement when school started to have a youthful showdown in the first monthly exam. Sasuke was quite calm. The only one he felt tricky right now was Yakumo Kurama. But with the Sharingan, plus his superior taijutsu and fire release, he still had a very high chance of winning. I'm number 2. Naruto said happily immediately after drawing. Number 1, Sasuke glanced at it and said, my opponent isn't you. Ah. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I'm number 1, Hinata looked at the number in her hand, her heart tightening. She didn't expect that she would actually become Uchiha Sasuke's opponent. Ino, Shino, and others subconsciously looked at her. Their first reaction was that Hinata had bad luck. The reason was that Sasuke had defeated Neji not long ago. Although Hinata had also defeated Neji, the gap between them seemed small. Hinata, huh? Sasuke's mind settled. He also felt that he would win. He just needed to defeat Hinata the same way he defeated Niji. Who is number 2? Naruto asked curiously. That would be me. Yakumo Kurama smiled gently and said, Naruto-kun, please guide me. Even though you're strong, I'm definitely going to win in the end. Naruto said, clenching his fists. Although he didn't like Genjutsu, fortunately, he had a way to break it, Shadow Clone. Then my opponent is Shikamaru, Shino Aburame said, adjusting his glasses. You don't need to fight. I surrender, Shikamaru said without hesitation. They had already fought once in the second round, and the result wouldn't change if they fought again. Besides, he had already made it into the top 6, which he considered mission accomplished. In fact, Shikamaru's original plan was to surrender proactively, no matter who his opponent was. The 2 students who drew number 1, please come forward, Iruka Umino interrupted their conversation, speaking loudly. Sasuke and Hinata walked into the arena. The former was calm, the latter nervous, forming a stark contrast. Kitazawa's spirits lifted. Whether the mission could be completed depended on whether Hinata could defeat Sasuke. In his opinion, the 2 of their strengths were actually quite similar. It was normal for either to win or lose. The key lay in Genjutsu, ephemeral and Konoha style, body flicker jutsu. You can surrender proactively, Sasuke said calmly. He wanted to save some chakra to deal with Naruto and Yakumo. Although the practical exam only had 3 rounds, if he proposed an additional challenge round, Kitazawa wouldn't refuse. No, Hinata said, glancing at Kitazawa, I have a reason I must win. Coincidentally, so do I, Sasuke directly activated his Sharingan and said, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. Air currents churned, and a terrifying high temperature emerged. An enormous fireball flew out. Hinata had anticipated this and ran without hesitation. Following the side route, she dodged the large fireball and quickly approached Sasuke. Her speed is about the same as Niji's, Sasuke thought, seeing this, feeling mostly confident. He immediately threw out a handful of shuriken with both hands. Hinata neither dodged nor flinched, her Byakugan scanned, and after confirming there were no rubber bands, she directly deflected the shuriken with gentle fist. Good opportunity. Hindered by the shuriken, Hinata's speed slowed down. Sasuke immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Genjutsu, ephemeral. But what stunned him was that Hinata directly lowered her head, not looking at him. Kitazawa's special training had paid off. Hinata successfully knocked down all the shuriken by listening to the wind to determine their positions. A bit troublesome, Sasuke thought, seeing this, immediately abandoning Genjutsu, ephemeral and switching to fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He now had to find another opportunity to cast Genjutsu. And before that, he couldn't let Hinata get close to him. Sasuke tilted his head back and spat out a series of small fireballs. Hinata resisted using Konoha-style body flicker, simply dodging. Kitazawa had told her that any ninjutsu was most effective the first time, because it was unknown. Hinata planned to use Konoha-style body flicker to end the match, so she had to find the right timing. For a moment, the 2 were in a stalemate. They were both waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 144, Mission Accomplished. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke formed hand signs and unleashed a large blast of flames. The flames, empowered by fire release chakra, rapidly expanded into a high-temperature great fireball. Hinata came to a sudden stop, like an agile cat, and dodged to her left. Manipulated shuriken technique. Sasuke flipped his hands, and 6 shuriken flew out in a fan shape. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata's response was decisive. Her fair palms glowed with chakra, and she struck 6 times, sending the 6 shuriken flying far away. Even if the shuriken were attached to rubber strings, it was useless. Because the shuriken were bounced too far away, by the time Sasuke exerted force to pull them back, Hinata was already gone from her original spot. Byakugan and Gentle Fist are truly troublesome. Sasuke's expression darkened slightly, his mind racing as he pondered how to seize the opportunity to unleash Genjutsu, ephemeral. The problem he faced now was that Hinata was very familiar with both his fire release and Genjutsu. It would be very difficult to defeat her the way he defeated Hyuga Niji. And the worst part was that Sasuke dared not let Hinata get close. Firstly, his taijutsu was inferior to Gentle Fist. Secondly, Gentle Fist could strike the chakra pathway system. Once hit, it was practically a declaration of defeat. To prevent Hinata from approaching, Sasuke had no choice but to use fire release and shuriken. But this was not a long-term solution because his chakra wouldn't last for many more uses. Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought of a rather risky method. Without much hesitation, he unleashed fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Over a dozen fist-sized fireballs flew out haphazardly, like a meteor shower, sealing off Hinata's surroundings. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata adopted the same method as Hyuga Niji. She moved forward into the fire, shattering fireballs as she went. Sasuke calculated the distance between them. In the next second, he formed hand signs. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons roared out. Hinata's pupils couldn't help but contract. The 3 fire dragons, under Sasuke's control, had completely sealed off her front. Hinata, left with no choice, could only run to the right while keeping an eye on the movements of the 3 fire dragons. Although she was already very close to Sasuke, the 3 fire dragons blocked the way, and using Konoha-style body flicker would get her burned. Just then, the 3 fire dragons suddenly spread apart. Hinata instinctively paused, then met Sasuke's Sharingan. It worked. Sasuke immediately unleashed Genjutsu, Ephemeral. Hinata's spirits lifted at the same time. This was the best timing. Sasuke had moved the 3 fire dragons aside himself to make her fall into his Genjutsu. But this also meant there were no longer any obstacles between them. Konoha-style body flicker. Hinata's body immediately transformed into leaves. Sasuke, who was forming hand signs, suddenly lost his target and was filled with questions. He instinctively looked left and right. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata flashed in front of him, her palms striking his body. Sasuke's body trembled, and he felt the flow of chakra within him stagnate. Hinata unceremoniously unleashed the first 10 palms she had mastered. Sasuke stumbled as his chakra stopped flowing, and he directly collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Sasuke felt unwilling. He had activated his Sharingan and successfully defeated Hyuga Niji, so why did he lose to Hinata? No. Was his glory about to end just as it began? Sasuke struggled desperately. A rush of emotion surged into his eyes. He suddenly felt that the chakra within him had faint signs of flowing again. Ah. Sasuke struggled to his feet. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Seeing this, Hinata struck him with 10 more palms. This time, they were different chakra points. Sasuke's chakra once again fell into silence. His blood rushed to his head, his vision blurred, and he fainted. Sasuke. Hinata, who had just been so decisive, suddenly panicked. Kitazawa was about to step forward to examine Sasuke, but someone beat him to it. Sasuke-kun. Sakura rushed forward and hugged him. She formed hand signs and placed her hands on his chest. He's fine, just overwhelmed by intense emotions. Kitazawa patted Hinata's head and said. Having been a chief medical ninja at Konoha Hospital for so long, he had learned to observe, listen, inquire, and feel the pulse. Although Sasuke was unconscious, his face was bright, and he seemed to be fine. Kitazawa couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the scene he had just witnessed. Sasuke was clearly on the verge of a power surge, but Hinata's few palms brought him back to square one. If he hadn't encountered Hinata, he might have actually turned the tables. Winner, Hinata, Kitazawa announced the result loudly. Hinata couldn't help but smile. She actually won against Sasuke. To be honest, her victory was largely due to luck. Of course, the biggest credit went to the Konoha-style body flicker that Kitazawa taught her. Current mission, help Hyuga Hinata defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Mission reward, Genjutsu, Ephemeral. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa's lips curved upward as he saw the text suddenly appear before his eyes. A world where only Sasuke was injured came into being, but he didn't remain unconscious for long and soon woke up. Sasuke-kun, how are you feeling? Sakura asked with concern. Sasuke didn't want to speak at all. He stood up and silently left the arena. How happy he was to activate his Sharingan. How excited he was to defeat Hyuga Niji. Why did 2 happy things combine to become this? Sasuke, losing once is no big deal, just win next time. Naruto cheered him on. You don't understand the Uchiha. Sasuke was silent for a few seconds, then said. I really don't understand the Uchiha, but I know that persistence leads to victory. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, come join the glorious path of youth, and let's sweat it out together. I refuse. Sasuke recoiled half a step in fright and quickly shook his head. Why? Naruto asked in confusion, weren't you very happy when you wore the green jumpsuit? Sasuke was full of questions. Which eye did you use to see that I was happy? But being interrupted by Naruto, his mood recovered quite a bit. Losing to Hinata was already a foregone conclusion, no amount of self-pity could change it. Now, what he needed to do was learn more fire release and genjutsu. Sasuke finally understood the importance of information, or rather, new ninjutsu. He lost to Hinata because he didn't know she had already learned Konoha-style body flicker jutsu. As long as he learned enough ninjutsu, no one could defeat him. Kitazawa glanced at Sasuke. Upon noticing the change in his expression, he thought to himself that this was the correct way to use Naruto. The Uchiha clan indeed produced two geniuses. Tsunade looked at Sasuke and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Sasuke's dojutsu power increased quite a bit just now. He just awakened his eyes not long ago, and he's already improved again." Shizen asked in astonishment, "Isn't he only 7 years old? Geniuses are just that unreasonable." Tsunade suddenly smiled and said, "But Sasuke is quite an anomaly. In Konoha village, besides the Uchiha clan, the one who understood them best was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As a high-ranking member of Konoha village and a grandniece of Senju Tobirama, Tsunade had naturally read relevant research. She was very clear about how the Sharingan awakened and evolved. However, Sasuke's method of improvement without killing anyone was relatively rare. Sasuke is indeed different. Kitazawa nodded and said. In his previous life, many people believed Sasuke was the only normal person in the Uchiha clan. The two students who drew number 2, please come to the center. Irika, seeing that it was about time, announced loudly. This match, Naruto against Yakumo, will probably be difficult to win, Shizen said, looking at Naruto and Yakumo entering the middle. It's not just difficult to win, he can't win at all. Tsunade shook her head and said. The reason was that Yakumo's Genjutsu Kekkei Genkai was simply too terrifying. A terrifying illusion and Genjutsu creation could even trip up a Jonin if they weren't prepared. Naruto's current specialties were Taijutsu and multiple shadow clone jutsu. Facing ordinary Genjutsu ninja, the multiple shadow clone jutsu could indeed gain an advantage. However, if it were Yakumo, with her abilities, she could make Naruto and all his shadow clones fall into Genjutsu. How about we make a bet? Kitazawa heard her absolute statement and suddenly had an idea, saying. He wanted to see if Tsunade truly had bad luck on her side. To be honest, he also felt that Naruto had a relatively small chance of winning. But he was the original protagonist, and if Sasuke could unleash his inner power, so could he. Moreover, he had a trump card, which was the nine-tailed. Kitazawa recalled the plot. Naruto's first unconscious use of nine-tailed chakra was after being defeated by Haku, the cross-dressing male, in the Land of Waves. Secondly, during the Chunin exams, he also erupted when facing Neji and Gaara. What are we betting on? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. Because she had been researching new ninjutsu, she had stayed with Yakumo for a long time and understood her strength too well. It was basically impossible for Naruto to defeat her. Why would she refuse a bet she was guaranteed to win? Whoever loses agrees to one request from the other party, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. I have one condition. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, if the other party genuinely cannot fulfill it, they can change the request. Kitazawa couldn't help but be stunned. You actually gained intelligence when gambling. He thought carefully and felt that this was most likely Hiruzen Sarutobi's fault. After Tsunade fell for Hiruzen Sarutobi's scheme last time, she became wary of him. Okay. Kitazawa agreed. Given Tsunade's personality, if she really went back on her word, no one could stop her. But with this bet, it might play a significant role at certain special moments. For example, when persuading her to accept treatment for her hemophobia. Of course, the prerequisite was that Naruto could defeat Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa wasn't sure either, the chances of winning or losing the bet were 50-50. But he had done his best, at least adding a status skill to Naruto where Tsunade always loses her bets. I don't think Naruto has much of a chance. Kiba sighed and said. He had already suffered a crushing defeat against Yakumo in the first round without even fighting. But it wasn't voluntary, he unconsciously conceded under the dual genjutsu of Art of Speech and Mirror Flower, Water Moon. It is indeed very difficult. Ino nodded in agreement and said. Just do your best. Shikamaru also wasn't very optimistic about Naruto. Sasuke-kun, what do you think? Sakura looked at Sasuke, who had been silent, and asked. Yakumo is stronger. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, Naruto's taijutsu won't have much effect against her genjutsu. The two people in the field performed the confrontation seal together. Yakumo, let's have a youthful showdown. Naruto's teeth gleamed as he gave a thumbs up and said. Okay. Yakumo nodded. Before receiving Tsunade's treatment, she envied Naruto because he had a very healthy body. Now that a semester had passed, she never expected to become Naruto's opponent today. Here I come. Naruto immediately formed hand signs without hesitation and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. A large amount of smoke appeared, and in an instant, 100 Narutos appeared on the field. What? How can there be so many shadow clones? Where did he get all that chakra? The onlookers were instantly shocked. And the first-year Class A students were even more dumbfounded. Everyone was in the same class, so why were you so outstanding? Is he really 6 years old? Shizen's eyes widened, feeling like she was caught in a genjutsu. She could also use multiple shadow clone jutsu, but at most, she could only create 20 shadow clones. Didn't this mean Naruto had more chakra than her? As expected of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade already knew he could use multiple shadow clone jutsu when she was teaching Kitazawa before, but seeing it again still made her emotional. Naruto, like his mother Uzumaki Kushina, possessed a vast amount of chakra from a young age. Sasuke was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu. He had previously thought he could easily defeat Naruto. But now, he had doubts. Firstly, because the Sharingan could not distinguish between a shadow clone and the original body. Secondly, with so many shadow clones, it would be difficult for a single genjutsu to control them all. No matter what, he would have to face Naruto's youth group beating. Is this the surprise he was talking about? Sasuke fell silent. He had planned to challenge Naruto after his fight with Hinata. Now it seemed he would have to postpone it. If he lost 2 matches in a row, his Uchiha heart would shatter. Sasuke clenched his fists. Still, the same thing applied, he needed to learn more fire release and genjutsu, especially area of effect ones. So many shadow clones. Shino Aburame, who usually remained expressionless, showed a surprised look. Mainly because the scene before him truly exceeded his imagination. Can Naruto win? Kiba asked excitedly. It's hard to say. Shikamaru rarely became serious and said, it started, we'll know the answer by watching. Although he was usually very lazy, this kind of spar still piqued his interest. Naruto, you are truly surprising. Yakumo couldn't help but say. She had never seen so many shadow clones before. But this also meant that her art of speech and Kyoka Suigetsu, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, would be difficult to use effectively. They were both ninjutsu aimed at individuals. Yakumo Kurama immediately took out the paintings she had prepared beforehand. Konoha Whirlwind. A group of Narutos charged towards Yakumo in an orderly fashion. Because of the sheer number, Yakumo looked like a lone boat facing a storm. Crack! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and brilliant lightning struck down. Quick, get out of the way! A group of Narutos scattered. But the lightning was too fast, and 2 shadow clones were still hit, disappearing with screams. Yakumo calmly tore 2 paintings. She had prepared many paintings for the monthly exam. Of course, using the paintings would also consume her chakra. After all, each time she used a painting, she was using one of her bloodline limit abilities, genjutsu creation. Fortunately, the awakening of her bloodline limit gave her a large amount of chakra, or rather, yin release power. It was precisely because of too much yin release power that her body could not bear it. If it weren't for Tsunade's conditioning, she would have already had major problems, let alone come to participate in the monthly exam. The paintings disappeared in flames. Scorching heat rolled, and fierce flames spread outwards. The 2 Naruto shadow clones at the very front were engulfed by the flames before they could dodge, turning into smoke. Concentrate and charge in one direction. Naruto immediately commanded. Violent, Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind. The first Naruto, shrouded in chakra, kicked upwards. The sea of fire parted, creating a path. But flames from all directions surged over again. Violent, Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind. More Narutos followed one after another, continuing the relay. In an instant, the surviving Narutos reached Yakumo's front. He didn't hesitate and unleashed a Konoha Whirlwind. Yakumo couldn't help but retreat 2 steps. But her speed was very slow compared to Hinata. The reason was simple. She had never learned any taijutsu, nor had she undergone any physical training. Before, because of her bloodline limit, her body was even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Now, after Tsunade's treatment, she was a little better than an ordinary person. Yakumo frantically threw out a painting. A strong gust of wind blew Naruto, who was kicking towards her back. For a moment, several more shadow clones disappeared. Again. Naruto saw the hope of victory and shouted excitedly. Yakumo's weakness was her body. As long as he could get close, he could win. His shadow clones cooperated fully, once again approaching Yakumo in the strong wind. Yakumo Kurama's expression changed slightly, she took a breath and quickly unfurled a painting. Lightning struck down one after another. Ah! Many of Naruto's shadow clones screamed. But halfway through their screams, they couldn't bear it and disappeared. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand signs, once again increasing his shadow clones by 50. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 145, Hot-Blooded Idiot Naruto, Tsunade's Instability. Is this even human? Kiba couldn't help but ask a profound question. None of them are human. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, agreeing. The battle between Naruto and Yakumo had entered a state they couldn't comprehend. Yakumo Kurama utilized her Kekkei Genkai ability, Genjutsu creation, to make the contents of her paintings continuously come true. From lightning to flames, and then to strong winds, each painting seemed incredibly powerful. In fact, that was precisely the case. Naruto's shadow clones died very quickly, basically 1 per second. But surprisingly, his shadow clones were also replenished very quickly. How is their chakra so outrageous? Ino felt genuine envy. A ninja's strength came from 2 things: first, ninjutsu and bloodline limit, second, chakra. Theoretically, the more chakras one had, the stronger they were. This is probably what genius is. Shino Aburame suddenly thought of Torian Aburame. They were the same age and good friends. But Torian possessed very special nano-sized poisonous insects. The Aburame clan's talent was undoubtedly reflected in the insects they raised. However, precisely because of Torian's talent, he was noticed by Danzo Shimura and was forced to join Root. Everyone knew the consequences of joining Root. But the Aburame clan dared not resist this Hokage's assistant and Root leader, so they could only let it happen. Actually, Danzo Shimura wanted Shino Aburame, but Torian voluntarily took his place. Sakura subconsciously looked at Sasuke. Even with her love-struck mind, she understood that the gap brought by reality couldn't be bridged by a simple "I believe in you." Sasuke ignored her. He had already activated his Sharingan. Under the Sharingan, Naruto's movements were clearly visible. Sasuke was confident he could defeat him, provided it was a one-on-one fight. But with so many shadow clones and such terrifying chakra, what was there to fight? Sasuke suddenly realized a problem. After Naruto learned multiple shadow clone jutsu, his strength was elevated to an unknown degree. Sasuke felt a deep sense of defeat. The arrogance he felt after activating his Sharingan completely vanished at this moment. Such a battle shouldn't be happening at the Ninja Academy. Shizen felt an unprecedented urge to complain. One might think they were watching the Chunin exams, not a first-year monthly exam. Although Yakumo has prepared many paintings, she will eventually run out. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said, at that time, she'll have to use the other ability of her bloodline limit. Naruto can only rely on multiple shadow clone jutsu for a while longer. Tsunade still didn't have much confidence in Naruto. Once he enters the Genjutsu world, his shadow clones will be much less effective. Kitazawa fell silent upon hearing this. He also couldn't predict how the next battle would unfold. Naruto is already very strong, but he met the wrong opponent. Shizen sighed. Genjutsu still countered Naruto too much. Just then, the chaotic chakra on the field paused. Yakumo subconsciously reached for a painting, only to find that not a single one was left. This was a first for her. When she fought Niji before, she hadn't even used up a third of her paintings. But Naruto surprised her again and again. Infinite vitality, seemingly endless chakra, and a determined gaze from beginning to end. Terrifying illusion. Yakumo Kurama stood still, and an invisible, chilling aura rolled outwards. In an instant, the world changed color, and the surrounding environment underwent a drastic transformation. What? Naruto felt like he had suddenly arrived in a starry sky, surrounded by dazzling sights. But he quickly discovered the hidden danger behind this beautiful scenery. Yakumo waved her hand, and brilliant lightning fell from the sky. Naruto's shadow clones were instantly engulfed in the lightning, and countless screams echoed. Genjutsu creation made Yakumo Kurama's paintings come true. Terrifying illusion, on the other hand, created a Genjutsu world controlled by her. In this Genjutsu world, she could create any wonder she desired. However, she hadn't yet mastered demonic illusion, 5 senses, which could make the damage received in the Genjutsu become real. Normal Genjutsu only targeted the mind, not the body. Kakashi Hatake was tormented by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but only his mind suffered severe damage. Yakumo Kurama's current terrifying illusion, without demonic illusion, 5 senses, was very similar to Tsukuyomi. No matter how much damage was dealt, it wouldn't be reflected on Naruto's body. Even so, the mental pain was enough to make him unbearable. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto's response was very simple. 20 more shadow clones appeared around him. Dynamic entry. Naruto roared, and all his shadow clones leaped into the air, performing flying kicks. It's useless. Yakumo's body suddenly accelerated. In the Genjutsu world, she was a god, her usually weak body also became extraordinary. She easily dodged the attacks from Naruto and his shadow clones. Yakumo waved her hand. Numerous vines appeared out of thin air. Ah! Caught off guard, half of Naruto's shadow clones were grabbed and then disappeared without a trace. Konoha Whirlwind. Dynamic entry. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. The remaining shadow clones were not intimidated by this and continued to attack her with various taijutsu techniques. Yakumo repeated her trick. Countless vines surged forth, directly reducing the number of shadow clones. Yakumo calmly raised her hand. A giant meteor fell, crushing the shadow clone that rushed in front of her. Inside the Genjutsu world, the battle raged, but outside, it was very calm. Yakumo and Naruto stood still. The only thing increasing was Naruto's shadow clones. But as soon as a shadow clone appeared, it would immediately be pulled into Yakumo's Genjutsu world. Naruto will probably be defeated very soon, Tsunade shook her head and said. Multiple shadow clone jutsu itself consumed a lot of chakra. And Naruto kept using it, no matter how much chakra he had, it would eventually run out. It's a shame we can't know what's happening inside the Genjutsu world, Shizen said with regret. Yakumo only pulled Naruto and his shadow clones into the Genjutsu. The spectators naturally wouldn't be pulled in. After all, the more people, the more chakra consumed. Maybe Yakumo will run out of chakra first, Kitazawa said casually. Yakumo's Yin release power is very dense, I even feel that Yin release creatures could be born from it. Tsunade was startled when she first gave Yakumo a physical examination. Because there was so much Yin release power, it was so much that Yakumo seemed like a Jinchuriki. Tsunade's eyes suddenly narrowed. Naruto was a genuine Jinchuriki. But, he wouldn't be able to use nine-tailed chakra at his age. Kitazawa secretly thought that in the original work, Yakumo indeed gave birth to a creature named Ido. Even if it couldn't compare to a tailed beast, it was still formidable enough. It seemed the ultimate hope still lay with the nine-tailed. Time slowly passed. What's wrong with Naruto? Is he still not giving up? Tsunade rubbed her forehead with her hand and asked. Fighting in the Genjutsu world for almost half an hour, the pain was unimaginable. She didn't understand why Naruto was still persisting. If something happened to him in the end, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto's dictionary doesn't contain the word give up, Kitazawa shook his head and said. Why not give up when you know the outcome is a loss? Tsunade felt an inexplicable irritation. What's important isn't the result, it's the process, Kitazawa said softly. And why determine the outcome without even trying? Just then, the situation on the field changed. Space seemed to crack, revealing a large part of the starry sky. At the same time, the situation inside the Genjutsu world could also be vaguely seen. Is this a sign of the Genjutsu world losing control? Tsunade's pupils contracted, feeling confused. It's Yakumo's body that can't handle such high-intensity combat. Kitazawa's gaze fell on Yakumo's face, which was already faintly pale. Tsunade opened her mouth, realizing her miscalculation. Although Yakumo had a lot of Yin release power, her body was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The more Yin release power she used, the greater the burden on her body. But Naruto's condition is also very bad, Shizen said in a deep voice. Tsunade subconsciously looked at Naruto. His body trembled, and his face was devoid of color, an extreme display of exhaustion. Tsunade suddenly felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was a battle within a Genjutsu world, otherwise, seeing blood would have triggered her hemophobia. It seems Naruto's result is still a loss. Tsunade glanced around and said. Naruto's condition looked worse than Yakumo Kurama's. Give up, Naruto, Yakumo gasped and said. Youth has everything, except for giving up willingly. Naruto formed hand signs and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In that case, I'll keep fighting until your chakra is exhausted, Yakumo gritted her teeth and said. She didn't know why, but seeing Naruto's unyielding appearance, she also didn't want to give up. Thumping sounds continuously rang out. The shadow clones dissipated one by one. Because Naruto could no longer maintain so many shadow clones. Again. Naruto's voice was still very firm. Youth means fighting until the very last moment. He and his remaining shadow clone continued to attack. Naruto will definitely become a strong ninja in the future, Shizen murmured to herself. She had already acknowledged Naruto. This never-give-up spirit, coupled with his talent, meant his future would definitely not be bad. His dream isn't to become a strong ninja, but to become a Hokage who surpasses all previous Hokage, Kitazawa corrected her. Only an idiot wants to be Hokage. Tsunade subconsciously clenched her fists, and a look of daze appeared on her face. Before her eyes appeared a little boy, Nawaki, who was as much of an idiot as Naruto. He is indeed an idiot, Kitazawa echoed. As Naruto continued his assault, Sasuke and Shikamaru fell silent. They realized they still knew too little about Naruto. If it were them, they would never be able to persevere like this. Am I going to die? Naruto slumped to the ground. Although in the Genjutsu world, only mental trauma is inflicted, accumulating to a certain extent can lead to unimaginable consequences. Naruto now felt weaker than ever before. He felt even more powerless and dazed than after Might Guy's hellish training. Naruto, it's time to end this, you lost. Yakumo's voice rang out. Her voice also sounded weak. How could it be that easy? Naruto stood up again, his gaze firm, and said, "My youth isn't over yet." Yakumo suddenly had the thought of giving up. Since birth, she had never felt so exhausted. Naruto took 2 steps and then fell to the ground. If it were a normal battle, he could have gained an advantage by relying on his strong physical stamina. But in the genjutsu world, physical stamina was not involved. Why? Tsunade gritted her teeth and asked. Perhaps this is his ninja way, Kitazawa said, feeling moved. Although the Naruto in the original work was such a hot-blooded idiot, seeing it with his own eyes, the impact was even stronger. Kitazawa hadn't expected him to go to such an extent. Thinking about it carefully, there was another reason. That was Might Guy in his youth. This was something not present in the original Naruto. When he was just starting out, Naruto would also feel afraid when facing Zabuza and Orochimaru. But now, under the blessing of the power of youth, he directly skipped the fear stage. Tsunade fell silent. The next second, she suddenly looked up. Because Naruto was struggling to stand up again. Her expression immediately became very complicated. Why were there always so many idiots in Konoha village? What is this place? In a daze, Naruto went from a dazzling universe to a deep, dark room. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. A huge tail smashed towards him. Although it was blocked by bars, the surging chakra rushed out with undiminished force. Ouch! Naruto held his forehead and then found himself back in Yakumo's genjutsu world. With a crack, the genjutsu world collapsed. Naruto returned to reality. How is that possible? Yakumo's eyes widened, her face paled, and she felt dizzy. Her genjutsu was broken, and coupled with her physical weakness, she instantly became shaky. What's going on? Naruto scratched his head, also feeling bewildered. How did he suddenly break free from the genjutsu? Wait. Where did the tail that whipped him come from? Kitazawa arrived on the field with a body flicker. He reached out and supported the falling Yakumo. At the same time, he placed his other hand on her forehead. Pale green chakra flowed into her. Naruto, how are you? Kitazawa looked at Naruto and asked. Although it was only for a moment, he still sensed that abnormally evil chakra. It was the Nine Tails, one of the strongest tailed beasts. Although Yakumo's bloodline limit was powerful, it was ultimately genjutsu. There was only one way to break genjutsu, and that was to disrupt the flow of chakra within the body. The Nine-Tailed chakra just happened to disrupt Naruto's chakra, causing him to break free from the genjutsu. This was the advantage of a Jinchuriki, they weren't very afraid of genjutsu. Of course, if the caster was strong enough to control both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast with genjutsu, then it would be unsolvable. For example, the fourth Mizuka Jigura, a perfect Jinchuriki, was also controlled by Uchiha Obito for many years. I'm fine. Naruto patted his chest and said, I feel great now. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. He even wanted to curse him for being an ox. This Uzumaki clan, plus nine-tailed chakra, was truly outrageous. Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo was much more awake after the treatment. This spar ends here, with Naruto as the winner. Kitazawa released her and said. If he were to summarize this match, it would be a cheater meeting an even bigger cheater, a battle between gods. Yakumo nodded and said, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Kitazawa suddenly raised an eyebrow. Because he noticed that Tsunade and Shizune had already left at some point. Are they in such a hurry to leave? He became even more certain that Tsunade had wavered. Although this time it wasn't as extreme as in the original work, the protagonist remained Naruto both times. Or rather, there was also Nawaki, who was quite similar to Naruto. Kitazawa secretly thought that inviting Tsunade to watch was indeed the correct choice. With her wavering, he could press the advantage and eventually get her to accept treatment for her hemophobia. You two rest for a moment, the rankings will be announced soon. Kitazawa finished speaking and walked towards Irika. He was currently standing in place, looking dazed. Naruto had also made a great impact on him. Irika's parents died in the Nine-Tailed incident, so he held a grudge against Naruto. But now he had greatly changed his perception. Irika, are the rankings out? Kitazawa stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and asked. Soon. Irika came back to his senses and immediately started compiling the rankings. The practical exam rankings were very clear at a glance, the main thing was that they also needed to be combined with the theoretical exam rankings, so it required some time. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto ran over. What's wrong? Kitazawa looked at him. Not far from him, first-year Class A was discussing animatedly. The protagonist of their discussion was naturally Naruto. After all, his performance just now was too terrifying. And with Naruto's personality, not going to listen to their praises and running over to him was quite unusual. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto said with a serious expression, I think there's something wrong with my mind. Why do you say that? Kitazawa was startled for a moment and asked. When I was fighting Yakumo earlier, I saw an orange tail. Naruto replied, I'm sure it whipped me. Current mission, inform Naruto of the nine-tailed existence. Mission reward, half a card of chakra upper limit. Accept. Kitazawa's first reaction was how such a simple mission could have such a generous reward. But then he thought about it and realized that this mission was very difficult. Chapter 146, Hiruzen's Recognition, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It wasn't difficult to tell Naruto about the Nine-Tails' existence. However, Kitazawa, given his identity, shouldn't know who the Jinchuriki was. He could also tell Naruto privately. The idiotic system would definitely think he completed the task and issue rewards. But as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Naruto was naturally under Hiruzen's close watch. He might expose himself one day and be discovered. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and found himself in a dead end. He should pretend he knew nothing, report this matter to Hiruzen, and see how he would arrange it. In the original work, Jiraiya returned to the village and taught Naruto how to control nine-tailed chakra. But now there was a more suitable candidate than Jiraiya. Of course, it wasn't Kitazawa, but Tsunade. Her advantage was that she was the best medical ninja in the ninja world. Teaching Naruto to control nine-tailed chakra was very dangerous. In the original work, Jiraiya once said he almost died at the hands of an out-of-control Naruto. If it were Tsunade, she had seal and ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique, her survival ability was already maxed out. Only Orochimaru could survive better than her. Naruto, I'm not too clear about this matter either. Kitazawa pretended to ponder and said, how about this, after we're done here, you come with me to see Hokage-sama. Oh, right. Naruto said with a look of realization, Grandpa Third definitely knows. In his mind, the Hokage was the most powerful ninja, capable of anything. You go back to your team first. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said, the rankings will be announced soon, you're definitely first in the practical exam. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto turned and ran with a smile, and when he reached the first-year Class A students, he couldn't help but say, I'm first. Who asked you? Kiba couldn't hold back and couldn't help but retort. But Naruto's first place this time is truly well-deserved. Shikamaru smiled and said. It had to be said that Naruto's persistence earlier had a great impact on him. But, it was still better to slack off. Sasuke's mouth twitched. He felt something was wrong. He didn't activate his Sharingan and didn't get first. He activated his Sharingan and still didn't get first, wasn't activating his Sharingan for nothing. No, that's not right, this time he didn't even get second. Last time, he at least had a second place. Sasuke felt even more depressed thinking about this. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika handed over the roster and said, this is the ranking for this month's exam. You've worked hard, Irika. Kitazawa took the roster and walked towards first-year Class A. All the students consciously stopped talking and looked at him. I'll announce the rankings for the theoretical exam first. Kitazawa said unhurriedly, first place, Haruno Sakura. Yeah. Sakura stopped mid-sentence. After all, Sasuke didn't get first place, and if she showed too much excitement, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Second place, Sasuke. 12th place, Naruto, 13th place, Kiba. Kitazawa continued to read. It's over. How did I become 13th? Kiba couldn't help but hold his head and said painfully, 13th is one thing, but I'm even one place lower than Naruto. Kiba, remember to treat me to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto said happily. Getting first place in the practical exam, and also surpassing Kiba in the theoretical exam, getting free Ichiraku ramen, it was simply too happy. Damn it. Kiba clenched his fist and said, I'll teach you a good lesson once I have a suitable ninja dog. Now announcing the rankings for the practical exam. Kitazawa turned another page of the roster. Here it comes. Naruto's spirits lifted, and his face showed anticipation. First place, Naruto, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Ha ha ha. Naruto pressed his forehead and said proudly, I'm first again. Sasuke's face was full of question marks. Why are you imitating me? This was clearly my move. Second place, Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa read again. Yakumo was relatively calm. For her, it didn't matter what place she got, the most important thing was being able to attend school normally. However, Naruto just now gave her a lot of encouragement. Her body had recovered, and she should work even harder. Third place, Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa paused and said, fourth place, Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't help but take half a step back. Fourth place, what a humiliating ranking. He used to ignore second place, but now he has found that second place wasn't bad either. No. As a Uchiha, his goal should be first place. The rankings for the theoretical exam and practical exam are both over, next is the official overall ranking. Kitazawa took a look, somewhat surprised, but still announced, first place, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, who had always been quiet, subconsciously looked up, her face full of surprise. The final first place is actually Hinata? Ino asked with a look of disbelief. Hinata, both the theoretical exam and practical exam were in third place. Shikamaru Nara analyzed, while Naruto was first in the practical exam, his theoretical exam ranking was rather average, and Sakura was the same. That's true. Kiba couldn't help but smile and said, this is what's called true strength, being good at everything. Hinata getting first place, in their opinion, had some luck involved. After all, Sakura and Sasuke were higher than her in the theoretical exam, and Naruto and Yakumo were higher than her in the practical exam. Second place, Sasuke. After Kitazawa finished reading, everyone was again dumbfounded. Shikamaru explained as usual. The main problem was that Naruto and Yakumo's theoretical exam rankings were significantly lower than Sasuke's. I'm actually second place. Sasuke felt a joy of rediscovery. But he quickly reacted. Second place, what am I happy about? Why should I be happy? Sasuke's smile froze, and he became expressionless again. The rankings have been announced, the rankings for the entire grade will be posted tomorrow, you can go see them if you're interested. Kitazawa clapped his hands and reminded, don't forget tomorrow is Wednesday, and there's class. Come over now to collect your report cards. Irika shouted from a distance, once you've got your report cards, you can go home. The first-year Class A students immediately gathered forward. Some were happy, and some were sad. Kitazawa stood in place and waited. Kitazawa-sensei, let's go. Naruto held his report card and said with a smile, just in time to show Grandpa third my grades. Hokage-sama should be very happy. Kitazawa smiled and said. Compared to Hiruzen Sarutobi in the original work, the current Hiruzen was so much less troubled. After all, that Naruto had bad grades and caused trouble every day, and he even dared to graffiti on the Hokage Rock. The two of them arrived at the Hokage office. Just as Kitazawa was about to knock, Naruto pushed the door open and ran in. Did he learn this from Tsunade? Grandpa third. Naruto said excitedly, look at my report card. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa followed closely behind and greeted him. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly in response, then looked at Naruto's report card. 13th in the theoretical exam was nothing, but first in the practical exam surprised him. Because he remembered that first-year Class A also had a Yakumo Kurama. Due to the establishment of the psychological medical ninja system, Hiruzen had conducted a very detailed investigation of the key figures. In other words, he was very clear about how powerful Yakumo's bloodline limit was. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would not be able to defeat her with just taijutsu and multiple shadow clone jutsu. How did you defeat Yakumo? Hiruzen asked curiously. It was like this. Naruto excitedly recounted his battle with Yakumo. Although there was some exaggeration, it was generally close to the truth. Hiruzen was very satisfied. But he wasn't satisfied with Naruto's strength, but with his fighting will. This kind of fighting will, without exaggeration, have the potential to be Hokage. Grandpa third, there's just one strange thing. Naruto scratched his head and said, I was able to break Yakumo's genjutsu because an orange tail whipped me. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze instantly sharpened. He naturally knew whose tail that was. Grandpa third. Naruto asked with anticipation, what's with that tail? I have some ideas, but I need to confirm them. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression didn't change as he said with a smile, once I confirm, I'll come find you. Grandpa third, I'll wait for you then. Naruto didn't feel disappointed, instead, he was very happy. Naruto, you can go back first. Hiruzen glanced at Kitazawa and said, I still have some things to discuss with your teacher. Goodbye, Grandpa third, goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto left the Hokage office with his report card. Kitazawa. Hiruzen thought for a moment and asked, how is your progress with Tsunade? Kitazawa was taken aback. What kind of question is that? He thought carefully for a moment before realizing that Hiruzen was asking about his mission to persuade Tsunade to accept treatment for her hemophobia. I've made some progress. Kitazawa pondered briefly before answering. Not bad. Hiruzen smiled upon hearing this and said, it seems entrusting the mission to you was the correct choice. I'm just doing my best. Kitazawa quickly replied. How are you progressing with medical ninjutsu? Hiruzen tapped his pipe and asked again. With Tsunade-sama's help, it's going quite smoothly. Kitazawa humbly said, I'm currently learning healing resuscitation regeneration technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. As a ninjutsu professor, he naturally understood medical ninjutsu. If a medical ninja has started learning healing resuscitation regeneration technique, it means he has basically mastered most medical ninjutsu. With your strength, you are already capable of becoming a medical ninja jonin. Hiruzen paused and said, it's just that you haven't completed enough missions yet. I will work hard. Kitazawa immediately said. However, medical ninja jonin are a bit different. Hiruzen changed the subject and said, you only need to have performed enough surgeries, you can record all the surgeries you've done. Kitazawa was slightly stunned. Although somewhat unexpected, it was indeed very reasonable. It would undoubtedly be a waste for a medical ninja to go out on regular missions. Of course, for medical ninjas who were assigned to ninja squads right after graduating from the Ninja Academy, judging them by mission count would be understandable. Hiruzen had clearly considered Kitazawa's special circumstances, so he used his privilege. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa understood and expressed his gratitude. Do you know about the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious. After his conversation with Kitazawa, he had already guessed Tsunade's thoughts. She was in an awkward phase. Once she thought it through, Kitazawa becoming her student was inevitable. Since he was one of their own, some secrets could be revealed. I've heard of it. Kitazawa's heart trembled, knowing the main event had arrived. He also understood why Hiruzen had asked those two questions earlier. It was to confirm his relationship with Tsunade, or rather, to confirm if he was a ninja of the Hokage lineage. There are 9 powerful tailed beasts in the ninja world. Their exact origins are unknown, perhaps they are related to the Six-Path Sage of legend. Hiruzen slowly said, and the most powerful nine-tailed is in our Konoha village. So the orange tail Naruto saw was the Nine Tails? Kitazawa asked with a surprised tone. To harness the powerful tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki were created, which is to seal a tailed beast inside a ninja's body. Hiruzen was silent for 2 seconds, then said, Naruto is the current Jinchuriki. No wonder so many people dislike Naruto and consider him a monster, Kitazawa said, feigning sudden realization. Naruto's identity should have been highly confidential, but Danzo's ideas diverged from mine, and he spread the information. Hiruzen sighed and said, although I have already punished him, many villagers and ninjas still have misunderstandings. I see. Kitazawa nodded. Whether what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was true or false, he had to believe it. But on another note, Danzo, the scapegoat, was indeed capable of such actions. I'm telling you this because I hope you can pay more attention to Naruto in your daily life. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, once he shows any chakra leakage from the Nine Tails, notify me immediately. This concerns the safety of Konoha village. I understand. Kitazawa said with a serious expression. As for the Nine Tails matter, don't tell Naruto about it for now. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, wait until Tsunade has recovered from her hemophobia. Kitazawa secretly thought, as expected. Now that Tsunade was in the village, Hiruzen immediately thought of her as the candidate to teach Naruto how to control the nine-tailed chakra. In terms of understanding the nine-tailed chakra, Tsunade was no worse than Jiraiya. After all, she had a close relationship with both Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, the 2 previous nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa's only regret was that this mission couldn't be completed immediately. This was probably where the difficulty of this mission lay. Oh, right, you can tell Tsunade about this. Hiruzen suddenly remembered something and said. Tsunade-sama should already know. Kitazawa replied, I invited Lady Tsunade to observe this month's exam. What was her reaction? Hiruzen was momentarily stunned and asked. She left early. Kitazawa felt a subtle sensation. He and Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to be conspiring to set Tsunade up. You've worked hard. You may go now. Hiruzen smiled, waved his hand, and said. Yes. Kitazawa turned and left the Hokage building. After October began, summer had completely ended, and even in the middle of the day, it wasn't hot. Kitazawa found Tsunade in a private room at an izakaya. How did you know I was here? Tsunade had been drinking for a while, and her delicate face was flushed. I guessed. Kitazawa spread his hands and said. In reality, Shizen had told him. It's good you came. Tsunade handed him the sake cup in her hand and said, drink with me. Kitazawa instinctively glanced at it and saw the lipstick mark on the cup. What are you being so wishy-washy for? Seeing his hesitation, Tsunade immediately stood up, shoved the cup into his mouth, and poured the contents directly in. Kitazawa didn't even react before he instinctively swallowed it. How's this sake? Tsunade plopped down, her collar half open, revealing an expanse of fair skin. She had taken off her dark green haori and was only wearing a sleeveless top. Combined with her drunken state, she appeared very uninhibited. It's quite good. Kitazawa savored the taste and sat down opposite her. It was just that this auto-aim was really hard to turn off. Just drinking alone isn't much fun. Kitazawa thought for a moment and asked, want to gamble with drinks? Gamble. Tsunade immediately sat up straight. But half drunk, she quickly slumped back down, her soft, ample curves pressing against the table as she rested there. Let's change the rules. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, the loser has to answer a question first. If they can't answer, then they drink. You talk too much, hurry up and start. Tsunade put down her cup, raised both hands, and said. You lost, I'll ask you a question. Kitazawa didn't even look at the result and said directly. Damn it. Tsunade bit her finger, unwilling to concede, and said, ask away. What do you think of Naruto? Kitazawa pondered for a moment and asked. What else can I think? Tsunade picked up her cup and chugged it, saying, they're all idiots. What about Nawaki then? Kitazawa asked again. Tsunade suddenly regretted telling Kitazawa about Nawaki earlier. In a sense, Nawaki and Uzumaki Naruto were cut from the same cloth. No. Tsunade suddenly shook her head, glaring at him, and said, you're tricking me. What did I trick you about? Kitazawa saw Tsunade realize and said, you agreed to the drinking game yourself. You have ill intentions. Tsunade stood up, very annoyed, walked over to Kitazawa, put her arms around him, and then poured 2 cups down his throat. Seeing him cough, she laughed happily. You're so lame. Tsunade collapsed, falling directly onto Kitazawa. The smell of alcohol and perfume wafted over him. Kitazawa, in her embrace, felt dizzy. He instinctively pushed Tsunade away and found that she had passed out. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 147, Naruto, I want to build a youth academy. You're the one who's too weak, getting drunk so quickly and passing out. Kitazawa shook his head as he spoke. He had originally intended to use the drinking game to probe Tsunade's current thoughts, but the game ended after only 2 questions. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Was Tsunade pretending? After a brief hesitation, Kitazawa reached out and lifted her into his arms. Since she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force her. In truth, his purpose had already been achieved. Tsunade was now like Schrodinger's cat, perhaps tomorrow she would agree to treatment for her hemophobia. The two left the izakaya. A knock sounded at the door. Shizun hurried over, opening it in a few steps. Seeing Kitazawa holding Tsunade, she froze in surprise. Tsunade-sama got drunk, so I had no choice but to carry her back, Kitazawa explained. Then please take her straight to her room, Shizun said as she stepped aside. Understood. Kitazawa entered Tsunade's room and gently placed her on the bed. Her defenseless appearance made his eyes linger on her for just a moment longer than intended. I'll be going now, senior sister Shizun, he said before leaving for the neighboring house, Kurenai's residence. Although it was Tuesday, there were no classes in the afternoon. With Tsunade drunk again and Shizun unable to head to the hospital, Kitazawa decided he would spend the afternoon practicing wind release ninjutsu. After a long morning of work, he also wanted to unwind. Surgery was exhausting. Inside Tsunade's room. Indeed, all men are the same. After Kitazawa left, Tsunade opened her eyes, stretched lazily, and muttered. With her strength, she naturally sensed Kitazawa's gaze lingering on her. Strangely enough, she didn't feel angry. Lady Tsunade, were you faking being drunk? Shizun stepped back into the room and, upon seeing her awake, asked in disbelief. That guy is too sharp. I agreed to his drinking game, but I could only end it with this method. Tsunade swung her legs over the bed and sat at its edge. What drinking game? Shizun asked, still confused. Nothing. Tsunade turned her head toward the window. Even she couldn't figure out what she was truly thinking. If she really didn't care about Konoha, she should have left already, instead of lingering in hesitation. Earlier in the izakaya, after Kitazawa's first question, she had already realized the truth. Her choice had been to evade. Am I even worse than Naruto? Tsunade sighed inwardly and fell silent. Uzumaki Naruto had the courage to throw himself into a desperate fight even when the odds were stacked against him. She couldn't muster that same resolve. The next morning, Wednesday, October 2nd. Kitazawa arrived early at the first-year teacher's office. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika looked startled to see him. It was rare for Kitazawa to appear in their office so early. Irika, Kitazawa said, standing in the doorway without entering. Go and inform the teachers of all grades. There will be a meeting at noon. When exactly? Irika asked, already rising to his feet. 12:40, Kitazawa replied after a brief pause. 40 minutes would be more than enough time for everyone to eat beforehand. All right. Though curious about the reason, Irika didn't press further. With the monthly exam concluded, first-year Class A had returned to its usual calm. But not everyone was at ease. Sasuke, for one, had been training even more fiercely than before. His eyes burned with determination, his spirit desperate. The sting of his fourth-place finish in the practical exam had clearly struck him deeply. Yet no new mission was triggered. Kitazawa guessed the reason was simple: Sasuke didn't need outside help. With both fire release and genjutsu, Sasuke had clear goals. It would likely take another crushing setback before the system assigned Kitazawa a new task for him. Kitazawa wasn't in a rush. He already had plenty of missions at hand. "Kabuto, your wind release, Gale Palm is improving quickly," Kitazawa observed after watching for a while, offering praise. "I'm not a student at the academy, so I didn't have to take the monthly exam. I've been focusing on wind release these past few days," Kabuto replied modestly. "You'll be ready to learn a new wind release next week," Kitazawa said. "But I have a mission this weekend, so I don't know if I'll be back in time." He pulled out a scroll and handed it over. "This is the wind release, Great Breakthrough Scroll. Just in case I can't return, I'll teach it to you now." If it had been Naruto or Sasuke, he wouldn't have taught them this way. But Kabuto was older, with a stronger foundation, so there was no issue. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa," Kabuto said gratefully. Wind release, Great Breakthrough and wind release, Gale Palm are both C-rank techniques, Kitazawa explained. His teaching method remained the same: first explain, then demonstrate, then guide as the student practiced. By noon, after finishing lunch with Hinata, Kitazawa made his way to the school's meeting room. At 12:40 sharp, the teachers from every grade arrived on time. "I called everyone here today to announce something." Kitazawa wasted no words, cutting straight to the point. "We are forming a student council." "What is a student council?" The teachers exchanged puzzled looks until Irika finally raised his hand. "An organization formed by students and managed by students themselves," Kitazawa explained with a faint smile. Hokage-sama has already approved it. Those who had been ready to bombard him with questions immediately fell silent. Since the Hokage had already given his approval, there was nothing left to debate, only to carry it out. "Let me first explain how the student council will be formed." Kitazawa then reiterated the same proposal he had previously submitted to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As expected of Lord Kitazawa, to be able to conceive of such an organization. "This student council sounds very useful," no wonder Hokage-sama agreed. Senior Kitazawa's ideas are always ingenious. As voices of admiration spread, Kitazawa's lips twitched. Were they praising me? For a brief moment, he felt an odd sense of recognition. I really am a big shot now. Originally, the only reason he had accepted the role of head of academic affairs was for the increased salary. But now it seemed that wasn't the whole story. After all, he was a special jonin. Though not quite the same as a full jonin, a special jonin was still far beyond a chunin. The most direct difference was their right to participate in jonin meetings, in other words, they had influence. And with his close ties to Sarutobi, Hiruzen and Tsunade, to the academy's teachers, Kitazawa was already regarded as someone important. According to Hokage-sama's wishes, the student council will be tried out on a provisional basis. Kitazawa's tone was firm. "I will temporarily serve as president. Each of you will select 2 to 3 students from your classes as council members." Originally, he had planned to hold a school-wide practical exam to select them. But for a trial run, there was no need for complications. Selecting a few students from each class would suffice to form the temporary council. Then, all that was needed was 1 or 2 successful activities to demonstrate its value to the Hokage. "You will submit the list to my office tomorrow." Kitazawa stood and concluded, meeting adjourned. That afternoon, after spending time at Konoha Hospital, Kitazawa made his way leisurely to the academy training ground for his practical class. "Kitazawa-sensei." Students from both classes greeted him warmly the moment he arrived. After so long under his guidance, they fully acknowledged his teaching abilities. For students who had received his special training, such as Sasuke and Neji, the admiration ran even deeper. "Before class begins, I have something to announce," Kitazawa said, once again outlining the student council proposal. "Kitazawa-sensei." Naruto immediately raised his hand, eyes shining. "I want to join the student council." "Me too." Kiba barked quickly, unwilling to lose out. "This big shot wants to be president. I was first place in the practical exam. Obviously, I should be president." Naruto flashed a grin, giving a thumbs up. "When the time comes, I'll build a youth academy." Kitazawa nearly lost his composure. "Youth academy? What the hell is that?" "I support you, Naruto." Rock Lee declared passionately, his entire body trembling as tears welled in his eyes. "If the whole school joins the path of youth, I could die without regrets." "No way." Ino shuddered instantly. If everyone wore green jumpsuits, that would be a nightmare. Even Hinata subconsciously shook her head. Those green jumpsuits really didn't look good. Unless Kitazawa-sensei himself requested it, she would never wear one. The president will be mine, Sasuke spoke up abruptly, his gaze firm. To him, the logic was simple, the council would gather the most outstanding students in the academy, and the president's role was to lead them. By becoming president, he would dominate the academy and bring further glory to the Uchiha name. More importantly, it would also prevent the ridiculous youth academy from ever being realized. Huh. Sakura looked at him in surprise. Normally, Sasuke wasn't interested in such things, but she hadn't expected him to want this role. I support you, Sasuke, Shikamaru said without hesitation. Green jumpsuits were one thing, but Might Guy's hellish training methods were another, those could not be allowed. The student council is still in a trial phase, so for now, there's no need for elections, Kitazawa said, raising his hand to quiet them. Sasuke, Neji, Naruto, and Rock Lee, you four will join. That's great. Naruto shouted in excitement. My dream of a youth academy is one step closer. Naruto, I'm here to help you. Rock Lee added, equally thrilled. For youth. Sasuke-kun, please. Sakura pleaded seriously. You must stop them. Go, Sasuke. Ino echoed, unusually siding with Sakura. Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino Abirame also voiced their support. Even Hinata, though silent, leaned more toward Sasuke. For the first time since entering the academy, Sasuke found himself surrounded by so many supporters. Yet it wasn't because of his strength, but rather because of Naruto's youth nonsense. Kitazawa could only feel torn between laughter and tears. Because of one wild speech from Naruto, the entire student body had already split into two factions. The youth faction. And the anti-youth faction. But then, a troubling thought crossed Kitazawa's mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ideal candidate for president was most likely Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that the academy was truly going to turn into a youth academy? The image was too terrifying, he dared not picture it. All right, let's start class. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Without needing further instruction, the students naturally divided into two groups. Most lined up to practice the clone technique and Konoha-style taijutsu, while a few, such as Sasuke, trained freely on their own. As he watched Naruto walk away, an idea flickered through Kitazawa's mind. In the original story, Naruto's relationship with the Nine-Tails only improved after countless hardships and battles. It wasn't something that could be changed overnight. But now, as a mere student of the academy, Naruto would never face the same ordeals as before. Then how could his bond with the Nine-Tails deepen? Kitazawa remembered the tale he had once told Naruto about the unofficial history of Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails had seemed interested back then. Perhaps he could test it again in the future. Creating two shadow clones, Kitazawa moved to an open space and began training. The practical lesson ended, marking the close of Wednesday. When Kitazawa returned to Kurenai's house, he opened the door and stepped inside. It was still early, Tsunade and Shizune hadn't come back yet. Kurenai was sitting alone on the sofa, her fair legs crossed, a scroll and brush in hand. She wasn't writing a scroll at all, but sketching a map, the route from Konoha to the Land of Grass. It was standard procedure according to the ninja code, plan every path carefully before a mission. You're back, MMPH. Kurenai had just spoken when her lips were suddenly covered. The two remained close for a long while before parting. What do you think you're doing? Kurenai gave him a sidelong glance. What? Are you still shy? Kitazawa teased with a grin. I'm not some little girl. What's there to be shy about? Kurenai huffed, snorting softly. You interrupted my work. Really? Kitazawa blinked innocently, clearly unconvinced. What did you say? Kurenai's face flushed red. She put the scroll aside, stood abruptly, and shoved him onto the sofa. Caught off guard, Kitazawa sank back into the cushions. I really need to teach you a lesson. Kurenai said fiercely as she straddled his lap, pressing him down with both hands. Kitazawa's gaze lifted, drawn to the sway of her form, her chest rising and falling as her breathing quickened in agitation. And how exactly will you teach me? He murmured, slipping his arms around her slender waist. Kurenai stiffened instantly, realizing just how close the two of them were. Then she felt his hand sliding lower, brushing against the smooth skin of her thigh. You, don't touch me there, she gasped, her voice trembling. Kitazawa, of course, ignored her protest. His only regret was that Kurenai wasn't wearing her usual black stockings today. Still, her bare legs were just as alluring, warm, smooth, and supple like carved jade, yet carrying the strength born of years of training as a kunoichi. Bastard. Kurenai shivered with indignation, then suddenly bit down hard on his neck. Are you a puppy? Kitazawa sucked in a sharp breath. Who told you to touch me however you pleased? Kurenai snapped, releasing him. Her face burned crimson as she stood. I was only admiring beauty, Kitazawa said with exaggerated seriousness. He reached up to his neck, where a deep bite mark remained. Though it hadn't broken the skin, it was vivid enough. You really bit me, he muttered, eyes glinting. One day, I'll have to bite you back. You'll never get that chance. Kurenai stammered, instinctively stepping back. That's hard to say. Kitazawa's half-smile made her heartbeat quicken. I'm going upstairs to work. Don't you dare follow me, she said quickly, retreating. Bare feet pattered softly against the stairs. Kitazawa chuckled to himself. And you say you're not a little girl? We're back. A moment later, Shizen's voice carried from the doorway. Kitazawa turned, and the first thing that caught his eye was two pairs of pale, elegant feet stepping into the house. Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa greeted. After a moment's thought, he added, Hokage-sama asked me to tell you something. What is it? Tsunade sank onto the sofa, crossing her legs. It's about Naruto, Kitazawa said. He told me Naruto was able to break Yukumo's genjutsu yesterday because of the Nine-Tails chakra. He even told you that. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was among Konoha's most closely guarded secrets, known to only a handful of people. For Sarutobi to reveal it to Kitazawa was proof enough. He was treating him as one of his own, or more precisely, her student. That old man Sarutobi is truly troublesome, Tsunade muttered with displeasure. There's one more thing, Kitazawa said, quickly shifting the subject. Kurenai and I are heading to the Land of Grass for a mission this weekend. What mission? Tsunade's brow furrowed. Was it assigned by Hiruzen? No. Kitazawa shook his head. Just a B-rank mission. Is that so? Tsunade gave a small nod of understanding before asking, where's Kurenai? Tell her to come down, I want to discuss ninjutsu with her. She's upstairs. I'll get her. Kitazawa went upstairs, brought Kurenai down, and left the two women to their discussion. He himself didn't join in, instead resuming his wind release training. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. By Saturday, the list of student council members had already been finalized. Each class had contributed 2 or 3 students, for a total of 40. But for now, the council would have to wait. The priority was the upcoming mission in the Land of Grass. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 148, Progress with Kurenai. Konoha Village Entrance. Thank you. After Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, the 2 gatekeepers, finished their registration, Kitazawa turned and walked out. I've already chosen a path that's both fast and safe. Kurenai shook the map scroll, smiling as she said, follow me, and I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Kitazawa chuckled softly. You're a special jonin now, you're the captain. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Does it make a difference who's the captain? Kitazawa spread his hands. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Kurenai put away the map scroll. Keep up. With a leap, she moved agilely, darting up and down through the forest of death. The Land of Grass bordered the Land of Fire, located to the northwest. After a day's travel, the two arrived at the border. We can enter the Land of Grass tomorrow. Kurenai looked toward the vast grasslands, stretching out without obstruction. If you want to see the Great Plains, you'll have to go deeper into the heart of Kusa no Kuni, Land of Grass. Kitazawa reminded her. I know. Retracting her gaze, Kurenai said, we'll rest here tonight and get enough sleep for tomorrow's battle. Don't worry too much, Kenshiro is just a chunin. Kitazawa opened a summoning storage scroll and began setting up a tent. You've been teaching at the academy for so long, you've forgotten what the ninja code is. Kurenai's face turned stern. On missions, you must remain vigilant at all times and never underestimate an enemy. Please teach me, Kurenai-sensei. Kitazawa raised his hand seriously. Let's discuss it in detail inside the tent. Why is there only one tent? Kurenai's heart trembled. On missions, we keep things simple. Kitazawa blinked. Are you scared? Anyway, there's a sleeping bag. What am I afraid of? Kurenai slipped off her shoes and walked barefoot inside. Let's eat first. Kitazawa pulled out a small low table. I made bento. Kurenai sat cross-legged and placed 2 boxes on the table. It's as delicious as ever. Kitazawa took a bite of chicken cutlet and smiled. Of course. Kurenai's lips curved proudly. You should be grateful you can eat my bento. You're right. Kitazawa's eyes shifted mischievously. I'll repay you after we finish eating. What do you want to do? Kurenai's smile stiffened, ominous thoughts flashing in her mind. You'll find out soon enough. Kitazawa laughed. Why are you so nervous? Who's nervous? Kurenai lifted her thigh and kicked his knee with her bare foot. Would I be nervous? Yes, you wouldn't. Kitazawa played along. They quickly finished eating. Kurenai looked at him with a calm expression, but her clenched hands betrayed her feelings. Do you want to take a bath? Kitazawa packed up the boxes. I noticed a river not far back along the way. Who bathes during a mission? Kurenai paused. At most, we'll wash our feet. Then let's go wash our feet, and our faces too. I brought towels. All right. Kurenai didn't refuse. The two reached the riverbank, removed their sandals, and dipped their feet into the cool water. What was the repayment you just mentioned? Kurenai asked, feigning indifference. What kind of repayment do you want? Kitazawa turned toward her, catching unease flickering in her eyes. That's your question, not mine. Kurenai straightened her back. Kitazawa's gaze slid from her face, down her graceful frame, and finally rested on her fair, slender thighs. Kurenai felt his eyes on her. Her lips parted, but no words came. Her legs tensed instinctively. You've been running all day. You must be tired. Let me massage your legs. Kitazawa handed her a towel. Kurenai exhaled softly, relieved. If you're not satisfied, you can choose a different area, Kitazawa teased. No need to change. Kurenai answered without thinking. She lifted her leg, droplets sliding down smooth skin. After wiping with the towel, her thighs gleamed pale once again. Let's go. She returned to the tent. Before Kitazawa could speak, she placed her feet on his lap. If your massage skills aren't good, I won't be satisfied, you know. Kurenai smirked. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting, you pervert. I just want to help you relieve fatigue. Kitazawa held both her feet in one hand. Do you think I believe that? Kurenai scoffed. You, ah. Her eyes widened. Kitazawa's fingers were tickling the soles of her feet. No. Kurenai twisted frantically, her soft feet arching, in steps tight, toes curling as laughter and whimpers escaped her. You're too loud. You'll attract enemies. Kitazawa finally stopped, smiling. You're blaming me. Kurenai's face flushed. She kicked him, but he pulled her back the next second. I'm going to sleep. Afraid of another tickle attack, she blurted out, I don't need your massage. All right, this time it's really a massage. Kitazawa gently pressed her right foot with both hands, kneading along the top. Kurenai shot him a sharp glare but eventually relaxed. You're truly both beautiful and adorable, Kitazawa murmured with a smile. Why are you suddenly praising me? Kurenai pouted and said, even if you praise me, I won't forgive you. That's not praise, it's a fact, Kitazawa said casually. Massage properly. Kurenai's lips curved slightly as she spoke. Move over a bit. Kitazawa massaged for a while and said, I'll massage your legs. Kurenai shifted her body and directly rested both of her legs on his lap. Kitazawa reached out his hand and placed it on her fair, smooth thighs. He gently caressed them, immediately feeling the softness of her flesh. It's a massage, not leg touching. Kurenai said, embarrassed and angry. Kitazawa cleared his throat and began the massage. Kurenai turned her head away, not looking at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the sensation from her thighs gradually made her face flush. We still have a mission tomorrow, so that's enough for today. Let's sleep. Kurenai pulled back her somewhat soft legs and quickly burrowed into her sleeping bag. Seeing this, Kitazawa also took out his sleeping bag and placed it next to hers. After he got into his sleeping bag, he looked at Kurenai. Her face was slightly red, but her eyes were tightly closed. Kitazawa leaned forward and kissed her lips. Kurenai's eyes snapped open, but she didn't push him away. Good night, Kitazawa said after a brief exchange, letting her go. Kurenai closed her eyes again. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. Kurenai's reaction made him realize one thing, their affection progress bar was already full. The rest of the matter would naturally fall into place with the right time and location. Time moved to the next day. Kitazawa and Kurenai entered Kusa no Kuni, land of grass. After walking for half an hour, they saw an endless grassland stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky was vast, the wilderness boundless, and the wind blew the grass low, but there were no cattle or sheep. According to the mission details, Kenshiro is in the metropolitan town in the land of grass. After Kurenai had seen enough, she remembered their mission and said, let's make a battle plan first. No need for such trouble. Kitazawa shook his head and said, just go directly to the metropolitan town and find him. Kurenai thought for a moment and agreed. She wasn't someone who rigidly adhered to rules, there was indeed no need to take a Chunin so seriously. Another half an hour passed, and the two entered the metropolitan town. Wait for me here, I'll use my sensory ninjutsu to find him. Before Kurenai could reply, Kitazawa leaped up onto a nearby rooftop. The mission scroll had a portrait of Kenshiro, but it didn't specify which building he was in. It only said that he had appeared in the metropolitan town within the land of grass these past few days. Byakugan. The veins around Kitazawa's eyes bulged, and in an instant, his eyes turned pure white. He quickly located the ninja in one of the hotels. Then, Kitazawa and Kurenai quickly found their target. Konoha Ninja. Kenshiro's face changed drastically as soon as he saw them. He unhesitatingly drew his ninja blade and charged at Kitazawa, who was standing at the very front. However, the next moment, his legs were entangled by vines. Kenshiro looked down and found himself bound by a tree. How could a tree grow in a room? This was the demonic illusion, tree binding death. Genjutsu. Kenshiro reacted, subconsciously wanting to form hand signs to dispel the genjutsu, but it was already too late. He only felt a pain in his head, and then he lost consciousness. That simple. Kurenai, who had been eager to make a move, was instantly speechless. She hadn't done anything, and the mission was already over. For this mission, she had been running all day on the road. But it wasn't that Kenshiro was weak, it was that Kitazawa's strength was too outrageous. Single-handed hand signs combined with demonic illusion, tree-binding death made Kenshiro lose his ability to resist in a single encounter. It seems we need to take on A-rank missions next time. Kurenai looked at the unconscious Kiichiro, shook her head, and said. If she chose B-rank missions again, she would likely still have no sense of participation. It's a good thing that the mission was successfully completed. Kitazawa, however, didn't care. Because his true goal wasn't Kenshiro, but Karen and her mother. But how to reasonably go to Kuzugakure was also a problem. Let's go. Kitazawa grabbed Kenshiro's shoulder and said, let's hurry, maybe we can return to Konoha village by night. Their mission was to capture the rogue ninja Kenshiro, not to bring back his corpse. Of course, if there was no other way, they could bring back the corpse, but it would affect the mission's completion rating. Kurenai nodded and said. Because they were carrying an unconscious Kenshiro, the two of them didn't take the usual route when leaving the Kusa metropolitan town. They found a secluded path, walked to a corner of the town wall, and then climbed over it. Upon leaving the Kusa metropolitan town, they were greeted by a vast grassland. I remember Kuzugakure is not far from here, I'll send a shadow clone to buy 2 lunches. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Kitazawa saw that the time was right and casually said. No need for such trouble. Kurenai said indifferently, I can just eat my bento. The bento is already cold now, it won't taste as good. Kitazawa chuckled and asked, besides, it's rare to come out, don't you want to try Kuzugakure's special delicacies? Alright then. Kurenai didn't think much and agreed. Kitazawa formed hand signs with both hands and created a shadow clone. The two looked at each other, and the shadow clone immediately turned and headed towards Kuzugakure. We can just walk and wait. Kitazawa, carrying the still unconscious Kenshiro, continued walking forward with Kurenai. However, their speed was much slower. The time came to noon. The two found an open space to stop and rest, and also had lunch. I wonder when your shadow clone will return. Kurenai glanced at Kenshiro and said. Kenshiro had woken up once before but was knocked unconscious again by Kitazawa. According to him, a dead person was more useful than a living one, and an unconscious person was less troublesome than a conscious one. He should catch up very soon. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said, this is not the time of the Great Ninja War, Kuzugakure wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Konoha Ninja. He guessed that the shadow clone was delayed because he was looking for Karen and her mother. Besides, that's a shadow clone. Kitazawa continued, if anything really happens, I'll know immediately. That's true. Kurenai didn't ask further, her gaze falling on Kitazawa. Why are you staring at me? Kitazawa stretched out his hand, waved it in front of her eyes, and asked. Only you are allowed to look at me, am I not allowed to look at you? Kurenai's lips curved into a smile as she asked. My point is, if you want to see more clearly, I can take off my clothes for you to see, Kitazawa said with a serious expression. Pervert. Kurenai spat, saying disdainfully. You're the one who wanted to look, so why are you scolding me? Kitazawa raised his hand and patted her thigh once. Kurenai's lips twitched. She really had no way to deal with this thick-skinned guy. Just then, a whooshing sound came from far to near. The lunch I bought is all inside. Kitazawa's shadow clone appeared before them and placed down a summoning storage scroll. Kurenai opened it and took out the food. Kitazawa, meanwhile, dispelled the shadow clone and reviewed his memories. After the shadow clone arrived at Kuzugakure, he used the transformation technique to blend in and began searching for Karen and her mother. Although Kuzugakure wasn't large, Karen and her mother were relatively special and had been deliberately hidden. However, the shadow clone still found a way. He ambushed a Kitazawa Chunin, injured him, and eventually tracked him to find Karen and her mother. Kitazawa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after reviewing the memories. The objective had been achieved. Next, he just needed to inform Lady Tsunade. He wondered if rescuing Karen and her mother would trigger a new mission. Judging from the rescue operations for Nono Yakushi and Yakushi Kabuto, the possibility was still very high. Did your shadow clone encounter anything in Kuzagakure? Kurenai noticed his expression and asked. There was one thing. Kitazawa didn't hide it and said directly, the shadow clone encountered a red-haired female ninja in Kuzagakure. Red hair. That's quite rare. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and asked, why would she catch your shadow clone's attention? In the ninja world, many hair colors are very special, such as red hair. Generally speaking, only ninja of the Uzumaki clan have red hair. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Tsunade rogue ninja and Akatsuki organization member, Sasori. Her exposed skin was covered in bite marks, Kitazawa replied. What's going on? Kurenai couldn't help but be astonished. If a person has any injuries, they can absorb her chakra through this method and heal. Kitazawa slowly said. What? Kurenai's eyes widened, and she angrily asked, there's actually such a heinous method. She could fully imagine how much inhumane suffering that red-haired female ninja must have gone through to be left with a body full of bite marks. Red hair, and so much chakra, I suspect she's a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Kitazawa said gravely, you know, the Uzumaki clan and our Konoha are allies. This matter should indeed be reported to Hokage-sama. Kurenai nodded heavily and said. Although the Uzumaki clan had perished, the alliance had not been dissolved. Moreover, Konoha owed the Uzumaki clan, as they hadn't been able to provide a timely rescue back then. The two ate lunch, took Kenshiro, and continued on their journey. As night deepened, Kitazawa and Kurenai traveled all day and finally returned to Konoha at night. It was already late at night, but fortunately, there were still staff on duty at the Hokage building. After Kitazawa handed Kenshiro over to the staff, he and Kurenai returned home. Home is the best, I'm so exhausted. Kurenai took off her shoes and immediately collapsed onto the sofa. Because they were in a hurry to return, they hadn't stopped all day except for lunch. You should rest well. Kitazawa looked at her perfectly curved waist and hips, resisting the urge to pat them twice, and said. See you tomorrow. Kurenai raised her head and looked at him. After he left, she remembered the massage from last night again. Bad guy. Kurenai buried her head again, feeling a faint warmth in her heart. Kitazawa glanced at the sky, not rushing to find Lady Tsunade. After all, at this time, she was probably already asleep. A new day, which was Monday. Kitazawa arrived early at the residence where Lady Tsunade and Shizen lived. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Shizen, wearing a nightgown, appeared. Kitazawa curiously looked her over twice. Although Shizen was relatively flat, her figure was indeed good. Kitazawa. Shizen fully woke up and said with some embarrassment, I just woke up and haven't had time to change. It's all right. Kitazawa praised, this nightgown is very pretty. Thank you. Shizen paused, then asked, coming so early, do you have something urgent? I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa replied. Lady Tsunade isn't awake yet. Shizen hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped aside and said, come in first, I'll go wake her up. Thank you, senior sister Shizen. Kitazawa took off his shoes and walked inside. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 149, Tsunade leads a team to rescue Karen. Tsunade-sama. Shizen raised her hand and knocked on the door. But after waiting for a moment, she received no response from Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Shizen couldn't help but raise her voice. Don't be noisy. Tsunade muttered as she rolled over in bed. The shift exposed her 2 fair legs beneath the sheets. Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa has something to see you about. After Shizen finished speaking, she directly opened the door. Kitazawa. Tsunade groggily rolled her body back over. Shizen subconsciously glanced and immediately fell silent, there was simply no comparison. Yet, at the same time, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, Kitazawa hadn't witnessed this disheveled sight. Didn't Kitazawa go to the land of grass? Tsunade sat up, yawned, and asked. He should have returned yesterday. Shizen thought for a moment and said, given his personality, he wouldn't act without reason. It's likely something urgent. Could it be that Naruto is in trouble? Tsunade got out of bed, but quickly shook her head and said, if Naruto was in trouble, he wouldn't be looking for me. Tsunade-sama, you should change your nightgown. Shizen reminded her. You're right, can't let that guy get a free show. Tsunade glanced at her revealing self and said. Shizen was full of questions. From that tone, she felt as if something had happened between Tsunade and Kitazawa. Tsunade turned away, moving toward the wardrobe. With practiced ease, she slipped into her usual sleeveless top. A quick pull of the black sash, a neat knot, and in an instant, the fabric traced her figure perfectly. What do you want? Tsunade walked barefoot to Kitazawa, casually saying, if it's not urgent, I'll throw you out. There weren't many who dared to disturb her sleep. Of course there is. Kitazawa immediately said. He knew that Tsunade wasn't joking. In the original work, she could punch Jiraiya several meters away. Throwing him out would be even easier. I encountered a rather special kunoichi in Kuzagakure, Hidden Grass Village. Kitazawa repeated what he had told Kurenai. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she listened, and she froze in place. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she already had the answer in her heart. The shinobi world is vast, and while coincidences are numerous, red hair coupled with immense chakra most likely points to the Uzumaki clan. I never thought that there were still Uzumaki clan members alive. Tsunade slowly exhaled, saying with great surprise. Konoha, or rather, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, have very deep ties. The wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was Uzumaki Mito from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito was also the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was also from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina. She was also the wife of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Kuzagakure, Hidden Grass Village, is truly audacious. Tsunade clenched her fists and said, let's go, follow me to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though Kuzagakure may be small, it remains a recognized shinobi village. Any matter involving relations between villages must ultimately be decided by the Hokage. Kitazawa was not at all surprised by her reaction. He stood up and followed Tsunade to the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama. An Umbu shinobi, Haru, came forward and said, Hokage-sama hasn't arrived yet. Tell him to come immediately, Tsunade said unceremoniously. Yes. If it were someone else, Haru would definitely ignore them and instead punish them for disrespect. But Tsunade was different. Haru was certain that if he ignored her, Tsunade would go straight to the Sarutobi clan to find Hiruzen. Tsunade. Not long after, Hiruzen walked in, glanced at Kitazawa, and asked in confusion, what happened? Although Tsunade was usually boisterous, she understood some etiquette. It was rare for her to come to him before his working hours. But now was not the time of the Shinobi World War, so what major event could there be? Do you still remember the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade looked at him and asked. Of course I remember. Hiruzen's expression became serious as he asked, is it related to the Uzumaki clan? His first reaction was that Tsunade had found the culprits who annihilated the Uzumaki clan back then. If that were the case, it would be a huge problem. The Uzumaki clan was not an ordinary shinobi clan, they controlled the land of whirlpools, comparable to a small shinobi village. To be annihilated overnight, the culprits must have been connected to the 5 great villages. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's view, the greatest possibility was Kirigakure and Kimogakure. Kirigakure was close. Kimogakure liked to steal secret techniques from small villages. Kitazawa discovered a kunoichi of the Uzumaki clan in Kuzagakure, Hidden Grass Village, Tsunade said directly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but show a surprised expression upon hearing this. But when he heard it was Kuzagakure, rather than Kimogakure or Kirigakure, he felt somewhat relieved. Konoha could not afford another shinobi world war at this time. Although the matter of Hyuga Hizashi's sacrificial death was led by the Hyuga clan, the Konoha high-ups did not prevent it. The reason was that they did not want to go to war with Kimogakure. Orochimaru had fled, Jiraiya and Tsunade were often away, and Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina had sacrificed themselves. At that time, Konoha was left with only Hiruzen and a few of his old comrades. Kitazawa, are you sure? Hiruzen looked at Kitazawa and asked in a serious tone. Absolutely certain. Kitazawa reiterated the characteristics of Keirin's mother. It seems to be almost certain. Hiruzen believed more than half of it as soon as he heard it. Old man, what do you plan to do? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. The Uzumaki clan is an ally of Konoha, and they must be saved, Hiruzen stated without hesitation. If he didn't save them, he would inevitably incur Tsunade's wrath, which would be more trouble than it was worth. Furthermore, Naruto has half Uzumaki blood, and he would blame him when he grew up and learned about this matter. In addition, Uzumaki shinobi are natural Jinchuriki, which, for Konoha, can be considered as being prepared for any eventuality. It's just. How to save them still needs careful consideration. Hiruzen spoke slowly. Kuzagakure itself is not worth Konoha's concern, but the matter may give the other 4 great villages an excuse to intervene. What excuse? Rescuing the Uzumaki clan is Konoha's duty. Tsunade said with clear displeasure. As Hokage, I cannot act rashly. I must weigh everything thoroughly. Hiruzen looked a bit awkward, but his reasoning was steady. Any action that could potentially spark war, in his view, required absolute caution. Time waits for no one, I'll go personally. Tsunade stood up sharply. I think we should discuss it first. Hiruzen quickly advised, if you barge in to demand them outright, it would make Konoha appear too domineering. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa spoke up at the right moment, I have an idea, courtesy before force. What do you mean? Tsunade's tone softened slightly. Hiruzen, however, felt a subtle sting. Why did it seem like, in Tsunade's eyes, her teacher weighed less than this outsider Kitazawa? The Uzumaki clan has long been Konoha's ally. Rescuing them fulfills that alliance, no one can fault us for it. Kitazawa said with a smile, first, send a formal letter to Hidden Grass Village, state the situation, and request they hand over the Uzumaki clan ninja. Truthfully, what Hiruzen sought was simply a just cause. But Tsunade, impatient to act and true to her nature, couldn't be bothered with such details. That's a good idea. Hiruzen's eyes lit up. If Kitazawa complied after receiving the letter, it would resolve the issue smoothly while displaying Konoha's authority. If they refused, then the blame would fall squarely on them. After all, Konoha would have been courteous from beginning to end. In that case, get it handled immediately. Tsunade snorted coldly, every moment we delay means she suffers another. You should be the one to handle this. Hiruzen said with a gentle smile, just like when you rescued Yakushi Kabuto, I'll temporarily place Umbu under your command. Again. Tsunade twitched her mouth, am I really that easy to trick? How can it be called tricking? Hiruzen shook his head, my intention is for you to personally lead the Umbu in delivering the letter. Me. Tsunade raised her brows in surprise. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Hiruzen said calmly, that Kitazawa may destroy evidence and deny everything. Kitazawa lifted an eyebrow. He had to admit, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly did consider every possibility. All right. Tsunade nodded. What Hiruzen said wasn't impossible. To be safe, she should indeed go herself. I'll write the letter now. You head to the Umbu and gather personnel. Hiruzen paused to remind her, remember, we're going to rescue, not to attack Kitazawa. There's no need to bring too many. I'm not a child, Tsunade pouted, I'll only take 2 squads. All right then. Hiruzen nodded, then called out, Haru, select 8 Umbu to accompany Tsunade-sama to Kitazawa. Yes, Hokage-sama, Haru responded quickly. Seeing this, Tsunade, too lazy to head to the Umbu herself, sat on the sofa to wait. Kitazawa, not bothering with ceremony, sat down beside her. Shizun remained standing behind Tsunade like a secretary. In truth, that was exactly her role after Tsunade became Hokage. Haru was efficient. Before long, he returned with 8 Umbu members. Kitazawa immediately spotted Kakashi. That silver-white hair was far too conspicuous. Kitazawa winked at him, as if to say, another mission together, what fate, huh? Kakashi's eyes flickered in slight surprise when he noticed both Tsunade and Kitazawa. But Kitazawa's attention quickly shifted to the Umbu beside him. The build and the eyes beneath the mask were very familiar. Kitazawa was certain he had seen that face before. Tsunade-sama, Haru introduced, these are the 2 Umbu squad leaders, Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Itachi. So it was Uchiha Itachi. No wonder the familiarity. Kitazawa couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Haru's selection skills were top-notch. With Tsunade, Kakashi, and Itachi, forget Kitazawa, they could storm Kimogakure itself. Kitazawa suddenly recalled Yamato. He realized that both times Tsunade had temporarily led Umbu, Yamato was nowhere in sight. Was he on another mission? Or deliberately hidden by Hiruzen? If Tsunade discovered Yamato's existence, she would undoubtedly dig into the wood-release experiments. Though Orochimaru had fled, Danzo was still around. That revelation would stir a storm Konoha could not ignore. The Hokage's office grew quiet, save for the sound of Hiruzen's brush across the paper. Itachi's gaze fell on Kitazawa. Among everyone present, he alone was an outsider. Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizun, and the Umbu were all part of the Hokage's circle. Kitazawa, just a ninja academy teacher, seemed out of place here. But in Itachi's view, that only proved his worth, his ties to Tsunade were indeed unusual. The Uchiha clan had not misjudged their bet. All right, the letter is written. Haru. Hiruzen casually handed it over. Haru stepped forward, received the letter, and presented it to Tsunade. We'll depart now. Tsunade didn't even check the contents, she simply tucked it away. Tsunade-sama, I'll go with you. Kitazawa coughed lightly. Aren't you supposed to be teaching? Tsunade teased. Kitazawa glanced around, then leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Not a bad idea. Tsunade chuckled. Hiruzen hesitated, wanting to speak. Is there some secret conversation that even I, the Hokage, cannot hear? But since it involved Tsunade, he didn't ask further. Kitazawa's heart swelled with joy as 4 lines of text appeared before his eyes. A genius student should make a name for himself in the ninja world, take the first step, and let the ninja of Kitazawa feel your formidable strength. Current mission, safely escort Karen and her mother back to Konoha village. Mission reward, fire sealing method. Accept. This was indeed similar to the rescue of Yakushi Kabuto. And the reward was the sealing jutsu Kitazawa hoped to see. The fire sealing method was a B-rank sealing jutsu. Its effect, as the name suggests, was to seal flames, but it required a special sealing scroll as a medium. In the original work, it was the only sealing jutsu that could directly counter Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Although Amaterasu didn't perform well in the original story, it was still a Mangekyo Sharingan level ability. The perversity of sealing jutsu was evident. Kitazawa chose to accept. As for the 2 sentences he had just whispered to Tsunade, they were very simple. Tsunade, as one of the Konoha Sannin, going to deliver a letter would surely terrify the Hidden Grass village, and they might just hand over Karen and her mother. But if Kitazawa went to deliver the letter, the result would be hard to say. Then, if he added fuel to the fire with a few more words, he could directly anger Hidden Grass village, making them even less likely to hand them over. As long as Kitazawa refused, Tsunade would have a reason to act. Tsunade's reason for agreeing was also simple, she wanted to vent her anger. After all, with Karen's mother being treated in such a way, she wouldn't feel satisfied unless she beat up the ninja of Kitazawa. Kitazawa's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. As soon as they left the Hokage's office, the 8 Umbu ninja vanished. As Umbu, they were naturally adept at moving in the shadows. Tsunade didn't say much either and hurried towards Kitazawa with Shizune and Kitazawa. By evening, they set up tents on the spot to rest. Kitazawa was able to chat with Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi for a while and gather some intelligence on Kitazawa. At present, Kitazawa was split between 2 opposing factions, the hardliners and the peace lovers. The hardliners were the pro-war faction, hoping to use the box of ultimate bliss, which could grant any wish, to rule the ninja world. Mui from Hozuki Castle in the movie was part of the hardliners. The fire release, heavenly prison and fire release, great fire heavenly prison that Kitazawa obtained both came from him. Their purpose for this trip was Karen and her mother, so they didn't concern themselves with the box of ultimate bliss. In fact, apart from Kitazawa, no one believed in the existence of the box of ultimate bliss, nor that it could grant any wish. The next morning, they successfully arrived at Kitazawa. Kitazawa, you go. Tsunade handed the letter to Kitazawa. Senior Shizune, you come with me, it's more appropriate for 2 people to go, Kitazawa said, taking the letter. It would be rather shabby for one of the 5 great villages to send only one person. Shizune nodded and agreed. Kakashi, Itachi, Tsunade immediately called out. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi quickly appeared before her. You 2 enter the village and locate that Uzumaki clan member first, Tsunade instructed. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi both possessed Sharingan, making them the best candidates for gathering information. And with intel, they could naturally find Karen and her mother. Of course, they didn't yet know it was a mother and daughter, they all thought there was only one Uzumaki clan member. Yes. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi replied in unison. Try not to alert them, Tsunade reminded. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi nodded and disappeared from their original spots. Then we'll go, Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa said and walked towards Hidden Grass village with Shizune. Who's there? Before they even got close, they were discovered by the 2 ninja guarding the gate of Kitazawa. We are ninja from Konoha village, Kitazawa stepped forward and said. Konoha village? The 2 Kitazawa ninja exchanged glances and asked, may we know what brings you to Kitazawa? This is a letter our Hokage-sama asked me to deliver to your Kitazawa, Hidden Grass village, leader, Kitazawa said in a deep voice, if your Kitazawa does not agree, the consequences will be severe. Are you threatening us? The 2 Kitazawa ninjas' expressions immediately darkened as they asked. This is not a threat, it's a notification, Kitazawa said with a smile, hurry up, time is limited, and no one can guarantee what will happen if you're late. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're a Konoha village ninja. The young ninja on the left gripped his ninja blade in anger. Sorry, Konoha village ninja can do whatever they want, Kitazawa said, spreading his hands. He had no good feelings towards Kitazawa. Leaving aside the matter of Karen and her mother, just Kitazawa's methods were despicable. They were most skilled at learning and deciphering other villages' ninjutsu. Moreover, he was here with a mission. Shizune looked at him with surprise. She didn't know what he and Tsunade had discussed, so she found it incomprehensible now. Was this intentional? Kitazawa's attitude greatly reduced the probability of Kuzugakure agreeing to release the person. You go and notify the leader. The middle-aged ninja stopped the young ninja and said, and make sure you deliver his words exactly as they were spoken. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 150, Kitazawa makes trouble in Kuzugakure. This is simply too much. Upon hearing the young ninja's report of Kitazawa's words, Kuzugakure's leader, Morimoto Shin, immediately flew into a rage. Although Kuzugakure was far from Konoha, it was still a shinobi village and had its own dignity. For Kitazawa, an unknown ninja, to speak so arrogantly, surely he had been instigated by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was nothing less than a direct insult to Kuzugakure. Leader, we absolutely cannot compromise like this, the young ninja declared loudly. Naturally. Morimoto Shin's answer was without hesitation. Anyone could fear Konoha, but as the leader of Kuzugakure, if he appeared weak, his position would not last long. Shin tore open the letter and scanned its contents. But with just one glance, his expression hardened. How were they being guarded? You couldn't even keep track of 2 unarmed women. Finishing the letter, he turned toward the middle-aged man nearby, his voice filled with sharp dissatisfaction. Konoha's objective, is it Karen and her mother? A masked shinobi in an ox mask spoke in a low voice. He was one of Kuzugakure's high-ranking members, Uchi. How could Konoha know of their existence? Another masked shinobi, this one wearing a horse mask, questioned in confusion. He, too, was a Kuzugakure jonin, Uma. In the original tale, he and Mui of Hozuki Castle once unsealed the box of ultimate bliss together. This is impossible. The middle-aged man shook his head violently, insisting, I've been watching them both without pause. They never once left their room. Let's set this aside for now. Uchi fixed his gaze on Morimoto Shin. Leader, Konoha's ninja stands at our gates. How do you plan to respond? Karen and her mother cannot be handed over. Shin's tone grew firm. Kuzugakure was sorely lacking medical need. And Karen and her mother, whose mere bite could restore the gravely wounded, were far too valuable. Hide them. Shin's voice turned cold. Without absolute proof, Konoha wouldn't dare start a war. To him, Konoha seemed cautious, weak, even. After all, the Hyuga affair was known across the shinobi world. Konoha had handed over Hyuga Hisashi to appease Kumobakure's wrath. Hisashi was not only a jonin but the biological brother of Hyuga clan head, Hayashi. That's right. Uchi nodded in agreement. And it was Konoha who acted rudely first. Kuzugakure had survived until now by treading the middle ground. The 5 great nations constantly restrained one another. Should Konoha make a move, the other 4 would not sit idly by. Moreover, Kuzugakure held ties with each of the great villages. By paying the right price and with the right justification, there would always be a village eager to intervene, Kumogakure in particular. The 4th Raikage was hot-blooded, never hesitating when his village's interests were at stake. Come. Let us meet this Konoha shinobi. Clenching his fists, Shin growled, I want to see if he truly has such nerve. Under his lead, a large entourage marched imposingly toward Kuzugakure's gates. Kid, you're finished. The middle-aged ninja, emboldened by his leader's arrival, sneered. Was it you who spoke so presumptuously? Shin's eyes bore into Kitazawa, his voice icy. Who are you? Kitazawa had a guess, but he had never seen Morimoto Shin in person. I am Morimoto Shin, leader of Kuzugakure. He snapped harshly. If you don't admit your mistakes and apologize here and now, you won't leave this village alive. So you're declaring that Kuzugakure has no intention of handing over the Uzumaki? Kitazawa's expression remained calm. The Uzumaki clan has already been annihilated. How could Kuzugakure possibly harbor them? Shin flatly denied. Since that's your claim, then things become very simple. With hands clasped behind his back, Kitazawa smiled faintly. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The air seared instantly, twisting under the waves of heat. In the next heartbeat, 3 colossal fire dragons roared to life, streaking toward Kuzugakure's shinobi. You dare to attack? Shin's face darkened with shock and fury. Shizen's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Kitazawa to act so decisively. Even with Lady Tsunade present, he didn't wait for her command. But Uchi and Uma were swift to respond. Water release, water wall. They wove signs in unison, raising twin walls of water that clashed against the fire dragons. Steam burst into the air, hissing violently. Take them down. Shin barked. Kitazawa had already attacked at Kuzugakure's gates. If he was not eliminated, the villagers would see it as weakness. Ninja tool, needle shot. Shizun rolled up her sleeve, revealing the concealed mechanism strapped to her arm. With a flick, 5 Senbon shot forth in a deadly line. Earth release, earth wall. Shin reacted quickly, raising an earthen wall to block. But in the next instant, the wall shattered to rubble. A fair, slender arm broke through the dust, followed by the overwhelming presence of Tsunade herself. You are, Morimoto. Shin's breath caught. She looked familiar. A scream rang out. With the earth wall broken, Shizen's poison Senbon pierced straight through, felling 3 Kusagakure shinobi instantly. As expected of a skilled medical nin, detoxification and poison were their specialties. Kitazawa, well done. Tsunade's gaze softened slightly as she glanced at him, smiling faintly. In truth, he had taken the blame for her actions. But with Tsunade's nature, she would never allow him to suffer for it. She raised her hand. In a flash, 6 ANBU appeared at her side, forming a deadly standoff against Kusagakure's gathered shinobi. Without the slightest hesitation, she used the body flicker to appear in front of Shin. What? Shin hadn't expected her to be so fast, his heart panicked, and he subconsciously formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spears. Rocks surged up from underground, transforming into sharp, rod-like weapons that all shot toward Tsunade. Chakra enhanced strength. Tsunade clenched her fist, neither dodging nor evading, and smashed the stone weapons to pieces in one strike. With undiminished momentum, she drove her fist straight into Morimoto Shin. Bang. Shin was sent flying, blood spraying heavily into the air. Quick, save Leader-sama. Seeing this, the Kusagakure shinobi cried out in panic. Tsunade did not press her advantage. Instead, she quickly retreated, distancing herself from the battlefield, and closed her eyes. Although she hadn't directly seen the blood, the smell alone unsettled her, and her body trembled slightly. Die for me. A Kusagakure ninja, enraged, charged forward with a blade, slashing toward Lady Tsunade. Just then, a spinning shuriken flew in from the side and struck him directly. The shuriken was wrapped in wind-release chakra, slicing cleanly through his clothes and drilling into his flesh. But the moment blood spattered, a powerful gust of wind surged out of nowhere. The terrifying wind carried away the Kusagakure ninja's body and completely dispersed the scent of blood. The Kusagakure shinobi let out a miserable scream before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Kitazawa. Tsunade was startled for a moment and asked. It's me. Kitazawa's voice sounded from behind her. Tsunade secretly exhaled in relief, her heart finally at ease. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kitazawa wasted no words and rejoined the battle. Undoubtedly, he had now become the prime target on their side. After all, he was the one who had first spoken arrogantly and struck without hesitation. With Tsunade already having gravely injured Shin and now standing behind him, Kitazawa was drawing the most aggro. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a gale. The wind howled, infused with wind-release chakra, and spread outward like a tidal wave. The 2 Kusagakure shinobi at the front were blown away instantly. But then, an earthen wall rose up, blocking the raging wind. Earth release, earth wall. It's worth noting, there was no dog head carved into it. That was Kakashi Hataki's anti-counterfeit mark. Kitazawa darted forward, chakra swirling in his palm. A Rasengan formed and drilled straight through the earth wall, slamming into the caster. The Kusagakure ninja's face twisted in shock before chakra erupted, blasting him backward. Damn it. The nearby Kusagakure shinobi grew even more enraged at the sight. A torrent of ninjutsu and ninja tools surged toward him like a raging tide. Konoha-style body flicker. Kitazawa transformed into a leaf and instantly retreated, reappearing in front of Lady Tsunade. Do you need me to step in? Tsunade hesitated for 2 seconds before asking. No need. Kitazawa shook his head. I'm not under much pressure for now. The battle will end once Kakashi and Itachi return. As he spoke, he formed hand seals. Nirvana Temple Technique. White feathers began drifting down from the sky in great numbers. Even in the middle of battle, many shinobi instinctively looked up. In an instant, drowsiness washed over them, making their bodies sway. It's a genjutsu. Ushi immediately shouted a warning. Several shinobi snapped back to awareness, hurriedly dispelling the illusion. But some were already too late. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 massive fire dragons roared forth at extreme speed. Rumble. The fire dragons plunged into the enemy ranks, exploding on impact and scattering blazing flames everywhere. Screams rang out without pause. What terrifying fire release ninjutsu! A familiar voice accompanied a familiar figure. Kitazawa turned and saw Uchiha Itachi. Not far behind were Kakashi and the mother-daughter pair, Karen and Rina Uzumaki. The 2 Uzumaki, one young, one grown, were utterly bewildered. Everything that had transpired today felt no less than a dream. Kitazawa-sensei, your mastery of fire release surpasses most of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's voice carried genuine admiration. He could now understand why Sasuke's fire release had progressed so quickly. At first, he thought his younger brother possessed exceptional natural talent. But now he realized it was due to having a formidable teacher. Was it reasonable for a mere academy instructor and medical nin to possess such overwhelming power? Since the objective has been achieved, it's time to end this battle, Tsunade said with her eyes closed. Tell them all to stop fighting. Their goal had been to secure Karen and Rina Uzumaki, not to destroy Kitazawa. Tsunade was not a bloodthirsty woman. Venting some frustration was enough. Besides, they were deep within Kitazawa territory and lacked a numerical advantage. If the fight dragged on, their side would suffer needless casualties. I'll take care of it. Itachi vanished with a body flicker and appeared before the Kitazawa forces. Genjutsu, Sharingan. An invisible ripple spread outward. Over a dozen shinobi froze simultaneously, their wills ensnared, bringing the chaos to an abrupt halt. Anyone who doesn't want to die, stand down. Kitazawa formed a single-hand seal, and 3 fire dragons surged into the sky. Bathed in firelight, his words carried undeniable weight. Everyone, stop. Uchi and Uma stepped forward. With Morimoto-shin gravely injured and unconscious, they had no choice but to take command. Kitazawa doesn't have any Uzumaki clan members. Then who are they? Tsunade coldly pointed at the mother and daughter, Karen and Rina Uzumaki. Uchi, Uma, and the others fell silent. Now that Konoha had discovered the mother and daughter, Morimoto-shin's earlier claims were exposed as lies. Konoha was one of the 5 great nations. Kitazawa's deception was nothing short of a provocation toward them. And most importantly, Kitazawa had gained nothing from the battle. Continuing the fight would only deepen their losses. This matter ends here. Tsunade snorted coldly, her tone cutting like steel. If Kitazawa is not satisfied, then they are welcome to come to Konoha themselves. She turned on her heel, her tea-green haori flaring as she strode out. The stench of blood was suffocating. If she remained any longer, her hemophobia might be triggered, and that would be a disgrace she refused to show. Only Kitazawa and Shizen knew this secret. To Kakashi, Itachi, and the others, Tsunade was still the same, radiating an overwhelming, domineering aura. Let's go, Kitazawa said, following behind her. Kakashi, Itachi, and the Umbu fell back in formation, still on guard. But the Kitazawa shinobi were already broken, trembling too much to make a move. We should have just handed Karen and the others to Konoha sooner, Uma muttered bitterly, staring at his injured comrades. To pay such a high price for 2 living blood bags, it was never worth it. And in the end, we couldn't even keep them. Kitazawa has lost both coin and face. It's useless, Uchi growled, finally steadying himself. From the very beginning, Konoha never intended to negotiate. Are we really going to let this go? Uma demanded, his voice low with resentment. When the leader wakes, we'll spread word of this to the other 4 great villages, Uchi said grimly. If they do nothing, then we can only swallow this disgrace. Kitazawa is simply too weak, Uma said through clenched teeth. Which is why using the box of ultimate bliss is inevitable, Uchi declared. In 2 days, we'll go to Hozuki Castle and strike a deal with Mui. The box of ultimate bliss lay sealed within that prison, and Mui, its warden, had once demanded a price so steep that cooperation fell through. But now, humiliated and furious after Tsunade and Kitazawa's intervention, Uchi and Uma resolved to seek Mui's aid at any cost. After clearing Kitazawa's borders, the Konoha shinobi halted. They didn't pursue, Itachi reported as he landed lightly before the group. He had remained behind to keep watch, ensuring no ambush followed. Tsunade gave a curt nod before her gaze shifted to the red-haired mother and daughter, Rina Uzumaki and her child, Karen. Please, don't hurt Karen. The young kunoichi placed herself in front of the girl, trembling, her voice quivering. I'll do anything. We are Konoha shinobi. Tsunade's eyes dropped to the rows of bite marks marring the woman's body. With the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, such wounds should have faded quickly. For so many to remain meant her chakra reserves had been drained far beyond her body's ability to heal. If she hadn't just finished punishing Kitazawa's shinobi, Tsunade would have turned back to thrash them again. Konoha. Rina's eyes widened. She remembered the alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. But after too long in Kitazawa's clutches, her trust was broken. Even now, she hesitated. I am Tsunade, the Sannin said firmly, extending a hand as soft green chakra gathered around her palm. Rina's breath caught. Even in captivity, she had heard of Tsunade's name. As healing warmth flowed into her exhausted body, tears spilled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Your body is heavily depleted, Tsunade said gently. Once we return to Konoha, I'll treat you myself. You'll recover in time. And I promise, no one will ever bully you two again. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Rina sobbed, overwhelmed. For her, hell had finally ended. What is your name? Tsunade asked softly, her tone uncharacteristically tender. Rina Uzumaki, she whispered, then pulled Karen closer. And this is my daughter, Karen. Lady Tsunade, Karen called out clearly, her voice steady despite her age. Do you have any ties left in Kuzugakure? Tsunade asked, though she already knew the answer. She had wanted to ask about Karen's father, but chose not to, because a shinobi reduced to a living blood bag had no freedom to choose. No, Rina said firmly, casting one last look toward Kuzugakure's direction. I only pray my daughter and I never have to return. You won't, Tsunade replied with quiet certainty. Come. We're going back to Konoha. The group set out, their pace slowed by their new companions. 2 days later, on a Friday morning, they arrived at the village gates. Current mission, safely escort Karen and Rina Uzumaki to Konoha. Mission reward, sealing jutsu, fire seal obtained. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa glanced at the floating system text before his eyes. The timing was perfect. The moment he set foot in Konoha, the reward was granted. His thoughts drifted to the academy. He had taken leave the previous Friday. Unlike his last mission, there was no need to deceive Danzo or arrange for a substitute. Irika would have covered his lessons. You all come with me to see the third Hokage, Tsunade ordered, then added, Kitazawa, you too. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. He had played a decisive role in this mission, after all, it was he who had first discovered Rina and Karen. With Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade both present, he was certain his efforts would not go unrewarded. The only question was, what kind of reward would he receive? Chapter 151, Abundant Harvest and New System Task. With a bang. Tsunade directly pushed open the door to the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen unhurriedly put down the documents in his hand and looked at Rina Uzumaki and Karen. Without needing to ask, he had already confirmed their identities, they were definitely members of the Uzumaki clan. Because the enormous chakra and red hair couldn't be faked, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. He had originally thought there was only one, but he didn't expect there to be two. Moreover, both were females, so if nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to branch out in Konoha village, allowing the Uzumaki clan to become a ninja clan of Konoha village. Hokage-sama. Rina Uzumaki quickly bowed. She naturally knew very well that the Hokage was a figure standing at the peak of the ninja world. You've worked hard. Since you've come to Konoha village, there's no need to be so formal. This will be your home from now on. Hiruzen said with a chuckle. His attitude was very gentle. Of course, he was so happy not just because the Uzumaki clan and Konoha village were allies. Rina Uzumaki and Karen, as members of the Uzumaki clan, naturally had a lot of chakra. If they also had a bit of talent, becoming jonin was inevitable, and the Uzumaki clan was extremely suitable for learning sealing ninjutsu. The value of 2 sealing jutsu jonin was far greater than that of an ordinary jonin. After all, sealing jutsu was the most effective against tailed beasts, aside from the Sharingan and wood release. In the entire Konoha village, there were only a few ninja who could be called masters of sealing jutsu. Hiruzen, Danzo, and Jiraiya. There were 2 others before, but they had already sacrificed themselves, namely Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru also counted, but he had already fled. In Hiruzen's opinion, the arrival of Rina Uzumaki and Karen was simply like adding wings to a tiger for Konoha village. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Rina Uzumaki said gratefully. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, her and her daughter's safety was guaranteed. At least the hidden grass village would no longer dare to bother them. Rina is not well, so let her stay with me. It will also be convenient for me to treat her body. Tsunade spoke, her tone brooking no argument. No problem. Hiruzen naturally had no objections. He could also see that Rina Uzumaki was not in good health. As for Karen, she's at the age for schooling, so she'll transfer to first-year Class A. Tsunade glanced at Kitazawa and said. Kitazawa, you handle it. Hiruzen agreed without hesitation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa didn't feel surprised and immediately responded. Karen hasn't been to school in Kuzugakure before, so she doesn't have much of a foundation. Tsunade instructed, Kitazawa, help her with tutoring when you have time. She deeply sympathized with the experiences of Rina Uzumaki and Karen, so she cared about them more. From your future teacher Tsunade's instruction, you must not shirk your duty. Current mission, assist transfer student Karen in achieving a top 10 ranking in the theoretical exam at the end of this semester. Mission reward, sealing jutsu, 4 limbs weighting seal. Accept mission. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. It had to be Tsunade, one sentence gave him another mission. How to describe this mission? It was a bit difficult, but manageable. After all, it was only a top 10 ranking in the theoretical exam, not the practical exam. Theoretical knowledge could be improved through semi-cheating methods like practice questions. The time limit for this mission was also long. The Ninja Academy had 3 semesters a year, and it was currently the second semester, which was 3.5 months long. 1 month had just passed, leaving 2.5 months. As for the reward, it was just okay. For limbs weighting seal, as the name suggests, was a sealing ninjutsu used to seal the target's 4 limbs, often used to prevent captured enemies from escaping. However, sealing jutsu was like that, most of them leaned toward support, with a few sealing jutsu directly used for combat. Okay, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa accepted the mission and replied. Karen peeked her head out from behind Rina Uzumaki, observing him. Her red eyes were filled with curiosity. Kitazawa noticed her gaze and returned a smile. Karen blinked, thinking that this teacher was quite handsome and seemed gentle. Kakashi. Hiruzen suddenly remembered something and said, "Give me the mission report for this time." According to Konoha Village's rules, after a mission was completed, a mission report had to be written, detailing the process of the mission's completion. But Tsunade definitely wouldn't write it. And Umbu always followed the rules, they would write one after every mission. Kakashi heard this and took out a scroll, handing it up. Hiruzen opened the scroll and began to read. A moment later, his mouth twitched. He knew Tsunade wasn't that well behaved. Kakashi didn't know that Tsunade and Kitazawa had spoken privately, so Kitazawa's actions became Tsunade's instructions. Hiruzen Sarutobi also didn't suspect anything, because he thought Kitazawa was a good-natured person and definitely wouldn't have the guts to provoke the Hidden Grass Village. Is there a problem? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. No problem. Hiruzen closed the scroll and said. Given the circumstances, blaming Tsunade was meaningless now. Moreover, Kusagakure had indeed gone too far, not only deceiving Konoha Village but also mistreating Rina Uzumaki. In short, Konoha Village was already on the moral high ground and could point fingers. You all did well on this mission. It will be designated as S-ranked. Hiruzen began to reward them. The mission reward is 2 million ryo, to be distributed among the 4 of you. Including Rina. Tsunade looked left and right and asked. Since it was 4 people, it definitely didn't include the 8 members of Umbu. But she, Shizune, and Kitazawa were only 3 people. Moreover, a reward of 2 million ryo for an S-ranked mission was also unreasonable. Hiruzen nodded and said, she's new here and needs money. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Rina Uzumaki immediately said. Verbal promises were naturally no match for actual rewards. Using both approaches yielded better results. Now, Rina Uzumaki could be considered utterly devoted to Konoha Village. Good. Tsunade also knew that Hiruzen was trying to win people over. But since it was beneficial to Rina, there was no need to refuse. Rina's treatment will require many medicinal ingredients. Tsunade hinted. Konoha will cover it, Hiruzen said without hesitation. Although medicinal ingredients were expensive, exchanging them for 2 future sealing ninjutsu jonin was definitely not a loss. Kitazawa, you did very well this time. Hiruzen looked at Kitazawa and said, you can go claim 3 B-ranked ninjutsu and 1 A-ranked ninjutsu. How generous. Kitazawa was delighted and quickly expressed his thanks. This time, Hiruzen had truly gone all out. Firstly, because Rina Uzumaki and Karen were indeed very valuable. Secondly, because he already regarded Kitazawa as a ninja of the Hokage lineage, in other words, the person he could trust. Hiruzen had always been good to his Hokage lineage ninja. For example, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze, and so on. I'll take Rina and Karen back first. Seeing that the matter was concluded, Tsunade didn't linger and turned to leave. Kakashi Hatake, Itachi Uchiha, and the other Umbu ninja also disappeared. Kitazawa, you go to Haru and claim the ninjutsu. Hiruzen waved his hand and said. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed slightly and walked out. But as soon as he stepped out of the Hokage office, he ran into Danzo Shimura head-on. Kitazawa was stunned for a moment. Could this one-eyed man be here for Rina Uzumaki and Karen? Thinking about it, it was normal. Danzo was well aware of the value of the Uzumaki clan. After all, there were already Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki before. Plus, with the Uzumaki clan already extinct, Rina Uzumaki and Karen seemed even more precious. Kitazawa glanced at him and then ignored him. Danzo was busy going to see Hiruzen Sarutobi and didn't pay attention to him either. Hiruzen saw Danzo and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His good mood from earlier was directly reduced by more than half. He didn't even need to think, he knew the purpose of Danzo's visit. But Rina Uzumaki and Karen could absolutely not join route. The Uzumaki clan's sealing ninjutsu had strategic significance, especially concerning the Nine Tails. Kitazawa followed Haru to the ninjutsu storage room. He looked at the dazzling array of ninjutsu and fell into decision paralysis. With too many choices, he didn't know what to pick. Kitazawa's mind stirred, and he opened his personal panel. The ninjutsu he mastered the most were medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, fire release, and wind release. Moreover, these 4 types had basically been whitewashed and could be used directly, so there was no need to choose any more ninjutsu scrolls. Kitazawa stroked his chin. He currently had 5 attributes, and lightning release and earth release also had missions, so obtaining these 2 attributes was only a matter of time. Theoretically, he could choose lightning release, earth release, water release, and sealing ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Kitazawa came to the bookshelf filled with sealing jutsu scrolls. He scanned it and didn't see high-level sealing jutsu like Reaper Death Seal, 4 Symbols Seal, and 8 Trigrams Seal. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. After all, these high-level sealing jutsu were too powerful. The 4 Symbols Seal and the 8 Trigrams Seal were even sealing ninjutsu used to seal the Nine-Tailed. Although it was not a forbidden jutsu, it was more powerful than one. Kitazawa pondered for a long time and decided not to choose sealing jutsu, but water release ninjutsu. Firstly, because he temporarily had no use for ordinary sealing jutsu, and powerful sealing jutsu were unobtainable, but water release could increase his strength. Secondly, because Konoha Village had the ninja world's strongest water release ninja, Senju Tobarama. Thirdly, because Kitazawa still had the teaching task for Yakushi Kabuto. Fourthly, because sealing jutsu might be learned through Rina Uzumaki. Kitazawa looked thoughtfully at the water release ninjutsu scrolls on the bookshelf. As expected, all the water release ninjutsu that Senju Tobarama had used were there. His most powerful water release ninjutsu was undoubtedly water release, water severing wave, which could cut off the roots of the divine tree. But unfortunately, it was an S-ranked ninjutsu. After much thought, Kitazawa selected 4 water release ninjutsu. The A-ranked water release ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. And the B-ranked water release ninjutsu, water release, water wall, water release, water dragon jutsu, and water release, instant water. Kitazawa did not choose randomly, he had given it careful consideration. Water release, great waterfall technique was a large-scale area of effect water release ninjutsu with a wide range and great power. Water release, water wall, on the other hand, was a good defensive water release ninjutsu. Kitazawa currently had no shortage of offensive ninjutsu, but he lacked defensive ninjutsu. Water release, instant water was equivalent to half a body flicker technique and half a surprise attack ninjutsu. It had 2 effects, one was to achieve high-speed movement using water currents, and the other was to manipulate water currents to drag enemies into the water. As for water release, water dragon jutsu, it was a good offensive ninjutsu, but most importantly, it had been improved by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The normal water release, water dragon jutsu required 44 hand seals, while Senju Tobarama's water release, water dragon bullet technique only required 3. Although the difference might only be half a second, in a battle between experts, half a second in hand seal speed could mean the difference between life and death. Current task, learn 4 water release ninjutsu within the 3rd semester. Task reward, Master level water chakra nature transformation. Accept. The sudden task made Kitazawa raise an eyebrow. This task was exactly the same as the previous one for learning wind-style ninjutsu. The only difference was that the time changed from the 2nd semester to the 3rd semester. The task reward was also the same, Master level chakra nature transformation. Kitazawa naturally chose to accept. If he wanted to reach Master level water release chakra nature transformation on his own, it would probably take years of training. According to Konoha Village regulations, A-ranked ninjutsu scrolls could not be taken out directly. Kitazawa spent a few minutes memorizing water release, great waterfall technique, then left with the 3 B-ranked ninjutsu scrolls. He encountered Danzo again. But this time, his face was gloomy, and he looked extremely displeased. Clearly, he had failed to achieve his desired objective with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kitazawa watched Danzo's retreating figure thoughtfully. He had been snatching people every day, could he turn it around and snatch someone from root again? Kitazawa thought of Aburame Torian, who had a good relationship with Shino Aburame. However, snatching people from root was quite dangerous and required a long-term plan. Of course, the most important thing was to trigger a system task. Kitazawa left the Hokage building. Although it was Friday, he did not plan to go to the Ninja Academy for classes again. He had already taken leave anyway. Kitazawa walked on the street, stretching lazily. This time, the harvest was indeed good. He completed 1 task, received 2 new tasks, and Hiruzen even rewarded him with 4 water release ninjutsu. Kitazawa returned to Kurenai's home, but unexpectedly, she was not there. He thought for a moment, then went to the open space behind the well to practice ninjutsu. It was not water release ninjutsu, but wind release ninjutsu. After all, the deadline for the water release ninjutsu task was next semester, so there was no rush. Time slowly passed. He didn't know how long it had been when Kitazawa heard familiar footsteps. When did you get back? Kurenai walked up to him. Not long ago, about an hour ago, I saw you weren't back and came here to train, Kitazawa replied. When Lady Tsunade and the others returned earlier, I happened to meet them. Kurenai explained, I went and got to know the 2 Uzumaki clan members you brought back. How do you feel? Kitazawa asked casually. I should have gone with you to Kuzugakure. Those guys were too despicable, it's really a pity I couldn't deal with them personally. Kurenai clenched her fists, speaking indignantly. At Tsunade's house, besides getting to know Rina Uzumaki and Karen, she also learned about their encounter in Kuzugakure. It's okay. Kitazawa comforted her, I already helped you beat them all up. No, I must become a Jonin quickly. Kurenai suddenly said with renewed fighting spirit. She was a Chunin, and on many missions, she was actually not qualified to participate in. For example, this mission where Tsunade led the team to Kuzugakure. It would be difficult for her to participate even if she wanted to. Unless it was through connections. Then let's train together. Kitazawa held her hand and said. Kurenai looked at him, leaned in, and kissed him, then dedicated herself to training. The weekend passed, and it was the 3rd week of October. Kitazawa-sensei, good morning. Karen said with a bright smile. She had changed into new clothes, and combined with her red eyes and red hair, she was very eye-catching. Let's go, I'll take you to school. Kitazawa waved to her and said. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Rina Uzumaki bowed slightly, speaking very formally. Don't worry. Kitazawa nodded, then took Karen to the Ninja Academy. Hinata heard the door open and immediately jumped off the sofa. But at the door, her first glance fell on Karen, and she couldn't help but freeze. Hinata, this is Karen, our class's transfer student. Kitazawa patted Hinata's head and said. Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata. Hinata quickly recovered, extended her hand, and said. All right, come over and eat breakfast. Kitazawa waited for them to get acquainted, then said, I have a meeting after breakfast. Hinata subconsciously looked at Karen twice. Because red hair was really rare. And she also didn't remember any ninja clan in Konoha village having red hair. Hinata. After breakfast, Kitazawa said, take Karen to the classroom. Karen, follow me. Hinata stood up and said. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy's conference room. Since it was already late October, it was customary to hold the October monthly exam meeting. There was nothing much to say about the meeting's content, it was pretty much the same as previous monthly exam meetings. Kitazawa had no expectations for the October monthly exam. Besides having no tasks, the time was too short, and his students hadn't made significant progress. Even the most talented Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were the same. Kitazawa could even guess that the ranking for the October monthly exam would be very similar to the September monthly exam. But it wasn't without expectation. Kitazawa planned to manipulate things a bit, to make Sasuke suffer a crushing defeat, and then see if it would trigger a new task. First year Class A's classroom. Because of Karen's arrival, it became very lively. Your hair is red. Naruto said with a surprised look, this is the first time I've seen red hair, too. It's also the first time I've seen golden hair. Karen smiled and said. She felt that Naruto had no ill will, just pure curiosity. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself and said. Your surname is Uzumaki. Karen immediately stood up and asked. Huh? Naruto scratched his head, asking in confusion, is there a problem with that? You. Karen hesitated to speak. The surname Uzumaki, but not red hair, could it just be a coincidence? Sasuke, who had just arrived in the classroom, heard their conversation and shook his head. What was the point of discussing hair color? He walked past Naruto, hands in his pockets, towards his seat. Is he that cool? Karen saw Sasuke and subconsciously looked at him a couple more times. Sasuke-kun is mine, don't even think about it. Sakura immediately showed a wary expression and said. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Karen paused, then said. In the original work, she liked Sasuke mainly because he saved her. But that part wasn't happening now. You don't have to be so polite, Sakura said with a hint of embarrassment. Do you think everyone likes Sasuke? Ino glared at Sakura, then leaned forward, looking at Karen with a smile and saying, Hello, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 152, Madara's Unofficial History, The Laughing Nine Tails. Kitazawa returned to the first year, Class A classroom after the meeting. Karen was chatting with Ino and Naruto, and it seemed they had already started becoming friends. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. What kind of bad intentions could a group of 6 or 7-year-old children possibly have? Moreover, Karen wasn't a social phobic like Hinata. In the original work, her personality was somewhat closer to Tsunade's and Sakura's. Class is starting. Kitazawa walked to the podium, patted it lightly, and spoke. The moment he did, Class A immediately fell silent. Karen instinctively glanced left and right, realizing Kitazawa's authority. Every student was sitting upright, taking the class seriously, not showing even the slightest hint of reluctance. Even Shikamaru, who always looked lazy, was no exception. The first lesson was on the will of fire. Karen initially thought she wouldn't understand, since she was a transfer student who had never attended school before. But to her surprise, she found herself listening with full attention. Is this what a teacher from Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, is like? Truly terrifying. Karen, come to my office. After class ended, Kitazawa called out and left the room. I'm going to see Teacher Kitazawa. Karen stood up and waved goodbye to Ino and the others. We're going to train. If you want to find us, come to the training ground, Ino said with a smile. Sasuke-kun and I will be at the school's artificial lake. Sakura quickly added, you can come find us, too. Although she usually interned at Konoha Hospital, if Kitazawa wasn't around, she would always sneak over to the lake to practice medical ninjutsu. Of course, she also took the chance to peek at Sasuke. Hey, don't forget me. Inuzuka Kiba jumped in right away. He was also training at the artificial lake, working on water walking. Karen nodded. A warm feeling spread in her heart. Back in Kusagakure, she and her mother had been locked indoors day after day, forbidden to go out, and she had no friends. Now, to suddenly have so many companions felt like a dream. After leaving the classroom, Karen made her way to Kitazawa's office. Come in. Kitazawa's voice came from inside after a knock. Teacher Kitazawa, Karen greeted as she walked in. How was your first day at school? Kitazawa asked with a gentle smile. I feel very good, Karen replied sincerely. My classmates are all kind, and your teaching is excellent. If you run into any problems here, come to me right away, Kitazawa nodded before adding, but remember, it's already the 2nd semester. You've missed a lot of lessons, so you'll need to catch up. Okay. Karen agreed without hesitation. For now, you won't attend regular classes. Once you've made up for what you missed, then you can return. Kitazawa casually picked up a textbook from his desk. Let's go. We're heading to the training ground. Huh. Karen blinked, stunned. What kind of tutoring happened at the training ground? It'd be too lonely for you to study here alone, Kitazawa explained, easily reading her thoughts. It'll be livelier if you're with Ino and the others. Karen was momentarily stunned again. He really thinks of everything. Teacher Kitazawa was truly a great person. She wasn't used to this kindness, especially since everyone in Kusagakure had always been cruel, never once showing her warmth. The two arrived at the training ground. Karen. Ino's eyes widened in surprise at her arrival. Shikamaru immediately used the opportunity to slack off, ceasing his training at once. Hinata continued her practice, though her gaze drifted toward Kitazawa and Karen. Niji only glanced once before ignoring them completely. Yakushi Kabuto, however, proactively stepped forward. She'll be here with you all for her makeup lessons. Kitazawa unfurled a summoning scroll, producing a desk and chair in an instant. Karen quickly sat down without hesitation. This is the first semester's textbook, Kitazawa explained, setting the book on the desk. Read through it, and I'll have my shadow clone guide you. If Karen were left to study on her own, her progress would be slow. But with a shadow clone assisting her, she would advance far quicker than in normal classes. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Though her head ached at the sight of so many textbooks, she didn't complain. After leaving the hell of Kusagakure, even attending school felt like a blessing. You all continue training as well. Kitazawa glanced at Shikamaru. That little guy was always looking for a chance to slack off, even for just a few minutes. A true master of laziness. Shikamaru returned to practicing his clan's shadow imitation technique, his face expressionless as always. Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto suddenly called out once everything was settled. I've already mastered wind release, gale palm and wind release, great breakthrough. Not bad, Kitazawa nodded in approval. To learn 2 C-rank wind release techniques in just half a month was excellent progress. I'll teach you your 3rd wind release jutsu now, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. But it's B rank, so it'll be much harder. He then pulled out a shuriken. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa infused his chakra, then hurled it at a nearby rock. The shuriken's edge shimmered, and in the next second, the rock was cleanly split in half. This is wind release, rotating shuriken. He paused before continuing. Practice it on your own. If you can't grasp it, come find me again. A B-rank jutsu required mastery of chakra nature transformation. Kabuto's wind release transformation was still shallow, he had only just begun. If he failed to learn it, he would need to pause and return to practicing his chakra nature transformation first. Understood, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto took a deep breath and gripped a shuriken tightly. After half an hour of instruction, Kitazawa left the rest to his shadow clone. Kabuto already had a strong foundation and excellent chakra control, so Kitazawa wasn't too worried. Kitazawa-sensei. Seeing this, Hinata finally couldn't hold back and called out. What's wrong? Kitazawa walked forward, gently stroked her head, and asked, did you encounter a problem? No. Hinata's lips curved upward as she looked at him, saying happily, I can already perform 12 consecutive palms. Are you asking me to praise you? Kitazawa looked at her expectant expression and asked teasingly. Hinata's thoughts were seen through, her small face flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head, her little hands restlessly fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Your progress is indeed very significant. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and praised, your current strength is more than enough to participate in the Chunin exams. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata's heart leapt with joy as she said, this is all thanks to Teacher Kitazawa's guidance. All right, no need for extra words. Continue your training and strive to master the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms as soon as possible. Kitazawa reached out and pinched her delicate little face as he spoke. MHM. Hinata nodded firmly. Kitazawa stepped back and quietly watched her continue her practice. Once Hinata no longer made obvious mistakes, he turned and walked toward a distant corner. Passing through 2 tree-lined avenues, Kitazawa's eyes fell upon Naruto. Or rather, a large group of Narutos. All of them were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and looked utterly exhausted. The third stage of the Rasengan was indeed extremely difficult. What's more, Naruto wasn't using any of the little tricks he had relied on in the original method, so his progress was even slower. Naruto, you've been training for so long. Come and rest for a bit, Kitazawa called out loudly. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto noticed him and immediately looked surprised. Ever since the Rasengan training had gotten on track, he had mostly been practicing alone, with Kitazawa rarely checking in. You should dismiss your shadow clones first, Kitazawa said, his mouth twitching slightly. A whole bunch of Narutos in bright green jumpsuits crowded around him, and Kitazawa almost felt his eyes turn green, it was truly unbearable. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed in rapid succession. One by one, the countless shadow clones vanished, and all their memories and fatigue came rushing back at once. Naruto staggered, his face pale, and collapsed onto the ground. Kitazawa thought to himself, what a beast. If it were him, recalling so many shadow clones at once might very well kill him. Drink some water, Kitazawa said, handing over a bottle. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto sat up, twisted the cap open, and guzzled down several mouthfuls in one go. Kitazawa's eyes briefly drifted toward his abdomen. He wondered if the nine-tails inside was casually eavesdropping when it had nothing better to do. After all, being confined to a pitch-black prison for so long, besides listening in, there really wasn't much else to keep it entertained. But then again, it might also just be fast asleep within the ceiling space. Naruto, wait here for a moment. Kitazawa suddenly thought of a way to rouse the nine-tails. Naruto was about to ask when Kitazawa vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared, this time with Sasuke in tow. Sasuke, activate your Sharingan, Kitazawa instructed. Already confused, Sasuke became even more bewildered. What's going on? Did you seriously drag me here just to make me use my Sharingan? Even though Sasuke was puzzled, he still complied and activated it. A scarlet glow flickered in his eyes. An oppressive, chilling aura spread outward. Sealed space. Where did this Uchiha come from? The Nine-Tails, who had been dozing, suddenly stirred awake. There were 2 things it despised most in its entire life, the Sharingan and wood release. Between the 2, though, it hated the Sharingan more. Because against wood release, it couldn't win no matter what. But the Sharingan. That cursed I could seize its will, controlling it without a fight, forcing it into battles it had no desire to fight. Oh. It's that brat. The Nine-Tails noticed Sasuke and quickly lost interest. Having stayed inside Naruto's body, it was naturally familiar with those closest to him. Sasuke was one of them. But in its eyes, he was just another pitifully weak Uchiha it could crush with a single swipe of its claw. Far from enough to stir its blood. During this break, how about I tell you the story of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara? Kitazawa asked with a smile. That's great. I want to hear it. Naruto immediately perked up. Uchiha Madara? Wasn't that the strongest Uchiha in the history of their clan? Sasuke, too, grew interested upon hearing the name. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails gave a low snort. Hearing those names, its massive body gave an involuntary shudder. It remembered clearly, back then, it had been peacefully asleep when it was suddenly dragged away by Uchiha Madara, who not only controlled it but forced it into battle. The Nine-Tails had always believed itself invincible in the shinobi world. Yet Uchiha Madara had subdued it with nothing more than a single glance. At that time, the Nine-Tails thought Madara must surely be the strongest shinobi alive. But then came an even more monstrous existence. Senju Hashirama. That man, while shouting things like, "You're too strong, I need to seal you," pressed it down into the ground with just one hand. Back then, the Nine-Tails had felt truly pitiful and utterly helpless. The stories from the Warring States period are quite old. I didn't witness them myself. These are just legends I've heard, so don't take them too seriously, Kitazawa prefaced with a light smile. Then he asked, "So, whose story do you want to hear first?" Senju Hashirama. Naruto immediately said. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke spoke almost at the same time as Naruto. Then let's begin with Uchiha Madara, Kitazawa decided. Turning to Naruto, he added, "Don't be disappointed, because many of Uchiha Madara's stories are deeply tied to Hashirama Senju." Naruto nodded, then said, "Sasuke, sit with me." Sasuke hesitated for a few seconds, then sat on the ground with him. According to unofficial historical records, Uchiha Madara never cried or made a fuss after he was born. Kitazawa fabricated, his father, Uchiha Taijima, laughed uncontrollably upon seeing this, believing he was a cry-free war god. Why was his father so happy? Naruto asked, puzzled. Because that era was very chaotic, and only the truly strong could survive. Kitazawa gave an example, even powerful figures like Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju couldn't protect their younger brothers. Not crying or making a fuss doesn't sound particularly special. Sasuke frowned slightly and said. He had thought it would be some earth-shattering birth, like flowers falling from the sky or chakra surging everywhere. When Uchiha Taijima picked up Uchiha Madara, he started to cry. Kitazawa coughed lightly and said, but it wasn't the cry of a normal baby boy. What kind of cry was it? Sasuke was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. It was a girl's cry, Kitazawa replied. Ah. Sasuke, Naruto, and the Nine-Tailed instinctively let out sounds of surprise. Because of this, Uchiha Madara was raised as a girl from a young age, often wearing skirts and such. Kitazawa held back his laughter and said. Sasuke's face was full of question marks. No, I don't believe it. Although Uchiha Madara had betrayed Konoha, he was never forgotten within the Uchiha clan due to his terrifying strength. Now, hearing Kitazawa's words, Sasuke felt like the sky was falling, and Uchiha Madara's image was utterly destroyed. No wonder. Naruto said excitedly, I'll call him the founder of the sexy jutsu. He remembered the unofficial history Kitazawa told him before. It was about Uchiha Madara using the transformation technique to turn into a beautiful woman and deceive Hashirama. He thought about it carefully, wasn't this the prototype of the sexy jutsu? Sasuke subconsciously looked at him. So the sexy jutsu was originally created by Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. The Nine-Tailed was laughing so hard in the sealed space that it was slapping its belly. It had never been imagined that the dignified Uchiha Madara had such an unofficial history. Does the first Hokage Senju Hashirama have any unofficial history? Sasuke decided to help Uchiha Madara regain some face. Senju Hashirama, too. The Nine-Tailed immediately stopped its wild laughter and pricked up its ears to listen. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara were rivals and friends. Kitazawa paused and asked, but do you know what challenge Hashirama Senju proposed when they first met? It must have been a passionate, hot-blooded sparring match. Naruto immediately gave a thumbs up and said. Sasuke also nodded in agreement. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara were the strongest ninjas in the ninja world at that time. Their first battle must not have been simple, just like the legendary Valley of the End battle that has been passed down to this day. No. Kitazawa shook his head and said, they competed to see who could pee the farthest. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Competing to see who could pee the farthest, he didn't even play such a childish game when he was 3 years old. Ha ha ha. The Nine-Tailed was laughing and rolling on the ground. For a moment, the sealed space was turbulent, and the chakra was extremely chaotic. Hiss. Naruto suddenly clutched his stomach and said, I think I ate something bad, I'm a bit gassy. Let me check you. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and said. Naruto released his hand upon hearing this. Kitazawa placed his hand on his clothes, and a light green chakra surged out. He quickly sensed the sealed space deep within his stomach. It's nothing serious, just rest for a while. Kitazawa didn't delve deeper, withdrew his hand, and said. After this examination, he confirmed one thing, the Nine-Tails was indeed eavesdropping. And that cluster of chakra looked very active, it was probably laughing so hard it passed out. So who won in the end? Naruto asked curiously. Sasuke was speechless. What was the point of who won or lost? However, he also looked at Kitazawa, wanting to know the answer. Senju Hashirama won. Kitazawa replied, because Uchiha Madara had a weakness, if someone was behind him, he couldn't pee. Someone helped Senju Hashirama. Sasuke paused for 2 seconds and found the blind spot. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Kitazawa explained, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind Uchiha Madara, causing his crushing defeat. Is the Flying Thunder God technique used like this? No, that's not right. You, Senju clan people, 2 against 1, is that fair? Evil Senju. Sasuke's thoughts inexplicably drifted away. Ha ha ha. The Ninetales laughed until tears came out. It turned out Uchiha Madara had such a weakness. Oh no, my stomach hurts again. Naruto immediately clutched his stomach and said. That's all for today's unofficial history. You two continue your training, and I'll tell you more next time if there's an opportunity. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said. But this was a lie. He planned to tell them again after some time. The Ninetales might not be able to resist actively talking to Naruto, just to hear more unofficial history about Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Sasuke's expression was complex. He would rather not have heard this unofficial history. But Naruto listened with great relish. Chapter 153, Will of Fire Club, Hiruzen Sponsorship. After lunch, Kitazawa and Sakura arrived at Konoha Hospital. He was lucky today. Soon after arriving at the office, he received a notification from Yakushi Nono that an Umbu ninja was severely injured and required emergency surgery. After 3 hours of surgery, Kitazawa completed another high-difficulty operation. However, he was still far from completing the mission, as he still needed 7 more high-difficulty surgeries. After the last practical combat class, Kitazawa returned to Kurenai's home. He had already learned 3 of his 4 wind release ninjutsu, with only the last and most difficult one remaining, wind release, vacuum serial waves. It was an enhanced version of wind release, vacuum wave, capable of expelling a large number of linear wind blades at once. In short, it was a very powerful area of effect wind release ninjutsu. The next day, Tuesday. Kitazawa arrived at the first-year teacher's large office early in the morning. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika immediately greeted him. Help me send out a notice, asking all students who have joined the student council from each class to meet in the conference room at 12:40 p.m., Kitazawa spoke directly. All right. Irika was already accustomed to errand-running tasks, so he wasn't surprised. Running errands for Kitazawa was not a chore. Many teachers envied him. Because it meant he had become Kitazawa's confidant. Given Kitazawa's strength and the importance placed on him by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, another promotion was almost inevitable. At that time, if he simply helped Irika, the latter could save several years of effort. The morning was still routine training. Time quickly came to noon. Sasuke, this conference room is so big. Naruto looked around, appearing very excited. Uchiha Sasuke had a straight face and couldn't be bothered with him. Naruto. Just then, Rock Lee's voice approached from a distance. Sasuke subtly took 2 steps back. Lee. Naruto ran forward with a smile on his face. The 2 strange figures in green jumpsuits embraced, making odd noises. The other students looked at each other, not understanding what they were doing. Sasuke and Hyuga Neji exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of shared misery. Let's go. Neji turned and walked into the conference room. Sasuke followed closely. The conference room had been set up in advance, with nameplates on the tables. In addition to the nameplates, there was also an introduction to the student council. After Sasuke sat down, he began to read the introduction to the student council. It was much more detailed than what Kitazawa had previously said. Sasuke looked thoughtful. The power of the student council president seemed immense. Theoretically, he could manage all the students in the school. Sasuke was very moved by what he read, and he secretly resolved to become the president. In contrast, Neji felt indifferent. In his opinion, being the student council president was simply too much of a time waster. Given that time, he would rather learn Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Time reached 12:40 p.m. Kitazawa walked into the conference room on time. All members of the trial student council had arrived. Although they were all outstanding students from their respective classes, only a handful had famous names in the original work. Besides Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, and Rock Lee, there was only one other, Inuzuka Hana. She was Inuzuka Kiba's older sister and was currently in the 5th grade. Have you all read the materials on the table? Kitazawa asked after sitting down. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Our student council was approved by Hokage-sama for establishment. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, if you all do well, you might even be summoned by Hokage-sama then. Before doing anything, paint a picture. And the students of the Ninja Academy worshipped the Hokage the most. 9 out of 10 dreamed of becoming Hokage. After Kitazawa finished speaking, everyone appeared very excited. The current student council is only a trial. To be officially established, it must achieve certain results. Kitazawa raised his hand to quiet their discussions and asked, regarding our student council's first activity, what are your ideas? Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto immediately raised his hand and said. Go ahead. Kitazawa's mouth twitched when he saw this. I think our student council should have a unified and youthful uniform. Naruto said, puffing out his chest, this green jumpsuit I'm wearing perfectly fits the requirements. I agree with Naruto. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said, this is youth. I refuse. Sasuke said coldly. The evil youth virus must not spread in the student council. I refuse too. With Uchiha Sasuke leading the way, Inuzuka Hana and others also echoed their refusal. Huh? Why? Naruto scratched his head, not understanding why they were so resistant. It's too ugly. Inuzuka Hana replied. Just thinking about wearing that green jumpsuit gave her goosebumps all over. A uniform can be considered, but the specific design needs further discussion. Kitazawa cleared his throat and concluded, it will be decided by your vote then. Kitazawa-sensei is wise. Inuzuka Hana said, exhaling a sigh of relief. Is that so? Rock Lee felt a bit disappointed. Lee, we haven't lost yet. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said. That's right. Rock Lee's spirits lifted, and he said confidently, betting on youth, we will definitely win the vote. These two are hopeless. This thought simultaneously popped into the minds of many students. Alright, let's get back to business. Kitazawa didn't let them discuss further and said directly, our student council's first activity is to establish a club. What's a club? Naruto always asked when he didn't understand. You can think of it as an interest club, anyone with the same interest can join that club. Kitazawa smiled and said. That's great. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he asked, can I establish a youth club? You can, but it requires certain conditions. Kitazawa gave an example, saying, for instance, a club needs at least 10 members to be established. 10, huh? Naruto's excitement slightly diminished, feeling the difficulty. Besides him and Rock Lee, he couldn't temporarily find a third student interested in youth. Naruto subconsciously looked at Sasuke. I'm not joining. Sasuke's heart jolted, and he quickly said. He wouldn't wear that ugly green jumpsuit again, even if it killed him. Clubs are quite new to everyone. Kitazawa said unhurriedly, as student council members, you must set an example and show everyone how to run a club. Kitazawa-sensei, then what club should we establish? Inuzuka Hana asked after understanding. The Will of Fire Club. Kitazawa said with a smile, any student who wants to be Hokage can join. I want to join. Naruto immediately raised his hand when he heard this. Embodying the path of youth and becoming Hokage were both his dreams. Since the youth club couldn't be established, the Will of Fire Club would have the same effect. Me too. Over 2/3 of the students raised their hands. Very good, everyone is very enthusiastic. Kitazawa was not surprised at all and said, next, I will explain the structure of the Will of Fire Club. He planned to set up 4 departments under the Will of Fire Club, based on the standards of clubs in his previous life. President, Activities Department, Publicity Department, and External Relations Department. Next, we'll hold a vote to decide the president. Kitazawa placed a small wooden ballot box on the table and continued, step forward one by one and write down the name of the candidate you choose. Whoever receives the most votes will be the president of this club. After he finished speaking, he took out paper and pens. The students came up one by one in order. Kitazawa had actually already guessed who they would choose. It wasn't Naruto, but Uchiha Sasuke. Although Naruto was very active, he stood on their opposite side after he proposed the green jumpsuit as the uniform. Sasuke, being handsome and strong, had considerable fame in the Ninja Academy. Hyuga Neji was actually not bad either, but he didn't speak when the green jumpsuit as a uniform was first opposed. Kitazawa smiled. In a sense, it was quite interesting. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village's high-ranking officials was not very good at the moment. Especially the clear conflict with Danzo. Now that Sasuke had become the president of the Will of Fire Club, how would the Uchiha clan react? What would Sarutobi Hiruzen think? Based on the vote count, Uchiha Sasuke will serve as the president of the Will of Fire Club, Kitazawa said after tallying the votes. Huh. I didn't beat Sasuke. Naruto was only disappointed for a few seconds before quickly saying, congratulations, Sasuke. Thank you. Sasuke was stunned for a moment before replying. To be honest, the position of president of the Will of Fire Club meant nothing to him. His dream wasn't to become Hokage, he only wanted to catch up to his brother, Uchiha Itachi. However, for Kitazawa's sake, he couldn't refuse. Inuzuka Hana, you're in charge of the activities department. Kitazawa said directly, the main task of the activities department is to regularly hold events to strengthen the connection between members. Understood, Teacher Kitazawa. Inuzuka Hana quickly responded. Naruto looked at Kitazawa with anticipation, almost asking, what about me? What about me? Naruto, you're in charge of the external relations department. Kitazawa smiled and said, the main task of the external relations department is to solicit sponsorships, which means obtaining activity funds. Then who should I ask for sponsorships? Naruto was a bit confused. Anyone can be asked. Kitazawa gave an example, for instance, teachers at the Ninja Academy, ninjas in the Konoha village, or shop owners. I see. Naruto cheered, I'll go find Uncle Tucci. My family can also contribute money. Sasuke thought for a moment and said. He was now the president and should do his part. Oh, right, Uchiha is the largest ninja clan. And Sasuke is the second young master of the Uchiha clan, he'll definitely be able to secure a lot of sponsorships. The president is truly reassuring. The students immediately began discussing amongst themselves. Sasuke's lips curved slightly upon hearing this, thinking that this president position wasn't bad after all. We are the Will of Fire Club, we can also ask Hokage-sama for sponsorship. Kitazawa reminded him. Teacher Kitazawa is right. Naruto, I want to join the external relations department and go see Hokage-sama together. Me too. The students immediately switched sides. Sasuke, who had been overlooked, was speechless for a moment. Okay, everyone can join. This was the first time Naruto experienced what it felt like to be popular. The Will of Fire Club has 3 departments in total. You should each find the person in charge and join. Kitazawa stood up and said, you have 2 tasks this week, first, recruit members, and second, secure sponsorships. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Everyone replied in unison. Next Monday, at the same time, we will hold a meeting here. Before Kitazawa left, he said, I will check your results then. After he left, the meeting room immediately became lively. After some discussion and allocation, many people joined all 3 departments of the Will of Fire Club. We'll split into 2 groups. Sasuke arranged, Naruto, you go see Hokage-sama, and I'll go home. Everyone, follow me. Naruto waved his hand excitedly, saying, target, Hokage building. Yes. Everyone was very excited to see the Hokage soon. Sasuke felt a subtle sensation. Anyone unaware would think you were going to attack the Hokage building. Hokage office. After lunch, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was taking a nap, was awakened by a knock on the door. Hokage-sama. Haru walked in, suppressing the strangeness in his heart, and said, Uzumaki Naruto has brought 27 students from the Ninja Academy and requests to see you. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat up, looking puzzled. What was going on? Had something shady happened at the Ninja Academy, forcing the students to complain to him? Let them in. Hiruzen sat down at the Hokage's desk. Grandpa third. Naruto and the others greeted him as they rushed in. Naruto. Hiruzen asked with a chuckle, why are you here to see me at this time? Is something wrong with the Ninja Academy? No. Naruto shook his head and said, we want to ask you to sponsor our Will of Fire Club. Sponsor? Will of Fire Club? Hiruzen couldn't help but be surprised. What was all this about? It's like this, Naruto explained the whole situation. Hiruzen let out a wry laugh. That Kitazawa boy always manages to come up with new tricks. But it had to be said, this Will of Fire Club was quite interesting. If run properly, it could indeed spread the Will of Fire widely throughout the Ninja Academy. No problem. Hiruzen readily agreed, saying, I'll sponsor you with 50,000 ryo for now. Considering that Naruto and the others were students, he didn't give too much money at once. Thank you, Grandpa third. Naruto was very happy to see his goal achieved. Uchiha clan compound. Compared to the lively Hokage office, Sasuke's side was much quieter. He only brought 11 students home. Even so, it still surprised Uchiha Mikoto. Because she understood Sasuke quite well. Although still young, he had already adopted many Uchiha habits. Coupled with his inherent personality, he didn't have many friends. As for bringing so many people home at once, it was a first. Mom. Sasuke said with a hint of pride, I'm now the president of the Will of Fire Club. What? Mikoto was stunned, and then her expression changed dramatically. You, and Uchiha, are starting a Will of Fire Club. This is going to lead the Uchiha clan to ruin. What's going on? Mikoto felt cold sweat break out on her forehead. It was Kitazawa-sensei's request. Sasuke immediately explained the whole story. I see. Mikoto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been anyone else, she would have thought this was a scheme against the Uchiha clan. But since it was Kitazawa, it must have a deeper meaning. After all, the woman behind him was Tsunade. Tsunade was a high-ranking official of Konoha village, and her presence in Konoha village had been maximized recently. First, she competed with Danzo for people, then she caused a ruckus in the Hidden Grass village and brought back 2 members of the Uzumaki clan. Many ninja clans, seeing this, had already started to consider supporting Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, just waiting for an opportunity. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the 3rd Hokage, had also done well, a new ruler brings new policies. A change in Hokage would lead to changes in Konoha's high-level positions. Some people could take the opportunity to rise to power and gain more authority. And their Uchiha clan also needed corresponding power to demonstrate their status as the largest ninja clan. Regarding the sponsorship, I can't make a decision easily. Mikoto thought for a moment and said, I'll call your father back now. Okay. Sasuke was delighted. Because Uchiha Mikoto's attitude made him realize that his position as president of the Will of Fire Club might not be so simple. Sasuke, entertain your classmates and prepare some tea. Mikoto reminded him before turning and leaving. A few minutes later, she returned with Uchiha Fugaku. Father. Sasuke quickly went to greet him. You've done very well. Fugaku had already learned the details of the matter from Uchiha Mikoto. His thoughts were similar. This was undoubtedly an implicit hint from Tsunade. Perhaps Sasuke could even become a ninja of the Hokage lineage in the future. The Uchiha clan producing a Hokage candidate would no longer be a fantasy. Manage this Will of Fire Club well, and after the student council trial period ends, try your best to become the student council president. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. I will. Sasuke heard the praise and encouragement in his words and immediately felt elated. This position as president of the Will of Fire Club was indeed worth taking. As for the sponsorship, tomorrow you can ask Naruto how much the Hokage sponsored, and then we will provide our sponsorship. Because he saw hope, Fugaku's emotional intelligence was at its peak at this moment. Although the Uchiha clan was wealthy, the amount of their sponsorship could not exceed that of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the leadership of Sasuke and Naruto, the student council was bustling with activity. In less than 2 days, almost all the students at the Ninja Academy knew about the existence of the Will of Fire Club. Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal sponsorship, it became incredibly popular for a time. Kitazawa paid attention for a while and then no longer interfered. The time came to the 4th week of October. There were 7 days left until the October monthly exam. As for November, there was no monthly exam because it was too close to the final exam, so the final exam would just be held in mid-December. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 154, Betting on Konoha, Tsunade's Last Gamble. Monday at noon, in the meeting room of the Ninja Academy. The Trial Student Council convened for its second official meeting. You did a great job. Kitazawa praised after reviewing the student council work submitted by Sasuke for the week. The recruitment for the Will of Fire Club had gone extremely well. Practically every student in the academy had joined. Some came for the Will of Fire, some out of respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others simply for amusement. After all, entertainment in the academy was scarce, and such a rare opportunity naturally attracted everyone. There was only one issue: the Will of Fire Club had too many members. In theory, it made little sense for a single club to hold so many people. But since this was the academy's very first club and still in its trial stage, rigid rules weren't necessary. In fact, the greater the participation, the easier it would be for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see the true effects of the student council's activities. Of course. We must give our best in everything we do. This is the way of youth. Naruto threw his arm around Sasuke's shoulders and asked proudly, "Don't you agree, Sasuke?" Sasuke curled his lips in irritation. He reminded Naruto that during official business, he should address him by his position. Are you the president here, or am I? The first event isn't bad either. Kitazawa shifted his attention to Inuzuka Hana. Sarutobi Hiruzen had donated 50,000 ryo, while the Uchiha clan contributed 40,000. 90,000 ryo was undoubtedly a tremendous sum for students. To ensure this money was used effectively, Inuzuka Hana's first event would be a quiz competition. Centered around the Will of Fire, it would mix textbook knowledge with different formats to make it engaging. The October exams are coming up soon, Kitazawa said after a brief pause. We'll hold our event after they're over. That way, everyone will have a chance to relax and unwind. Another exam. Sasuke's fists clenched unconsciously. He could never forget the bitter humiliation of his last defeat. Now another opportunity had come. This time, he was determined to restore the Uchiha clan's honor. At the very least, he had to secure second place. That's all for today's meeting. Since there's still some time left, everyone should go rest and take a lunch break. Kitazawa rose from his seat and left the meeting room. He returned to his office, slept for half an hour, and then made his way to Konoha Hospital. Good afternoon, Nono-san. Kitazawa opened the office door and saw Yakushi Nono. After a brief pause, he greeted her warmly. Good afternoon, Kitazawa, Yakushi Nono replied gently. Is there an urgent surgery? Kitazawa asked, walking over to pour her a glass of water. You've nearly mastered the regenerative healing jutsu, healing resuscitation regeneration technique. Do you feel confident enough to use it on patients? Yakushi Nono asked with a faint smile. Yes, Kitazawa answered firmly, without a moment's hesitation. A surgery that required the regenerative healing jutsu would surely be of the highest difficulty. And with it, his mission progress could advance another stage. Very well, Nono decided immediately. You'll join us in surgery in half an hour. The regenerative healing jutsu differed from standard medical ninjutsu. Before it could even be activated, a ritual array had to be drawn. Half an hour was the minimum time needed to complete it. Should we call senior sister Shizun over as well? Kitazawa asked after some thought. The regenerative healing jutsu demanded teamwork. With only him and Yakushi Nono, it wasn't enough, at least 5 participants were required. It would be best if Shizun could join, Nono said hesitantly. But, will Tsunade-sama allow it? She'd love nothing more than for Shizun-sama to leave, Kitazawa replied with a shrug. If Shizun-san isn't around, no one can stop Tsunade-sama from gambling. Tsunade-sama really is. Nono trailed off, at a loss for words. I'll head to the casino now, Kitazawa said with a small wave, turning to leave. There were only a handful of casinos in Konoha. It didn't take long for Kitazawa to find Tsunade and Shizun. Tsunade stood at the gambling table, her expression tense as she watched the dealer's movements. In contrast, Shizun's face was numb with resignation. Having followed Tsunade for so long, she already knew how it would end. She didn't even need to watch to predict the outcome. Lost again. Damn it. Tsunade slammed the table in frustration. Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa said as he approached, seeing that she had finished a round. Kitazawa. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, you came just in time, join me in the bet. She was remembering Kitazawa's winning streak at the slot machines. Sorry, I came here today to see senior sister Shizun. Kitazawa recounted the surgery at the Konoha hospital. Have you learned the regenerative healing jutsu? Tsunade was taken aback and asked subconsciously. Although she was nominally teaching Kitazawa medical ninjutsu, it was actually Shizun who had been doing the teaching. Tsunade's addiction to gambling, coupled with the time-consuming nature of learning medical ninjutsu, had kept her in the dark about Kitazawa's progress. Now, upon hearing that he had mastered the regenerative healing jutsu, she was understandably impressed. This is all thanks to senior sister Shizun, Kitazawa said modestly. Shizun hesitated. What credit had she given? From beginning to end, she felt she hadn't contributed anything. Kitazawa had learned too quickly, and as his teacher, she felt no sense of accomplishment. In short, teaching Kitazawa medical ninjutsu had never been a joy for her. You should hurry to Konoha Hospital, Tsunade said, waving her hand. Human life was at stake, and she could still tell which was more important, surgery or gambling. Tsunade-sama, no more than 3 more hours. Shizun insisted. Got it, you're so annoying. Tsunade snorted, somewhat disapprovingly. After they left, she looked at the gambling table but lost interest. Kitazawa had mastered the regenerative healing jutsu, meaning his medical ninjutsu was now comparable to Shizun's. The only medical ninjutsu left for him to learn was her Yin Seal and ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. In other words, at this point, she should take Kitazawa as her student. Tsunade left the casino. She wandered aimlessly down the street. She had no objection to Kitazawa being her student, he was talented, powerful, and a decent person. But Tsunade hadn't yet made up her mind about staying in Konoha. Unlike Shizun, Kitazawa had friends in the village and was a teacher at the Ninja Academy. He couldn't follow them into the wandering ninja life. Tsunade paused and looked at Hokage Rock in the distance. From left to right were Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. Then let's make one last bet for Konoha. Tsunade was silent for a few seconds before making up her mind. She couldn't be worse than Uzumaki Naruto, and it wasn't in her nature to procrastinate. She was betting on overcoming her hemophobia. Although she had helped develop a number of so-called psychological healing ninjutsu, their effectiveness was uncertain. Furthermore, her hemophobia was considered one of the most severe among all mental illnesses. In the operating room at Konoha Hospital, Kitazawa looked around. Although he had participated in many surgeries, this one was undoubtedly the largest. Including him, there were 5 medical Jonin participating. Today's patient was from the Hyuga clan. He had been discovered by a ninja from the Hidden Mist while on a mission in Kirigakura and was near death. "Begin the operation," said Yukushi Nono with a serious expression. The other 4 nodded solemnly. The 5 took their positions and began to form hand seals. Regenerative healing jutsu. The Hyuga clan ninja lay within the massive seal array. With the infusion of chakra from everyone, he was enveloped in a pale green glow. Nono removed a section of the patient's hair. Under the effects of the regenerative healing jutsu, a miraculous scene occurred. New cells grew in the hair. Under Nono's control, new cells filled the patient's wounds. Kitazawa suddenly recalled the story of the regenerative healing jutsu in the original tale. The patient being treated then was the severely injured Hyuga Niji. Shizune had led the medical team in that surgery, also using hair as a medium. Time passed slowly. Changing the cell ratio and regenerating tissue required not only extreme chakra control but also a lengthy process. The surgery began at 2 p.m. and lasted until 7 p.m. Knowing that surgery could sometimes take up considerable time, Kitazawa had informed Irika ahead of time. He had asked him to check in before class, and if Kitazawa wasn't available, to fill in for him. Kitazawa had even thought of leaving a shadow clone, but surgery drained too much chakra. Just like now, his chakra reserves were already near their limit. If he had sent a shadow clone to attend class, he might have run out of chakra midway through the operation. The operation was a complete success. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone," said Nono, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Not only her, but everyone present was drenched in sweat, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Such a long period of intense concentration was torture for everyone, no less intense than a fierce battle. "Senior Nono, see you tomorrow." Kitazawa left the operating room and walked toward his office. He yawned, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. Fortunately, it was not without results. As he expected, he was one step closer to completing his difficult surgical task. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and stopped. His office door was not fully closed, there was a gap. Who could be inside? Sakura couldn't help with the regenerative healing jutsu. She had returned to the academy long ago. Kitazawa walked into the office calmly. His eyes scanned the room until they settled on the sofa. There, Kurenai was lying soundly asleep. Kitazawa smiled faintly, immediately guessing the reason. She must have come to Konoha Hospital because he hadn't returned home so late. But since he had been tied up in surgery and couldn't meet her, she could only wait in his office. Kitazawa stepped forward and crouched in front of her. Kurenai's face rested against her arm, her expression serene. Her graceful figure curled up against the sofa, soft yet resilient. The weight of her body pressed against her clothes, outlining her curves clearly. A thought struck Kitazawa, and he reached out, gently caressing her face. Kurenai trembled slightly, though her eyes remained closed. Pretending to be asleep. Kitazawa's lips curled upward, a mischievous spark glinting in his eyes. His hand traced the lines of her face, slid across her neck, and down her smooth back before resting at her hips. Kurenai did not stir, but her breathing grew uneven. So that was her plan. Kitazawa chuckled to himself. He was not a man of restraint. His hand shifted lower, slipping beneath the hem of her shirt and disappearing into her trousers. That was when he noticed the bandages, wrapped only around her thighs, not her hips. Kurenai's eyes snapped open in shock, disbelief flashing across her face. Kitazawa met her gaze calmly, his hand firmly grasping her fair skin. The sudden contact made Kurenai's cheeks flush crimson. With a sharp whoosh, she vanished, using the body flicker technique. As expected, touching you is incredible. Kitazawa rose to his feet, feeling the exhaustion of the day dissolve completely. He sat down on the sofa, a smile still playing across his lips. Moments later, Kurenai reappeared. Without a word, she stomped hard on his foot. "Pervert," she shouted, her face red with embarrassment. This bastard was getting bolder by the day. "What's wrong? Why are you scolding me?" Kitazawa blinked innocently. You touched me, and you dare act like you don't know." Kurenai's voice trembled with both anger and shame. "Didn't you agree to it?" Kitazawa countered with a smirk. "You were the one pretending to sleep first." Aye. Kurenai stammered, words failing her. She had only feigned sleep out of curiosity, wanting to see what he would do. But she hadn't expected him to be so brazen, far beyond her imagination. "Let's go. It's time to head home." Kitazawa stood up, pinched her cheek playfully, and asked, "Have you eaten?" "No," Kurenai admitted, curling her lips. Thinking of his long hours in surgery, she added softly, "I'll cook for you when we get home." "Kurenai, you're too good to me." Kitazawa leaned forward and kissed her. You. Kurenai instinctively raised her hands to push him away, but in the end, she didn't. Instead, she clashed with him in a fierce exchange of lips and breath. When they finally parted, Kurenai lowered her head, took Kitazawa's right hand, and pressed it against her bare hip. This time, there was no fabric between them. If I beat you up, you'll behave and let me handle you every day, she muttered, rolling her eyes before turning away. Now close the door. I'm coming. Kitazawa shut the door behind him and followed her out of Konoha Hospital. Tsunade-sama is at my place too, Kurenai suddenly remembered aloud. She's the one who told me you and Shizen were still in surgery at the hospital. Then why don't we eat first? Kitazawa asked with a raised brow. He could understand that Kurenai would wait for him to eat. But with Tsunade's personality, would she really wait? I originally wanted to eat with Tsunade-sama first, but she said it was too troublesome to cook twice, so I'll eat after you come back, Kurenai explained. Huh. Kitazawa rubbed his chin, puzzled. That's a bit strange. You really do understand Tsunade-sama, Kurenai said, as if foreseeing it. She certainly seemed down today. When I went to see her this afternoon, she was still at the casino, Kitazawa said casually. Maybe she lost a lot of money today. That's possible. Kurenai couldn't figure it out, but she thought about it again. The two of them quickly returned home. As Kurenai had said, Tsunade was indeed there. She sat lazily on the sofa, her long legs stretched out, white heels resting on the coffee table. Shizen, who had been a bit flustered earlier when she saw Kitazawa, was also present. When Kurenai entered the kitchen, Shizen immediately followed, intending to help. Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa greeted as he stepped forward, his eyelids twitching. Tsunade had taken off her tea-green coat, which now sat draped loosely on her shoulders, straining under the weight of her presence. It must have been a real burden. Kitazawa pondered this and sat down across from her. What did the old man tell you? Tsunade suddenly asked. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa replied doubtfully. I haven't seen Hokage-sama today. What about before? Tsunade straightened her posture, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Which aspect are you referring to? Kitazawa's heart jolted, his scalp tingling. Aspects related to me, Tsunade said calmly. Kitazawa couldn't help but feel puzzled. What happened today? Was Tsunade trying to settle accounts with him? Hokage-sama told me to try my best to persuade you to get treatment for hemophobia, Kitazawa admitted after a brief hesitation, speaking truthfully. Between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, he chose honesty. With Tsunade's personality, he doubted she would hold it against him. As expected. Tsunade wasn't surprised. Hiruzen's intentions were something everyone understood. Since Kitazawa had been vigorously building the psychological medical shinobi system, one of the ultimate goals had always been her. Then let's make a bet, Tsunade said slowly, lifting her gaze to him. What bet? Kitazawa asked. He already had an idea, but he wasn't sure what had pushed her to this decision. Was it Uzumaki Naruto's performance in the September exam? Or perhaps their heart-to-heart talk at the izakaya? I've been in Konoha village for a long time, Tsunade said, not directly answering. Once the emotional displacement jutsu is developed, the psychological shinobi system will be basically complete. The system already had 5 techniques. With emotion displacement added, it would make 6. And no matter what type of jutsu it was, mastering 6 was already an impressive strength. Tsunade's words meant the system's foundation was finished, there was no problem anymore. Are you leaving? Kitazawa asked in shock. Yes, Tsunade nodded. But before I go, I'll make another bet with you. What's the bet? Kitazawa's gaze sharpened. I'll be Yakumo's first patient, Tsunade said, biting her lip. If she can't cure me, I'll leave Konoha. What if she does? Kitazawa asked. Then I'll help her completely perfect the psychological shinobi system, Tsunade said, taking a deep breath. Kitazawa thought to himself that it was true. He remembered a saying from his previous life, when you open your mouth to speak, you've already made your decision. Tsunade knew she always lost her gambles, yet she still gambled. In truth, she was leaning towards staying in Konoha. It was only the shadows of her past that still bound her. Tsunade-sama, Kitazawa said after some thought, the past will eventually pass. You talk too much. Are you going to gamble or not? Tsunade glared at him angrily. How could I refuse Tsunade-sama's bet? Kitazawa answered with a faint smile. Tsunade folded her arms. Don't be so confident. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. Chapter 155, Sasuke's crushing defeat. Wind style, vacuum wave. Kitazawa swiftly formed hand seals. A surge of chakra gathered in his lungs before bursting forth from his mouth, instantly transforming into a torrent of wind. The wind howled. That once invisible force became tangible, condensing into countless blades of cutting air. Each wind blade was thin and razor-sharp, its edges gleaming with lethal brilliance. Even without touching them, just the sight of those blades gave off a sting that made one's skin prickle in pain. Dozens of these blades spun violently through the air and launched outward. Everything in their path was split apart in an instant. Within seconds, the battlefield before Kitazawa was left scarred with deep, crisscrossing gouges that marred the ground like countless sword marks. Kitazawa touched his chin thoughtfully. By now, he had already mastered every wind-style ninjutsu Uchiha Mikoto had provided him. When it came to wind release, perhaps he could even be called a little danzo. Though Shimura Danzo was often mocked for his sealing jutsu, in truth, his strength was not something to underestimate. If he could go head-to-head with Sasuke after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, then it was clear, he could overwhelm most jonin with ease. By the standards of his previous life, that was no less than a Kage-level powerhouse. Although weaker compared to the true monsters among the Kage, the title still held weight. Kitazawa fell into deep thought. Could he defeat Shimura Danzo at full strength now? The answer was uncertain. In terms of conventional ninjutsu, Kitazawa had already caught up with Danzo. But sealing techniques were still beyond him, and Danzo also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. Even Koto Amatsukami alone was enough to make things impossible to handle. Still, Kitazawa was satisfied. In less than 2 semesters, he had grown to rival Danzo, one of Konoha's strongest figures. No one would believe it if he told them. At that moment, 3 glowing lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Current task, learn 4 wind-style ninjutsu within the 2nd semester. Task reward, master-level wind-style chakra nature transformation. Host completed task, reward received. Finally done. Kitazawa grinned as the rush of new knowledge flooded his mind. With master-level wind-style chakra nature transformation, he could now learn wind release techniques with far greater ease. More importantly, he had the ability to create his own original ninjutsu. But for now, there was no time to test out the wind-style Rasengan. Today marked the 2nd day of the October exam, the practical test. The bet with Tsunade had been made last Monday. A week had already passed. Since his emotion displacement technique hadn't been perfected, treatment still hadn't begun. But that didn't matter. Tsunade had already agreed, and once she gave her word, the timing was irrelevant. Kitazawa headed toward the Ninja Academy. Yesterday was the written exam, and the results were already posted. As expected, the overall rankings were similar to the September exam. Sakura held 1st place. Sasuke followed in 2nd. Hinata took 3rd. Naruto's rank remained unchanged at 12th. Kiba showed improvement, climbing 1 spot to tie Naruto at 12th. This was largely thanks to Kitazawa easing up on his endurance training. Yakumo also moved up 1 place. But what drew Kitazawa's focus most was Karen. She had set her sights on reaching the top 10 in the semester's theoretical exams. Karen had also taken the test, finishing 19th. Not bad. Not outstanding either. Squarely in the middle. Still, considering she had never attended formal schooling before, it was a solid result. Her diligence had carried her through. For Karen, no matter how exhausting studying was, it was nothing compared to the hardships she endured in Kuzugakure. On the academy training grounds, Class A of Year 1 had already gathered early. It's so lively. Karen looked around, wide-eyed, clearly enjoying her first practical exam. Though exam was a stretch, she was mostly just spectating. Karen, have you learned any ninjutsu? Ino asked curiously. After all, Karen had been in supplementary lessons since her enrollment. Because she hadn't attended practical classes, her abilities remained a mystery. No, Karen admitted, shaking her head. It's fine if you haven't. Ino smiled warmly. Mr. Kitazawa will teach you. He knows everything. Yeah. Karen had no doubts. She was taking tutoring classes at the training grounds, and during breaks, she had observed Kabuto Yakushi, Yamanaka Ino, and the others. Each of them had different training, some were learning secret techniques, some were training in wind release, and some were practicing gentle fist. Sasuke and Sakura were also different, learning fire release techniques and medical ninjutsu. Kitazawa, therefore, formed the impression of a teacher who knows everything in Karen's mind. Our last transfer student already won 2nd place in the actual combat, Ino encouraged. Maybe you can replicate her miracle. Karen subconsciously glanced at Kurama Yakumo. She had been a little unconvinced when she learned Yakumo had ranked 2nd in actual combat, because she looked so weak. And yet there were Sasuke and Hinata in their class. Even in Kuzugakure village, Karen had heard of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. I won't give you the 1st place. Naruto suddenly appeared. You are so powerful, I am definitely not your opponent, Karen admitted with self-awareness. Of course. Naruto declared, giving a thumbs up. I am the man who will become Hokage. But the next second, he groaned. I heard your voice from far away. Kitazawa tapped his head and said. There's no Hokage as loud as you in Konoha village. Hee. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino, Karen, and the others called out hurriedly. It's almost time, line up for the exam, Kitazawa said, glancing at them. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The scattered first-year Class A immediately began to form up. Kitazawa's eyes fell on Karen. In the original story, she played a supporting role, skilled in sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, becoming Sasuke's dedicated medical ninja. If it weren't for Karen, Sasuke would have died several times over. It was Sasuke's nature to become arrogant when powerful, and when arrogant, he would act recklessly, only to be humiliated. Karen had a natural gift for sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, so she certainly couldn't waste it. Kitazawa wondered if, with her immense chakra, she could learn the multiple shadow clone technique and the Rasengan like Naruto. Without a doubt, it was possible. Iruka walked up to him and reminded, it's already 9 o'clock. The rules are the same as the previous monthly exams, so I won't repeat them. Kitazawa walked over to the crowd, opened the summoning storage scroll, and pulled out a box for drawing lots. He placed his hands on either side of the box, chakra surging from them. That's right, he was going to cheat. Kitazawa had been a little unsure before, but after gaining master-level wind-style chakra transformation, he felt absolutely certain. He could manipulate the small slips of paper in the box with the wind. Everyone, line up and draw your lot, Iruka said, maintaining order. I'm number 1. Naruto exclaimed with delight, glancing at the slips. I drew number 7, Kiba looked around and asked, are any of you the same number as me? No, Kurama Yakumo said softly. This time, I'm number 20. Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, and the others all shook their heads. Very good. He had been unlucky in the previous monthly exam draws. Besides, he'd been training for so long, so even if he couldn't defeat a monster like Naruto, he'd have no problem moving up a few spots in the practical exam. Sasuke, what number did you draw? Sakura asked, looking at the recently returned Sasuke. 7, Sasuke said calmly. What? Inuzuka Kiba's eyes suddenly widened, and he instinctively shouted, no. Could anyone really be so unlucky? Ino couldn't help but laugh. Maybe someone's targeting you, Aburame Shino said, adjusting her glasses. Everyone drew lots, it's fair and square, Shikamaru said with a smile. You just had bad luck. Please, the 2 students who drew number 1, come on stage, Kitazawa called out, holding the roster. Because it was the first round, he didn't do much behind-the-scenes manipulation, just a quick test. As he'd expected, it was indeed possible to manipulate the results of their draws through wind release. Upon hearing this, Naruto trotted into the field. His opponent was a little boy with lower grades. The little boy was defeated quickly, but he did not cry. After all, losing to the number 1 was only natural. The 2 students of number 7, prepare to go on stage. Kitazawa shouted while grading. The fights between the students of the ninja school were nothing more than skirmishes between weaklings. Because they were young, the battles usually ended quickly before the result was decided. The first 6 matches together had taken less than half an hour. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered, waving her little fist. Kiba, don't lose momentum. Naruto shouted. Kiba's mouth twitched. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the one who supported him the most, didn't seem to believe he could win. Sasuke, I've been training with Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba whispered to himself. I'm not the same person anymore. Sasuke placed his hands in his pockets, looking at him with calm indifference. It was no surprise, he too had received Kitazawa-sensei's special training. Damn it. Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba attacked without hesitation. 4-legged technique. Like a cheetah, he charged at Sasuke on all 4s. A flash of cold light. His 5 fingers spread apart, nails sharpened into claws like a wild hound. Much faster, Sasuke instinctively activated his Sharingan, his scarlet eyes spinning. But still not fast enough against these eyes. He stepped back, easily dodging. Kiba persisted, swiping with both hands. Konoha Whirlwind. Sasuke seized the opening and delivered a sharp kick to Kiba's wrist. Sasuke, you used Konoha Whirlwind beautifully. Naruto praised, flashing a thumbs up. It shows you still have youth in you. I don't. The best counter here would have been to use the taijutsu he learned from Might Guy, but after Naruto's interruption, Sasuke suddenly had no desire to show it. He raised his arms, blocking the next strike. The sheer force sent a faint numbness through his muscles. Even his strength improved significantly. Kitazawa-sensei's special training really is effective. Kiba's improved chakra control refined the 4-legged technique, granting him new speed and power. But for Sasuke, this was all too familiar. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke took things seriously now. He leapt back, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a roaring fireball. Kiba couldn't withstand the great fireball and was forced to dive aside. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Without pause, Sasuke unleashed a second jutsu. Small fireballs erupted, scattering in a circular barrage. Kiba dodged desperately, but it was already too late. Just as he was about to be struck, his body suddenly lightened, lifted away from danger. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Kitazawa declared, releasing Kiba from his grip. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Kiba exhaled, relief washing over him. Though the small fireballs hadn't caused serious injury, the burns still stung painfully. You've made great progress, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. I'll give you a high score. In truth, despite being crushed, Kiba was still regarded as a leader among academy students. He simply had the misfortune of clashing against the far more monstrous Sasuke. Time slipped by. The first round ended, and the second began. Please invite the 2 students from number 1 to take the stage, Kitazawa announced with a smile. Sasuke, we can finally have a showdown of youth. Naruto grinned happily. He had wanted to challenge Sasuke in the last monthly exam, but instead, he had run into Kurama Yukumo. Sasuke fell silent. Facing Naruto in the second round gave him the illusion of bad luck. But he quickly cast aside that thought. After all, there could only be one at the top. On the road to first place, the meeting was inevitable. You only claimed first place in the last monthly exam because you didn't face me, Sasuke said calmly, his Sharingan whirling to life. To sharpen his revenge, he had begged his brother Itachi to train him for a month. Though it was only a month, his growth had been immense. Sasuke, here I come. Naruto clasped his hands together, forming seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a shout, the field was instantly swarmed by countless Narutos, rushing forward in unison. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. His brother, Uchiha Itachi, had once told him that while the multiple shadow clone jutsu was powerful, it carried an obvious weakness, the original body. If he could trap Naruto's true form in Genjutsu, then victory would be his. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Rock Destroying Rise. Strong Fist. Dozens of Narutos launched themselves at him, fists and feet flying from every direction. So much chakra. Keirin's eyes widened in disbelief. If Naruto's hair had been red, she would have instantly mistaken him for a member of the Uzumaki clan. It takes a ridiculous amount of mental toughness to fight against Naruto, Shikamaru muttered irritably. A bunch of weirdos in green tights charging all at once is honestly terrifying, Ino added with a smirk. Sasuke-kun, you must win. Sakura clasped her hands together, praying desperately. Sasuke is handling it impressively well, Abirame Shino admitted, his calm tone tinged with surprise. Amidst the swarm of shadow clones, Sasuke fully unleashed the advantage of his Sharingan, seamlessly blending taijutsu, kunai, and shuriken strikes. Though shadow clones carried the consciousness of the original, their resilience was nothing like the real body. Struck by a single well-aimed tool, they dissolved into smoke without resistance. Sasuke's movements were graceful yet deadly, like a dancer weaving through chaos. Shurikens and kunai flew in a storm, and with each strike, another cluster of Narutos vanished. But Naruto's chakra never seemed to run out. The instant clones were destroyed, new ones filled the battlefield. Fire release, dragon fire technique. After unleashing a barrage of shurikens, Sasuke's hands blurred through seals. With a sharp exhale, he spewed forth 3 blazing dragons that roared across the arena. Bang. 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 The flames tore through the ranks, reducing nearly all of Naruto's clones to nothing. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto roared, his fingers flashing through the seals once again. Found you. Sasuke's eyes lit up. He accelerated, forming hand signs as he closed in on Naruto. The moment he reached his opponent, his Sharingan spun to life, locking Naruto in the bubble Genjutsu. It's over, Naruto. Seeing Naruto freeze for an instant, Sasuke's lips curled into a confident smirk. Victory seemed certain, he only needed to finish it with a single decisive strike. But in that instant... Whip. Ah, that hurts. Naruto yelped, snapping back to reality. A massive tail had lashed through the air, slamming him back to his senses. What? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Taking advantage of Sasuke's momentary distraction, a nearby clone launched a vicious kick. Sasuke's guard slipped. Unable to react in time, the impact sent him flying. He staggered to his feet, but Naruto's clones swarmed him from all sides, fists and kicks raining down relentlessly. Within seconds, Sasuke's body was screaming in pain. He could barely remain conscious. Enough, Naruto, Kitazawa's calm voice cut through the chaos. At once, Naruto and his army of clones dispersed, leaving only a battered Sasuke standing in the arena, his face bruised and body aching. Naruto! Sakura cried out, rushing forward. How could you hit someone in the face like that? Without hesitation, she began treating Sasuke's injuries. Though they looked severe, they were only superficial wounds. Sasuke recovered quickly, but inside, his heart churned with frustration and confusion. Why had Naruto broken free of his genjutsu so effortlessly? Had all of his special training over the past month been meaningless? Why did he lose? Without a word, Uchiha Sasuke turned his back and left the field in silence. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 156, 2 Tomo Sharingan. The second round came to an end very quickly. With the exception of Sasuke and Naruto, Kitazawa did not do anything behind the scenes. Because there was no need. The practical exam wasn't like the Chunin exams, where losing meant elimination. Instead, students with higher scores advanced to the next round. As long as the strength was sufficient, regardless of winning or losing, they would advance to the third round. In fact, this was exactly the case. The list of the third round was basically the same as the last monthly exam. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Aburame Shino, Kurama Yakumo, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Among them, Ino and Kiba were new additions. After a month of special training, although they did not learn any new ninjutsu, their strength improved a lot, so they received high scores. Only Sakura and Choji did not enter the third round. The former was because medical ninjas were not good at fighting. The latter was because they had not yet mastered the family secret technique. Students who have entered the third round, please come up and draw lots. After the break, Kitazawa took out the lottery box again. I definitely won't be able to draw Sasuke in this round. Kiba said, clenching his fists. He couldn't believe he was so unlucky as to draw Sasuke twice. Who do you want to draw then? Aburame Shino asked calmly. I want to draw. Kiba suddenly got stuck. Of the 8 students in the third round, he was the weakest. The ones he had the best chance of beating were Shikamaru and Ino. He couldn't beat any of the others. Making it to the third round is a victory, Kiba said, suddenly relieved. It doesn't matter who you draw. It's okay, maybe you can draw me, Nara Shikamaru said soothingly. To be honest, he also wanted to draw Kiba. There was no way. Except for Kiba and Ino, none of them were ordinary, they were all monsters with cheats. Sasuke didn't participate in the discussion and walked forward. He wanted to draw Naruto. Although he had lost to him before, he was unwilling to accept it. Because in his opinion, if Naruto hadn't inexplicably broken the illusion, he should have been the winner. Number 1. Sasuke glanced at the number on the slip of paper and thought to himself, there was hope. Naruto was number 1 in the first and second rounds, and maybe in the third as well. That way, they could have another fight. He wanted to see if Naruto could break his genjutsu again. Sasuke, what's your number? Naruto asked as he stepped forward and held out his hand to draw a lot. Number 1, Sasuke replied. Ah. I'm number 2, Naruto said with a hint of regret, looking at the small slip of paper in his hand. Sasuke suddenly felt a little bored. I'm number 1, Kurama Yakumo suddenly said. Sasuke instinctively raised his head. While Naruto was his formidable opponent, Kurama Yakumo was no less powerful, perhaps even more formidable. He couldn't gain an advantage in genjutsu. Sasuke instinctively tightened his grip on the slip of paper. Was he going to lose again? No. If Naruto could defeat Kurama Yakumo, so could he. Yakumo only had illusions, but in addition to illusions, Sasuke also had taijutsu and fire release techniques. Ha ha ha. I'm number 3. Kiba burst into laughter. He had managed to dodge 3 powerful foes at once, Sasuke, Yakumo, and Naruto. It was truly a cause for celebration. Who's number 3? Kiba asked eagerly after his laughter faded. It's me, Hinata's soft voice echoed. All right. Kiba's mouth twitched, feeling his laughter was in vain, his luck hadn't changed. I'm fighting Naruto. Seriously? Shikamaru looked at the number 2 in his hand, bewildered. Then my opponent is Shino. Ino said decisively. I'll concede then. Even if her mind-body switch technique controlled Aburame Shino, it wouldn't have helped, as he still had a large number of parasites. The drawing is over, Kitazawa said, putting away the lottery box. The 2 students who drew number 1, please take the stage. Sasuke and Kurama Yakumo slowly entered the arena. A competition between the 2 great genjutsu Kekkai Genkai. Aburame Shino said with anticipation in his eyes. It's sure to be exciting. It's exciting, but the battles between illusion ninjas aren't very spectator-friendly, Kiba said, shaking his head. That's true, Ino agreed. Illusions mostly worked on the senses, most notably, the eyes. As spectators, they were not drawn into the illusion and naturally could not see the fierce battles occurring within it. Sasuke-kun, will he win? Sakura asked with a worried look on her face. Although she had great confidence in Sasuke, the battle between Yakumo and Naruto during the last monthly exam had been truly terrifying. There's hope of winning, Shikamaru said after a moment's thought. Only Sasuke can break Yakumo's illusions like Naruto did. Naruto, Kiba asked curiously, how did you break Yakumo's illusions? I don't know, Naruto admitted, scratching his head. Although he remembered the tale that had whipped him, he had no idea what it really was. He had been waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, but a month had passed and he still hadn't received one. You're really lucky, Kiba sighed. Naruto never lied. If he said he didn't know, then he really didn't know. The only explanation was good fortune. The battle begins. Kitazawa's voice cut through their discussion, and everyone's attention immediately shifted to Yakumo and Sasuke on the field. You're strong, so I'll go all out, Yakumo said seriously. Having been classmates for almost 2 semesters, she knew Sasuke's strength well. He was proficient in genjutsu, fire release techniques, and taijutsu, far more well-rounded than Naruto or Hinata. After her battle with Naruto, Yakumo had realized her own weakness, her physical condition. While her genjutsu creation was impressive, throwing the painting still required time. Against Sasuke's Sharingan, which could easily predict her movements, hesitation meant defeat. The best strategy was to unleash her full power from the very start. That's how it should be, Sasuke said calmly. His heart trembled, but his face remained expressionless. Yet his next move betrayed his true intent. Genjutsu, ephemeral. Sasuke's Sharingan flared open as his hands flashed through seals. If it had been Naruto or Hinata, he might have waited for an opening to weave another illusion. But this was Yakumo. She lacked taijutsu, was not particularly fast, and had little chance of dodging. Yakumo's body stiffened, her eyes unfocused, and in that instant, Sasuke split into a sky filled with crows. A heartbeat later, the crows transformed into countless shuriken that rained down, engulfing her completely. Yakumo instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. 2 shuriken slashed across her legs, sending her stumbling and collapsing to the ground. I win. Ha ha ha. Sasuke strode forward, shuriken poised, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. Sasuke-kun, what are you laughing at? From the sidelines, Sakura's voice rang out in confusion. From her perspective, Sasuke and Yakumo had been standing motionless since the start. Now, Sasuke was suddenly laughing. Because he's the one caught in an illusion, Shikamaru sighed. Yakumo's genjutsu really is terrifying. No way. When did Sasuke-kun fall into the illusion? How come I didn't notice? Sakura widened her eyes in disbelief. It must have been when Sasuke spoke his first words, Shino said thoughtfully. It seems Naruto's approach was the most correct, Kiba muttered, using the multiple shadow clone technique right from the beginning. He then added with a grumble, but none of us can do that. Naruto's shadow clone technique is beyond even most jonin. It's impossible for us to replicate. If we're facing Yakumo, just admit defeat, Shikamaru said bluntly. At least that saves time and chakra. Yakumo's illusions came from her Kekkai Genkai. They required no hand seals at all, making them practically impossible to guard against. But, what about Sasuke? Sakura's heart sank. If he can still realize he's inside an illusion, then there's still hope for a comeback, Shikamaru answered after a pause. On the field, or more accurately, within the illusion. You win, Sasuke, Yakumo said, clutching the wound on his leg. The winner is Sasuke, Kitazawa announced from a distance. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. Sakura and the others gathered around him. Sasuke couldn't help but smile at the admiring gazes. But he had already laughed once, and he couldn't laugh again. Besides, simply defeating Yakumo wasn't enough, he wanted a resounding victory. Kitazawa-sensei, I challenge Naruto. Sasuke declared without hesitation. Naruto, do you accept his challenge? Kitazawa asked, turning toward Naruto. I do. Naruto answered excitedly, stepping into the arena. Come on, Sasuke. I was just careless before. You won't win this time. Sasuke's face brimmed with confidence. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto's response was immediate. Bang. 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 A multitude of shadow clones appeared, surrounding Sasuke. The clash between Sasuke and the countless Narutos began. Although overwhelmed and at a disadvantage, a smile lingered on Sasuke's face. Because this battle felt no different from the last. Naruto truly was an idiot in combat. He hadn't progressed at all. But at that moment, Sasuke's brow furrowed. A strange feeling gnawed at him, something felt off. Dodging Naruto's whirlwind kick, Sasuke simultaneously formed seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted, consuming and dispersing many shadow clones in an instant. Sasuke exhaled deeply in relief. 2 consecutive battles, each dragging on endlessly, had left his chakra dangerously low. Only one chance left. His gaze locked onto Naruto with deadly seriousness. He needed to find the real one and seize control with genjutsu as before. Wait. Realization struck him like lightning. Something was wrong. This Naruto had never shouted those 2 words, youth. Sasuke's expression froze. For Naruto not to say youth could mean only one thing, this was a fake. Which meant he was still trapped in the illusion. Sasuke's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. An Uchiha, ensnared in genjutsu for so long, only realizing it now. If his father or brother ever found out, the shame would be unbearable. Breaking away from the fake Naruto, Sasuke charged directly toward Yakumo. Did I reveal a flaw somewhere? Yakumo asked curiously, rising to her feet. Her legs, once injured, were now fully healed. Sasuke hesitated, unable to answer. It's fine if you don't say, Yakumo smiled. But you should admit defeat, Sasuke-kun. Uchiha never admit defeat, Sasuke growled through clenched teeth. Then tell me, Yakumo raised her hand. Dark clouds swirled overhead, thunder rumbling ominously. How much chakra do you even have left? Sasuke's eyes widened. He lunged forward without hesitation. Konoha Great Whirlwind. But from both sides, countless Narutos charged, surging at him like a green tide. No. Sasuke was swallowed up completely. With a flicker of thought, Yakumo dispelled the illusion. The Narutos and their clones vanished. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Sakura rushed over immediately. Are you real or fake? Sasuke asked instinctively. Huh? Sakura blinked, confused. Our battle is over. She's real, Yakumo said gently. Sasuke froze. His heart sank. He had been overwhelmed by Naruto and his shadow clones within the illusion. But his body bore no wounds. There was only one explanation, he had finally broken free and returned to reality. Yes. It was over. The battle was over. But to Sasuke, his life felt over as well. Failing the monthly exam twice in a row, how could he ever face his father and brother again? I don't understand. I don't understand. Sasuke clutched his forehead, emotion surging like a storm. His eyes widened, drowning in frustration and despair. Sasuke-kun. Sakura felt her breath hitch. Yakumo's face showed surprise. It seemed to her that Sasuke, whose chakra had almost been exhausted, now radiated a sudden surge of yin release power. Kitazawa raised a brow. Was his Sharingan about to evolve? As expected of one of the original protagonists. He pondered silently, standing aside and waiting. However, the surge of yin release was short-lived and quickly dissipated. Sasuke stood up, deactivated his One-Tomo Sharingan, and left the stage expressionlessly. Kitazawa thought to himself. It seemed he was still a step behind. Either his emotions weren't strong enough, or Sasuke was too young and his foundation too shallow. The winner is Kurama Yakumo, Kitazawa announced after a pause. The 2 students who drew number 2, please prepare for the exam. I surrender, Shikamaru said nonchalantly, raising his hand. His goal from the very beginning had always been to reach the 3rd round. Besides, his opponent was Naruto. How could he fight? The outcome was destined to be a loss, so he might as well concede early. Ah. Naruto said with regret. I wanted to fight Shikamaru. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Was that just a one-on-one fight? That was a gang beatdown. I surrender too, Kiba said after a moment's thought, raising his hand. He was number 3, and his opponent was Hinata Hyuga. Everyone knew the Gentle Fist was the nemesis of pure taijutsu users. He had no dog now, just a pure taijutsu style. Going against Hinata would be torture. Me too. Ino quickly added. Today's practical exam ends here, Kitazawa announced. Everyone, take a break. The rankings will be announced soon. Kitazawa-senpai, Iruka asked with a subtle expression, isn't it a little inappropriate to just surrender? No, it's good to be self-aware, Kitazawa said with a smile. Then how will the students who surrendered be scored? Iruka asked again. Just score them based on their performance in the first 2 rounds, Kitazawa replied casually. Okay. Iruka didn't ask further. He took Kitazawa's roster and began working out the overall rankings. Sasuke, come here, Kitazawa called, looking at the dazed boy. Sasuke-kun, Kitazawa-sensei is calling you, Sakura quickly reminded. She had just tried to comfort Sasuke, but it had no effect. If it were Kitazawa-sensei, maybe it would work. Sasuke came back to his senses. He stood up and walked toward Kitazawa. Congratulations, Sasuke, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. Congratulations. Sasuke was surprised. What was there to congratulate after losing 2 matches in a row? Don't you realize you've become much stronger? Kitazawa countered. Me. Sasuke clenched his fists subconsciously. After Kitazawa's reminder, he indeed felt something different in his body. Especially in his Sharingan. It seemed at least 1/5 stronger than before. What was going on? Intense battles make people stronger. You're not far from awakening a 2-tomo Sharingan, Kitazawa said with a smile. A 2-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes lit up. With each additional tomo, the Sharingan's power increased in leaps. They could roughly be divided into 1-tomo Genin, 2-tomo Chunin, and 3-tomo Jonin. He couldn't defeat Naruto or Kurama Yakumo with 1 tomo, but with 2, could he? Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke said, taking a deep breath, I want to become stronger. Please give me more rigorous special training. His current training was focused on fire release chakra nature transformation. It seemed his progress was too slow. Current task, help Uchiha Sasuke awaken his 2-tomo Sharingan. Task reward, 2-tomo Sharingan. Accept. Kitazawa raised a brow. He had expected Sasuke's task to be defeating Yakumo or Naruto, but it turned out to be unlocking the 2-tomo Sharingan. The reward was good, though. Naturally, Kitazawa chose to accept. Chapter 157, The Battle of Konoha 12. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile as he watched Sasuke regain his spirits. He was still a child, and his personality was easy to understand and manipulate. But on another note, it also showed that the Sharingan held a crucial position in Sasuke's heart. However, did the 2-tomo Sharingan really offer such a significant improvement? Kitazawa could only say it was relative. For most students, the 2-tomo Sharingan will be overwhelming. But for Yakumo and Naruto, it wasn't necessarily so. After all, their cheat codes were no worse than Sasuke's. Yakumo's Genjutsu bloodline limit was constrained by her age and body, so it truly couldn't reach the level of a true Mangekyo Sharingan at present. But strictly from the perspective of Genjutsu, it had already surpassed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Naruto, needless to say, had the 9-tailed inside him and was not afraid of Genjutsu at all. Coupled with the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the Rasengan he was about to learn, Sasuke would have a hard time coping. Of course, there was no need to tell him these analyses now. Sasuke, come find me tomorrow. I'll prepare a new special training for you then. Kitazawa pondered for a moment before speaking. To be honest, his first thought upon seeing this mission was that Sasuke would have to take more beatings to awaken his 2-tomo Sharingan. But that kind of special training method would be too cruel and devilish. What if Sasuke became reclusive from the beatings? Kitazawa planned to adopt a gentler approach. That was to start by increasing his fundamentals. The more solid his foundation, the greater the probability of awakening the 2-tomo Sharingan. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke said gratefully. Indeed, Kitazawa-sensei was omnipotent. You can pause your fire release chakra nature transformation practice, but don't stop learning Genjutsu, Kitazawa added. Sasuke nodded. He also didn't want to stop learning Genjutsu. The reason was Uchiha Itachi. Because he was teaching him Genjutsu, Itachi specifically set aside a lot of time to accompany him. This had never happened before. Teacher Kitazawa is really great. Ino, not far away, said with emotion. It really is. Choji said with lingering fear. Sasuke's face before was terribly gloomy. After all, for a proud Uchiha, losing 2 matches in a row is unacceptable. Shikamaru yawned and said, it's better to relax. Eat when you want, drink when you want. It's so much easier without pursuits. Then why are you still participating in Kitazawa-sensei's special training? Ino retorted. This is called an enemy from the heavens. Shikamaru pointed to the sky and said, I can't defy fate. What fate? Naruto looked at the sky in confusion and asked. He's talking about his parents. Kiba patted his shoulder and said earnestly, you need to use your brain more. But Naruto's ranking is higher than yours, Shikamaru said suddenly. The smile on Kiba's face instantly froze. I wish I could be like Teacher Kitazawa. Just 3 sentences, and Sasuke-kun would smile for me. Sakura said with great envy in her tone. You'll probably find that very difficult in this lifetime. Ino scrutinized her for a moment, then shook her head and said. She knew Sakura too well. Just on the point of gentleness, she would never be able to compare to Kitazawa. Ino. Sakura instantly exploded in anger, standing up and glaring at her with displeasure. Sasuke's back, you know. Ino blinked and said. Sasuke-kun. Sakura quickly changed her expression, greeting him with a full smile. Women are truly terrifying. Shikamaru shivered. He became even more determined to marry an ordinary wife. I will now announce the rankings for this monthly exam. Kitazawa took the roll call handed to him by Irika and walked to the front of the first-year Class A students. Whether it was the theoretical exam or the practical exam, the rankings were similar to the previous monthly exam. I'm first in practical again. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke subconsciously looked at him, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He had already forgotten the taste of being first. Second place, Yakumo. Kitazawa glanced at Naruto and continued to read. In this monthly exam, Naruto and Yakumo had not sparred. But the reason he still ranked Naruto first was because he considered that Yakumo had not made much progress this month. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. Her bloodline limit was simply too terrifying, with too high a starting point, which led to her slow progress. Third place, Sasuke. Kitazawa paused and said, fourth place, Hinata Hyuga. In this monthly exam, Sasuke and Hinata also did not fight. But Sasuke had been set up by him multiple times, so giving him a third place was a form of consolation. Although he didn't feel there was anything worth consoling about. This monthly exam concludes here. The next monthly exam will be the final exam, roughly in mid-December. After reading out the rankings, Kitazawa said with a smile, the final exam is truly the most important. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Sasuke clenched his fists upon hearing this. Once he awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, he would definitely win everything. Sasuke, for the final exam, I'll give you a surprise. Naruto suddenly thought of something and said happily. Sasuke's face was full of question marks. Why was there another surprise? He didn't want any surprises. Naruto's last surprise, the multiple shadow clone jutsu, had given him quite a scare. Everyone performed very well today. I look forward to you all making further progress in the final exam. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, you can go home after getting your report cards. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa. The students of first-year Class A all greeted him, then, after receiving their report cards from Irika Umino, they swarmed out of the school. For most students, grades, while important, weren't that important. Making the most of their playtime was the top priority. Let's go, Naruto. I'll treat you to a Chiraku ramen. Kiba sighed and said. He felt this bet could finally end. Because he lost every time. However, a true man kept his word, and he could afford one bowl of ramen. How about I treat this time? Naruto scratched his head and asked. He felt embarrassed about always getting free meals. Especially since Kiba was so unlucky. What are you saying? Kiba slapped him on the shoulder and asked, are you looking down on me? I didn't mean that. Naruto quickly said. Then let's go. Kiba snorted and said. Thank you, Kiba. Naruto said with a wide smile. I'm the second son of clan leader of the Inuzuka clan, after all. This little bit of money is nothing. Kiba looked at the bright smile on his face, patted his chest, and said. The two of them went to Ichiraku ramen together. After eating, Naruto hummed an unknown tune and happily arrived home. So happy. Did you get first place again? As soon as Naruto opened the door, he heard a familiar voice. The smile on his face grew wider, and he shouted with great surprise, Grandpa Third. Naruto, you haven't answered my question yet, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Actually, he didn't need to answer, he already knew the answer. After all, Naruto was so happy, it couldn't be faked. I got first place in the practical exam again. Naruto nodded and said. It would be perfect if you could get first place in the theoretical exam someday. Hiruzen Sarutobi said expectantly. After all, Minato Namikaze was always first every year when he was at the Ninja Academy. I'll try my best. Naruto's smile instantly froze. It wasn't that he didn't try hard, it was simply that his classmates were too abnormal. Even his first place in the practical exam was obtained through desperate effort. But for the theoretical exam, if he didn't know it, he didn't know it. Trying hard was useless. Ha ha ha, you don't have to look so troubled. Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. That's good. Naruto couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Hiruzen would make him strive for first place in the theoretical exam. In that case, he would have to fall back into the hell of endless practice questions. Today is November 2nd. Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a stack of money and said, this is your living allowance for this month. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he said, I can buy limited edition instant noodles again. You really do like instant noodles. Hiruzen shook his head and said. Hee hee. Naruto smiled as he put away the money and said, Grandpa Third, when I fought Sasuke today, I saw the tail again. Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. How does this nine-tailed feel less difficult to get along with than the legends suggest? In less than 2 months, it had already helped Naruto twice, which was truly strange. What was that tail? Naruto asked curiously. I'll tell you later. Hiruzen coughed lightly, changing the subject, and said, you can save a portion of your money to use in December. Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. What do you think of Kitazawa? Hiruzen didn't answer his question directly, but asked back. Teacher Kitazawa is, of course, very good. Naruto immediately smiled and said, he's good in every way. December 21st is Kitazawa's birthday. Hiruzen reminded him. So that's it. Naruto said seriously, he just gave me a birthday present last month, so I have to give him an even bigger one. What kind of birthday present? Hiruzen asked with some curiosity. It's a kunai, Naruto replied. A kunai. Hiruzen was stunned. He had thought Kitazawa would give a more special birthday gift, but it was just a kunai. Teacher Kitazawa said that kunai is the same model as the 4th Hokage's. Naruto said proudly. Let me see. Hiruzen's mind stirred, and he said. I'll go get it now. Naruto ran back to his room and quickly came out with a kunai. The kunai was an ordinary kunai, but on the handle, 4 characters were carved, Sword of Shinobi's Love. This was indeed Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God kunai. Of course, this kunai was just a replica and didn't have a real Flying Thunder God mark. Hiruzen held the kunai, and many memories surfaced in his mind. He sighed inwardly and said, Kitazawa truly put thought into it. Keep it safe. As for why Kitazawa sent this gift, he most likely learned from Tsunade that Naruto was Minato Namake's son. Hiruzen wasn't surprised. After all, Tsunade and Kitazawa were getting too close, it was only a matter of time before they became teacher and student. Have you thought about what birthday present you want to give? Hiruzen watched him twirl the kunai and asked. I don't know. Naruto thought for a moment and said, I'll discuss it with Sasuke and the others tomorrow. If you're short on money, then come find me, Hiruzen said very generously. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto clenched his fists and said, then I'll definitely buy the most expensive gift. More expensive than Sasuke's and theirs. Hiruzen chuckled wryly. He was indeed a child, even giving gifts had to be a competition. A new day, Wednesday. After entering November, Konoha experienced a noticeable drop in temperature. By December, there should be heavy snow. Once it snowed, New Year's was not far off. The ninja world used the new calendar, and January 1st was the first day of the new year. Kitazawa hadn't paid much attention to the new year before. Because he was alone, the date of the new year had no meaning. But this year was different, with Kurenai and Tsunade and the others. This new year will definitely be very lively. Kitazawa suddenly stopped walking. He thought of a problem. Sarutobi Asuma rarely returned to Konoha village except for very urgent matters because he served as a guardian ninja in the Land of Fire's capital. But for special occasions like New Year's, he had to come back. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Kitazawa shook his head and said. Asuma was actually a good person. But he had snatched Kurenai in the original work. No, that's not right, he couldn't say snatched. After all, Asuma and Kurenai weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Forget it, I'll deal with it then. Kitazawa stopped thinking and went directly to the Ninja Academy's training ground. But to his surprise, the training ground was empty. Puzzled, he went to the nearby artificial lake, but still no one was there. Strange. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Did everyone plan to freeload on food today? Normally, only Hinata would eat breakfast with him, occasionally joined by Ino and Sakura. But Sasuke, Naruto, and Kiba all ate breakfast at home. Kitazawa's office. Naruto, what exactly are you up to? You're being so secretive. Sakura couldn't help but ask. Early in the morning, Naruto had called them to gather at Kitazawa's office. Yeah. Tenten asked, puzzled, why did you call us too? Although Niji didn't speak, he was also very confused. Naruto. Rock Lee suddenly asked excitedly, are you going to lead us to form a youth club? Youth club? Ino quickly shook her head and said loudly, I won't join you guys. Me too. Shikamaru agreed. Not a youth club, but a much more important matter. Naruto waved his arm and said, I now declare our first major strategy meeting officially open. Don't waste time. Sasuke stood at the doorway, frowning slightly. After he went home last night, neither his mother nor his brother blamed him. But the more this happened, the more he felt he had let down the Uchiha. Therefore, he was in a hurry now, eager to attend today's special training. It's teacher Kitazawa's birthday. Naruto said directly. When? Hinata, usually quiet, instinctively asked. December 21st. Naruto replied. Isn't that still over a month away? Kiba glared at him and asked, do we need to discuss it so early? Teacher Kitazawa is so good to us, so the gift for him must be carefully chosen. Naruto said self-righteously. Naruto's not wrong. Ino said thoughtfully, what kind of gift should we give? What does Teacher Kitazawa usually like? Shikamaru stroked his chin and asked. I know. Naruto raised his hand and said, Teacher Kitazawa likes to teach. The others all looked at him speechlessly. Are you going to make Teacher Kitazawa teach us on his birthday? Shikamaru retorted. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata, you know Teacher Kitazawa best. Do you know what he likes? Ino suddenly thought of something and looked at Hinata. Being stared at by so many people, Hinata's face immediately turned crimson. I don't know either. Teacher Kitazawa might like ninjutsu. Sasuke's mind stirred, and he said, I can give him ninjutsu. If you give ninjutsu, it wouldn't be very appropriate for us to give something else. Shikamaru paused slightly and said. That's it then, I'm going to the training ground first. Sasuke said impatiently, Teacher Kitazawa has probably arrived already, so I can buy you guys some time. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. As soon as he left the teaching building, he ran into Kitazawa head-on. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke went up to him and asked, are we starting new training now? Let's go to the training ground. Kitazawa paused and asked, why are you the only one? Where are Naruto and the others? I don't know. Sasuke's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged. Seeing this, Kitazawa didn't ask further. The two of them arrived at the training ground. The main purpose of the new training is to train your Sharingan. Kitazawa stopped and asked, what do you think is the most important ability of the One-Tomo Sharingan? It's insight. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, it allows me to see the target's movements more clearly, and thus react accordingly. Not bad. Kitazawa nodded and said, so your new training is aimed at the One-Tomo Sharingan's insight ability. He casually waved his hand, and chakra transformed into wind, which swept up the fallen leaves on the ground. The leaves, covered by wind-released chakra, immediately revealed a sharp edge. The next second, all the leaves completely embedded themselves into a nearby tree. Sasuke's heart trembled at the sight. This level of chakra control and wind-released chakra nature transformation was truly terrifying. I will attack you with leaves, after activating your Sharingan, try your best to dodge, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Sasuke was slightly stunned. Isn't this the same training content that Hinata had before? Chapter 158, Kiba's New Ninjutsu. As soon as Naruto and Neji arrived at the training ground, they saw Sasuke in the thick of it. He had his Sharingan activated, jumping up and down in place, occasionally letting out a muffled grunt. This was the sound he involuntarily made after being hit by a leaf. With the enhancement of wind-released chakra, the leaves were no less powerful than ordinary kunai. Of course, to avoid harming Sasuke, Kitazawa removed the cutting property of the wind-released chakra, retaining only its speed. This looks similar to Hinata's leaf training from before. Shikamaru said thoughtfully, it should be training for the Sharingan. The Sharingan is divided into 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and 3-tomo. Ino asked in surprise, are you saying Sasuke is going to activate his 2-tomo Sharingan? Is the 2-tomo Sharingan very powerful? Naruto asked curiously. After activating the 2-tomo Sharingan, it's equivalent to having Chunin-level strength, Neji said in a deep voice. A sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Sasuke was one of his challenge targets. After all, he had defeated him before. Neji had planned to challenge him again after his gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms improved further. But clearly, as he was improving, Sasuke was also improving. Chunin. Naruto couldn't help but widen his eyes. He wasn't even a genin, and Sasuke was already aiming for Chunin. As expected of my lifelong rival. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, such youthful passion, I can't lose. If we keep talking, Kitazawa-sensei will notice us. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, reminding them. Although he wasn't a Ninja Academy student, since he trained with Ino and the others, Naruto had also called him to the meeting. Kitazawa-sensei will definitely notice our abnormality, just remember not to let anything slip. Shikamaru looked at Hinata and said, especially Hinata. I'll try my best. Hinata clasped her hands, saying nervously. Hinata, you can do it. Ino waved her small fist and said, you can definitely complete your mission. Her mission wasn't to avoid letting anything slip, but to find out what Kitazawa liked. Don't worry. Sakura patted her chest and said, even if your mission fails, it's okay, I'm here too. She and Hinata received the same mission. The reason was that she also spent a lot of time with Kitazawa. Though mostly at Konoha Hospital. Actually, I can do this mission too. Naruto said with an eager expression. You can't. Shikamaru retorted, you're too easily exposed. That's true. Ino recalled how Naruto was the first to be exposed when they ganged up on Tsunade. All right. Naruto scratched his head and said. Time's almost up, everyone. Get to your positions and start training. Shino Aburame, who had been unnoticed, spoke his first and last words. Everyone heard him and said no more, immediately dispersing. Kiba went to the artificial lake alone. Since Sasuke started his new training, he no longer needed to go to the artificial lake. Sakura could train anywhere, and she chose to stay and accompany Sasuke. Naruto, full of motivation, ran to his personal training ground. Sasuke was working so hard, he couldn't fall behind either. He definitely had to complete his Rasengan training before the final exam. Ino continued to practice her mind clone switch technique. The effect of the mind clone switch technique was the same as the mind body switch technique, but it could control two people at once. Because it required multitasking, the difficulty was very high. But Shikamaru's second secret jutsu, shadow sewing technique, wasn't as difficult. After so much study, he was finally nearing completion. Perhaps he could master it today. Shadow sewing technique was more flexible and had more uses compared to the shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikamaru felt that if he learned the shadow sewing technique, his ranking in the practical exam might improve by 1 or 2 places. Hinata glanced at Kitazawa, then began practicing gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms on her own. Niji, in the distance, was also practicing gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He could already unleash 8 consecutive palms and was aiming for 10. Karen sat at a desk and began her tutoring, while Yukushi Kabuto found a tree and practiced wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa-sensei. I'm out of strength. 2 hours later, Sasuke unceremoniously plopped down on the ground. He was drenched in sweat, feeling his body had reached its limit, and even breathing had a burning sensation. Besides that, his eyes were extremely fatigued, and his vision was even quite blurry. It seems not only your Sharingan but your body also needs to be strengthened. Kitazawa looked at him and said thoughtfully. Sasuke subconsciously looked up. When strengthening the body was mentioned, he immediately thought of Might Guy. Could it be? From now on, you'll do leaf training in the morning and go to Might Guy for physical training in the afternoon. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. No. Don't. Sasuke's expression froze, his body heating up in the dead of winter. The thing he least wanted to see had finally become reality, but for the 2 Tomo Sharingan, he endured it. You can go find Might Guy once you've rested well. Kitazawa noticed his expression and couldn't help but smile. Sasuke hesitated to speak. Are you doing this on purpose? But he didn't dare to ask too much, fearing Kitazawa would force him to wear a green jumpsuit. Current mission, help Nara Shikamaru learn his second clan secret jutsu. Mission reward, shadow sewing technique. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa let out a soft sound and subconsciously looked at Shikamaru. He saw his shadow, under his control, transform into 2 human-like arms. According to the information provided by the system, Kitazawa also knew that with sufficient chakra, more tendrils could be extended. Theoretically, even 1,000 hands wouldn't be a problem. Of course, an average Nara clan member would only extend a few hands. Congratulations, Shikamaru. Kitazawa walked forward and said, to master 2 secret jutsu at your age, you are already a genius among geniuses. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru dispelled the ninjutsu and shook his head, saying, I'm not a genius, Sasuke and Naruto are. Their talent is too high, you can completely treat them as aliens. Kitazawa chuckled and said. So Kitazawa-sensei thinks so too. Shikamaru's eyes lit up, feeling like he had found a kindred spirit. After all, like you, I'm also a normal human. Kitazawa spread his hands and said. If it weren't for the system cheat, he wouldn't even be as good as Shikamaru. Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru asked with an expectant look, since I've learned shadow swing technique, can I? He had been training for half a semester and was already physically and mentally exhausted, only wanting to lie at home and sleep. You can rest today. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, but tomorrow, you'll start practicing in-release chakra nature transformation, which is sculpting with shadows. Shikamaru immediately froze in place. You're not a normal human, you're a devil. Don't want to go back and rest. Then we. Before Kitazawa could finish, Shikamaru turned and ran, like a wild deer, incredibly fast. He shook his head, laughing wryly. Kitazawa looked around, confirmed that all the students were on track, and then he came to the school's artificial lake. Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba, who was doing water walking training alone, showed a surprised expression when he saw him. Do you want to complete water walking training faster? Kitazawa stroked his chin and asked. Yes. Kiba said, Kitazawa-sensei still cares about me the most. It was understandable that Sasuke didn't train with him. Sakura was purely forgetting loyalty for beauty. Alright then. Kitazawa said seriously, while you're doing water walking training, I'll attack you with water release ninjutsu. He could practice water release, and Inuzuka Kiba could complete water walking training sooner. Everyone had a bright future, a win-win situation. Huh. Kiba was dumbfounded. What kind of agonizing training method was this? Be careful, I just learned this water release ninjutsu, so my aim might not be good. Kitazawa reminded him. Huh. Kiba reacted. He was being used to practice water release ninjutsu. Kiba decided to retract his previous feeling of being touched. This teacher had no heart at all. Kitazawa recalled the water style, water dragon jutsu from the ninjutsu scroll and began to form hand signs. He naturally didn't have A-rank water release chakra nature transformation, but he had expert level chakra shape transformation. Under his control, the artificial lake immediately began to boil. A large amount of water was pulled, forming the shape of a dragon in the air. Water release, or rather, most ninjutsu, has a hidden setting, environmental buffs. In a water-rich environment, such as near rivers, oceans, or lakes, water release ninjutsu can receive certain buffs. Simply put, it saves chakra while also increasing its power. This is also why Kitazawa ran to the artificial lake to practice water release. As for Kiba, that was just a side matter. Run. Kitazawa controlled the water dragon while instructing, the most important thing for water walking training is the rhythm of your chakra output. Kiba began darting across the lake's surface. Keep breathing, don't panic. Kitazawa reminded him, I won't actually hurt you. Kiba felt much calmer upon hearing this. Although there was an extra water dragon, the new training wasn't much different from before. The only difference was that it changed from walking to running, increasing the speed. However, after adapting, Kiba's eyes widened. The water dragon suddenly accelerated and submerged him directly. He immediately fell into the lake, gulping down several mouthfuls of water. I made a mistake just now, sorry. Kitazawa pulled him out. No big deal. What else could Kiba say? To suffer less, he chose to remain silent. Continue training. Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder and said, you don't want to be worse than Naruto in every practical exam, do you? Does Teacher Kitazawa have a way for me to defeat Naruto? Kiba asked, excited and hopeful, upon hearing this. Although treating someone to a Chiraku ramen doesn't cost much, it's still embarrassing if he's always the one paying. You don't have a ninja dog right now, so it's unlikely you'll defeat Naruto in a practical exam. Kitazawa paused and said, but you can try to surpass him in the overall ranking. But my theoretical exam ranking is similar to his, Kiba said, completely lacking confidence. You can improve in theoretical exams by doing more practice questions. Kitazawa comforted him, saying, as long as you advance 1 or 2 places in the practical exam, there's a lot of hope. I understand. Kiba gritted his teeth and said, I'll try. Good. Kitazawa nodded, seeing him completely fall for his big talk. Teacher Kitazawa, I have a question. Kiba scratched his head and asked, puzzled, my current strength can't get stronger, so how can I advance 1 or 2 places in the practical exam? Your problem is that you don't have a ninja dog. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, if you find a ninja dog, the problem can be solved. The Inuzuka clan is very strict about choosing ninja dogs, they are partners who accompany us in battle for life. Kiba said in a serious tone, I must find a ninja dog that is truly in sync with me, not just a random substitute. I have another idea. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, if you don't have a ninja dog, you can be the ninja dog. Huh. Kiba looked bewildered. What kind of operation is this? Doesn't your family have a secret jutsu that allows you to transform into a ninja dog? Kitazawa asked directly. In the original work, Kiba has a secret jutsu called Inuzuka style, human beast transformation, 3-headed wolf. Simply put, it's him, his shadow clone, plus Akamaru, the 2 people and 1 dog combining to become a 3-headed wolf. Of course, Kitazawa didn't understand why it was a 3-headed wolf instead of a 3-headed dog. Indeed, we do. Kiba was stunned for a moment and asked, but these secret jutsu require cooperation with a ninja dog. How can I use it alone? Why not? Kitazawa lightly coughed and reminded him, you still have shadow clone. Shadow clone. Inuzuka Kiba couldn't help but ask, can that work? In the Inuzuka clan, I've never heard of anyone doing that. There's no harm in trying. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, even if it doesn't work, you'll still have learned shadow clone. Oh, right. Kiba thought of Naruto's shadow clone. Although he couldn't create as many shadow clones, even 2 would greatly enhance his strength. Do you want to learn it? Kitazawa asked with a smile. In the original work, Kiba knew the shadow clone technique. In fact, many ninjas know it. Because the shadow clone technique is simple and practical among B-rank ninjutsu. Yes. Kiba said with determination, please teach me, Teacher Kitazawa. Current mission, help Inuzuka Kiba develop a new jutsu. Mission reward, 10% Senju clan bloodline. Accept. Kitazawa couldn't help but be stunned. Although he guessed that a new mission might be triggered, he didn't guess that the mission reward was 10% of the Senju clan bloodline. Is there any relationship between the Inuzuka clan and the Senju clan? Or is it because the Inuzuka clan's secret jutsu involves yang release? Kitazawa stopped thinking about it since he couldn't figure it out. In fact, this mission is quite difficult, deserving of its reward. The Inuzuka clan's secret jutsu are all combinations of people and ninja dogs, now it's a combination of people and shadow clones, requiring quite a few modifications. Fortunately, Kitazawa has a master-level yang release chakra nature transformation, so he can give it a try. If this mission can be completed, plus the mission for Naruto to learn Rasengan, he will have 40% of the Senju bloodline. Although the Senju clan bloodline and Senju Hashirama's bloodline are two different things, the Senju clan bloodline will definitely bring a lot of chakra. I can teach you, but not now. Kitazawa shook his head and said, wait until you complete water walking training. Although the shadow clone technique is simple, it is still B rank, requiring a certain degree of chakra control. Then let's go. Kiba said with high spirits, don't go easy on me. After he finished speaking, he stepped onto the lake's surface again. Kitazawa naturally wouldn't hold back, immediately summoning a water dragon to chase him. Time passed. Under high-intensity training, Kiba made rapid progress. Of course, Kitazawa's water style, water dragon jutsu also improved rapidly in proficiency. Teacher Kitazawa, see you tomorrow. After the last practical class ended, the students from first-year Class A and second-year Class A left one after another. Hinata, is there anything else? Kitazawa immediately saw Hinata, whose small face was hesitant. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata was startled and walked in front of him with her head down. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, her hands clasped together, her index fingers nervously poking each other. Shall I walk you home? Kitazawa looked at her nervous appearance and asked with a smile. I'll treat Teacher Kitazawa to a meal. Hinata stammered for a moment, then suddenly spoke fluently. Because she had just thought of a solution. Ino and the others had asked her to find out what Kitazawa liked. She didn't know where to start before, but now she planned to start with food. Actually, after learning Kitazawa's birthday, Hinata's first thought was to give him money. But on second thought, giving money was too vulgar and seemed insincere. What do you want to eat? Kitazawa stroked her head and asked. I want to eat, no, I'm treating. Hinata looked up and asked with anticipation, what does Teacher Kitazawa want to eat? Me. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, I quite like grilled meat. I see. Hinata's face showed understanding, and she suddenly said loudly, then I'll treat Teacher Kitazawa to grilled meat every day from now on. Who eats grilled meat every day? Kitazawa tapped her forehead and said, going occasionally is fine. Question mark. Hinata asked, puzzled, why? In her opinion, if you like to eat something, you should eat it every day. She did the same, the meals Kitazawa brought her were all very good. It's not good for your health. Kitazawa said casually, let's go to the grilled meat restaurant. Teacher Kitazawa, besides grilled meat, what else do you like to eat? Hinata followed behind him and asked. Some snacks and sweets are also good, Kitazawa replied. What specifically? Hinata's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked. You're talking a lot more than usual today. Kitazawa glanced at her and said with a smile. I just want to understand Teacher Kitazawa more. Hinata's heart fluttered, and she said with a trembling voice. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. After all, she was just a child, so it was too easy for her to give herself away. But he didn't expose her, he was very curious about what Hinata ultimately wanted to do. Chapter 159, Kurenai learns Sealing Jutsu. At the entrance of the Hinata residence. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stopped and asked, can I treat you to dinner again tomorrow? She had a great time eating a lot of barbecue last night. Of course, the most important thing was that she completed Ino and the others' task and found out what Kitazawa liked to eat. I'm a teacher, you're a student. Kitazawa asked with a chuckle, how can a student treat their teacher to dinner every day? I don't mind. Hinata tilted her head and said, besides, I'm not short on money. Having money isn't a reason to treat someone. Kitazawa patted her head and said, tomorrow is fine, maybe next time if there's an opportunity. He really wasn't the kind of man who sponged off others. All right. Hinata felt a little disappointed but didn't say much. Kitazawa looked at her pitiful expression and almost agreed with her. However, constantly getting free meals and drinks was truly unnecessary. See you tomorrow, Hinata. Kitazawa pinched her cheek and said, "You should smile more, that's when you're truly cute." Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then said with a slight embarrassment. Kitazawa turned and walked in the direction of Kurenai's house. As it was already 7 in the evening, the streetlights on both sides of the road lit up one by one. Although it couldn't compare to the sleepless cities of his previous life, the lighting was more than sufficient, preventing him from bumping into any utility poles. Just as he was about to reach Kurenai's house, Kitazawa suddenly felt the lights dim before his eyes. He subconsciously turned to look at the distance. A familiar figure appeared, but what followed was a black current. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, feeling as if everything within his sight had turned pitch black. "How is it?" Kurenai's voice rang out from an unknown direction. "Very good." Kitazawa praised unreservedly, "You have completely mastered the infinite darkness jutsu." The darkness dispersed. Kurenai stood gracefully before him. "In genjutsu, you can already be considered a special jonin." Kitazawa held her soft little hand and even tickled her palm twice. "My goal is to be a jonin." Kurenai tilted her face slightly, looking at him and emphasizing. Under the lamplight, her ruby-like eyes still shone brightly. "A jonin needs to master at least 2 types of ninjutsu." Kitazawa reminded her, "Genjutsu alone isn't enough." "I know." Kurenai said with a headache, "But mastering another ninjutsu isn't easy." "It is easy." Kitazawa lowered his head and whispered into her ear, "I can teach you." Kurenai couldn't help but freeze. To be fair, it was indeed possible. Kitazawa's strength now far exceeded hers, and he knew many ninjutsu. Kurenai hesitated to speak. Just a year ago, she was a genjutsu ninja who could steadily defeat Kitazawa, but in the blink of an eye, she had become his student. This stark contrast made her feel as if she were dreaming. "What are you thinking about?" Kitazawa raised his hand and slapped her on the buttocks. "What are you doing?" Kurenai exclaimed, glaring at him and asking with dissatisfaction. "You were the one who zoned out first." Kitazawa said seriously, "I was just kindly reminding you." "Is that how you remind someone?" Kurenai asked irritably. "Sorry." Kitazawa rubbed her buttocks and said, "I was too forceful just now." Kurenai's body trembled, and she quickly retreated 2 steps. She stood in place, feeling a tingling sensation in her buttocks. Under the streetlight, a blush quickly appeared on her beautiful face. "Pervert," Kurenai said through gritted teeth. "What ninjutsu do you want to learn?" Kitazawa blinked, cleared his throat, and said, "I can teach you anything." "Can you teach sealing jutsu too?" Kurenai snorted lightly, asking provocatively. He took advantage of her and was still so arrogant, which made her very annoyed. "No problem." Kitazawa readily agreed. He had just learned a sealing jutsu. With the system's help, he would definitely have more sealing jutsu in the future, so teaching Kurenai wouldn't be a big issue. In fact, in the original work, Kurenai did no sealing jutsu. In the storyline related to Yakumo, she used a sealing jutsu called the evil sealing method. But that storyline was at least 6 or 7 years away from the present. As far as Kitazawa knew, the current Kurenai had not mastered any sealing jutsu. He suspected that Kurenai learned sealing jutsu because of Asuma Sarutobi. After all, sealing jutsu was not something an ordinary ninja in Konoha village could learn. Asuma Sarutobi, as the son of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally had access to sealing jutsu. "You really know sealing jutsu?" Kurenai was stunned and couldn't help but ask. "Would I lie to you?" Kitazawa stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. "When did you learn it?" Kurenai found it unbelievable. "Do you know that Tsunade-sama has a ninjutsu called the In Seal?" Kitazawa asked, sniffing the faint fragrance on her. "Of course I know, you mean you learned sealing jutsu to learn the In Seal." Kurenai reacted and asked in surprise, "Does Lady Tsunade really plan to take you as a student?" "What?" Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and asked, "You never believed me." "It's not that I don't believe you, but that's Lady Tsunade." Kurenai's face showed complex emotions. Although she had been in frequent contact with Tsunade recently, she knew that there was a huge gap between them. Not just in strength, but also in identity and status. If Kitazawa became Tsunade's student, he could soar to great heights and officially become a high-ranking member of Konoha village. "Do you know how amazing I am now?" Kitazawa's gaze shifted downwards, easily seeing her fair neck. "No matter how amazing, you're still a pervert." Kurenai noticed his gaze and retorted. "Is that so?" Kitazawa lowered his head and kissed her neck, asking, "Should I do something perverted?" Kurenai froze in place. The warm breath on her tender skin gave her a feeling like an electric shock. "You," Kurenai's moist red lips parted slightly. Kitazawa no longer hesitated, lowering his head to kiss her lips. He held her soft body in his arms, clearly feeling the pressure of her curves. Though not as ample as Tsunade's, they still had a considerable outline. Kurenai looked at him, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. It wasn't until she breathed in fresh air that she felt alive again. I'll come back and teach you sealing jutsu tomorrow morning after my meeting, Kitazawa said, twirling her hair with his index finger. Kurenai's face was pressed against him, and she could hear a faint heartbeat. She didn't know if it was Kitazawa's or her own. Let's go back, standing here isn't doing anything. Kitazawa finished speaking, then pinched her thigh. Kurenai glared at him and turned to leave. What's the progress on Lady Tsunade's emotion displacement ninjutsu? Kitazawa caught up to her and asked. It's already nearing completion, it can be finished at any time, Kurenai replied. That's good. Kitazawa secretly thought that Tsunade's time for treatment was not far off. However, he wasn't sure if he could cure her hemophobia, he could only try his best. The next morning, Thursday. Naruto's second secret operation was held in the Ninja Academy's conference room. The reason it was chosen to be in the conference room was that they would have a student council meeting afterward. Kitazawa-sensei likes barbecue, and he also likes takoyaki. Under everyone's gaze, Hinata spoke about yesterday's findings. Excellent. Ino praised, Hinata's task was completed very well. When Kitazawa-sensei's birthday comes, we'll treat him to dinner at the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha village. Naruto waved his hand, saying grandly. That's great. Choji raised both hands in agreement. His favorite food was barbecue. I think we should consider the budget. Shikamaru looked at Hinata, then at Choji, and reminded them. No problem. Naruto patted his chest and said, I got sponsorship from Grandpa Third. You can get sponsorship for this, too? Kiba asked in surprise. As expected of the head of external affairs. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, to be able to get sponsorship from Hokage-sama twice. It's not that serious, Naruto said sheepishly. I also have some information about Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto narrowed his eyes and continued. What is it? Naruto quickly asked. Ino, Niji, and others also subconsciously looked at him. Shino Aburame pushed up his glasses, wondering. Kitazawa-sensei is skilled in wind release, Yakushi Kabuto said unhurriedly. If he has a good ninja tool, it can achieve twice the results with half the effort when used with wind release. Wind release, due to its cutting characteristic, pairs very well with ninja tools. In the original work, Asuma, who was skilled in wind release, even used 2 chakra blades. I'll deliver the ninja tool. Hinata quickly said. Ninja tools are personal belongings. She hoped to see Kitazawa frequently use the ninja tool she gifted him. All right, Kabuto nodded and said, you are more suitable than I. A good ninja tool is often astronomically expensive. He was short on funds, while Hinata was a rich young lady. You just performed a meritorious deed. Since you want to deliver it, then you go ahead and do it, Naruto said very fairly. Naruto, you already have the demeanor of Hokage now, Kiba teased. Of course. Naruto said proudly, my goal is to surpass all previous Hokage. I have an idea, Ino suddenly thought of something and said, Kitazawa-sensei's birthday is close to New Year's, so I can give him a kimono. It's a ninja world custom to wear traditional clothing, which is a kimono, for New Year's. This gift is indeed suitable, Shikamaru echoed. Hinata, I need your help. Ino looked at Hinata, clasped her hands together, and said. What? Hinata was a bit unaccustomed to her being so serious. To customize a kimono, we need to know Kitazawa-sensei's clothing size, Ino explained. You have the Byakugan, so it's most suitable for you to handle this. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then agreed without much thought. That's great. Ino brushed back a strand of golden hair from her forehead, smiling as she said, now it's your turn to worry about what to give. Hey. Kiba quickly said, we're all classmates, you should help us brainstorm too. I didn't say I was running away, Ino sat back down and asked, do you have any other ideas? Everyone fell into thought upon hearing this. Just then, 2 students from another class walked in. Did we enter the wrong meeting room? One of the young boys couldn't help but be surprised. It's almost time. Today's second major strategy meeting ends here, Naruto said upon seeing them. Student council members, please stay for the meeting. We're leaving first. See you next time. Ino, Tenten, Hinata, and others left the meeting room one after another. The time came to 8:40 a.m. Kitazawa walked into the meeting room on time. All the members of the student council were already present. Kitazawa-sensei, Inuzuka Hana stepped forward and said, this is the activity proposal I made. Good work. Kitazawa opened the proposal and began to read. Overall, it was well written. Of course, this was thanks to the many suggestions he had given earlier. There are no problems. You can proceed with the activities according to this plan, Kitazawa said after finishing reading. So, when will the activity be scheduled? Inuzuka Hana took the proposal and asked. Promote the activity these next few days, and officially launch it next Friday, Kitazawa said after a brief thought. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei. Hana's spirits lifted, and her voice became much more excited. She had thought the activity would be scheduled for Saturday or Sunday, but she hadn't expected it to be on Friday. This essentially meant they could have an extra day of fun. The other students also cheered upon hearing this. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Hokage-sama will attend the activity on Friday, Kitazawa said with a smile. Don't disappoint, Hokage-sama. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Everyone answered in unison, each of them very excited. All right, then the rest is up to you to handle. Kitazawa stood up and said, if you encounter any problems, come find me again. He did not stay, because he had already said everything that needed to be said. They only needed to follow the plan to successfully complete the activity. After Kitazawa finished his first class, he returned to Kurenai's home. Are you back? Kurenai, who was sitting on the roof, immediately stood up. Why are you waiting up here? Kitazawa asked. Nothing to do. Kurenai leaped down, landing steadily in front of him. But because of her movement, her whole body trembled a few times, especially her clothing, which seemed even more elastic. Looking around again, Kurenai noticed his gaze and kicked out with her leg. You can't blame me, Kitazawa said without changing his expression, blame you for being too beautiful. Smooth talker. Kurenai glared at him, then couldn't help but laugh. Before learning sealing ninjutsu, you must learn to draw sealing jutsu formulas, Kitazawa admired for a moment, then returned to the main topic. Most ninjutsu only require hand seals. But sealing ninjutsu is different, it requires hand seals plus jutsu formulas. The reason is that most sealing ninjutsu are sustained ninjutsu. For example, the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal that sealed the 9-tailed, under normal circumstances, would only expire upon Naruto's death. Another example is the fire sealing method that he was going to teach Kurenai today. Theoretically, as long as the sealing scroll is not damaged, the flames inside will never escape. The carving of sealing jutsu formulas doesn't require a brush, but chakra, which requires extremely strong chakra control, Kitazawa said with a smile. I'm a genjutsu ninja, so my chakra control is very strong. Kurenai clenched her fists and said. Then let's start drawing the sealing jutsu formulas directly. Kitazawa took out a scroll, opened it, and said, this is the sealing jutsu formula for the fire sealing method. There were no words on the scroll, only a circular sealing jutsu formula. The sealing jutsu formula was composed of curse marks resembling tadpole script. First, memorize it, Kitazawa said, then took out a blank scroll. Once you've memorized it, draw it on there using chakra. I'll try. Kurenai took a deep breath and extended her right hand. She placed her hand on the scroll, then slowly released chakra. Black curse marks gradually appeared on the blank scroll. Your sealing ninjutsu talent might be very good, Kitazawa said with a smile upon seeing this. That's Kurenai Yuhi made a mistake before she could finish speaking. The black curse marks on the scroll did not form a straight line, deviating from the intended path. It's normal not to succeed the first time, Kitazawa comforted her. A few more tries and you'll get the correct placement. Kurenai wasn't discouraged either. Sealing ninjutsu is theoretically more difficult than genjutsu, so learning it slowly is normal. The time came to the next day. Under the leadership of Sasuke and Naruto, the student council began its first activity promotion. Methods such as distributing flyers and hanging banners were used simultaneously, giving the Ninja Academy a unique atmosphere. Kitazawa did not participate, living a simple and unadorned life every day. He attended classes, guided students, practiced water release with Kiba, and taught Kurenai sealing ninjutsu after returning home. Half a week passed in a flash. The second week of November, on Thursday. Tomorrow would be the first activity of the student council, or rather, the Will of Fire Club. Although it was just a simple knowledge competition, due to the generous prizes and a week-long promotion, it attracted registrations from all students in the school. It was no exaggeration to say that it was difficult to find even a few students in the entire Ninja Academy who had not registered. Kitazawa went to the Hokage building after the first class. He had promised the students that he would invite Hiruzen Sarutobi to attend. Just as he arrived at the Hokage building, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission, help Ikushi Kabuto learn 3 wind release ninjutsu. Mission reward, earth release. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. This was an unexpected surprise, yet within reason. Kabuto was already an excellent medical ninja after all, with a strong foundation, so learning ninjutsu was naturally faster than Ino and the others. And after obtaining earth release, Kitazawa was only 1 lightning release away from having all elemental natures. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 160, Chunin Exam Mission. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa entered the Hokage's office after receiving permission. Ah, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and asked, "Is Tsunade not here today?" Lady Tsunade is still researching a new ninjutsu. Kitazawa paused, then explained, "I came to see Hokage-sama today about the student council." "Is it about the knowledge competition event?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and asked. He kept an eye on Naruto every day, so he was naturally aware of the student council's affairs. Hokage-sama truly has foresight. Kitazawa flattered him before saying, "The student council has made all the preparations for your arrival, and we hope you can come tomorrow. You finished preparations in just 1 week, you work very quickly." Hiruzen chuckled, saying, "As the patron of the Will of Fire Club, I will certainly join in the fun. Sasuke and Naruto have been eagerly looking forward to your visit, they'll be very excited to see you tomorrow," Kitazawa said with a smile. "You've taught well, Naruto's performance in the Will of Fire Club has been very satisfactory to me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly. He had always thought Naruto's personality was too boisterous, or perhaps clumsy. He might become a ninja who could do nothing but fight in the future. But now, it seemed he was careful despite his rough exterior. When preparing for the student council's first event, he was hands-on and completed it perfectly. As the saying goes, what a child is at 3, he is at 7. Naruto might truly become the second Minato Namikaze. Konoha village was currently in an awkward transitional period. More accurately, the high-ranking officials of Konoha village all had some issues. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Udatane Koharu were all advanced in age. Jiraiya was constantly searching for the child of prophecy outside. Orochimaru had already defected, leaving only Tsunade, who also had hemophobia. Fortunately, Kitazawa proposed the psychological medical ninja. Otherwise, Tsunade's situation would be difficult to handle. Kakashi was withdrawn, Asuma had left, Might Guy was too unreliable, and Kurenai and others lacked sufficient strength. The emergence of Naruto and Sasuke gave him hope. At least the new generation had already begun to show their potential. "How is Tsunade's condition?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, thinking of this. Lady Tsunade has agreed to accept treatment for her hemophobia. Kitazawa had not reported this matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen before. He had planned to tell him after the hemophobia treatment was completed, but since he asked, he told him the truth. "Really?" Hiruzen's hand, holding the pipe, trembled as he subconsciously asked. To be honest, he didn't have much hope that Kitazawa could complete the mission. The reason was that he understood Tsunade. She was not someone who could be easily persuaded. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be Kitazawa's turn. Lady Tsunade said it herself, Kitazawa said with a serious expression. "If you can cure Tsunade's hemophobia, Konoha village will definitely give you a very generous reward." Hiruzen's face broke into a smile as he promised. He wasn't just making empty promises. If Tsunade's hemophobia were cured, she would certainly not wander the ninja world as before, but choose to stay in Konoha village. Konoha village would not only have the ninja world's most outstanding medical ninja but also a Hokage successor. This could stabilize the morale within the village and deter ambitious individuals outside. In short, there were simply too many benefits. And as the great contributor, Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not be stingy. Moreover, he would most likely become Tsunade's student, both being ninjas of the Hokage lineage, keeping the benefits within the family. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Kitazawa immediately said. He wanted to cure Tsunade's hemophobia even more than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because as long as Tsunade became Hokage, he would have a strong and powerful backer. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was also good, he still couldn't compare to Tsunade. After their discussion, Kitazawa left the Hokage's office and went to the artificial lake at the Ninja Academy. Kiba Inuzuka, who had been waiting, quickly came forward to greet him. After a week of intense training, his water walking training was basically complete, and he could move on to new training, which was the study of his clan's secret techniques. Kiba had been itching with anticipation ever since Kitazawa mentioned it a week ago. After all, he also wanted to make a splash like Naruto, achieve a perfect comeback, and ideally, surpass him. "Kitazawa-sensei." Kiba took out a scroll and said, "This is the Inuzuka clan's secret technique regarding transformation." Kitazawa took the scroll and immediately opened it. He glanced at it and instantly discovered a problem. The scroll contained 2 secret techniques, but neither was complete. Kitazawa thought for a moment and understood the reason. He was, after all, an outsider. To prevent him from learning the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques, some parts of the content were deliberately omitted. However, Kitazawa hadn't intended to learn them anyway. After all, where would he get a ninja dog? Even if he were to find a summoning animal, it would have to be from one of the 3 great sage lands. They could fight, heal, and support, which was much more useful than any ninja dog. Although some parts were omitted, the remaining sections were clear enough. Kitazawa looked at the scroll, lost in thought. The two secret techniques were the beast-human clone and the Inuzuka style, human-beast transformation, double-headed wolf. The former's effect was to transform a ninja dog into a human. The latter's effect was to transform a human into a ninja dog and merge with the ninja dog. It had to be said that these two secret techniques were given very appropriately, most likely chosen by Kiba Inuzuka's parents. I already have some ideas. Kitazawa put away the ninjutsu scroll and said, "First, I'll teach you the shadow clone technique." "Okay." Kiba's spirits lifted, and he said excitedly. "You don't have as much chakra as Naruto, and since you're just starting, you only need to create one shadow clone," Kitazawa reminded him. "Only one?" Kiba thought of Naruto's countless shadow clones and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just the number of shadow clones alone showed how big the chakra difference between them was. Kiba even wondered if Naruto was a child born of a tailed beast, though he hadn't heard of tailed beasts giving birth. "Do you have any other questions?" Kitazawa asked after explaining the shadow clone technique for half an hour. "I understand everything," Kiba Inuzuka said confidently. Kitazawa-sensei explained it so clearly, "I'm sure I'll succeed on my first try." After he finished speaking, he began to form hand signs. With a bang. From the smoke, another Kiba Inuzuka appeared. But he immediately fell to the ground as soon as he appeared, because he was missing a leg. Cough, cough, at least it's a person, Kiba awkwardly dispelled the shadow clone. "No rush, take your time," Kitazawa chuckled lightly and said. "I'll leave a shadow clone for you, if you have any questions, just ask him." He formed hand signs and performed the shadow clone technique at a slower pace than usual. Kitazawa-sensei is still amazing. Kiba immediately flattered him. "You watch him, and also practice water release," Kitazawa said to his shadow clone, then turned and left. Although the shadow clone technique wasn't difficult, it would still take Kiba about a week to learn it at his current level. And during this week, Kitazawa could think about how to modify his family's secret techniques. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto, who was at the training ground, immediately ran up to Kitazawa when he saw him and said, "I've already learned wind release, rotating shuriken. Then today I'll teach you a new wind release ninjutsu." Kitazawa already knew his learning progress from the system, so he wasn't surprised. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei," Kabuto quickly said. "The ninjutsu I'm teaching you today is called wind style, vacuum blade. It has some similarities to wind release, shuriken." Kitazawa took out a kunai and said, "It involves infusing wind release chakra into the kunai, making it more lethal." "I see." Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Wind release, rotating shuriken was about throwing shuriken, which was a special ninja tool. But wind style, vacuum blade was more about using the kunai as a ninja sword rather than a ninja tool. Of course, it could also be thrown as a ninja tool. "Give it a try." Kitazawa explained wind style, vacuum blade for half an hour, just as he had explained the shadow clone technique. But after Kabuto took out the kunai, he didn't immediately form hand signs. Instead, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and asked. "Kitazawa-sensei, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Kabuto took a deep breath and said. "Why so serious?" Kitazawa asked, somewhat surprised. "Did you encounter something difficult?" "I want to participate in the Chunin exams," Kabuto said in a low voice. "You're not a Chunin yet?" Kitazawa asked, stunned. "I grew up in Root from a young age and did not participate in the Chunin exams held by Konoha Village." Kabuto paused, then added, "Strictly speaking, I'm not even a genin." "That's true." Kitazawa was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Isn't it more than enough for you to participate in the Chunin exams with your strength? Why is it so difficult?" "Participating in the Chunin exams requires a team leader to sign up, and also 2 teammates," Kabuto said awkwardly. "I don't have any." All the ninjas he knew were in Root. Now that he had left Root, looking around the vast Konoha village, he couldn't find 2 genin who could be his teammates. Kabuto had also looked for Yakushi Nono. But as the person in charge of Konoha Hospital, she was quite busy and didn't dare to leave her post without permission. Kabuto thought it over and felt that Kitazawa was the most suitable. Moreover, he had been a teacher for so many years, so he must have had many students who had already become genin. As a genius, you should become a Chunin early and make a name for yourself. Current mission, lead Yakushi Kabuto to pass the Chunin exams as the top-ranked team. Mission reward, water release, hydrification technique. Accept. Kitazawa looked at the 4 lines of text that appeared before him, his face full of question marks. "No, system, are you an idiot? I'm already a special jonin. Why would I still participate in the Chunin exams? And before, for the special jonin assessment, you even issued a mission. Have you forgotten all about it?" Kitazawa couldn't help but frown. To be fair, this reward was indeed very good. The water release, hydrification technique was a water-release secret ninjutsu of the Hozuki clan from Hidden Mist Village. Its effect was to liquefy the user's body. In a liquefied state, one could basically ignore any physical attacks, and it could also be used for infiltration and surprise attacks. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to a puddle of water. Besides lacking chakra, Kitazawa now lacked defensive and life-saving ninjutsu. The water release, hydrification technique was undoubtedly a very good life-saving ninjutsu. As long as he didn't encounter lightning release, he could almost be called immortal. But the problem was, how could he participate in the Chunin exams? Even if Kitazawa and Hiruzen were close, it would be impossible for him to participate. After all, this would be breaking the rules of Konoha Village. Wait. Kitazawa suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The mission content said to lead Kabuto to pass the Chunin exams as the top-ranked team, so does the team leader count? Whether it counted or not, this was the only chance, so it was worth a try. Anyway, this system was very idiotic. So, you want me to be your temporary team leader? Kitazawa snapped back to reality and asked. Kabuto nodded and then said, if any of your former students are genin, I hope you can recommend them. I see. Kitazawa now understood why Kabuto came to him. He did have many students who were now genin, but they were all very unremarkable. There was nothing he could do, the ninja world was like this, it depended on bloodline and talent. Kitazawa's previous students were all very ordinary. Without a bloodline or talent, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't teach any strong individuals. Although Yakushi Kabuto's strength was already quite good, the Chunin exams were, after all, participated in as a team. Kitazawa was worried that his students would hold him back. If they didn't pass as the top-ranked team, then his mission would fail. Kitazawa sighed inwardly. If only he could call upon Yakumo and Naruto, they could easily get first place. But they were Ninja Academy students, not even genin, let alone able to participate in the Chunin exams. When are the registrations for the Chunin exams? Kitazawa pondered for a moment and asked. December 1st, Kabuto replied. Kitazawa was reminded by him. Konoha Village indeed held Chunin exams at the end of each year. The Chunin exams mentioned here only involved ninja from Konoha Village, not ninja from other ninja villages. In fact, the joint Chunin exams in the original work were an exception. They had a performance nature, demonstrating military power to the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire and Land of Wind, so the difficulty was very high. In the joint Chunin exams with so many participants, only Shikamaru ultimately became a Chunin. If it really followed this standard, the number of Chunin in Konoha Village would be extremely small. Okay, I agree. Kitazawa nodded and said, as for your teammates, I'll bring them to meet you once I've chosen them. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although your strength already far surpasses that of an average Chunin, still don't let your guard down. Kitazawa reminded him, there's still half a month until the Chunin exams, try your best to learn wind style, vacuum blade. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto raised the kunai in his hand and began practicing wind style, vacuum blade. Kitazawa stepped back, guiding him while pondering who to find as his teammates. Kabuto, leading two others, carried a certain risk of not getting first place. Out of careful consideration, Kitazawa felt he should find another genin with decent strength. But the problem was that capable genin were few and far between. And many had already participated in the Chunin exams and become Chunin, like Uchiha Itachi. He and Kiba should normally be classmates, but now he had already become an Umbu member. Kitazawa's mind stirred, and he thought of Abirame Toryun en route. He certainly hadn't participated in the Chunin exams. Although he was similar in age to Shino Abirame, his nano-poisonous insects made him invincible among ordinary ninja. The unfortunate thing was that he encountered Uchiha Obito in the original work. After being sucked into a different dimension by Uchiha Obito's Kamui, he was then killed by Kabuto and reanimated with Edo Tensei, truly a streak of bad luck. But it wouldn't be easy to snatch someone from Danzo Shimura's hands. The Abirame clan was already considered a sizable ninja clan, yet they still had to hand over Toryun to Danzo and his route. The key to the matter was finding a ninja who could contend with Danzo. Undoubtedly, there was only one candidate left in Konoha Village now, Tsunade. But Kitazawa felt that he shouldn't be the one to actively seek them out, the Abirame clan should be the one to seek her out. Moreover, if Tsunade could help the Abirame clan and also show a bit of willingness to become Hokage, the Abirame clan would most likely offer their hearts on the spot. Kitazawa pondered and finally decided to start with Shino Abirame. Under normal circumstances, he should have gone to Root, but Abirame Toryun took his place. Undoubtedly, Shino Abirame was the one who most wanted to rescue him from Root. Kabuto, you don't have any major problems anymore. I'll leave a shadow clone here, you can ask him if you have any questions. Kitazawa formed hand signs and used the shadow clone technique. Because he had to teach students, he had recently been keeping two shadow clones outside. One at the artificial lake, and one at the training ground. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto replied in passing, then continued to cultivate. Kitazawa glanced at the training of Hinata and Ino, and after confirming there were no problems, he walked towards the first-year Class A classroom. In the classroom, Iruka was teaching, and it was a flower arranging class. After he noticed Kitazawa, he let the students arrange flowers freely, and he came to the classroom door. After class, have Shino come to my office, Kitazawa said directly before he could speak. Iruka nodded. Seeing this, Kitazawa returned to his office. He wasn't idle either, checking the preparations for tomorrow's Will of Fire Club activity. After all, he was currently the student council president. If there were any problems with the Will of Fire Club activities, he would also be responsible. About 10 minutes later, a knock sounded. Kitazawa-sensei. Shino Abirame, dressed in a white robe and wearing sunglasses, walked in. Shino, what do you think of your ranking in the last monthly exam? Kitazawa thought for a moment and asked. My classmates are all very strong. Shino Abirame was a little confused but still answered truthfully. Then are you satisfied with your ranking? Kitazawa looked at him and asked again. Shino Abirame couldn't help but pause. Why suddenly ask such a question? But in his opinion, it was already extremely difficult for him to get into the top 5. After all, their class had geniuses like Hinata, Uzumaki, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo, who possessed both talent and good stats. And they had all received special training from Kitazawa. I've done my best to achieve my current ranking, it's very difficult to improve further. Shino Abirame paused, then proactively asked, Kitazawa-sensei, can I participate in your special training? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that he was indeed quick on the uptake. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 161, Action Against Danzo. Of course, Kitazawa said with a smile. Provided it doesn't affect your theoretical grades, I welcome your participation at any time. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Shino Abirame looked up at him and asked, what special training should I participate in? First, you should do tree climbing and water walking training to improve your chakra control ability, Kitazawa replied. Then, we'll create special training specifically for your insects. How do you specially train insects? Shino Abirame couldn't help but ask, stunned. Kikaichu were the most commonly used insects of the Abirame clan. The clan possessed a series of secret ninjutsu centered around these insects. These techniques were already highly developed and required no further special training. That was why Shino Abirame found Kitazawa's words puzzling. Regarding the special training for insects, I have 2 ideas, Kitazawa said, holding up a finger. First, finding new insects. The Abirame clan started searching for new insects in the ninja world a long time ago, Shino replied, half refusing and half explaining. But the new insects they found were not as good as Kikaichu. He didn't believe Kitazawa alone could discover insects superior to what his entire clan had found. To him, this method sounded like a waste of time. I know of an insect that can enter the enemy's body with light, absorb their chakra, and eventually explode, Kitazawa said unhurriedly. There's such an insect. Shino Abirame understood its terrifying potential the moment he heard about it. Being able to enter an enemy's body with light meant its main body was nearly impossible to detect. And its ability to absorb chakra and explode indicated devastating power. Any ninja who encountered such a creature would be doomed. Even 4th Raikage almost died because of this insect, Kitazawa added with a small smile. What? For once, Shino Abirame, usually so calm, widened his eyes. 4th Raikage was a peerless master, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. And yet, an insect had nearly killed him. Just from that alone, this insect has already surpassed Kikaichu. The Abirame clan had many strong ninja, but none who stood at the very top. The reason was the limitation of their insects. What is this insect called? Where is it? Shino asked impatiently. As a member of the Abirame clan, he had a natural inclination to collect insects. And a completely new, powerful species. It was an irresistible lure. Explosive bugs, Kitazawa replied. Shino frowned. He had never heard of such an insect, nor was it recorded in his clan's archives. In the ninja world, there are many secret organizations, Kitazawa continued. Explosive bugs come from one called the Nokizuru Group. Nokizuru Group? Shino subconsciously adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes. With this clue, his clan would surely investigate. If they truly existed, they would have to obtain explosive bugs. If these insects could be integrated into the Abirame arsenal, it would greatly enhance their strength. They even dared to kill 4th Raikage. Are they very strong? Shino asked, recalling Kitazawa's earlier words. Their strength is average. Their ability to threaten fourth Raikage relied solely on explosive bugs, Kitazawa explained. His near-death experience came from a lack of information, not their combat ability. I see, Shino murmured, finally enlightened. Explosive bugs were invisible to the naked eye. Without prior knowledge, they would be impossible to defend against. Then how did you know, Teacher Kitazawa? Shino asked curiously. Because Lady Tsunade removed the explosive bugs from fourth Raikage, Kitazawa answered. He then shared a story from the original work. The Hidden Cloud Village had always acted domineeringly. At one point, fourth Raikage led his subordinates to steal a secret ninjutsu from the Sugi village. In retaliation, the Cedar village hired the Nokizuru group to pursue and kill them. Eventually, fourth Raikage and his men were infected with explosive bugs. One subordinate exploded on the spot, dying instantly. Just when they were at their wits' end, they encountered Tsunade and Shizun, wandering the ninja world. Fourth Raikage proposed an arm wrestling match with Tsunade, agreeing to let her treat them only if he won. That's quite bizarre, Shino commented. Who would have thought an obscure group of Nokizuru group nearly killed the mighty fourth Raikage? And yet, Raikage's luck was incredible, running into Tsunade, the greatest medical ninja of her era. What do you think of this insect? Kitazawa asked with a smile, watching Shino's expression change. Very powerful. Shino Aburame said in a deep, steady voice. If the Aburame clan can obtain explosive bugs, you will forever be our honored guest. You are the future Hokage. You should not miss this excellent opportunity to win over the Aburame clan. Current mission, help the Aburame clan obtain exploding bugs. Mission reward, impersonation, shape-shifting, jutsu. Do you accept? Kitazawa let out a soft exclamation. This could actually trigger a mission. He had thought that only stealing Aburame Torian from Root would unlock a new mission, but he didn't expect the explosive bugs to give him such a pleasant surprise. And the mission reward was also exceptional. The impersonation jutsu was a rare ninjutsu of disguise, capable of replicating not only the target's appearance but also their taijutsu and ninjutsu. This technique was undoubtedly useful, especially for infiltration missions. Of course, it could also be used for self-preservation, escaping pursuers, and more. Kitazawa was slightly puzzled as to why the reward was the impersonation jutsu instead of a secret Aburame clan ninjutsu. Could it be because the Aburame naturally possessed aura concealment and low presence? Still, this reward was better. If he were given some insect control secret technique, he wouldn't use it, even if it killed him. No way. He hated insects. Letting them live inside his body. Just the thought was terrifying. You can notify me once your Aburame clan finds the Nokizuru group, Kitazawa said, offering a reason they couldn't refuse. Lady Tsunade taught me how to remove explosive bugs. Although the Aburame had prior intelligence on the matter, they could still get caught in skirmishes. And currently, the only medical ninjas capable of removing exploding bugs were Tsunade and Shizun, plus Kitazawa, who was practically Tsunade's half-student. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Shino Aburame said with genuine gratitude. It's nothing, Kitazawa replied casually. The Nokizuru group has committed many evils, they should have been destroyed long ago. Teacher Kitazawa, this matter is of great importance. Please come to the Aburame clan, Shino Aburame said, bowing slightly. No rush. Kitazawa waved his hand dismissively. Let's first discuss the second idea. Please tell me. Shino Aburame's face showed clear anticipation. If the first idea worked, it would greatly benefit the Aburame clan. But what about the second one? Kikaichi mutation, Kitazawa said slowly. The Aburame clan has attempted Kikaichi mutation before, but with little success. It's simply too difficult, Shino Aburame admitted subconsciously. How do you make them mutate? Kitazawa asked, not surprised. By continuously stimulating Kikaichi with chakra to trigger mutation, Shino Aburame replied. Is that all? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Have you conducted control experiments? What are control experiments? Shino Aburame asked, puzzled. 2 experiments, keeping one variable constant while other conditions remain unchanged, Kitazawa explained. For instance, one batch of Kikaichi stays in a normal environment, while another is placed in an extreme one. You mean different environments lead to different results? Shino Aburame asked thoughtfully. Exactly, Kitazawa nodded. Insects are creatures that can evolve according to their environment, and they will never go extinct. Shino Aburame's heart trembled, and his expression brightened with sudden realization. Many thoughts flooded his mind at once. After Kitazawa's explanation, he indeed felt their previous mutation methods had been far too gentle. But he couldn't blame his clan, they regarded Kikaichi as partners. Since the insects lived inside their bodies, they naturally avoided subjecting them to extreme environments. You don't have to tell your clan about this yet, Kitazawa reminded him. This is just my idea. We can experiment first to see if it's effective. Okay, Shino Aburame agreed. If they could successfully mutate Kakachu, it would be a huge gain. If not, they still wouldn't lose anything. You've done so many Kakachu mutation experiments, have any succeeded? Kitazawa asked, blinking. No. I don't know if it counts as a Kakachu mutation. Shino Aburame hesitated. Tell me in detail. Kitazawa thought to himself, finally, we're getting to the main point. It's about a good friend of mine, named Aburame Torian, Shino Aburame said. His Kakachu mutated and became nano-sized poisonous insects. Such special poisonous insects, why haven't I heard of them? Kitazawa asked, feigning confusion. He joined Root, Shino Aburame sighed inwardly, his expression complex. Was it voluntary? Kitazawa asked again. No. Shino Aburame paused for a few seconds before revealing the truth, how Aburame Torian had taken his place. Root is indeed overbearing. Kitazawa snorted coldly and said, don't worry, one day, Lady Tsunade will disband Root. Really? Shino Aburame's expression turned to disbelief upon hearing this. Ever since Aburame Torian joined Root, he knew it would be difficult for him to return. But now, Kitazawa's words gave him hope again. Of course. Kitazawa said with a smile, Lady Tsunade's most hated are Danzo and his Root. His words were not a lie. Tsunade did indeed dislike them, but due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation and her own disinterest in the Hokage position, she didn't interfere. Then what should I do? Shino couldn't help but ask. Your Aburame clan should find a suitable opportunity to ask Lady Tsunade for help, Kitazawa stated his idea. Will this work? Shino asked, lacking confidence. Their Aburame clan had no relationship with Tsunade. Trying won't cost anything, Kitazawa smiled and said. I understand, I'll go back and find my dad now. As soon as Shino thought about saving Torian, he quickly said goodbye to Kitazawa and left in a hurry. Kitazawa watched his retreating figure and thought of Tsunade. He hadn't discussed this with Tsunade beforehand, and he wondered if she would blame him. However, since this was aimed at Danzo and his Root, Tsunade should be very happy. She might have wanted to cause trouble for Root for a long time. But there was also a problem. If Tsunade caused a ruckus in Root, it would give other ninja clans and ninja the illusion that she wanted to contend for the Hokage position. Would she do it? Kitazawa stroked his chin. He could guess her thoughts based on Tsunade's reaction. If she agreed to the Aburame clan and went to Root to take Aburame Torian, that would be enough to show that her attitude had changed. Although it didn't mean she would become Hokage the next day, at least she didn't have such a strong resistance to the Hokage position. This is truly a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. It didn't matter if it failed. At most, the Aburame clan would remain as they were, and Tsunade would discover the truth and scold him. He had nothing to lose. After all, Tsunade was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Moreover, Kitazawa had a reason, he wanted to help his student, Shino Aburame. The Aburame clan's compound. Dad. Shino Aburame shouted as soon as he arrived home. Why are you back so early today? Shibi Aburame walked out and asked curiously, isn't it not time for school to end yet? I have something urgent to tell you. Shino Aburame said, panting. He had run all the way back. What is it? Shibi Aburame was a little surprised. Because, in his opinion, his son had always been very calm. It's Torian. Shino Aburame immediately relayed what Kitazawa had said. Because Aburame Torian was very important in his heart, in his haste, he didn't mention the Kakachu at first. Did Kitazawa really say that? Shibi Aburame's first reaction was both surprise and joy, but also a little disbelief. Absolutely true. Shino Aburame patted his chest and guaranteed. Shibi Aburame fell silent and paced back and forth a few steps. The relationship between Kitazawa and Tsunade was no longer a secret among the major ninja clans. After all, he went to Konoha Hospital every day to learn medical ninjutsu from Shizun, and he had now become a medical ninja on staff at Konoha Hospital. Any major ninja clan that wasn't blind could easily obtain this information. Why would Kitazawa choose this moment to hint at them? Could it be that Tsunade wanted to go after the Hokage position? Shibi Aburame frowned, various thoughts surfacing. It wasn't that he was being overly cautious. Although the Aburame clan was strong, they were nothing to Danzo and Tsunade. Moreover, this concerned the struggle for the Hokage position. If the Aburame clan lost their gamble, they wouldn't be annihilated, but they would suffer greatly. After a moment of thought, Shibi Aburame finally decided to trust Kitazawa. Because Tsunade had a higher probability of becoming Hokage than Danzo. In addition, Danzo's actions were truly excessive. The Aburame clan had finally produced a genius, only for him to be taken by Root. If this continued, how could the Aburame clan develop? Let's go, we'll go visit Kitazawa. Shibi Aburame said after making up his mind. Not directly to Lady Tsunade. Shino Aburame paused slightly and asked in confusion. This matter was initiated by Kitazawa, so we must first go see him and express our gratitude, and also confirm Lady Tsunade's attitude. Shibi Aburame said in a deep voice. I see. Shino Aburame nodded, half understanding. Although he was relatively precocious, he was still young, and many things he didn't see as clearly as Shibi Aburame. Dad, there's one more thing. Shino Aburame walked a few steps before stopping. He finally remembered that he hadn't mentioned the Kikaichu and quickly recounted it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shibi Aburame froze, his face revealing clear shock. He understood the value of the Kikaichu far better than Shino. This was an insect that could elevate their Aburame clan to the very top of the ninja world. If Shino had mentioned this first, Shibi wouldn't have hesitated for even a second, he would have directly supported Tsunade. After all, Tsunade had already shown them a gift full of sincerity. In Shibi's mind, Kitazawa must have mentioned the Kikaichu because he was following Tsunade's instructions. After all, only Tsunade knew about the fourth Raikage and his subordinates being infected with the parasite. Sorry, Shino said awkwardly. My mind was completely on Torian just now. Wait for me here. Shibi spoke firmly before quickly walking out. He was going to investigate the whereabouts of this Nozikura group and prepare a generous gift for Kitazawa. Shino scratched his head, left with no choice but to wait. A few minutes later, Shibi returned. Let's go. He exhaled slowly, his tone heavy with resolve. This meeting would decide the fate of the Aburame clan. Shino nodded and led the way, quickly arriving at Kitazawa's office. Come in. Kitazawa heard the knock and looked up. Kitazawa-sensei. Shibi extended his hand. I am Shibi Aburame. Thank you for taking care of Shino. Clan head Shibi, hello. Kitazawa shook his hand in return. Shibi Aburame had few appearances in the original work. His most notable role was in the Naruto movie, where he was Minato Namikaze's teammate on a mission to Rorin. The rest were fleeting moments, during the Chunin exams, Pain's invasion, and the Fourth Great Ninja War. Still, Shibi and Minato clearly shared a close bond, possibly belonging to the same faction of shinobi. But Minato's untimely death robbed both him and his allies of the recognition they deserved. I have already learned the full story from Shino, Shibi said, straightening his posture before bowing deeply. Thank you, Lady Tsunade and Kitazawa-sensei, for your help to our Aburame clan. No need to be so polite, Kitazawa replied quickly, standing as well. He knew Shibi's gratitude was truly directed toward Tsunade, not him. But for the head of the Aburame clan to bow so sincerely, this gesture spoke volumes of his respect. Chapter 162, Student Council officially established. Shibi Aburame and Shino Aburame didn't stay long. Kitazawa had already said everything he needed to, their purpose in coming was simply to express their gratitude. Kitazawa-sensei, this small gift is a token of our appreciation, Shibi said as he handed over a summoning scroll. Thank you. Kitazawa thought for a moment before accepting it. Only by doing so could the Aburame clan feel more at ease. After the two left, Kitazawa opened the scroll and inspected its contents. There were various ninja tools, secret medicines for chakra recovery, and even a bankbook containing 5 million ryo. Ninja clans are indeed wealthy, Kitazawa remarked with emotion. But the Aburame clan wasn't truly at a loss. The exploding bugs were worth far more than 5 million ryo, even 20 million wouldn't have been excessive. However, since Kitazawa only provided the clue rather than the exploding bugs themselves, the amount was fair. For Kitazawa, 5 million ryo was more than enough to last him a long time. After all, he wasn't as fond of gambling as Tsunade. Once he confirmed that the Will of Fire Club's activities were on track, Kitazawa made his way to the Ninja Academy's training ground. His shadow clone was currently using leaves to attack Sasuke. Observing for a while, Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. Sasuke's talent was truly remarkable. After just a week of training, he had already adapted to the leaf exercise, a much faster rate than Hinata had shown back then. However, relying solely on the leaf training wouldn't be enough to awaken the Sharingan. A powerful emotional trigger was also necessary. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Another eating contest. No, the effect won't be as strong the second time. I'll need to change things up. Unable to decide on a method for now, Kitazawa turned and headed toward the artificial lake to practice water release, water dragon jutsu. Not far away, Kiba Inuzuka was diligently working on his shadow clone technique. The next day, Friday. Naruto woke up early. After breakfast, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. Today, he skipped his usual morning training with Might Guy. The reason was simple, there was a Will of Fire Club activity scheduled, and as the head of the External Affairs Department, he had to be there early. Sasuke. Upon arrival, Naruto found Sasuke had beaten him there. Sasuke gave a curt response, glancing at him briefly. How is it? Did you buy the prizes? Naruto asked quickly. They're in here. Sasuke produced a storage scroll. Let me see. Naruto snatched it, fumbling awkwardly. You don't know the summoning jutsu? Sasuke asked, half incredulous. Nope, Naruto admitted. Sighing, Sasuke retrieved the scroll, opened it, and with a puff of smoke, a small mountain of prizes appeared before them. Wow. Naruto cheered. Sasuke, you're amazing. Really? Sasuke's lips curved slightly. Just SOSO. In the ninja world, most summoning beasts outside the three great sage regions weren't particularly strong. The Uchiha clan, however, maintained contracts with ninja cats. The ninja cat clan was unique because their leader, Granny Cat, was actually human and ran a ninja tool shop, supplying weapons and information to the Uchiha. Thanks to this connection, Sasuke had learned summoning jutsu early on. You two junior students are here quite early. Hana Inazuka approached, Kiba following close behind. Kiba, why are you here too? Naruto asked in surprise. What do you mean by, I'm here too? Kiba grumbled. What do you think my relationship with Hana Inazuka is? Huh? Naruto blinked, stunned. You two are siblings. Did you just realize that? Kiba snorted. Sasuke subtly looked away, realizing he hadn't noticed either. How are you talking to the council's president like that? Hana suddenly elbowed her younger brother. Kiba froze, his face full of question marks. Call him president. Under his sister's glare, Kiba reluctantly said, I. President Naruto. Ha ha ha. Kiba, you don't have to be so polite. Naruto laughed, almost with a Uchiha-style maniacal chuckle. I wasn't planning on being polite. Kiba muttered with a pout. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's voice rang from a distance as she hurried toward them. We're here to help you. Why do we have to help, though? Shikamaru yawned, looking half asleep. Didn't you join the Will of Fire Club? Choji Akimichi asked through a mouthful of potato chips. Ino signed me up. Shikamaru complained. What? You're not willing. Ino clenched her fist threateningly. It's not that I'm unwilling, Shikamaru said quickly. It's just. There are so many people here already. They don't need us. Shikamaru. Naruto beamed. Perfect timing. You're the smartest, help us come up with 2 really hard questions. Shikamaru's face froze. This guy's just trying to mess with me. Fine. He'd give them 2 questions so difficult that no one in the academy could solve them. Suddenly, Shikamaru looked very motivated. Is Naruto's word that effective? Ino blinked, asking in confusion. Choji, come and help. Hana Inazuka looked around, and her gaze fell on Choji Akimichi. Me. Choji Akimichi put away his potato chips and walked in front of her. Help me set up the contestant stage, Hana explained. Their strength isn't as good as yours. No problem, Choji said with a simple smile. 9 a.m. Sasuke Uchiha and the others completed the event preparations on time, and the knowledge competition officially began. Students from all grades and classes also gathered on time. Everyone, please don't rush. I will first explain the rules of this knowledge competition. Hana Inazuka stood on the stage and said loudly. The rules were actually very simple, answer questions to clear stages. Each person will answer 10 questions, with 1 minute given for each question. If they answered correctly, they moved on to the next question, if they didn't, they were eliminated. As for the prizes, they were awarded based on how many questions were answered correctly. Answer all correctly, and receive the most prizes. If only 1 question was answered correctly, it was a participation prize. While the students enthusiastically began answering questions, Kitazawa was waiting for Hiruzen at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Clearly, being late was a Hokage's privilege. Kitazawa waited for over 10 minutes before seeing the belated Hiruzen. Something came up, so I'm a little late, Hiruzen said proactively as soon as they met. It's not late. The activity just started. Kitazawa raised his hand and said, Hokage-sama, please. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and walked into the Ninja Academy. Because of the large number of participants, the activity was held on the training ground. Good, it's very lively. Hiruzen looked at the excitement and smiles on the students' faces and said, it's true that an activity should be held occasionally. The Ninja Academy previously had no entertainment activities. Students only had classes, and more classes. However, there were also reasons due to the times. After all, frequent ninja world wars kept everyone on edge. But now that the wars were over, it was indeed possible to relax from time to time to prevent students from developing mental health issues. Hiruzen had this realization because of the psychological medical ninja proposed by Kitazawa. And Tsunade's hemophobia also proved that sometimes psychological problems were not much different from physical ones. Hokage-sama is here. Someone shouted, and the students all turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Except for the students still answering questions on stage, they all crowded around. Children, be careful, don't push. Hiruzen reminded them while saying, I'm just here to watch the knowledge competition, like all of you, so there's no need to crowd around me. The student council will maintain order. Kitazawa was originally going to step forward himself, but a thought struck him, and he looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Follow me. Naruto raised his arm and shouted, leading the members of the student council towards the crowd. With their efforts, the students all returned to their original positions. Grandpa Third, are you all right? Naruto walked up to Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked. I'm fine. You did very well. Hiruzen patted his head with satisfaction. To become Hokage, in addition to being strong oneself, one also needs the ability to command many ninja. The reason he always disagreed with Danzo Shimura becoming Hokage was that he was too far removed from the ordinary ninja and villagers of Konoha village. Many ninjas had never even seen him, so naturally, they couldn't support him. Hiruzen looked at Naruto and thought of Minato Namikaze again. Undoubtedly, Minato was an extremely perfect Hokage, practically flawless. Orochimaru was also a candidate for Hokage at the same time as Minato. Hiruzen didn't even support his own student. Seeing this, Kitazawa felt that his goal had been achieved. After this incident, Hiruzen would definitely agree to keep the student council, and he would be able to successfully complete his task. The brief interlude ended, and the knowledge competition continued. The second question, who popularized the will of fire? Inuzuka Hana looked at the little boy in front of her and asked with a smile. It's Third Hokage-sama. The little boy thought for a moment and immediately said excitedly. Correct answer. Inuzuka Kiba said loudly. Congratulations, you've advanced to the next round. Who came up with these questions? Hiruzen turned to Kitazawa and asked. Sasuke and Naruto came up with them. Kitazawa paused and added, the teachers of the Ninja Academy didn't interfere. Hiruzen immediately laughed upon hearing this. These students are all excellent inheritors of the will of fire. The knowledge competition was divided into two halves, morning and afternoon. Because many people signed up, basically all the students in the school, one morning was simply not enough time. Let's just watch until here. Hiruzen watched for half a morning, about 2 hours. I'll see you out. Kitazawa was not surprised. The Hokage is so busy, it's impossible for him to spend a whole day on a small matter like a knowledge competition. Hokage-sama, what do you think of this event they organized? Kitazawa proactively asked. Although there are some flaws, for their age, it can be considered perfect, Hiruzen said with a smile. I will convey your words to them, Kitazawa said with a smile. They will surely be happy for several days. It's not that exaggerated. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, their performance is also thanks to you. I just did some insignificant things, Kitazawa said modestly. It now appears that the existence of the student council is indeed very necessary for the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen stopped and said, it can always exist. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving the Hokage's personal promise, his mission was finally truly settled. Hokage-sama, when will the student council member selection be scheduled? Kitazawa asked again. How about replacing the practical exam and the final exam with the selection? Hiruzen thought for a moment and asked back. This semester? Kitazawa paused slightly and asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He had always been keeping an eye on Naruto and was well aware of his Rasengan progress. By the time of the final exam, Naruto would have basically mastered it. With the Rasengan, Naruto's first place would be even more secure. Even if older students participated, he would not be afraid. Okay. Kitazawa paused, then asked, Hokage-sama, who do you think is more suitable to be the president of the student council? Naruto performed very well in this event, and of course, Sasuke and the others were also good. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, as for who becomes president, that will be decided by the selection at that time. I don't believe you. Kitazawa had already understood his meaning. He was clearly more inclined for Naruto to be the president of the student council. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned him first. I'm leaving now. You don't need to see me out. Go back and continue with the event. Hiruzen finished speaking and disappeared from the spot. Kitazawa retracted his gaze and turned back to the event site. He subconsciously glanced at the very active Naruto. Because he was the head of the external relations department, he didn't participate in answering questions. Instead, he acted as a judge and scorekeeper. At noon, the knowledge competition paused, and everyone rushed to eat lunch and rest. At 2 in the afternoon, the competition resumed, and 3 hours later, it finally came to an end. The students who answered 10 questions correctly, please come on stage. Inuzuka Hana shouted loudly. Your prizes will be presented by teacher Kitazawa. After she finished speaking, 7 students came on stage in order. Kitazawa walked onto the stage, scanning the group, and found that he only recognized one person, Sakura. Shikamaru, the questions you came up with were really too difficult. Ino complained. She and Sakura had both participated, but she had stopped at the 8th question. Indeed. Akimichi Choji scratched his head and said, I only answered 5 questions correctly. That's because you don't pay attention in class, Shikamaru retorted, only the last 2 questions were mine. Ah. Is that so? Choji smiled sheepishly. Answering 5 questions correctly is already impressive. I only answered 2 correctly. Rock Lee clenched his fists and said, my youth is still too weak. I'll go run 50 more laps after the event ends. What's the connection between the two? Kiba said with a headache. Don't connect everything to youth. Niji, it's a shame. Just one more question and you would have answered them all correctly. Ten said, her face showing regret. It's nothing, Niji replied calmly. It's about participation. It's ending. I really feel a bit reluctant. Naruto watched Kitazawa present prizes to the 7 students and felt a rare sense of melancholy. It's okay. Shikamaru patted his shoulder. This isn't the last event. You're right. Naruto's melancholy quickly vanished. The next event will definitely be even livelier. When is the next event? Ten asked curiously. Participating was fun, came with prizes, and even brought holidays. It was much better than attending class. I don't know. Naruto shook his head. That depends on Teacher Kitazawa's arrangements. Teacher Kitazawa is calling you, student council members. Shino adjusted his glasses and reminded him. Let's go. Naruto quickly walked onto the stage. Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, and Rock Lee followed closely behind. Shikamaru and Sakura were not student council members, so they did not go. I declare the student council's first event a complete success. Kitazawa announced loudly. Immediately, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Thank you, everyone. Naruto excitedly ran around on stage. Listening to the cheers of so many people, he felt like his life had reached its peak. Receiving everyone's approval had always been his dream. Now, a part of that dream had been fulfilled. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. His thoughts were somewhat similar to Naruto's, but also different. What Sasuke wanted was not everyone's approval but everyone's praise. Unfortunately, those praises were for the student council, not just for him alone. Kitazawa glanced at him. Children did not know how to hide their emotions. He immediately saw that Sasuke was enjoying himself. Kitazawa's heart stirred. Awkward emotions could make Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, but happy emotions could too. So what kind of event could make Sasuke happy enough to awaken his Sharingan? Kitazawa stroked his chin. The first thing he thought of was getting first place in the monthly exam. Because Sasuke hadn't taken first place in a very long time. If there were such a monthly exam where Sasuke decisively defeated Yakumo Kurama and Naruto, wouldn't his emotions be intense enough? Of course, it would also need everyone's praise, especially from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. But the problem was, such a monthly exam was very difficult to arrange. In addition to happy emotions, there were also painful ones. Sasuke's 2 defeats in the monthly exam had significantly increased his strength. And the longer the suppression, the stronger the outburst. Kitazawa felt that he could add a sparring segment to practical classes, allowing Sasuke to get beaten up from time to time. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 163, Tsunade's Action. Kurenai's house. Kitazawa took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Kurenai standing in front of the coffee table. She was slightly bent over, her hands pressed on a blank scroll, her beautiful face filled with concentration. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Because from his perspective, it was a very enticing scene. Kurenai was standing with her back to him. The coffee table was quite low, so she had to stick her rear out. Furthermore, she hadn't gone out today and was wearing a silk nightgown. The outline of her rear was faintly visible, looking very round. The hem of the nightgown reached her thighs, revealing a pair of firm, slender calves and glistening bare feet. Kitazawa walked forward, glanced at the scroll, which already had many black curse seals on it. He reached out his right hand and placed it directly on her soft, fair thigh. Kurenai's body stiffened, and she turned her head to glare at him. But she didn't stop Kitazawa, because she was busy maintaining her chakra output. Kitazawa knew this, so he acted without restraint. Feeling the touch of Kurenai's thigh, his right hand slowly moved upwards. In a flash, he had caressed her smooth skin once over. Pervert. Kurenai completed the sealing jutsu, almost instinctively stepping back half a pace. She tugged at her nightgown, glaring at Kitazawa, her face flushed at some point. This is a special training method. Under my interference, you still excellently completed the sealing jutsu. Kitazawa paused, then said seriously, you passed. Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Kurenai asked irritably. I'm not lying to you. Kitazawa admired her graceful figure and said, you can now proceed to the next stage of training for the fire sealing method. Kurenai hesitated to speak. She really wanted to ask Kitazawa how he could say such things so seriously in this situation. He was simply shameless. Then you teach me. Kurenai took a deep breath and said. She chose to actively skip the topic of being touched on the leg, she was already used to it anyway. Kitazawa said, walking towards her. What are you doing? Kurenai's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively asked. What do you think I can do? Kitazawa asked with a smile. Aren't you teaching me sealing jutsu? Kurenai's tone was a bit flustered, her body already retreating to the sofa. You already know, so why ask me? After Kitazawa finished speaking, he sat on the sofa and stretched. Kurenai immediately froze in place. His only purpose was to sit on the sofa. Thinking of this, Kurenai felt quite embarrassed. I've been standing at the academy for most of the day and don't want to stand anymore. Let's talk sitting down. Kitazawa asked with a half-smile, what were you thinking just now? I wasn't thinking anything. Kurenai's breathing hitched, and she quickly said. Your face is as red as an apple, and you say you weren't thinking about anything. Kitazawa blinked and asked. I didn't. Kurenai instinctively touched her face, it was indeed a bit hot. You're quite cute when you're being insincere. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh. Kurenai walked forward, somewhat annoyed, and covered his mouth. Kitazawa took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist. Kurenai's body tilted, and she plopped down onto his thigh. Teaching like this is good, it gives me more motivation. Kitazawa looked at Kurenai in his arms and said with a smile. Then you teach. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him and threatened, if you don't teach well, I'll kick you twice. Are you questioning my teaching ability? Kitazawa put his left arm around her, but pinched her face with his right hand and said, I'm the most outstanding teacher at the Ninja Academy. You haven't received my approval yet. Kurenai pouted and said. It seems I have to show my true skills today. Kitazawa lightly coughed and began to explain the fire sealing method. Kurenai listened while staring at him, becoming somewhat engrossed. She instinctively shifted her body, finding a more comfortable position, and leaned into his embrace. In an atmosphere of peaceful tranquility, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Is there anything you don't understand? Kitazawa looked at her and asked. No. Kurenai shook her head and said, you explained it very well. So, do you approve of me now? Kitazawa chuckled and asked. Kurenai didn't answer. She put her feet on the ground and stood up from his embrace. She looked at Kitazawa and slowly bent down. Kitazawa instinctively widened his eyes. As she moved, her nightgown, affected by gravity, seemed to be on the verge of slipping. The next second, his mouth was covered. Kitazawa didn't know where to look for a moment. Bad guy, Kurenai said after verbally scolding him for 2 minutes. You haven't even seen my truly bad side yet. Kitazawa licked the corner of his mouth, as if he could still feel the soft touch. I'm going to train. Kurenai's face flushed, and she turned and went upstairs. Remember to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Kitazawa quickly shouted. But he didn't get a response from Kurenai. Kitazawa wasn't annoyed. After all, given his relationship with Kurenai, all of this was just playful banter. He had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before they took their relationship a step further. Friday ended, and then it was the weekend. Although it was only 2 days, not having to work was always happier. And Kitazawa was accompanied by 3 beauties of varying ages. During the day, he practiced water release while teaching Kurenai sealing jutsu. In the evening, he discussed emotion displacement ninjutsu with Tsunade and Shizun. Sunday morning. Kitazawa and Tsunade had just finished breakfast when they heard a knock on the door. Kitazawa, you get the door. Tsunade stretched, changing from lying down to sitting up. In front of Kitazawa and Kurenai, she could be completely uninhibited. But now that they had a visitor, she still had to maintain the dignity of the Konoha-sanin. All right. Kitazawa stood up and went to the door. He opened the door and saw a very familiar face, Shibi Aburame. Coming at this time, was he here to talk about Torian Aburame? Kitazawa hadn't quite expected him to act so quickly, coming to find Tsunade after just 2 days. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, the longer Torian Aburame stayed en route, the more danger he was in. Everyone knew that Danzo Shimura didn't treat root ninja as human beings. "Why is it you?" Shibi Aburame asked with a surprised look. "Why can't it be me?" Kitazawa asked back with a smile. Shibi Aburame hesitated to speak. He originally wanted to say that this was Tsunade's house, but quickly remembered that Kitazawa was studying medical ninjutsu under her. "Is Lady Tsunade home?" Shibi Aburame returned to the main topic and asked. "She is." Kitazawa nodded and said, "Clan head Shibi, please come in." "Thank you." Shibi Aburame walked into the living room. He instinctively glanced at the dining table, where 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks were placed. "Shibi." Tsunade was a bit surprised and asked, "It's rare to see you looking for me. Is something wrong?" Shibi Aburame's face showed hesitation upon hearing this. Since it concerned Danzo Shimura, he felt that the fewer people who knew, the better. And besides Kitazawa, there were also Shizun, Kurenai, Rina Uzumaki, and Karen here. Kitazawa and Shizun were fine, they were already openly known to be Tsunade's people. But Kurenai, Rina Uzumaki, and Karen, he wasn't sure about. "Lady Tsunade, Kurenai, and I will leave first." Kitazawa guessed what he was thinking at a glance. He didn't say much, just pulled Kurenai and left. Anyway, it was his suggestion for Shibi Aburame to come to Tsunade in the first place. "I'm going to practice sealing jutsu." Kurenai went upstairs after arriving home. She knew her place very well. Shibi Aburame was the clan head of the Aburame clan, and what he discussed with Tsunade must be Konoha village secrets. As a Chunin, she naturally had no right to inquire. The most urgent task was still to improve her strength. Kitazawa sat on the sofa, and after a brief thought, decided to try wind release, Rasengan. There were no rivers or lakes near Kurenai's house, making it inconvenient to practice water release. He extended his hand, and a large amount of chakra surged out, forming a spinning chakra sphere. This was a normal Rasengan. Kitazawa looked at this Rasengan and slowly began to infuse wind release chakra into it. Its color immediately changed. A sharp edge was revealed. Kitazawa felt that this Rasengan had turned into a large mass of spinning blades. Such a Rasengan would definitely be very lethal if it hit flesh and blood. The sound of the door opening echoed. Tsunade, with a not-so-good expression, walked in. She was startled when she saw the Rasengan in Kitazawa's hand. A Rasengan with wind release added. Tsunade's face showed a hint of surprise, and she instinctively asked. "Lady Tsunade, what do you think of this wind release, Rasengan?" Kitazawa looked up at her and asked curiously. "It's more lethal than the original Rasengan, but it requires the user to master extremely high-level wind release chakra nature transformation." Tsunade commented, "Only ninja proficient in wind release can learn it." She had one more thing she didn't say, wind release ninja capable of reaching this level were mostly Jonin. In comparison, while the original Rasengan was an A-rank ninjutsu, Genin and Chunin both had a chance to learn it. "Let's not talk about that for now." Tsunade remembered the main topic and said, "Shibi just came to me, hoping I could rescue Torian Aburame from root." "Why didn't clan head Shibi go directly to Hokage-sama?" Kitazawa asked, feigning confusion. He said he did, but it had no effect. Tsunade snorted coldly and said, "The old man is truly senile, allowing Danzo to snatch away the geniuses of various ninja clans." In her opinion, this was undoubtedly disheartening for the ninja clans. Kitazawa said nothing at her words. Hiruzen, to call him senile, was certainly not accurate. He most likely intended to use Danzo to intimidate the various ninja clans. After all, Danzo was only able to successfully snatch away the geniuses of various ninja clans because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's tacit approval. This operation was very foolish, but if it were Hiruzen and Danzo, it was indeed possible. Did Lady Tsunade agree to him? Kitazawa's gaze fell on her exquisite face. "Danzo's reach is too long." Tsunade said, annoyed, "He even sent people to approach Rina Uzumaki and Karen before. Such a thing happened." Kitazawa's face showed surprise. He really didn't know about this matter. However, given Danzo Shimura's personality, he was indeed capable of doing it. But fortunately, Rina Uzumaki and Karen had Hiruzen and Tsunade as their backing, so Danzo and his root dared not forcibly take them away. "If he dares to snatch people, I naturally dare to as well." Tsunade snorted coldly and said. Kitazawa immediately felt relieved at her words. "Come on, follow me to see the third Hokage." Tsunade waved her hand and said. After she finished speaking, she realized a problem, because this matter was unrelated to Kitazawa. But for some reason, she subconsciously called Kitazawa along. Okay. Kitazawa naturally agreed. He was still hoping Torian Aburame would trigger a new mission for him. Besides, making a ruckus en route, how regrettable it would be to miss it. With a bang, Tsunade kicked open the door of the Hokage office. You. Hiruzen had just said one word when he noticed Tsunade's expression was off. Who had angered her again? Could it be Danzo? Hiruzen thought of many things in an instant. Old man, I want to ask you something. Tsunade had already regained her composure, and she asked in a deep voice, what is the procedure for route recruiting people? Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at her, thinking to himself that she was indeed a woman capable of becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha. If she directly said she was going to route to snatch someone, Hiruzen would definitely stop her, and starting from the route system was undoubtedly a very good entry point. He hadn't even thought that Tsunade would be so calm and come up with such a good idea. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Hiruzen was stunned for a moment and asked. But in his heart, he had already confirmed that the person who angered Tsunade must be Danzo. Who did route snatch this time? I'm just curious, Tsunade said with a calm expression. According to Konoha Village's rules, route recruiting people needs to be reported to Umbu first, and after Umbu agrees, recruitment can proceed, Hiruzen said slowly. What if route takes a liking to a certain ninja? Tsunade asked again. The ninja should be notified to go to route to participate in the assessment. Hiruzen paused and added, if the ninja is unwilling, they can refuse. He didn't lie. Because Tsunade would know this procedure as soon as she checked, it couldn't be hidden. Then I accuse route of not following the rules in its recruitment process, Tsunade said, appearing businesslike. I knew it. Hiruzen felt no surprise at her words. When Tsunade asked about route's recruitment procedure, he had already guessed the outcome. But Danzo and his route indeed violated the rules. Once rules are set, they must be followed. It's fine if it's not on the scale, but once it's on the scale, even the Hokage is no exception. Speak. Hiruzen's expression became serious. Route approached Rina Uzumaki and Karen last week, but they have already refused. Tsunade snorted coldly and said. I will warn him about this and tell him not to harass Rina Uzumaki and Karen again. Hiruzen suddenly understood. No wonder Tsunade was so angry, it turned out to involve Rina Uzumaki and Karen. But judging solely from this matter, route did not violate the rules. Hiruzen thought for a moment and then said. Not on this matter. Tsunade changed the subject and said, but regarding Aburame Toryun, route broke the rules. Aburame Toryun. Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned. You don't know. Tsunade retorted. I do know that Toryun Aburame joined route. Hiruzen had to admit. Route was subordinate to Umbu, and Umbu was directly under him. If he said he didn't know, it would be too fake. But he hadn't expected Tsunade to stand up for Toryun Aburame. Was it a request from the Aburame clan? Toryun Aburame had been en route for almost a year, was Tsunade only now being sought out? Was this a bet on the new Hokage? Hiruzen quickly reacted. But it was normal, who would choose Danzo over Tsunade? But what was Tsunade thinking? If she wanted to be Hokage, why didn't she actively propose it? This matter is my mistake. Hiruzen came back to his senses and said, I didn't investigate clearly. Then what do you plan to do? Tsunade heard the implied meaning in his words. Hiruzen meant that he knew Toryun Aburame had joined route, but he didn't know it was under Danzo's coercion. Tsunade didn't expose him, after all, it had already reached this point, so there was no need to fall out. I will go notify Danzo now and tell him to return Toryun Aburame to the Aburame clan, Hiruzen said without hesitation. Compared to his teacher-student relationship with Tsunade, Toryun Aburame was nothing. As for Danzo, he had already offended him many times, so one more time wouldn't hurt. Given Danzo's personality, he won't hand over Toryun so easily. Tsunade shook her head and said, I'll go get him myself. You can go get him, but you can't resort to violence. Hiruzen immediately emphasized, no matter what, route still belongs to Konoha. Then you should manage route properly. Tsunade said, displeased, you should know that Toryun Aburame is not an isolated case. Hiruzen wanted to retort, but he couldn't. After all, what Tsunade said was the truth. Kitazawa stood still, eyes downcast, pretending to be an outsider. In the original work, Hiruzen's attitude towards Danzo was very ambiguous. But if Danzo made a big mistake, he wouldn't be soft-hearted either. For example, after the Uchiha clan massacre, Hiruzen ordered the disbandment of route. Take my warrant to route. Hiruzen paused, then added, you can also dispatch an Umbu squad to go with you. In fact, when he went to Danzo for Yamato before, he also brought Umbu. After all, he knew Danzo too well. If he couldn't get it, he would destroy it, or at least play some tricks. Okay. Tsunade's attitude softened at his words. At least her teacher could distinguish right from wrong in major matters. Before you go, it's best to have Umbu investigate Toryun Aburame's whereabouts. Hiruzen reminded her. Root was different from Umbu. Under Danzo's leadership, it was truly a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Some secret bases, even he wasn't entirely clear about. I know. Tsunade nodded and said, let's go, Kitazawa. Hiruzen suddenly reacted at this moment. Why was Kitazawa here? It seemed he had truly become Tsunade's confidant. Okay. Kitazawa greeted Hiruzen and quickly followed Tsunade. Just then, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission, retrieve Aburame Toryun from Root. Mission reward, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Do you accept? Kitazawa was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself that this mission reward was truly subtle. Was it asking him to be the next Root leader? Chapter 164, Angry Danzo. Lady Tsunade. Haru bowed slightly and said, we have located Aburame Toryun in a Root training base within the Death Forest. All members who join Root must undergo Root training and brainwashing. Not to mention, Toryun is still young. He is only 7 years old, just like Shino Aburame. Immediately arrange an Umbu squad to go with me. Tsunade stood up and instructed. The Umbu squad from last time, would they be suitable? Haru pondered for a moment and asked. Kakashi and Itachi. Yes, they are indeed good. Let's go with them. Tsunade nodded and spoke. Understood. Haru turned and left the Umbu office. His movements were swift, and in less than 3 minutes, 4 Umbu ninja appeared before Tsunade and Kitazawa. Leading them were Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha. Upon seeing Kitazawa, both of them were somewhat surprised. Haru had told them they were going with Tsunade to Root. Kitazawa's presence here was very sudden. However, after their experience in the village hidden in the grass last time, they quickly regained their composure. Follow me, Tsunade said and walked out. Danzo and his Root intelligence were well informed, so she had to act quickly. If they were detected in advance, there was no telling what might happen. The group entered the Death Forest at an extremely fast pace. This way. Kakashi ran at the front. Under his guidance, they arrived at the Root base. This Root base was built in a valley, with 2 Root ninja guarding the entrance. Seeing this, Tsunade walked directly forward. Lady Tsunade. The 2 Root ninjas were surprised to see her. But they remained very conscientious, blocking her path. Lady Tsunade, without Lord Danzo's order, you cannot enter. The masked Root ninja said in a deep voice. I have the 3rd Hokage's writ. Tsunade took out the Hokage's writ and said. We require Lord Danzo's order. The Root ninja repeated. You Root are truly audacious. Tsunade's face darkened, and she questioned, are you a Konoha village ninja or not? How dare you disregard the Hokage's writ? We are Konoha village ninja. The Root ninja said emotionlessly, but also Root ninja. Itachi. Tsunade was too lazy to argue with these brainwashed Root ninja and called out directly. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Itachi appeared directly in front of the 2 Root ninja. He activated his Sharingan, and 3 Tomo slowly rotated, emitting an invisible ocular power. The 2 Root ninja subconsciously glanced at him and immediately fell into a dazed state. Kitazawa, seeing this, felt a subtle sensation. He suddenly thought of a question. The cause of the Uchiha clan massacre in his previous life was the conversation between Danzo and Itachi Uchiha. Under the premise of intelligence and information disparity, Itachi Uchiha agreed to cooperate or make a deal with Danzo. But now, with Tsunade's intervention, Itachi and Root were in direct conflict. Would this deal still happen? Kitazawa wasn't sure, but he felt the probability would be very low. After Itachi controlled the 2 Root ninja, he stepped forward and sharply struck them on the neck. They immediately fainted. Tsunade bypassed them and walked into the valley. Many buildings and training facilities were constructed within the valley. It was morning, and a group of Root members was training. Recruiting a bunch of children to join Root, Danzo is truly deranged. Tsunade glanced around, and her face immediately showed disgust. This group of Root members was clearly newly joined or probationary Root members. Their ages were generally very young, no one seemed to be over 20. During the Ninja World War, it would have been normal. After all, by the end of the war, manpower was severely insufficient. But Root was clearly not doing this due to a lack of manpower, but rather for ease of brainwashing and cultivating them like venomous insects. The sound of rushing wind echoed. 8 masked Root ninja surrounded them. They were the guards of this Root base. Lady Tsunade, please stop. The leading Root ninja spoke. His tone was the same as the Root ninja guarding the gate earlier, full of indifference. Chakra enhanced strength. Without a word, Tsunade threw a punch directly. Terrifying power stirred up visible air currents. With a bang. The Root ninja in front of her had no chance to react, flying backward at an extremely fast speed like a cannonball. The remaining 7 root ninja subconsciously stepped forward to catch his body. But the residual power still made them stumble back several steps. It's more satisfying to let my fists do the talking. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile as she said. Kakashi's heart trembled at the sight. Last time, Tsunade hit the hidden grass village ninja, which was understandable. But to treat root ninja, who were also Konoha village ninja, with such ferocity, she truly lived up to her reputation. A hint of envy flashed in Itachi's eyes. He also wished to resolve all problems with strength, like Tsunade. Especially the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. The leading root ninja was knocked unconscious with one punch, but the remaining root ninja surrounded them. You all come and help. One of the root ninja turned and shouted at the group of root ninja training nearby. Hearing the command, they instinctively rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade and Kitazawa were surrounded by more than 5 times the number of root ninja. I am Tsunade, here by the Hokage's order. Who dares to make a move? Seeing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, exuding a terrifying aura, and asked. The next second, many wavering individuals appeared among the root ninja. Some of them had not been in root for long and had not been completely brainwashed. Now, hearing Tsunade's name, they naturally felt fear. Don't forget the consequences of defying Lord Danzo. The same root ninja spoke again. Ridiculous. Tsunade laughed in anger, raging, root ninja dare to disobey the Hokage's command. Take them all down. Although they were outnumbered, the Umbu ninja immediately carried out Tsunade's order. Moreover, Kakashi and Itachi were both seasoned veterans, naturally fearless. And although there were many root ninjas, the truly strong ones were the 7 official root members. The remaining root ninja lacked both strength and experience. A melee immediately broke out. Kitazawa flashed and blocked in front of Tsunade. In such an intense battle, someone was bound to get injured. When blood was shed, it would trigger her hemophobia. Tsunade paused slightly, then understood. Her heart warmed, and she didn't join the fight, standing still and watching Kitazawa's figure. This way, she could avoid seeing blood. Wind release, gale palm. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Chakra surged out, transforming into a strong wind that blew towards the root ninja in front of him. Although Umbu ninja were all elites, the root ninja were numerous and had already fallen into a hard fight. Moreover, in the Umbu ninjas' minds, Tsunade was stronger than all of them, so she naturally didn't need any protection. The root ninja, facing the strong wind, instantly disappeared with a body flicker jutsu. Rasengan. Kitazawa, unhurried, held the Rasengan in his right hand and smashed it to the left. The root ninja, who had just reappeared, met his Rasengan head-on, his skin immediately tearing open, and he fainted. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another root ninja opened his mouth and spewed out a giant fireball. Hot air rolled, and the surrounding temperature rapidly increased. Wherever the fireball passed, it left a scorched path. Water release, water dragon jutsu. The moment the fireball appeared, Kitazawa conjured streams of water out of thin air around him. The water stream spun out, eventually condensing into a majestic water dragon. Is this second grandpa's water release, water dragon jutsu? Tsunade recognized it at a glance. Because a normal water release, water dragon jutsu wouldn't be that fast. When did Kitazawa learn water release again? Was it chosen after the mission in Hidden Grass Village last time? In such a short time, had his water release, water dragon jutsu reached such a level? Tsunade felt confused. Had he been hiding his true abilities all this time? Now, whether it was medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, or water release, fire release, and wind release, he showed extremely high talent. However, there was another possibility. That is, Kitazawa simply had no opportunity to learn these ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy, so he had no way to display his talent. But no matter what, at Kitazawa's current level, the reason no longer mattered. After all, the emergence of an elite jonin was a good thing for Konoha village. The water dragon roared, devouring the fireball, and continued its momentum, smashing into the root ninja. The 5 elemental releases have a certain relationship of mutual restraint. Fire release counters wind release counters lightning release counters earth release counters water release, and water release counters fire release. Kitazawa was still using water release, water dragon jutsu, which naturally completely overpowered fire release, great fireball technique. But this root ninja was a jonin. He reacted quickly, retreating while forming hand signs. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground rose, and a wall ascended, blocking the water dragon. Kitazawa took a glance. Sure enough, there were no 3 dog heads on this wall. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa took out a shuriken and threw it directly. With a crack. The spinning shuriken immediately shattered the earth wall. Kitazawa, with one hand behind his back, lunged forward, blocking the root ninja who was about to leave. The root ninja was stunned for a moment, then, without hesitation, he charged forward with a kunai. Demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Kitazawa formed a hand sign with one hand and, meeting his gaze, directly released the genjutsu. The root ninja's body suddenly trembled, a look of fear appeared on his face, and the kunai in his hand clattered to the ground. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique allows the target to see the most terrifying scene in their heart, and what he saw was Danzo. Kitazawa took this opportunity to step forward and knock him unconscious. Although there was a reason, root members were also Konoha ninja. If they were killed, the nature of the situation would change. Even Tsunade said to subdue them, not kill them. Suddenly, a loud bang occurred. Kitazawa subconsciously looked back and saw Tsunade's kick crack the ground, sending countless gravel flying. The root ninja who attacked her immediately screamed and fell to the ground. Blood sprayed out. Konoha-style body flicker. Kitazawa secretly thought it was bad and quickly stood in front of Tsunade. Wind release, gale palm. A fierce wind surged out, blowing away the smell of blood. Tsunade subconsciously grabbed his shoulder, her body trembling slightly, trying to keep from falling. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Kitazawa took a look and found her face pale, her pupils somewhat unfocused. I'm fine. Tsunade shook her head and said. She didn't see the blood, only smelled it, so it wasn't that serious. Kitazawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't leave again. He stood in place, like a fort, with wind release, fire release, and water release taking turns providing support. Soon, all 7 official root members had been subdued. The remaining reserve root personnel were surrounded by Umbu. They had already lost more than half, or more accurately, more than half had been knocked unconscious. Who is Torian Abirame? Kitazawa asked on behalf of Tsunade. After a few seconds, Torian Abirame slowly raised his hand. His expression was similar to other root members, but the uncertain surprise in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. Simply put, he hadn't been completely brainwashed yet. Come here. Kitazawa explained, I am Shino's teacher, and we came at the request of the Abirame clan to bring you home. Shino. Torian Abirame's expression changed. He looked as if he had transformed from a puppet into a living person. That's right. Kitazawa nodded and said, it's Shino Abirame, your good friend. Upon hearing this familiar name, Torian Abirame's mind couldn't help but recall various memories. His expression became richer and more complex. A moment later, he made up his mind and walked to Kitazawa's front. Although Torian Abirame was young, he had heard of Tsunade's great name. If only Kitazawa led the team, he would not dare to leave Root. Because he was worried that Root would be detrimental to the Abirame clan. But with Tsunade here, plus Kitazawa saying it was at the request of the Abirame clan, he naturally had no need to stay in Root. Tsunade. Just then, a distorted and angry voice approached from afar. Tsunade took a deep breath, her body shaking off the effects of hemophobia. She turned to look at the newcomer, the one-eyed Danzo, leaning on his cane. Tsunade, what are you doing? Danzo asked coldly, attacking fellow Konoha ninja, are you trying to defect? That's what I should be asking you. Tsunade took out the Hokage's directive and asked, does Root, which only obeys your orders, still remember that it is a ninja of Konoha village? You. Danzo was choked with anger. He immediately rushed over when he heard the news that the Root base had been attacked. But he didn't expect Tsunade to have received Hiruzen Sarutobi's order. Damn it. What was his old friend trying to do? Had Hiruzen really disregarded their decades of friendship? Who knows if your Hokage's directive is fake? Danzo gripped his cane tightly and asked, even if it's real, does the Hokage's directive say to force your way into the Root base? That's true, it doesn't. Tsunade put away the Hokage's directive and said, but your Root violated the rules first, I'm just acting according to the rules. What rule is there about forcing your way into the Root base? Danzo asked with an angry face. I forced my way in. What can you do? Tsunade asked confidently. When it came to being unreasonable, she was even more unreasonable than Danzo. Didn't you say you were acting according to the rules? Danzo was so angry that he wanted to use Koto Amitsukami. But he noticed that Itachi was also there, so he didn't dare to use it. After all, his Koto Amitsukami came from Uchiha Shursui. Danzo didn't know that Itachi had already learned the truth from Shursui. He was worried that Itachi would report this matter to Hiruzen. In that case, he would have no way to defend himself and would directly confirm the fact of attacking Shursui. Furthermore, he still wanted to use Koto Amitsukami to control Tsunade. No matter how tolerant Hiruzen was of him, he would never allow it. Rules are dead, people are alive. Tsunade smiled faintly and said, Torian Abirame, I'm taking him. If you have any problems, go find the third Hokage. Torian Abirame. Only then did Danzo Shimura understand Tsunade's purpose in forcing her way into the Root base. Damn Abirame clan. He immediately reacted. The Abirame clan had definitely sided with Tsunade. A hint of panic arose in Danzo's heart. Tsunade really wanted to contend for the Hokage position. How could he compete then? Let's go. Tsunade glanced at him, snorted coldly, and then walked past him. Kitazawa, with Toryun Abirame, quickly followed. Kakashi and Itachi, along with other Umbu, disappeared from the spot. Danzo froze in place. He really wanted to order Root to kill Tsunade and Kitazawa. But he knew that the consequences of doing so were something he could not bear. There was no need for Hiruzen to act, Jiraiya and others would not let him off. After they left, Danzo finally couldn't hold back and furiously said, "Damn it. You all just wait." The nearby Root ninja, seeing their leader so out of control for the first time, couldn't help but kneel on the ground, trembling. Current mission, retrieve Toryun Abirame from Root. Mission reward, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. As soon as Kitazawa left the Root training base, the system's prompt appeared before his eyes. A large amount of information flooded his mind. The Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, in the original work, was a unique sealing jutsu of Root. All ninjas who joined Root would have this jutsu planted on their tongue by Danzo. Its effect was simple: if the target wanted to speak about specific things, their whole body would become numb, unable to speak or move. And there were two ways to release it. Either the caster actively releases it, or it automatically releases after the caster dies. Kitazawa, when watching the anime in his previous life, had wondered if, since they couldn't speak, they could write. But now that he had mastered the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, he understood its power. It would trigger at the thought. Neither speaking nor writing was possible. Kitazawa, you can take him directly back to the Abirame clan. After returning to Konoha village, Tsunade said, I'm going to the Hokage office to explain the situation to the Hokage. Just taking Toryun Abirame wasn't enough, she wanted Hiruzen to clearly define Root's recruitment procedures. All right. Kitazawa nodded and agreed. One more thing. Tsunade walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back and said, starting tomorrow, you'll be learning chakra-enhanced strength from me. Huh. Kitazawa was astonished. He really hadn't expected it. Don't misunderstand. Tsunade snorted lightly and said, I saw that your fighting today was too wishy-washy, not straightforward enough. Aren't ninjutsu ninja all like that? Kitazawa complained in his heart, but he was still very happy. Chakra-enhanced strength was a genuine, powerful taijutsu with a very high upper limit, capable of even shattering Susanoo with one punch. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 165, Tsunade's Impact in Konoha. The Abirame clan's compound. I wonder what the situation is like now. Shibi Abirame's heart was restless. He picked up his teacup, then placed it back down again. He had just received news 10 minutes ago that Tsunade had left the Hokage building with Umbu. Although their destination was unknown, he naturally guessed they had gone to Root. Dad, no need to worry. Shino Abirame adjusted his glasses and said, Lady Tsunade will definitely succeed. If even Tsunade failed, then Konoha village would struggle to find another ninja capable of saving Toryun Abirame. It seems I'm getting old. I can't even compare to your composure. Shibi Abirame was stunned for a moment, then spoke with a wry smile. Shino Abirame hesitated, wanting to say something, but held back. He was actually very nervous, too. But he was young and didn't fully understand the cruel methods of Danzo and Root like Shibi Abirame did. He simply, instinctively, trusted the renowned Tsunade. Clan head. Just then, an Abirame clan ninja rushed in and reported, Kitazawa has brought Toryun Abirame. It's done. Shibi Abirame couldn't help but sigh in relief upon hearing this. That's great. Shino Abirame's composure finally broke, revealing genuine excitement. I can finally see my friend Toryun again. Let's go. We'll meet them at the entrance. Shibi Abirame glanced at the excited Shino and smiled as he spoke. The two immediately left the house, heading straight for the entrance of the Abirame clan compound. Toryun, are you not used to it? Kitazawa looked at Toryun Abirame and asked. Yes. Toryun nodded. If Umbu could still have holidays, then Root operated non-stop all year round. He had been there for nearly a year and had never once returned to the Abirame clan. Now, stepping back into his clan's compound, it felt almost like a dream. It's all right. You'll get used to it again in a few days. Kitazawa patted his shoulder reassuringly. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa, Toryun said gratefully. Since Kitazawa had introduced himself as Shino's teacher, Toryun naturally addressed him the same way. Teacher Kitazawa. Toryun suddenly thought of something, his heart trembling as he asked, will I still have to go back to Root? The thought of returning filled him with dread. In Root, there was nothing but training and killing, a living hell. Teammates who trained together one day could be forced to fight to the death the next. As long as Lady Tsunade is here, you won't go back to Root, Kitazawa spoke with certainty. Toryun. Shino Aburame's voice carried from a distance. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at the sound. In his opinion, Shino was always calm and mature, but now his behavior finally matched his age. Shino. Toryun quickly ran forward. Teacher Kitazawa. Shibi Aburame approached, glancing at Toryun before turning to Kitazawa. With solemn gratitude, he said, "Thank you so much." "It's mainly Lady Tsunade's credit," Kitazawa replied modestly. "Both Lady Tsunade and Teacher Kitazawa have shown great kindness to our Aburame clan." Shibi Aburame's tone was serious. "If you ever need anything in the future, just come to the Aburame clan. We will definitely do whatever we can." "All right." Kitazawa agreed, smiling. "Clan head Shibi, I won't be polite, then." "No need to be polite. We're all good friends from now on." Shibi Aburame laughed heartily. As the clan head, he naturally had to consider the clan's interests. In the current situation, Tsunade becoming Hokage was almost certain. And Kitazawa, as her confidant, was worth befriending. Not to mention, the Aburame clan had already gained two major benefits, Toryun Aburame and the exploding insect. Could they have gotten these from Danzo? It was already an act of grace if he didn't treat the clan's geniuses as expendable. To speak frankly, even Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't granted the Aburame clan such benefits. What arrangements does clan head Shibi have for Toryun now that he's back? Kitazawa asked, glancing toward Toryun and Shino, who were happily chatting. Shibi Aburame raised an eyebrow, realizing Kitazawa had something in mind. "If Teacher Kitazawa is willing, I'd like him to transfer to first-year Class A to study," Shibi answered after a moment of thought, clearly guessing only half of Kitazawa's intent. "I don't think that's appropriate." Kitazawa cleared his throat. He's used to Root's training. Returning to the Ninja Academy might make him feel out of place. Teacher Kitazawa is right. Shibi Aburame was momentarily stunned, then asked, "Then what do you suggest we arrange for Toryun? Does clan head Shibi know about Lady Tsunade's previous conflict with Danzo?" Kitazawa hinted, "No Yakushi. I've heard about it." Shibi Aburame nodded. It was from that incident that many clans began to believe Tsunade intended to remain in Konoha to contend for the Hokage position. Senior Nono has an adopted son named Yakushi Kabuto. His experience is quite similar to Toryun's. Kitazawa said calmly. "I see." Shibi Aburame's face showed realization. He now understood why Tsunade had conflicted with Danzo back then. "There's a Chunin exams next month." Kitazawa stated his purpose, "I plan to serve as a temporary team leader and participate with Kabuto, but we're still missing a teammate." "Then Toryun it is." Shibi Aburame said without hesitation. "It's his luck to become your student." Kitazawa, after all, was someone extremely close to Tsunade, and quite possibly her future student as well. If Toryun could become Kitazawa's student, it would be a meteoric rise, marking him as part of the Hokage lineage. Even though Kitazawa said, "Temporary team leader. Thank you for your trust." Seeing this, Kitazawa said with a smile, "In a few days, have Toryun come to the academy, and I'll take him to meet Kabuto, and we'll do some special training." "No problem." Shibi Aburame immediately replied, "I'll have Shino take him to the academy then." Kitazawa nodded and said, "I won't interrupt your reunion, I'll take my leave first." "Teacher Kitazawa, won't you stay for a simple meal?" Shibi Aburame quickly asked. "No, I still have things to do." After declining, Kitazawa turned and left. It really has to be Lady Tsunade. Shibi Aburame looked at Kitazawa's retreating figure and couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the gains, the Aburame clan paid a minimal price. The last Hokage who was so generous to them was Minato. It was a pity he died young. Now, with another opportunity before the Aburame clan, he naturally couldn't miss it. Kitazawa returned home smoothly, but Konoha village became lively because of Tsunade. The previous incident of rescuing Yakushi Kabuto involved going to the Land of Earth, so not many people knew about it. But this time, it was a direct forced entry into the root base. The root base was in the Death Forest, just a few minutes' walk from Konoha village. Coupled with the skirmish between Root Ninja and Umbu Ninja, the commotion was so great that any sensory ninjutsu user could easily tell what had happened. Konoha Military Police Force. Clan Head. Uchiha Yashiro said in a deep voice, "That's how the incident unfolded. This truly is an earth-shattering event." Fugaku slowly exhaled. Tsunade led Umbu to forcibly enter the root base, and a fight broke out. It had been a long time since such a major event had occurred in Konoha village. "Good fight." Uchiha Teka said very happily, "Danzo and Root always target us, now they're finally getting their just desserts." So reckless, what kind of decorum is that? Uchiha Yashiro couldn't help but glare at him and ask. Although he was also happy to see Danzo suffer a setback, he didn't show his joy as openly as Uchiha Teka. However, he could understand. After all, what's youth without a little hot-headedness? I'm just saying. Uchiha Teka shrank his head and said, Itachi personally beat up Root Ninja. Towards the end, his tone was filled with deep envy. If conditions allowed, he would have long since rushed to Root to vent the anger in his heart. Yashiro, rein in the ninja within the clan and tell them not to act on their own because of this. Fugaku thought for a moment and said. Although Danzo suffered a loss, it was limited to that. Root was still there, and the Uchiha clan couldn't be overly optimistic. Most importantly, Itachi was involved. He worried that some young ninja within the clan might be tempted to imitate him. Yes, clan head. Uchiha Yashiro immediately said. I'm going home for a bit. Fugaku stood up and said. In Uchiha Yashiro's recent account, he noticed an unexpected figure, Kitazawa. In what capacity was Kitazawa involved in this matter? Logically, as a Ninja Academy teacher, he shouldn't have appeared. But since he did, it means his relationship with Lady Tsunade is closer than he imagined. Perhaps Kitazawa has already become Lady Tsunade's student, it just hasn't been announced yet. However, this time period is quite sensitive. It wasn't convenient for him to directly approach Kitazawa, so he decided to find another way, which was through his son, Sasuke. Incidentally, he also needed to find Itachi to confirm the situation again. After all, he was a direct witness. Uchiha Yashiro's information was all hearsay, and it was possible that some important details were missed. Uchiha residence. Today is Sunday. Sasuke didn't go to school. He was practicing the genjutsu, unknown fire, which Uchiha Itachi taught him, in the courtyard. Dad. Sasuke instinctively turned his head upon hearing footsteps, and was momentarily stunned. Itachi hasn't returned yet. Seeing him alone, Uchiha Fugaku asked. No. Sasuke asked curiously, Dad, why are you home at this time? I have something to do. Fugaku paused, then asked, how is your relationship with Kitazawa? Relationship. Sasuke was taken aback, then thoughtfully said, it's all right, I guess. If you have the chance, you can try to deepen your bond with him, Fugaku suggested. Okay. Although Sasuke was a bit puzzled, he still agreed. After all, Kitazawa had helped him a lot. Teacher Kitazawa's birthday is next month. Sasuke suddenly remembered something and said, I plan to give him a ninjutsu as a gift. He likes ninjutsu. Fugaku asked thoughtfully. I've given him several fire release ninjutsu before, and he was happy to accept them, so he should like them, Sasuke said uncertainly. All right then. Fugaku nodded and said, I'll pick a ninjutsu for you to give him then. Although Sasuke was the second young master of the Uchiha clan, the gifts he could give were at most B-ranked. Fugaku planned to give Kitazawa an A-ranked ninjutsu. Being Hokage isn't about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social etiquette. However, the Uchiha clan, under the suppression of Danzo and Root, found it difficult to engage in social niceties. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was inherently proud, and they would absolutely refuse to befriend ninja clans and ninja weaker than themselves. But with Tsunade, it was a different story. How does the saying go? Never provoke a medical ninja, especially the most outstanding medical ninja. Moreover, Tsunade's status and strength were more than sufficient. Okay. Sasuke was just worried about what gift to give. His father's help certainly saved him trouble. You continue training, I'm going to find Itachi. Fugaku patted his head and said. Hokage office. After Tsunade left, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Although Tsunade was his student, her fiery temper was very difficult for him to handle. The key was that he was in the wrong, so he couldn't pull rank as her teacher. Hokage-sama. Haru walked in and said, Lord Danzo will be here soon. None of them gives me a moment's peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on as soon as he heard Danzo's name. But he still had to see him. Hiruzen. Danzo immediately complained upon seeing Hiruzen. Tsunade has truly gone too far this time. How so? Hiruzen retorted indifferently. She led people to force their way into Root and even injured Root members. Danzo asked emphatically. Isn't that going too far? It was the Root members who disregarded the Hokage's order I gave her. Hiruzen asked with dissatisfaction, is Root your Root, or Konoha's Root? Of course, it's Konoha's Root. Danzo said with a serious expression, everything I do is for Konoha. I've heard that many times before, Hiruzen glanced at him and said. Hiruzen, if you wanted Toryun Abirame, you just had to tell me. Danzo changed the subject and said, Tsunade clearly used this incident to target me. If I wanted him, would you give him to me? Hiruzen snorted coldly and said, Over the years, Root has done many things it shouldn't have. Hiruzen, if you want him, I will naturally give him to you, Danzo emphasized again. Everything Root does is for Konoha. Enough, don't I know you well enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, I've just discussed it with Tsunade, all Root members you recruited in violation of regulations must be sent back. What? That's impossible. Danzo exclaimed in shock and anger. Without them, would Root still be Root? Don't forget that Root's original roster was 17 people. Look, how many people you've recruited now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without hesitation, there's no room for negotiation on this matter, you will carry it out when you return. Hiruzen. Danzo said angrily, where there is light, there is shadow, the existence of Root is indispensable. I'm only asking you to send back the illegally recruited personnel, not to disband Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone turned cold, and he asked, do you really want me to order the disbandment of Root? Danzo's heart was greatly shaken. He looked at Hiruzen, unable to believe that he would actually say something about disbanding Root. You've changed, become so unfamiliar. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo said through gritted teeth. He no longer dared to continue the conversation. Because he understood Hiruzen, now that he had said so much, there was no possibility of changing his mind. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him and retorted sharply. Bang. Danzo stormed out. He knew there was no point in talking further. The disbandment of the excess Root members had become a foregone conclusion. With this order, Root's power would shrink by at least half. Haru, charge the cost of replacing the door to Danzo's account. Hiruzen looked at the empty doorway and instructed. Umbu Base, not far from the Hokage building. Itachi stood by the window, looking at the thriving Konoha village. After a long while, he let out a sigh. He had a rare opportunity to get close to Danzo today. And it was this encounter that confirmed one thing for him. Shirsui's eye was indeed in Danzo's eye socket. Danzo was not a ninja of the Uchiha clan, so he couldn't deactivate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, at close range, he detected something unusual. After all, Shirsui's other eye was in his possession. But unfortunately, he couldn't take revenge for Shirsui. Because this would completely ignite the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. However, Itachi also saw hope. That was Tsunade-sama becoming the new Hokage. Given her aversion to Danzo, perhaps the Uchiha clan could retrieve Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, Itachi's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the door. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku walked in. Father. Itachi was somewhat surprised, but quickly guessed why Fugaku was looking for him. Why did Tsunade ask you to go to Root with her? Fugaku asked directly. He understood his son's intelligence, so he didn't beat around the bush. It's because Kakashi-senpai and I followed her on a mission to the village hidden in the grass last time, Uchiha Itachi replied. Lady Tsunade probably thought our strength was decent. I see. Fugaku had thought it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. If it truly were, the implications would be worth savoring. If there are any more missions from Lady Tsunade, you can try your best to get them, Fugaku thought for a moment and said. I understand. Itachi paused, then said, there's one more thing. He recounted Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of Root. What? Uchiha Fugaku showed a shocked expression. He had thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect such an explosive follow-up. This was the biggest setback Root had suffered since its establishment. Their numbers had been cut by more than half, it was a devastating loss. But from another perspective, the pressure on the Uchiha clan would be greatly reduced. This was undoubtedly a new dynamic for Konoha village. Chapter 166, Kitazawa's Rising Status. The third week of November, Monday. Konoha village was unusually lively because Lady Tsunade had forcibly entered the Root base, leading Danzo to disband the non-compliant Root members. However, this incident was only known to a select few, the major ninja clans and the high-ranking officials of Konoha. For ordinary villagers and most ninja, it was just another peaceful day in the village. Kitazawa woke up early as usual. After washing up, he headed to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-sensei, good morning. Hinata stood gracefully at the office door, greeting him. Good morning. Kitazawa patted her head with a smile. To him, Hinata felt almost like a lucky charm, waiting faithfully for him at the office door every morning. Come eat. Kitazawa glanced around. Today, besides Hinata, Ino, and the others hadn't come to freeload on breakfast. Hinata nodded. Her heart leapt with joy as her steps quickened. She walked to the coffee table and sat on the sofa, her small feet dangling slightly, unable to reach the floor. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata suddenly remembered something. Yesterday, father told me that if you have time, you can come to my house for dinner. Kitazawa paused slightly while taking out breakfast. An invitation to dinner, just like that. Yesterday. Kitazawa thought for a moment and quickly guessed the reason. Most likely, it had to do with Tsunade's bold move into the root base. In the eyes of the major ninja clans, he was now considered one of Tsunade's trusted aides, which naturally elevated his status. Kitazawa couldn't help but sigh. Tsunade still carried immense prestige within Konoha. He hadn't even officially become her student yet, but he was already being treated like a rising high-ranking official. Still, Tsunade was probably in a difficult position right now. Due to her personality, she acted boldly and openly. This act of storming root was, to many, a clear signal, a declaration. Even if Tsunade didn't want to be Hokage, others would still find a way to push her into the position. It truly reminded Kitazawa of a saying from his previous life, "You've really put me in a difficult position." He thought it through carefully. This time, his gains from the root incident were even greater than Tsunade's. Not only had he obtained the cursed tongue eradication seal, but Tsunade had also promised to teach him the chakra-enhanced strength. Indirectly, his status had risen, the Aburame clan owed him gratitude, and other major ninja clans were now openly or secretly trying to befriend him. Since even the Hyuga clan was extending invitations, the others were bound to follow. All right. Kitazawa finally agreed. Hinata smiled brightly, clearly happy. After all, Kitazawa rarely visited her home for dinner. After breakfast, the two headed to the training ground. As soon as Kitazawa arrived, he saw a familiar scene. Yakushi Kabuto was telling a story. Gathered around him were Sasuke, Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino Aburame, and Torian Aburame. Only Kiba and Niji were absent, the former at the artificial lake, the latter practicing gentle fist. No sooner said than done, Kitazawa-sensei easily took down the root ninja who ambushed him with a wind-style jutsu. Kabuto was narrating vividly until he spotted Kitazawa and immediately stopped. What next? Naruto, not noticing Kitazawa's arrival, leaned forward eagerly. That's all for now. We'll continue next time. Kabuto coughed lightly and called out, "Kitazawa-sensei, good morning." Only then did the others turn to notice him. "Everyone, go train," Kitazawa instructed. "This afternoon is your practical combat class." Today, he planned to start implementing his new plan, taking turns having the students spar against Sasuke. "Yes, Kitazawa-sensei." The group quickly dispersed, leaving only Kabuto, Shino, and Torian. "Torian, why are you at school today?" Kitazawa asked. "My dad is busy, and Torian isn't used to being home alone, so I brought him here," Shino explained. "That works." Kitazawa nodded before asking Kabuto, "Have you two met?" "We've already gotten to know each other," Kabuto replied with a gentle smile. Coming from Root, he had the habits of an excellent spy. Even after leaving, those habits remained. When he first saw the unfamiliar Torian, his instincts had kicked in, prompting him to initiate conversation. "He'll be teaming up with you for the Chunin exams," Kitazawa added. Kabuto's face showed surprise. Torian hadn't mentioned this during their earlier conversation. From Kabuto's perspective, Torian seemed far too young. Did he really have Chunin-level strength? "He, like you, was once a member of Root," Kitazawa clarified. "I see." Kabuto immediately felt reassured. To be chosen by Danzo and accepted into Root required exceptional talent. Having once been a Root operative himself, Kabuto knew that well, Root never recruited the weak. Only geniuses. "You were in Root, too?" Torian asked, sensing a strange familiarity. Kabuto nodded softly. "If it weren't for Lady Tsunade and Kitazawa-sensei, I would have had no way to leave Root." "Ah. Me too," Torian admitted, surprised. "So Lady Tsunade's forced entry into Root was to save you?" Kabuto asked, realization dawning. Their destinies were unexpectedly similar, and now they were teammates. Fate, perhaps. Wait. Kabuto suddenly froze. Could it be, the true reason behind all this, was him? He suggested that the Chunin exams required 2 teammates. Then Kitazawa set his sights on Torian Aburame, and together with Lady Tsunade, they forcibly entered the Root base. If that were truly the case, Kitazawa's influence had already exceeded his imagination. "How do you know so clearly?" Kitazawa asked curiously. "Yesterday, the director and I saw those injured Root ninja at Konoha Hospital, so I learned a bit." Yakushi Kabuto snapped out of it and replied. No wonder. Kitazawa had forgotten that he would go to Konoha Hospital to help on weekends. Although he was currently learning wind release, medical ninjutsu was extremely useful, and he couldn't just give it up. Coupled with his sufficient talent, he pursued both simultaneously. On the contrary, Kitazawa had been going to the hospital less frequently recently. Firstly, because he had mostly learned medical ninjutsu. Secondly, because he needed to practice water release ninjutsu. Thirdly, because high-difficulty surgeries were rare and could only be encountered by chance. "Kabuto, go practice wind release," Kitazawa instructed. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Toryun and then went to practice his wind release, vacuum blade not far away. Toryun, what kind of training did you undergo en route? Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. There was a lot, Toryun Aburame recalled and recounted it. After listening, Kitazawa had only one feeling, deranged. Route's training principle was to train to death if you didn't die, and if you died, it was your bad luck. And it wasn't just ordinary training, there was also practical combat training, and it was a battle to the death, where only one person could survive. Toryun Aburame's survival, besides good luck, was due to his extremely abnormal nano-sized poisonous insects. The poison of his insects was probably among the most potent in the ninja world. His opponents would die on the spot if they came into contact with his poison. Because of this, Toryun usually wore a full-body protective suit to avoid harming his teammates. Kitazawa suddenly thought of Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure. He and Toryun were similar, both having potent poisons hidden within their bodies. Given your age, undergoing these trainings is already excessive. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said, for this period, you and Shino will practice tree climbing and water walking to increase your chakra control. Toryun actually no longer needed special training. After all, Route's training was much more brutal than Kitazawa's special training. But on another note, the effects would also be much better. No training meant death, forcing these geniuses to push their potential and grow stronger quickly. So Kitazawa arranged tree climbing and water walking for Toryun Aburame to allow his body to recover. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Toryun Aburame had no objections. He was accustomed to obeying orders en route and hadn't changed yet. You too, start climbing the trees, Kitazawa said after explaining the key points of tree climbing for 10 minutes. Kitazawa-sensei, Shino turned his head and said, my dad asked me to tell you that the Aburame clan has already sent people to find the location of the Nokizura group. Kitazawa nodded and said, I know. Just notify me once you find the location. Although the Aburame clan was not a top ninja clan in Konoha village, compared to the Nokizura group, they were already a major force. Furthermore, the Nokizura group was easy to find, like the Akatsuki organization, they were an organization that accepted employment. They could be easily found in the underground black market, but finding their headquarters was not easy. Since they were going to snatch the exploding insect, they definitely had to nip the problem in the bud and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Kitazawa had no psychological burden about this. The Nokizura group was, in essence, a group of heinous assassin organizations. Kitazawa formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. This shadow clone would be responsible for Sasuke's leaf training and answering questions encountered by others. His main body, however, went to the artificial lake. Kiba was practicing the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa stood in place, observed for a while, then nodded. He had already made a preliminary entry, and after 2 more days of practice, he would be able to use it in actual combat. However, his chakra was ultimately too weak to use frequently. If he wasn't researching new secret ninjutsu, Kitazawa wouldn't have taught him the shadow clone technique. After all, it was prone to accidents. Kitazawa turned and came to the lakeshore. He was preparing to practice his second water release. He had almost mastered the water release, water dragon jutsu, and its effect in actual combat yesterday was also good. For his second water release, he chose water release, water wall. Because when protecting Tsunade yesterday, he discovered a problem. It was very inconvenient not to have defensive ninjutsu. Time passed slowly, and soon it was afternoon. Kitazawa was not in a hurry to find Tsunade to learn the chakra-enhanced strength. Because during the day, Tsunade and Shizun would be at the casino. If he disturbed her gambling mood, the consequences could be very serious. The 4th class in the afternoon was the usual actual combat class. Since Kitazawa had already given notice in the morning, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, among others, were all present. Before class, I have something to say, Kitazawa said in a deep voice. Hokage-sama asked me to relay to you that last Friday's Will of Fire Club event was very successful, and he is very satisfied. The students from both classes immediately cheered upon hearing this. To be praised by the Hokage, they would surely receive exclamations and envy when they told others. Although the Hokage praised the entire Will of Fire Club, it didn't matter, they were all members of the Will of Fire Club, so the effect was the same. In short, they had something to brag about. Before, I said that our student council was just a trial, and after this event, Hokage-sama has officially approved the establishment of our student council. Kitazawa immediately announced a second piece of good news. That's great. Naruto was the most excited. Because he felt everyone's recognition during last Friday's event, he didn't want the student council to disband. Now that it was finally confirmed, this meant he could organize events for another 5 years until he graduated. Everyone else was also very happy. Not only were there prizes for the events, but they also got a day off. Compared to boring studies, they preferred to participate in events. Once the student council is officially established, members for the student council must be selected. Kitazawa raised his hand, quieted them down, and said, "How will they be selected?" Naruto quickly asked, "Is it actual combat?" "That's right." Kitazawa paused and added, "It's a school-wide selection of actual combat." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened, and he excitedly asked, "Then won't the final winner be the number one in the entire school?" Sasuke's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. His brother Uchiha had once been the number one in the entire school, undefeated across all grades. And now, he also had such an opportunity. But, it was difficult. Sasuke felt the pressure. He wasn't even the number one in his class, so how could he compete for the number one in the entire school? However, he wasn't without hope. As long as he could activate his two-tomo Sharingan before the student council selection's actual combat, he would be fine. You can think of it that way. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and said, "In the name of youth, I must become the number one in the entire school this time." Naruto said very excitedly. "Although you're very strong, there are 5th and 6th grade students participating in this selection." Kiba couldn't stand his arrogance and poured cold water on him, saying, "They've studied for 4 or 5 more years than you, and their strength is unfathomable." "What does that matter?" Naruto said indifferently, "No matter who the opponent is, just defeat them." "Humph, you just wait, don't lose to me then." Kiba thought of the new secret ninjutsu Kitazawa had told him about and couldn't help but say, "I won't hold back." Naruto said with a full smile. "When did Kiba become so confident?" Shikamaru asked, puzzled. He didn't understand how Kiba, who was ranked 7th, dared to make such a threat to Naruto, who was ranked 1st. Perhaps it's related to Kitazawa-sensei's new special training. Ino mused, Kiba has been undergoing solo special training at the artificial lake recently. No matter how amazing Kitazawa-sensei is, he can't make Kiba defeat Naruto, can he? Choji Akimichi asked uncertainly. Although Naruto is very strong, Kitazawa-sensei is not bad either. Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses and said, "When did you become so trusting of Kitazawa-sensei?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "I have always trusted Kitazawa-sensei." Shino Aburame said seriously. Shikamaru subconsciously glanced at him. He had indeed learned some of the truth. Because yesterday, he saw a young ninja from the Nara clan at home whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He had joined the route before and then went silent, but he unexpectedly returned to the Nara clan. Shikamaru, out of curiosity, asked his father, Shikaka Nara, and learned about Tsunade's forceful entry into the route base. Although Tsunade's goal was Toryun Aburame, her standardization of the route's recruitment process benefited all major ninja clans. From then on, the route no longer dared to arbitrarily snatch their clan's geniuses. At least, that was the case on the surface. And besides Tsunade, Kitazawa was also involved in yesterday's events. Kabuto, who told the story in the morning, also confirmed this. This was undoubtedly the reason for Shino Aburame's change in attitude today. In fact, yesterday, his father, Shikaka Nara, had also specifically instructed him to always listen to Kitazawa at school. Quiet. Kitazawa once again stopped their discussion and said, "The Student Council Selection Actual Combat will replace this semester's Actual Combat exam." What? The students from both classes were once again surprised. However, this time there wasn't as much surprise. After all, they were both actual combat, and given the tight schedule, combining them was also very reasonable. To help you adapt to the actual selection combat in advance, and also to increase your strength and combat experience. Kitazawa said with a smile, "I plan to conduct 3 actual combat tests per week between your 2 classes." "That's good." Naruto immediately expressed his support. Influenced by Might Guy, his mind was full of youth and fighting, and the actual combat tests were exactly to his liking. Troublesome things have finally arrived, huh? Shikamaru sighed, saying. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. What a pity. Kiba's face showed an expression of regret. He hadn't fully mastered the shadow clone technique yet, and his new secret ninjutsu hadn't materialized, so he couldn't make a splash this Monday. Facing Sasuke and Naruto, he could still only stand there and take a beating. But he already had hope. Full of hope and waiting, he would eventually have his chance to turn things around. Actual combat tests. Sasuke's eyes showed a flicker of emotion. Without the two-tomo Sharingan, he probably still couldn't beat Yukumo. But against Naruto, he could try using Genjutsu. He was still puzzled by how Naruto instantly dispelled his Genjutsu last time. Niji looked at Sasuke. Kitazawa said the actual combat tests would be held between the 2 classes. In other words, he would have a chance to become an opponent of Sasuke. He had now mastered the first 10 palms of the Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and it was a good opportunity to test its power. As for Yukumo Kurama and Hinata, they were relatively unconcerned, so they didn't have much of a reaction. The actual combat tests are scheduled for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Kitazawa said loudly, today marks the first actual combat test of the week, and the method will be random drawing. After he finished speaking, he took out a lottery box. The reason for using this method was to facilitate his manipulation. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 167, Tsunade's Chakra Enhanced Strength Training. Drawing lots was not unfamiliar to the students of both classes. They drew lots for the practical exams during every monthly assessment. Without Kitazawa needing to say more, they lined up and approached one by one to draw lots. I drew number 27. Naruto, after drawing his lot, immediately asked impatiently, who else got the same as me? With over 70 students combined from both classes, the number of available lots was almost double that of the monthly assessment. I am number 27. Sasuke said expressionlessly, your opponent is me. It's actually Sasuke. Naruto immediately smiled and said, Sasuke, let's have another youthful showdown. Last time was last time. Sasuke said indifferently, hands in his pockets, this time, I won't lose again. Me neither. Naruto's smile grew even brighter. Good thing I didn't draw you guys. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief and said. He had just checked, and his number, Shikamaru's, and Hinata's were all different. Looks like you have good luck this time. Shikamaru couldn't help but smile and say. Don't be happy too soon. Shino Aburame reminded, this is just the first round. Kiba's expression immediately froze. The 2 students who drew number 1, please come forward. Kitazawa put away the lottery box and called out. He had only tampered with Naruto and Sasuke's lots, everyone else drew normally. 2 young boys slowly walked out of the queue. They were from different classes. After a few minutes of fighting, the young boy from second-year class A won, leveraging the advantage of having studied for an extra year. Time passed. Niji, Shino Aburame, and Sakura, among others, took turns in the arena. Since they didn't encounter each other, they easily defeated their opponents. The first round of practical training was coming to an end. The 2 students with number 27, please get ready, Kitazawa said with a smile. The main event had finally arrived. Sasuke and Naruto heard this and walked into the center of the arena together. Sasuke-kun, good luck. The girls, led by Sakura, immediately became cheerleaders. Sasuke, you're really popular. There was a hint of envy in Naruto's tone. Because in addition to first-year class A, many students from second-year class A were also cheering for Sasuke. Naruto. Just then, Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said, unleash your youth. I will. Naruto immediately became invigorated, for youth. Sasuke's mouth twitched, and some unpleasant memories flooded back into his mind. Start. Kitazawa said after they had formed the seal of confrontation. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto, without another word, summoned a large number of shadow clones. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke was not surprised at all. He and Naruto had been classmates for so long, and he had a certain understanding of him. How to put it? Naruto's fighting style was very reckless. But reckless didn't mean he was easy to deal with. Multiple shadow clone jutsu was a dimension-shattering technique in the Ninja Academy. Soon, the two's battle reached a stalemate. Sasuke searched for an opportunity to cast Genjutsu amidst the encirclement of Naruto and his shadow clones. Because this was his only way to win. The next second, Sasuke identified Naruto's main body. He suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of him. Genjutsu, ephemeral. Sasuke's Sharingan trembled slightly, and an invisible eye power spread out. Naruto couldn't help but lose focus. From his perspective, Sasuke transformed into a sky full of crows and disappeared from his spot. But just then, his vision went black, the crows vanished, and in their place was a giant tail. Wait. Naruto had just finished speaking when he felt a pain in his head and regained consciousness. You dispelled the Genjutsu again. Sasuke's pupils contracted when he saw this. Why was this happening? Didn't they say it was difficult for ordinary ninja to break free from Sharingan Genjutsu on their own? In Sasuke's opinion, even if Naruto could break his Genjutsu, it should take him a few seconds or even longer. In that case, he could use the opportunity to defeat him. But dispelling it instantly meant he had no time to launch a further attack. Helpless, Sasuke could only retreat again, avoiding the Naruto shadow clones kicking from both sides. Sasuke, let's continue. Naruto regained consciousness and immediately re-entered the battle full of vigor. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke, with a grim face, spat out a large fireball. Bang. The Naruto shadow clone in front of him turned into smoke in the flames. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Naruto suddenly kicked at him from the side. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Sasuke's eyes changed. He kicked back. Both of their bodies trembled. But Naruto's strength was still superior, making Sasuke retreat 2 steps. Genjutsu, ephemeral. Sasuke was not discouraged, as he had found another opportunity. If it were any other ninja, they would surely have their shadow clones attack while they hid to launch a surprise attack. But Naruto was different, he liked to lead the charge. A crimson light flashed. Naruto was momentarily stunned. He had been caught in Genjutsu again. But in just an instant, he returned to normal. Sasuke's heart trembled, but his movements were not slow. Because he had already anticipated such a result, given that it had been ineffective twice. Although he couldn't understand why. The moment Sasuke released Genjutsu, ephemeral, he lunged forward with a kunai. Naruto only felt a blur before his eyes, and the kunai was less than 5 centimeters from his face. In a critical moment, he instinctively raised his hands. "You're still wearing weighted wristbands." Sasuke's expression changed, and he blurted out the question. Although he had stabbed Naruto with a kunai, he hadn't broken through his defense. Because Naruto was wearing metal wristbands. Sasuke never expected him to be fighting him with weights on. And he hadn't even won yet, this was simply humiliating. "Sorry, I forgot to take them off," Naruto said sheepishly. Every morning, he would put on his weights and go train with Might Guy. At the academy, he would also train Rasengan with the weights still on. But today, Kitazawa suddenly had them participate in a practical test, and Naruto hadn't remembered that he was still wearing them. Damn it. Sasuke's eyes trembled as he twisted the kunai in his hand, stabbing at Naruto again. But in his agitation, he forgot about Naruto's numerous shadow clones. As soon as his kunai was thrust out, a whooshing sound arose, and he was swept away by a whirlwind kick. Damn it. In midair, Sasuke quickly adjusted his body. And on the ground, Naruto's shadow clones had already rushed towards him. As soon as Sasuke landed, he was surrounded. "Naruto, don't hit his face." Sakura shrieked. "Naruto, the battle ends here," Kitazawa said when he saw this. Naruto immediately dispelled his multiple shadow clone jutsu upon hearing this. After dispelling it, he quickly walked over and helped Sasuke up. "Sasuke, are you hurt?" Naruto asked with concern. Sasuke hadn't passed out, but the humiliating defeat made him wish he had, just to avoid the embarrassment. He looked at Naruto, his face full of unwillingness. If his genjutsu had been effective, he would have won twice. But there were no ifs, he had lost to Naruto twice. If you counted the time in Yakumo Kurama's genjutsu, that would be 3 times. This was insane. Sasuke clenched his fists. Why was his, or rather, the Uchiha's proud genjutsu, useless? "Sasuke-kun, I'll heal you." Sakura quickly ran over. Kitazawa glanced at Sasuke, thinking to himself that the effect was truly outstanding. This expression was exactly what he wanted to see. However, Sasuke was not without gains, the Yin power on him had deepened a little. Practical test continues. Kitazawa let Sasuke win 2 matches in the second and third rounds. If he lost 3 matches in a row, he worried he would completely withdraw into himself. Anyway, there was still plenty of time, no rush. He would arrange it for him again on Wednesday. Everyone performed well in today's practical test. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, "That's all for today. Everyone, go back and rest early." "Goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa." The students from both classes left one after another. Sasuke, with a cold expression, ignored Sakura and turned to leave. Although he won in the second and third rounds later, his opponents were too weak, which prevented him from feeling happy. "Sasuke." A familiar voice rang out. "Brother." Sasuke's expression quickly changed, and he asked with a tone of pleasant surprise, "Why are you back today?" "I just finished a mission yesterday, so I don't have anything to do today." Uchiha Itachi patted his head and asked, "Why do you look so downcast?" "I lost to Naruto again in today's practical class," Sasuke said stiffly. As a ninja, winning and losing is normal, Itachi comforted him, saying, "No one can win all the time." After Sasuke lost to Naruto last time, Itachi had looked into the situation. How should he put it? The loss was not unjust. If he had encountered an opponent who could use multiple shadow clone jutsu when he was 7, he would have found it very tricky as well. "Brother, have you ever lost?" Sasuke looked up and asked curiously. In his opinion, Itachi was invincible, a super genius rarely seen in the Uchiha clan for 100 years. "Of course, I have lost." A masked man appeared in Uchiha Itachi's mind, and he said in a deep voice, "And it was a crushing defeat, where I almost lost my life." He was referring to the time his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. If that masked man hadn't spared him, he would have ended up like his teammates. "What?" Sasuke's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Sasuke, this is the ninja world, there will always be all kinds of powerful enemies. Itachi's expression returned to normal, and he said gently, "It's better to lose at the Ninja Academy than to lose after graduating." "Is that so?" Sasuke nodded, half understanding. "Let's go, I'm free these 2 days, so I can teach you Genjutsu." Itachi stood up and said with a smile. "Why do I feel like you're in a really good mood today, brother?" Sasuke tilted his head and asked. "Am I?" Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's because I saw you, and I'm very happy." In reality, it was due to the series of chain reactions caused by Tsunade's forceful intrusion into the root base. The Uchiha clan and Konoha village had reached their most peaceful few days in years. Root suffered heavy losses, which forced Danzo to temporarily leave the Uchiha clan alone. His current focus was on Tsunade. Because he was afraid that Konoha village would have a different Hokage when he woke up, he had to keep an eye on her constantly. And Uchiha Fugaku, because of Uchiha Itachi's involvement in Tsunade's forceful intrusion into the root base, was uncharacteristically firm for once. He directly ordered the Uchiha clan to be restrained, which reduced conflicts. In Uchiha Itachi's opinion, if such days could continue, he would not have so many worries. He regretted even more that Uchiha Shursui had not lived to see this. "I don't want to learn Genjutsu." Sasuke walked into the courtyard and said unhappily, "Genjutsu doesn't work on Naruto." "Doesn't work?" Itachi frowned slightly. "That's right," Sasuke replied. "I used Genjutsu twice today, and he dispelled both instantly." "That shouldn't be right." Itachi's mind stirred, and he suddenly thought of the reason. To instantly dispel Genjutsu, one must either be a Mangekyo Sharingan user or a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi hesitated to speak. He couldn't very well tell Sasuke that it was normal for him not to be able to control Naruto, unless he could control the nine tails inside his belly as well. But if such words were to be uttered, the third Hokage would certainly not sit still. At that time, the peace that the Uchiha clan had finally achieved would be broken again. "How about this?" Itachi pondered for a moment, then asked with a faint smile, "How about I teach you a body flicker technique?" "I'll learn that." Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. Genjutsu was useless against Naruto, but if he could be faster than him, he could create opportunities for victory. He had lost to Hinata before precisely because of the Konoha-style body flicker. After Kitazawa left the Ninja Academy, he returned to Kurenai's home. But he didn't go inside, stopping at the door. Because he noticed that the door to the house next door, where Tsunade and Shizun lived, was not closed. "You're back so early today." Kitazawa, surprised, walked over. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "It's you." Shizun saw him and breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong?" Kitazawa asked teasingly, "Why do you look so relieved to see me?" "Because all day today, from morning till night, people kept coming to visit Lady Tsunade." Shizun said with a helpless expression, "She didn't even have time to rest." "Who?" Kitazawa paused, then asked. "Most of the ninja clans and some Chunin and Jonin," Shizun replied. "Could it be related to Root?" Kitazawa reacted and asked. "Yes." Shizun nodded and said, "They all came to thank Lady Tsunade." "As they should." Kitazawa couldn't help but smile, saying, "Being free from Root is a huge deal. Come in and chat." Shizun casually closed the door and said, "Didn't I say? I'm not seeing anyone." Before he even entered the living room, Tsunade's impatient voice rang out. "Lady Tsunade, why are you so angry?" Kitazawa looked around and asked. Various gifts were piled up in the corner, already forming a small mountain. Kitazawa. Tsunade saw him and said unhappily, "Have you already finished school?" "Damn it. I didn't even go to the casino today." "Lady Tsunade, not gambling for one day won't be a loss." Kitazawa comforted her. For Tsunade, who always lost when she gambled, not gambling for one day meant earning for one day. "Forget it, I'll go tomorrow." Tsunade snorted lightly and said, "Then I'll get up early and won't be blocked at the door." She was used to sleeping in. But when she woke up today, many people were lining up at her door, waiting to see her. "They're all here to give gifts, Lady Tsunade. Why are you so unhappy?" Kitazawa pointed to the piles of gifts not far away and asked. Tsunade pouted when she heard that. Giving gifts was fake, showing loyalty was real. She felt that if she wanted to, she could sideline Sarutobi Hiruzen and become Hokage the next day. It was precisely because of this that she felt so annoyed. "You've come at a good time." Tsunade stood up, a smile appearing on her face. "I'll teach you chakra-enhanced strength right now. How about we learn tomorrow instead?" Kitazawa immediately felt a bad premonition when he heard that. "Stop babbling." Tsunade clenched her fist and said, "Come on, follow me outside." Kitazawa hesitated to speak, but in the end, he could only obediently follow her. "What's going on?" Shizun stood frozen in place. Had Kitazawa already started learning chakra-enhanced strength? Wouldn't he be the second Tsunade if he also learned the chakra-enhanced strength? But even more critical was that Kitazawa's current strength already surpassed hers. Her title of senior sister was no longer secure, it should change to junior sister. The two of them went outside the house. First, I'll check your chakra. Tsunade walked over and grabbed his wrist. After a moment, she said with some surprise, your chakra is quite good. Kitazawa's own chakra was average, but he had a cheat. His current chakra was even more than Kakashi's. When the Senju clan bloodline and Byakugan purity increased again, his chakra would continue to grow. Chakra-enhanced strength, strictly speaking, is a technique for exerting force. Tsunade released Kitazawa and began to explain, it's about gathering a large amount of chakra in one part of the body and then instantly releasing it. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, Kitazawa had pretty much understood chakra-enhanced strength. It sounded simple, but in reality, it required a lot. On one hand, it required extremely high chakra control so that enough chakra could be condensed instantly. On the other hand, it consumed a lot of chakra, so the user's chakra could not be low. This was also why Tsunade had checked his chakra earlier. She was worried that if Kitazawa had too little chakra, using chakra-enhanced strength would cause problems. And Tsunade, having the Senju clan bloodline and the Yin seal to store chakra, naturally did not lack chakra. With sufficient chakra, the upper limit of chakra-enhanced strength was very high, and its power was no less than S-rank ninjutsu. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 168, Kiba's New Jutsu. 8 o'clock in the evening. Tsunade finished her teaching of chakra-enhanced strength. Kitazawa, dragging his exhausted body, entered Kurenai's home. Without a word, he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly powerless, not even wanting to move a single pinky finger. Learning chakra-enhanced strength was extremely draining on both physical and mental energy. Even with his cheat, he couldn't endure it. In fact, his ability to last 3 hours had already impressed Tsunade. Soft footsteps sounded. Kurenai's beautiful face appeared in his line of sight. She bent slightly, looking down at him from above. Because of her movement, the drooping clothes revealed a considerable outline. You worked hard, Kitazawa, Kurenai said in a gentle tone. The commotion from chakra-enhanced strength was quite loud. She had long since noticed Tsunade and Kitazawa's training outside the house. She knew, without asking, that learning chakra-enhanced strength was a torment. I'll give you a massage. Kurenai thought for a moment and said, rest your head on my lap. She finished speaking and sat on the sofa. Thank you. Seeing this, Kitazawa did not refuse. Kurenai's thighs were wrapped in bandages. When Kitazawa leaned on her, he found the angle quite interesting. He could see all the way from Kurenai's abdomen to her face. Kitazawa thought of Tsunade. If it were her, he probably wouldn't be able to see her face. Kurenai extended her hands and placed them on his temples, then gently massaged. Kitazawa closed his eyes and immediately smelled a faint fragrance. Did Lady Tsunade accept you as her student? Kurenai asked curiously. It was no wonder she asked. Besides medical ninjutsu, chakra-enhanced strength was Tsunade's most famous taijutsu. It was no exaggeration to say that chakra-enhanced strength was one of her hallmarks. No, Kitazawa replied. That's truly strange. Kurenai said, puzzled, she's already taught you so many ninjutsu. She's just preoccupied with other matters. Kitazawa said casually, once she figures things out, she'll take me as her student. That's good then. Kurenai nodded and said. Kitazawa was her boyfriend now, so she naturally hoped he would do better. And becoming Tsunade's student would undoubtedly make it easy to achieve that goal. Turn to your side. After massaging for 10 minutes, Kurenai reminded him. Kitazawa immediately complied. Face outwards. Kurenai glanced at him and immediately raised her voice. But Kitazawa naturally ignored her. He lay on his side, his ear and face pressed against Kurenai's thigh, his eyes looking towards her waist and abdomen. Unfortunately, her clothes were too long, reaching her thighs and covering her very thoroughly. You're not listening. Kurenai, slightly annoyed, reached out and rubbed his face vigorously a few times. I'm too tired, I don't want to move anymore. Kitazawa cleared his throat and said seriously. Still so many excuses. Kurenai showed a displeased expression but still began to massage him. Her nimble fingers slowly glided over Kitazawa's face and head, bringing him a gentle sensation. Kurenai, you're so good, Kitazawa said with emotion. As long as you know. Kurenai gave a soft humph and said. Next time, I'll give you a massage. Kitazawa blinked and said. Pervert. Kurenai blurted out, what massage? You're clearly just taking advantage of me. I'm not that kind of person. Kitazawa emphasized, it's really just a simple massage. If you don't believe me, you can try. I won't try. Kurenai rolled her eyes and said, I won't fall for such a low-quality provocation. As expected of Kurenai, so smart and beautiful. Kitazawa praised her accordingly. Why are you talking so much? Kurenai's lips curved slightly upwards as she said, turn over, I'll massage your other side. Kitazawa had no choice but to turn his side outwards. Although he couldn't see Kurenai, he could see her fair and tender thighs beyond the bandages and her bent knees. Kitazawa's heart stirred, and he reached out his hand, placing it on her thigh. Don't mess around. Kurenai immediately noticed his action and quickly warned him. This isn't messing around. Kitazawa smiled and squeezed the flesh of her thigh, talking nonsense with a straight face, this is returning a favor. A strange sensation spread. Kurenai's legs stiffened. Her round and delicate toes instinctively curled up, but quickly relaxed again. You. Kurenai said through gritted teeth. The strength in her hands involuntarily increased. But for Kitazawa, this was nothing, on the contrary, it felt even more comfortable. Enough. That's all the massage. Kurenai massaged for a while, but couldn't stand his random touching anymore, so she stopped the massage. Thank you. Kitazawa sat up and said with a smile, I feel full of energy now. Then you go make dinner. Kurenai pouted and said, I'm hungry. Wait for me. Kitazawa stood up, kissed her on the cheek, and then turned to the kitchen. Kurenai watched his retreating figure and suddenly smiled. Time moved to the next day. Today, there weren't as many things to do as yesterday. After Kitazawa properly arranged the student special training, he returned to his office. He had 2 things to do today. First, create questions for Karen. Karen had a task to be in the top 10 of the final exam's theoretical test. Kitazawa's approach was very simple. As the head of the academic affairs office, and having gone through several monthly exams, he had figured out the first-year teacher's habit of setting questions. Furthermore, there wasn't that much content for the first year, he was thoroughly familiar with what question types and content would be tested. Kitazawa planned to prepare 5 sets of test papers for Karen each week, so she would have homework to do in addition to her tutoring. In a sense, this was cheating. But it didn't matter. Kitazawa would only cheat this once. It was the same for Hinata and Naruto before, once their tasks were completed, they no longer drilled questions. Second, research Kiba's new secret ninjutsu. Creating questions was not difficult, Kitazawa finished it in an hour. But the new secret ninjutsu was not that simple. Fortunately, Kitazawa wasn't creating it out of thin air but had 2 secret ninjutsu from the Inuzuka clan as references, Beast-Human Clone and Human-Beast Combination Transformation, Double-Headed Wolf. The former was D rank, and the latter was B rank. Kitazawa planned to modify it based on Beast-Human Clone, combining it with Human-Beast Combination Transformation, Double-Headed Wolf. It would take Kitazawa a lot of time to create it, and Inuzuka Kiba would also need a lot of time to learn it. A C-rank level ninjutsu would be just right. The Inuzuka clan's secret ninjutsu belonged to Yang Release because it involved the body. Whether transforming from a human into a dog or a dog into a human, it wasn't superficial but a true change in body structure. Kitazawa's proficient level Yang Release chakra nature transformation came into play at this moment. Coupled with the fact that he already had an idea, it wasn't slow either. Tuesday passed, and Wednesday arrived. Teacher Kitazawa. I did it. As soon as Kitazawa arrived at the artificial lake, he heard Kiba's extremely excited voice. He subconsciously looked over, and beside him was a shadow clone identical to him. How is it? Kiba asked impatiently. Not bad, Kitazawa looked at it twice and said. You've already learned shadow clone technique. I really am a genius. Kiba said very proudly. You've only just begun, Kitazawa shook his head and said. You need to practice more normally to create more shadow clones. It's just that I don't have enough chakra, Inuzuka Kiba thought of Naruto and said. If I had as much chakra as Naruto, I could definitely defeat him. You're quite good at fantasizing, Kitazawa chuckled helplessly. People always need dreams. Kiba paused, his face showing anticipation, and asked, Teacher Kitazawa, do you have any way to increase my chakra? If I had a way, would it be your turn? Kitazawa glared at him and said. Chakra reserves are innate and cannot be changed. In reality, there were ways, but they all had side effects. For example, Takigakure's Hero's Water, drinking it could increase chakra, but it would consume lifespan. Simply put, it was trading HP for MP. Besides that, there was an even more convenient method, which was to become a Jinchuriki. But there were only 9-tailed beasts in the entire ninja world, so most people certainly wouldn't have the chance to become a Jinchuriki. Alright, let's discuss your new secret ninjutsu now, Kitazawa returned to the main topic and said. Teacher Kitazawa, you've already created a new secret ninjutsu. Kiba's eyes widened when he heard this, both surprised and delighted. Kitazawa nodded and said. Teacher Kitazawa is indeed omnipotent. Kiba couldn't help but flatter him. It had taken him a lot of effort to get 2 secret ninjutsu from his clan for Kitazawa. After all, Kitazawa was an outsider ninja. Now with the new secret ninjutsu, he could definitely appease the dissatisfaction of the ninjas within the clan. Kiba could already imagine their surprise when they saw his new secret ninjutsu. Who's going to be the ninja dog? Kitazawa looked left and right, then asked. Of course, the shadow clone. Kiba said without thinking. I'm not doing it. The shadow clone refused without hesitation. I'm the main body, you have to listen to me. Inuzuka Kiba's face was full of question marks. Why? The shadow clone snorted lightly and said, the shadow clone's life is also a life. My life is mine, not yours. I can dispel you anytime. Kiba, losing face, immediately threatened. Anyway, shadow clones eventually dissipate. The shadow clone spread his hands and said. You. Kiba was speechless for a moment. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. He knew something like this would happen. Shadow clones had independent consciousness. For ordinary things, he would definitely do it, but being a dog, that's hard to say. Kiba subconsciously looked at Kitazawa, his eyes full of pleading. Shadow clones are like that, Kitazawa expressed his helplessness. If you don't want to be a ninja dog, he doesn't either. You are theoretically the same person, so your thoughts are naturally the same. After Kiba's expression changed several times, he finally gritted his teeth and compromised. I'll be the ninja dog. To achieve a higher rank in the final exam, he could only pay the necessary price. This new secret ninjutsu is called Hellhound. Seeing that they had finished their allocation, Kitazawa began to talk about the new secret ninjutsu he had modified. Actually, the principle was very simple. It was to have Kiba and his shadow clone combine to become a 2-headed dog. Kitazawa also left room for upgrades. Later, when Kiba could create 2 clones or have a ninja dog, he could transform into a 3-headed dog. This was also why he called this secret ninjutsu Hellhound. This secret ninjutsu was very similar to human-beast combination transformation, 2-headed wolf. It could be said to be a weaker version. But the advantage was that it didn't require a ninja dog to transform. Do you understand? Kitazawa asked after speaking for half an hour. Kiba nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Only after listening did he understand that he wasn't meant to be a ninja dog, but rather to fill the role of a ninja dog. In other words, he didn't need to transform into a ninja dog before combining. Begin. Kitazawa stepped back a few paces, watching Kiba and his shadow clone. The 2 Kiba stood face to face and simultaneously began to make hand signs. Chakra surged out and connected together. Now. Kiba shouted and rushed forward. Combine. His shadow clone also went to meet him, and the 2 collided, their chakra merging into one. Within the chakra, the 2 bodies disappeared, replaced by a fierce 2-headed dog. It looks very successful, Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and said. But it only looked that way. The next second, the 2-headed dog fell to the ground. Step with your left leg first. Kiba asked furiously. How can you not even know how to walk? Why can't I step with my right leg first? His shadow clone asked, unwilling to be outdone. Clearly, you're the one who can't walk. The 2 dog heads started bickering like that. The original human-beast combination transformation, double-headed wolf, because the ninja takes the dominant position, would not have coordination problems. But now that it was 2 people, each with their own ideas, it resulted in them being unable to control this body freely. The difficulty of the Hellhound secret ninjutsu lies here. Kitazawa watched the scene of the 2 dog heads arguing, feeling enlightened. But just arguing wouldn't lead to a result. Kiba, the final exam is less than a month away. Kitazawa reminded him. Kiba fell silent upon hearing this. Don't forget that you are the ninja dog now. His shadow clone snorted lightly and said, a ninja dog should listen to the ninja. Damn it. Kiba gritted his teeth and said. You command. That's more like it, his shadow clone laughed triumphantly. I'll endure. Kiba felt only grievance in his heart. At the same time, he also harbored resentment towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Why must shadow clones retain consciousness? After watching for a while, Kitazawa felt relieved. With Kiba forced to act as the dog, he could be considered to have learned the Hellhound secret ninjutsu. Of course, this was only the beginning. Their ultimate goal was to control the 2-headed dog in battle. This would require time to get used to. Fortunately, they were the main body and shadow clone, even more so than twins. Kitazawa turned and went to the lake, practicing water release, water wall. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. The last class was still practical combat. Students from both classes arrived at the training ground on time. Do you know what day of the week it is today? Naruto asked impatiently. Wednesday. Kiba glanced at him, guessed his thoughts, and said, there's another combat test today. That's right. Naruto clenched his fists, his face full of anticipation. I wonder who my opponent will be today. Maybe it's Sasuke again, Shikamaru yawned and said lazily. Compared to Naruto's excitement, he was very calm. Fighting and such, it's not fun at all. I won't lose again, Sasuke said abruptly. His brother, Uchiha Itachi, had taught him a body flicker technique. Combined with the Sharingan, it was easy to achieve a surprise attack. As long as Naruto couldn't react, he would become his defeated opponent. Although his body flicker technique was not yet very proficient. Exactly. Sakura echoed. How can someone always lose? Sasuke-kun will definitely defeat you. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Please don't say anything else. With over 70 people from both classes combined, how could it be such a coincidence to meet again? Ino glanced at Yakumo and said, Sasuke might encounter Yakumo this time. Sasuke hesitated to speak. He really wanted to say something harsh, but against Yakumo, he wasn't confident. Battles between genjutsu ninjas are like this, it's a contest of raw power, or rather, in-release power. Whoever falls into a genjutsu first loses more than half the battle. If one has high power and breaks the genjutsu, then they can still win. If the power is also inferior, they can only admit defeat. Sasuke's power was currently inferior to Yakumo's. It's just a combat test, Akimichi Choji said casually. There's no need to care too much about winning or losing. Choji is right, Shikamaru nodded and said. Everyone, come up and draw lots. Kitazawa's appearance interrupted their conversation. The students from both classes immediately lined up upon hearing this. I'm number 4. After drawing lots, Yakumo said. What a pity. Naruto shook his head and said, I'm number 17. I'm number 4. Sasuke was silent for a long time before speaking. Did it really happen? Ino, who had played the role of a prophet once, asked with surprise. Please guide me, Yakumo smiled gently and said. Sasuke was speechless. The two students who drew number 4, please come to the arena, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. The reason Sasuke and Yakumo became opponents was naturally due to his arrangement. The two slowly walked into the center of the arena. Begin, Kitazawa said after seeing them form the seal of confrontation. Body flicker technique. Sasuke unhesitatingly closed the distance between himself and Yakumo. Yakumo was startled. But she still reacted and immediately released terrifying illusion. Sasuke entered the illusion. Yakumo disappeared from her spot, and his surprise attack failed. So he also learned body flicker technique. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. To be honest, Sasuke's combat strategy was very correct, most genjutsu ninjas would be flustered when approached. But unfortunately, he encountered a power-level monster. Yakumo didn't even need to make hand signs to release genjutsu. The subsequent battle was similar to the previous monthly exam. Sasuke tried his best but couldn't break Yakumo's genjutsu, eventually becoming completely dejected. Everyone's performance in today's combat test was still good. After the last spar ended, Kitazawa announced, the next combat test will be on Friday. Everyone can prepare more. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 169, Improvement in Senju Bloodline. The practical test had ended. Sasuke left the Ninja Academy with a gloomy expression. In his eyes, losing to Naruto was painful, but not enough to bring despair. He believed that with just one more chance, he could overturn the result and defeat him. However, the battle with Yakumo was different. That fight left him with a sense of hopelessness, the kind of despair where no matter how many times he challenged her, victory would never be in reach. Unlike Sasuke, Kiba wore a broad grin as he headed home. The reason? He had won 3 matches today. The first 2 opponents were of average skill, so there was little to mention. But in the final match, he faced Ino, and defeated her using the newly learned Shadow Clone technique. Since Ino had yet to master the mind-body switch technique and could only control one target at a time, her options were limited. Overcoming her gave Kiba a surge of confidence. Once he fully mastered the Hellhound technique, he might even have a chance to compete with Sasuke and Naruto. I'm home. Kiba shouted as he pushed open the door. You're 15 minutes late today. A female ninja with a red inverted triangle marking on her face, mirroring his own, stood before him. It was his mother, Inuzuka Tsum. She was known for her strict methods of discipline towards both her ninja dogs and her children. In the original story, she would even flip the dinner table if Kiba overslept. To her, those who failed to rise on time didn't deserve breakfast. There was another practical test today, so I was delayed, Kiba quickly explained. Did you win? Tsum asked, her tone firm but curious. She already knew about the test from Monday and had decided not to pursue his lateness. All 3 matches won. Kiba said excitedly. I even learned the shadow clone technique today. Not bad, Tsum said, her attitude softening slightly. Your teacher Kitazawa is really good, remarked Inuzuka Hana, leaning closer. Our teacher doesn't even teach the shadow clone technique. That's true, Tsum mused. After a moment of thought, she said, ask him when he's free to visit us. Okay. Kiba nodded but hesitated briefly before adding, Teacher Kitazawa taught me a secret ninjutsu today. Is it the same secret ninjutsu you mentioned before? Tsum asked in surprise. When Kiba first spoke about it, he claimed that Kitazawa was developing a new secret ninjutsu. At the time, Tsum had been skeptical. Still, unable to refuse her son's plea, she had given him 2 secret techniques to study. Yes, that's the one. Kiba said with admiration. A secret ninjutsu that allows fusion, without a ninja dog. He created it in such a short time. Tsum found it hard to believe. I'll show you. Kiba formed hand signs, creating a shadow clone. Both he and the clone used the Hellhound technique simultaneously, merging into a 2-headed dog. But within moments, the fusion dissolved. I just learned it today, so I'm not skilled yet, Kiba admitted, scratching his head. My coordination with the shadow clone isn't great, right now, even walking is difficult. The shadow clone has its own thoughts. It's not as simple as working with a ninja dog, Tsum reasoned, quickly understanding the flaw. How should she view this secret ninjutsu? It was awkward to use, yet too valuable to discard, practical, but only for rare cases. After all, nearly every Inuzuka child found a bonded ninja dog before the age of 10. Still, Kitazawa's talent for creating secret techniques surpassed her expectations. The Inuzuka clan's arts required mastery of yang release, meaning his chakra nature transformation was at a remarkably high level. It seems that the rumor is true, Tsum thought aloud. Ever since Tsunade had forcefully entered the root base, rumors had spread, one claiming that Kitazawa was Tsunade's disciple. It had never been confirmed. But after witnessing the Hellhound ninjutsu, Tsum was convinced. After all, medical ninjutsu was also rooted in yang release. It was only natural for a skilled medical ninja to develop a yang release-based clan technique. Kiba, I'll go to the academy with you tomorrow, Tsum decided. Okay, Kiba replied, already guessing her intention. In his eyes, Kitazawa had given their clan an incredibly practical secret technique, they owed him their respect. The next day dawned, Thursday. Kitazawa opened his eyes, feeling soreness all over his body as though he had been beaten black and blue. In truth, that wasn't far from reality. He had spent another night training chakra-enhanced strength under Lady Tsunade. Now, he understood why Might Guy trained his body every single day. Mastering taijutsu demanded a physique forged through relentless effort. After breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the academy's training ground. Teacher Kitazawa, Karen called out, noticing him approaching. Do you need something from me? I've prepared 5 sets of practice papers for you, Kitazawa replied with a faint smile. Do 1 set each day, and I'll check them next Thursday. Okay. Karen, unlike Naruto, showed no resistance toward practice questions and readily agreed. I'll teach you ninjutsu during the winter break, Kitazawa said as he reached out and patted her head. Your goal is to place in the top 10 in the theoretical exam of the final test. Top 10. I'll do my best. Karen promised earnestly. Though difficult, she believed it couldn't be harder than surviving in the hidden grass village. Then continue studying, Kitazawa said, withdrawing his hand. The host has completed the mission, and rewards are being issued. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow as 3 lines of glowing text appeared before his eyes. He stood perfectly still, feeling a profound change coursing through his body. The most immediate effect was on his chakra. In a single instant, it surged, growing by nearly 1/5 of a unit. Alongside it, his physical stamina and recovery rate had also improved. Kitazawa clenched his fist. He now possessed 20% of the Senju clan's bloodline. The anticipation of what awaited him at 100% filled him with excitement. Of course, he knew that possessing the Senju clan's bloodline was not the same as having Senju Hashirama's legendary bloodline. Kitazawa speculated that achieving 100% would place his physique somewhere on par with Tsunade's, or perhaps even beyond. He would only know once he reached that point. The next mission was to ensure Naruto learned Rasengan. Once that was done, another 20% of the Senju bloodline would be his. For a moment, Kitazawa considered testing his new strength by cutting his skin with a kunai, but quickly dismissed the idea. A better test awaited. Tonight, he would continue his training in chakra-enhanced strength, and with an additional 10% Senju bloodline, his progress should become significantly easier. Turning his gaze toward Kiba, Kitazawa took out the summoning storage scroll given by Inuzuka Tsum. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow. It was similar to the one given by Shibi Aburame, filled with rare secret medicines, high-quality ninja tools, and a total of 3 million ryo. I've earned 8 million ryo just from these exchanges alone, Kitazawa murmured, half in amazement, half in disbelief. The problem was, how should he spend it? Ordinary ninja tools, though costly, rarely exceeded a few thousand ryo. Only one type of weapon surpassed 1 million, tools forged with chakra metal. Chakra metal, renowned for its ability to conduct chakra with exceptional speed while possessing incredible sharpness and resilience, was rare and highly prized. It was said that Asuma Sarutobi's twin chakra blades had cost a staggering 20 million ryo. Kitazawa stored away the scroll and returned to practicing water release. Time slipped by, and before long, the school day had ended. As Kitazawa prepared to leave, he spotted a familiar figure at the gate. Teacher Kitazawa, Shibi Aburame greeted him calmly. We've located the Nokizuru group. When do you plan to depart? Kitazawa asked, unsurprised. When an entire clan mobilized, their strength was formidable. It was only natural they would find their target swiftly. Since you have classes, we've scheduled it for Saturday, Shibi replied thoughtfully. Then I'll trouble you, clan head Shibi, Kitazawa said with a smile. I'll come by at 9 a.m. on Saturday. The exploding insect mission held little challenge for him, especially with the Aburame clan working alongside him. On the contrary, it offered potential gains. If any clan member became infected by a blast insect, he could assist with the removal, a highly complex surgical procedure that would grant him valuable rewards. After parting with Shibi, Kitazawa made his way to Kurenai's home. There, Tsunade was already waiting at the door. Lady Tsunade, why have you been returning so early these past 2 days? Kitazawa asked curiously. Naturally, to teach you chakra-enhanced strength, Tsunade said with a confident smile, clenching her fist. But today, we're changing the training method, actual combat. A question mark seemed to form above Kitazawa's head. Did she lose too much at gambling and decide to vent her frustration on me? Of course, he didn't dare voice the thought. That would only make her angrier, and more determined to prove her point with her fists. Come on, Tsunade said, stepping forward. We'll only use taijutsu. Kitazawa inhaled sharply, steadying himself, then launched forward with blinding speed. Your speed isn't bad, Tsunade remarked, her voice calm. Then she threw a punch. Chakra-enhanced strength. Their fists collided, sending waves of chakra rippling outward, the air vibrating from the impact. Kitazawa instinctively retreated several steps, bracing himself against the force. Your strength has improved since yesterday, Tsunade said, a hint of surprise in her tone. She had been teaching Kitazawa for the past 2 days and had already gauged his maximum stamina and strength. But today, his power had clearly risen by a notch. This was nothing short of incredible. The only logical explanation was that Kitazawa had achieved yet another breakthrough. Ninja often made progress under extreme conditions, but such rapid growth was rare. Kitazawa steadied himself, shaking his right arm instinctively. Tsunade's strength was staggering, leaving his entire limb feeling numb. It was proof enough, she was truly one of the legendary Sannin, a title not earned by chance. Again, Lady Tsunade beckoned, her tone sharp and commanding. Konoha-style body flicker. Kitazawa blurred into motion, transforming into scattered leaves as he dashed to her flank. Tsunade, unfazed, glanced left and right before suddenly pivoting, her kick whipping around with bone-crushing force. Bang. Kitazawa crossed both arms, absorbing the impact. Numbness surged through him, yet he endured, lashing out with his leg toward her abdomen. But such a move was destined to fail. Tsunade stepped back lightly, then stomped down with terrifying strength. Crack. The ground split open, forming a deep crater beneath her heel. Kitazawa swiftly retracted his leg, struggling to maintain balance. Seeing the opening, Tsunade threw her punch. With no other choice, Kitazawa met her strike head-on. The impact sent him flying through the air. Tsunade did not pursue. She stood calmly, waiting, testing him. Kitazawa twisted mid-air, landing on his feet and charging forward once more. Time slipped by. Before long, it was 8:30. Not bad. You lasted half an hour longer than yesterday, Tsunade said, nodding in approval as she looked down at Kitazawa sprawled on the ground. Continue tomorrow. La. Lady Tsunade, goodbye. Kitazawa panted, his strength drained to the point where even raising a hand felt impossible. But deep down, he acknowledged, 20% of the Senju bloodline was already showing its worth. After a short rest, Kitazawa stood, stretching his sore muscles. Training under her was brutal, yet invaluable. The weekend arrived once more. Only the last week of November remained. Saturday, 9 a.m. Kitazawa reached the Aburame clan compound precisely on time. The previous day, Friday, had featured the third practical test. This time, however, he had not interfered with the results. Making it too obvious would invite suspicion. Even Sasuke would notice if he was targeted in 3 consecutive trials. Twice a week was just enough. Teacher Kitazawa. Shibi Aburame greeted him personally. Clan head Shibi, Kitazawa replied, his gaze sweeping the area instinctively. This time, the Aburame clan had mobilized their finest, 8 jonin in total, including Shibi himself. Kitazawa understood why. This operation could reshape the future of their entire clan. The Nokizuru group's hideout is in a valley within the Land of Iron, Shibi explained as they walked. They have 27 members, 5 of them jonin. Kitazawa nodded slightly. For an unofficial organization, 5 jonin was no small feat. The Land of Iron, a rare neutral nation, home to the last remnants of the samurai, bordered the Land of Fire. While samurai were their title, in reality, they were warriors who wielded chakra like ninja. Because of its neutrality, the Land of Iron had even hosted the second 5 Kage Summit in the original timeline. By evening, the group reached their destination. Teacher Kitazawa, please wait here, Shibi said. We'll launch a night assault to eliminate the Nokizuru group in one strike. Few clans could rival the Aburame in versatility. Their insects were capable of reconnaissance, stealth attacks, defense, offense, and even healing. Understood. Don't worry about me, Kitazawa replied, then added a warning. If anyone becomes infected by an exploding insect, whatever you do, do not channel chakra. We understand. Shibi gestured, and the 8 jonin disappeared into the valley. Moments later, screams echoed. Seeing this, Kitazawa joined the fray. His assistance came in the form of swift, precise ninjutsu, brief bursts of fire release and wind release to support the Aburame offensive. Half an hour later, 3 glowing lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission, help the Aburame clan obtain the exploding insect. Mission reward, imitation, shape-shifting, jutsu. The host has completed the mission, and rewards are being issued. A surge of information flowed into Kitazawa's mind. Chapter 170, Uchiha Izumi. Before Kitazawa could fully digest the imitation jutsu, he heard a commotion. Teacher Kitazawa. Shibi Aburame rushed to him and said in a deep voice, someone has been infected by an exploding bug. Take me there. Kitazawa's expression immediately turned serious. This way, Shibi Aburame said, raising his hand. Soon, Kitazawa saw the Aburame clan ninja who had been infected by the exploding bug. He unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest. At this moment, his chest was slightly bulging, and it was as if something alive was breathing beneath his skin. Kitazawa immediately thought of the alien movie from his previous life. And this exploding bug did indeed bear some resemblance to an alien. The exploding bug has already absorbed a good amount of chakra, but fortunately, it hasn't fully grown yet. There's still some time before it explodes, Kitazawa reassured him. You don't need to panic too much. I'll perform the surgery on you now. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa, the Aburame clan ninja said gratefully. Because Shibi Aburame had called him Teacher Kitazawa, he followed suit. To be honest, Kitazawa's current status was a bit awkward. His official titles were only Special Jonin and Ninja Academy Teacher. Logically speaking, all the Aburame clan ninja present were jonin, and both in terms of strength and status, they were higher than Kitazawa. But considering his ambiguous relationship with Tsunade, they kept their posture very low. The exploding bug surgery was not simple. The reason was that it had completely integrated with the Aburame clan ninja. To separate it, an extremely high level of medical ninjutsu was required. And most importantly, the exploding bug could not be startled. The exploding bug was a living creature with a certain degree of consciousness. If it knew it was about to be removed, it would certainly struggle desperately. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the surgery. Time passed minute by minute. Not far away, the other 7 Aburame clan ninja gathered together. Teacher Kitazawa's chakra control is truly terrifying, Shibi Aburame couldn't help but exclaim. Because they were in the wild, Kitazawa did not avoid them while performing the surgery. Although Shibi Aburame didn't understand medical ninjutsu, his eyesight was not bad. Kitazawa was like a cutting machine, separating the exploding bug from the Aburame clan ninja's flesh without the exploding bug noticing. Shibi Aburame felt his scalp tingle just by watching. He is Lady Tsunade's student after all, the Aburame clan ninja on the left said. Don't speak of unconfirmed news. Shibi Aburame coughed lightly and said, Lady Tsunade naturally has her reasons for not announcing it. Although he felt that whether Tsunade announced it or not made little difference. After all, the major ninja clans had already tacitly accepted it. Alright, the exploding bug has been removed. You can recover after a period of rest, Kitazawa said, standing up and letting out a breath. The 2-hour-long surgery left him feeling exhausted. But there were also gains, he had completed another high-difficulty surgery. Fortunately, Teacher Kitazawa was here, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shibi Aburame stepped forward and said, on behalf of the Aburame clan, I thank you. No need to be so polite. Kitazawa waved his hand and then asked, did you catch the exploding bug? It's in hand. Shibi Aburame took out a specially made bottle and said, this is the exploding bug. It looks similar to a firefly, and it's quite pretty with its glow, Kitazawa said after looking at it for a couple of seconds. Inside the bottle were clearly larvae, tiny as dust, gathered together, emitting a faint light. The prettier it is, the more dangerous it is, Shibi Aburame nodded and said. How do you plan to handle the exploding bug? Kitazawa asked curiously. First, we'll cultivate it and expand its scale. Then, based on the exploding bug's characteristics, we'll research corresponding secret techniques, Shibi Aburame replied with some disdain. The Nokizaru group's application of the exploding bug is simply too shallow and wasteful. When it comes to playing with insects, your Aburame clan is the professional, Kitazawa praised him. Are we returning to the village now? Shibi Aburame asked for his opinion. Unconsciously, he had begun to treat Kitazawa as a ninja of equal status. The reason for this was the surgery to remove the exploding bug he had just performed. In the ninja world, unless absolutely forced, no ninja would casually offend an excellent medical ninja. Even without considering Tsunade, Kitazawa was now an excellent medical ninja. Let's go, Kitazawa nodded slightly. If we return quickly, I might still make it back to school for class. With your strength, why are you still teaching at the Ninja Academy? Shibi Aburame asked, puzzled by his words. Interest, Kitazawa replied, feeling like he had been asked similar questions many times. It had to be said that Ninja Academy teachers indeed had little status. However, it was interesting that Shibi Aburame's son, Shino Aburame, also became a teacher in the end. The group returned the way they came. Because they had an injured person, their return speed was a bit slower. They didn't arrive at Konoha village until Sunday evening. Teacher Kitazawa, there's no need for more words of thanks, Shibi Aburame said with a serious expression. If you ever need anything from the Aburame clan in the future, just say the word. I will. After saying goodbye to them, Kitazawa went straight home. Since it was already late, he didn't disturb Tsunade or Kurenai. Kitazawa looked left and right. His general store hadn't been open for some time. The reason was that he was too busy at night now and simply couldn't open the store. However, he wasn't short on money at the moment, especially after the Aburame clan and Inuzuka clan gave him 8 million ryo, which was enough to splurge for a long time. Kitazawa then thought of the impersonation jutsu he had obtained yesterday. Its effect was to replicate the target's appearance, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, and even their thoughts. It sounded powerful, but it also had limitations. For example, it couldn't replicate ninja stronger than himself. If Kitazawa tried to replicate Tsunade with impersonation jutsu, it would definitely not work. To use a common analogy, it was like a small horse pulling a large cart, and a train at that. Even if it were replicated, it wouldn't function. Furthermore, the prerequisite for replication was that the target had already been controlled by the caster. In other words, it couldn't replicate from a distance, making it slightly inferior to the Sharingan. Although there were many restrictions, as a disguise ninjutsu, it was excellent. The transformation technique used for disguise could be seen through by some powerful individuals. The impersonation jutsu could achieve perfect disguise and would not be easily detected. If a person's appearance, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and thoughts were all identical to his, Kitazawa would also begin to doubt himself. Am I the original, or am I a substitute? I can't tell, I really can't tell. The 4th week of November, Monday. After breakfast, Kitazawa went to the school's training ground. Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto saw him and quickly walked up to him. Have you learned wind release, vacuum blade? Kitazawa guessed and asked. I'm still a bit short of mastering wind release, vacuum blade. Kabuto shook his head and explained, I wanted to ask who our ninja squad's last teammate is. With you and Toryun, passing the Chunin exams will not be difficult. Kitazawa paused and said, as for the remaining teammate, I already have someone in mind, you'll see when the time comes. In fact, he didn't have anyone in mind, but it didn't matter whether he did or not. On the day of registration, he could just pull any genin along. Kabuto's heart trembled. Kitazawa's words confirmed his previous conjecture. Tsunade, forcing her way into the root training base to rescue Aburame Toryun, was probably because he was missing 2 teammates for the Chunin exams. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto banished the jumbled thoughts from his mind and then conscientiously went to practice wind release, vacuum blade. Kitazawa, reminded by him, suddenly recalled that there was only about a week left until the Chunin exams. He collected himself and looked at Sasuke. The practical combat test had been running for a week. The effect, so far, was not bad. Undoubtedly, Sasuke would have to suffer a crushing defeat to awaken his 2-tomo Sharingan. The practical combat test was just a practical combat between two classes, which wasn't stimulating enough. Kitazawa felt that the key lay in the student council selection, practical combat. A practical combat exam involving all students in the school would certainly be grand enough. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Having only students participate wasn't enough, there needed to be an audience. For Sasuke, the most effective audience would be Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Mikoto. Kitazawa, now recognized by the major ninja clans as Tsunade's student, had seen his status skyrocket. In other words, he was now qualified to invite Uchiha Fugaku. But he was still a bit short. He had to make Sasuke feel like there was a hope of victory. If he tacitly agreed to lose, then the effect of losing wouldn't be as obvious. It's only when you expect to win and then lose that you feel resentful. Sasuke. Kitazawa stepped forward and said, "You've pretty much mastered the Konoha-style body flicker. Now we're going to try a new exercise." "What exercise?" Sasuke paused, then asked. In his opinion, the Konoha-style body flicker was useful, but not that useful. When he fought Naruto last week, he realized the benefits of the Konoha-style body flicker. It allowed him to dodge his attacks faster. However, the multiple shadow clone jutsu was simply too abnormal. You could dodge one, but not all of them. "I'll teach you the shadow clone technique," Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Very few students in first-year Class A actually learned the shadow clone technique. But Sasuke met the conditions. With his chakra, he could use the shadow clone technique normally, creating 2 or 3 without much issue. Sasuke's eyes immediately lit up. He naturally understood the value of the shadow clone technique. After all, he had been repeatedly beaten by Naruto's shadow clones. "Can I learn multiple shadow clone jutsu directly?" Sasuke asked, full of anticipation. "Your chakra isn't enough to support you learning multiple shadow clone jutsu," Kitazawa shook his head and said. "All right." Although Sasuke had somewhat expected it, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. After all, Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu was too powerful, making him quite envious. "The shadow clone technique is about quality, not quantity," Kitazawa patiently explained. "With the shadow clone technique, your strength will increase significantly, allowing you to use many more combat strategies." "That's right." Sasuke's spirits lifted as he spoke. Just now, he had thought of a way to deal with Naruto. Although Naruto could instantly dispel Genjutsu, it still took time. If he and his shadow clone used Genjutsu on Naruto in a relay, they could extend the tiny bit of time. Even if it was just 1 second, it would be enough for him to win. Just as Kitazawa was about to speak, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission: help Uchiha Sasuke defeat Uzumaki Naruto once in a practical test. Mission reward: Genjutsu, unknown fire. Accept. This can also trigger a mission. But Kitazawa's first reaction was whether this mission would disrupt his plan. However, after thinking it over carefully, it wouldn't. In fact, it might even be better. First, let Sasuke win once. After he gets overconfident, if he then loses during the student council selection practical, the emotional impact would definitely be doubled. The question was, how to complete this mission. Could Sasuke defeat Naruto now? How to put it? There was hope. Before Naruto learned Rasengan, if Sasuke had learned the shadow clone technique and had some practical special training, it would have been enough. Fortunately, the shadow clone technique wasn't too difficult. "Let's start now," Kitazawa snapped back to attention and said. As he expected, Sasuke learned the shadow clone technique much faster than Inuzuka Kiba. Kitazawa estimated he could learn it within a week. Time slowly passed, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. After lunch, Kitazawa told Sasuke and Hinata to go for their nap while he left the Ninja Academy. Although there was still half a month until the student council selection practical, he planned to invite Uchiha Fugaku and the others first. The reason was simple. Ninja always had missions. A difficult mission could easily take 10 days, half a month, or even several months to a year. By inviting them first, they could make time in advance. The Uchiha clan's compound. Kitazawa had been there many times and was quite familiar with the way. He quickly arrived at Sasuke's house. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. It wasn't Uchiha Mikoto who appeared before Kitazawa, but a girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old. Kitazawa was slightly startled. Who was this? He didn't recall Uchiha Mikoto having a daughter. "Are you looking for Aunt Mikoto?" the girl looked him over and asked. "Yes." Kitazawa nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Sasuke's teacher, Kitazawa." "Your teacher Kitazawa?" A smile immediately appeared on the girl's face, and she said, "Itachi mentioned you." Itachi rarely talks about the ninja from other clans. "What's your name?" Kitazawa's heart stirred, and a name surfaced in his mind. "Uchiha Izumi," the girl replied. Kitazawa thought, sure enough. In the original work, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi were the same age and classmates. Her father was a ninja from another clan, and her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, was a ninja of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't until her father's death that she and her mother moved back to live in the Uchiha clan's compound. Uchiha Izumi was gentle and kind, and one of Uchiha Itachi's few good friends. But unfortunately, she died during the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. It's worth mentioning that Uchiha Izumi awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan during the night of the massacre, which definitely made her a genius. She had feelings for Uchiha Itachi and had even confessed to him. Of course, the result was obvious, it wasn't successful. After all, Uchiha Itachi's mind was completely focused on Sasuke and Konoha village. Izumi, who is it? Uchiha Mikoto's voice came from the living room. It's Teacher Kitazawa. Uchiha Izumi turned and replied. Teacher Kitazawa, please come in quickly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto immediately rushed to the door, smiling. Mrs. Mikoto, Kitazawa greeted her and walked into the living room. Teacher Kitazawa, please have some tea. Uchiha Izumi brought a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. Thank you. Kitazawa took the hot tea and took a sip. Teacher Kitazawa, is there something you need? Visiting at noon. Uchiha Mikoto proactively said, if it's urgent, I'll call Fugaku back right now. These two short sentences made Kitazawa realize the benefits of his elevated status. Previously, Uchiha Mikoto, though warm, wouldn't easily trouble Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the clan head and also responsible for the Konoha military police force, so he was quite busy. Unless it was a distinguished guest, Uchiha Mikoto naturally wouldn't inform him. It's nothing urgent. Kitazawa shook his head and stated his true purpose. I'd like to invite you all to attend the Student Council selection exam. He then emphasized the Student Council selection exam and mentioned that Hiruzen Sarutobi would be attending. I see. After Uchiha Mikoto finished listening, she promised, we will definitely be there. Just the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be attending was enough reason for them to go. Not to mention the invitation from Kitazawa, who was presumably Tsunade's student. By all accounts, they should go. It would be best if clan head Fugaku and Itachi could also attend, Kitazawa reminded them. Sasuke often tells me that he hopes to receive praise from his father and brother. That child truly cares about his father and brother, Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile upon hearing this. I'll tell them. Can I go? Uchiha Izumi asked expectantly. She heard that Uchiha Itachi would be going, so she became interested as well. Of course you can, Kitazawa glanced at her and said. The Student Council selection exam is a rare grand event at the Ninja Academy. The more spectators, the better. In that case, I can inform the Uchiha clan's ninja, so those who are free can come and watch, Uchiha Mikoto said thoughtfully. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sasuke, you can't blame me for this, it's your mother's arrangement. Whatever works, Kitazawa said, accepting all suggestions. Teacher Kitazawa, is there anything else? Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently and said. If not, you can stay for lunch. I've already had lunch. Kitazawa was about to take his leave when he suddenly had an idea. He looked at Uchiha Izumi and asked, Izumi, are you a genin now? Yes, Uchiha Izumi nodded and said. Then are you interested in participating in next month's Chunin exams? Kitazawa asked again. Huh. Uchiha Izumi was startled, a look of confusion on her face. It's like this, Kitazawa explained the whole story to her. But Before Uchiha Izumi could finish, Uchiha Mikoto interrupted her. Since it's Teacher Kitazawa's invitation, of course, you should accept, Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile. It just so happens that Izumi doesn't have a team leader or teammates. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 171, Team Battle. Kitazawa-sensei, see you next time. Uchiha Mikoto stood at the door, watching Kitazawa leave. Aunt Mikoto. Uchiha Izumi finally couldn't hold back and said, I already have a team leader and teammates. I know. Uchiha Mikoto withdrew her gaze and looked at her. Then why did you agree to Kitazawa-sensei? Uchiha Izumi was stunned and asked subconsciously. Your team leader, I remember, is a jonin from the clan. I just need to tell him. Uchiha Mikoto said indifferently. Normally, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, students are assigned a jonin leader and teammates. But as a prominent ninja clan in Konoha village, they have certain privileges, such as appointing a squad leader. Uchiha Izumi is a genius of the Uchiha clan, so a Uchiha jonin was appointed as her teacher. Besides that, there was another reason. Sharingan, a foreign ninja, cannot teach it. Appointing a Uchiha jonin could help Uchiha Izumi grow faster. I don't understand. Uchiha Izumi's face was full of confusion. After all, Kitazawa is not a Uchiha, and he doesn't have the Sharingan, so he isn't suitable to be her team leader. Kitazawa's identity is special. For you to become his student would be very beneficial, both for you and for the Uchiha. Uchiha Mikoto stroked her head and asked with a smile, as for the Sharingan, I'll let Itachi teach you, how about that? Really? Uchiha Izumi immediately became happy. Of course, it's true. Uchiha Mikoto paused and said, and Kitazawa-sensei is even more powerful than you imagine. You won't lose out by being his student. Her judgment was based on Sasuke. Before enrolling, Sasuke, though showing some talent, was far from Uchiha Itachi. However, after he enrolled, he made rapid progress, not only awakening his Sharingan early but also mastering various genjutsu, fire release, and taijutsu. Before enrollment, he was an ordinary genius. After enrollment, he became a super genius. The reason for all of this lay with Kitazawa. Uchiha Izumi nodded and then said, I just don't know how strong my new teammates are. The teammates Kitazawa-sensei chooses definitely won't be bad. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and said, besides, with your strength, passing the Chunin exams won't be a problem. That's true. Uchiha Izumi perked up and said, Itachi is already an Umbu squad leader, I can't fall too far behind him. The time came to the afternoon. Students from first-year Class A and second-year Class A arrived at the training ground on time. Today was Monday, and also the day for another practical combat test. Kitazawa, through some manipulation, arranged for Sasuke to face Yakumo Kurama. Without a doubt, it was another defeat for Sasuke. He stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling slightly. Losing so badly every time made him feel very humiliated. Amidst his frustration, his desire for victory grew even stronger. At the same time, he resolved to complete Kitazawa's special training as soon as possible to improve his own strength. Class dismissed. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, see you tomorrow. Today's practical combat test, to his surprise, involved Hyuga Niji and Hinata. Both of them had improved in Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, the former reached 12 palms, and the latter reached 14 palms. As for Sasuke, Naruto, and Inuzuka Kiba, they all performed normally. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. The students from both classes scattered, running towards the outside of the school. Sasuke's face fell again. He didn't want to talk to anyone and turned to leave. Kitazawa saw this and couldn't help but smile. But he couldn't smile for long, because it was time to learn the chakra-enhanced strength. After 3 hours of being beaten by Tsunade, Monday drew to a close. Saturday. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy's training ground after breakfast. Because it was the weekend, the school was very quiet, with no one in sight, but it wasn't completely empty. On the training ground, 3 people were already waiting. Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. When Kitazawa arrived, he saw a very familiar scene again. Kabuto was animatedly chatting with his 2 teammates. Kitazawa thought to himself, as expected of the big villain from the original work, his social skills are already maxed out. The 4th week of November seemed rather uneventful. In the past 5 days, nothing major had happened, except for Sasuke's 2 crushing defeats. But there was also good news. Sasuke successfully mastered the shadow clone technique. Coupled with the body flicker technique, he now had a much higher chance of winning against Naruto. But it was still not stable enough. Kitazawa had already told Sasuke to start practical combat training next Monday. But for now, he had to fulfill his duties as a team leader. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto noticed him and quickly stopped talking. Kitazawa-sensei. Aburame Torian and Uchiha Izumi also immediately greeted him. Since you all already know each other, I don't need to waste any more words. You will participate in next week's Chunin exams as a team. Kitazawa nodded slightly and said. Yes. The 3 said in unison. The Chunin exams process is very simple and can be divided into 3 stages, written test, team battle, and individual battle. Kitazawa explained. He had researched beforehand that the Chunin exams held within Konoha village were similar to the joint Chunin exams in the original work. The only difference was the team battle, which wasn't necessarily about competing for scrolls in the Death Forest. Your mission for these 2 days is team bonding. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, as for the method of bond, it's very simple, practical combat. Are we 3 challenging each other? Uchiha Izumi raised her hand and asked. To be honest, she was very curious about the strength of Kabuto and Aburame Torian. If she could challenge them, it would be a good opportunity to understand them. No. Kitazawa shook his head and said, it's the 3 of you challenging me. Huh. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. Kabuto and Aburame Torian also looked surprised. I believe you will perform excellently in the written test and individual battles, but in team battles, you have never cooperated before. Kitazawa explained, this is what I mean by team bonding. I will be your whetstone. Kitazawa-sensei. Aburame Toryun hesitated and asked, can I use my Kikeichu? What? Are you worried you can poison me? Kitazawa heard the underlying meaning in his words and said with a smile, I am a medical ninja, after all. You don't need to be afraid. Aburame Toryun's Kikeichu were indeed powerful, but he was not a Jonin yet. Kitazawa had ways to prevent his Kikeichu from even touching him. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. He had learned many detoxification methods from Tsunade and Nono Yakushi. In the original work, Sakura, after becoming Tsunade's student, was able to cure Sasori's poison. Even Sasori's poison had stumped the entire Tsunade, including Chiyo. The team battle arena for the Chunin exams is often not flat ground, they choose a slightly complex terrain, like a forest. Kitazawa looked left and right and said, we'll conduct the practical combat in that small grove. Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi followed him into the small grove. You can discuss for 10 minutes first, Kitazawa stopped and said. Kabuto immediately began discussing with his two teammates. Kitazawa did not eavesdrop, standing still and waiting quietly. We've discussed it, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto spoke in less than 10 minutes. Begin. Kitazawa nodded and said. The next second, all three disappeared, hiding themselves. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto was the anomaly. Ninja, the very word nin implies everything, surprise attacks are the correct way to fight. Kitazawa assessed the strengths of the three of them, Kabuto, skilled in medical ninjutsu and wind-release ninjutsu. Aburame Toryun, nano-level Kikeichu, and the secret techniques of the Aburame clan. Uchiha Izumi, one-tomo Sharingan, fire release, and taijutsu. Just then, the air distorted, and a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere. But that wasn't all, after the fireball came a gust of wind. The appearance of the wind immediately boosted the fireball's power, making it resemble the sun. Wind release combined with fire release, that's quite a thought. Kitazawa was a bit surprised, but then he remembered that the mastermind was Kabuto and found it reasonable. Will it succeed? Uchiha Izumi asked with a tense voice and a stern face. It's difficult, Kabuto shook his head and said. Kitazawa-sensei's strength is too great. Our offense will likely be ineffective. Is he that amazing? Uchiha Izumi was stunned and asked. Her understanding of Kitazawa was mainly from Uchiha Itachi. Overall, there were two main impressions. First, his teaching level was very high. Second, he was an excellent medical ninja. However, Itachi didn't mention much about other aspects. Teacher Kitazawa possesses the strength of an elite Jonin. Unlike Uchiha Izumi, Kabuto had witnessed Kitazawa's battle with an Iwagakure Jonin and knew his true strength. Elite Jonin. Uchiha Izumi's face showed surprise. A Ninja Academy teacher possessing the strength of an elite Jonin. But in the next second, she witnessed Kitazawa's formidable power firsthand. A roar echoed. A ferocious water dragon appeared out of thin air in the grove. It crashed head-on into the fireball. Water and fire collided, producing a booming sound. In an instant, a large amount of mist was generated. But the fireball didn't last long before being completely swallowed by the water dragon. So it was a triple offensive, Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and said. The water dragon he unleashed also struck something else, Aburame Toryun's nano-sized venomous insects. These venomous insects were hidden behind Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi's ninjutsu. Concealed by the ninjutsu, they appeared even more inconspicuous. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kitazawa formed hand signs without hesitation. The water dragon didn't have much effect on the nano-sized venomous insects. Flames, carrying scorching heat, immediately rose in front of him. To ensure all the nano-sized venomous insects were completely annihilated, he directly exhaled a 5-meter-tall great fireball. So big. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened as she said in disbelief. She had seen many fire release, great fireball techniques, but few could compare to Kitazawa's. An outsider was actually more proficient in fire release, great fireball technique than a Uchiha. As expected, it had no effect. Kabuto turned his head and asked, Toryun, how are you? I'm fine, Aburame Toryun's face was slightly pale as he said. It's just that too many venomous insects died, I need to replenish them using secret jutsu, insect cocoon. Whether nano-sized venomous insects or Kikeichu, their usage was similar, they could be bred using chakra. Izumi, execute the second battle plan. Kabuto immediately formed hand signs and used the shadow clone technique. His shadow clone then used the transformation technique to transform into Uchiha Izumi's appearance. A whooshing sound echoed. Kitazawa turned his head to see a fierce gust of wind assailing him. Water release, water wall. A wall of water rose in front of him. The strong wind was immediately blocked and surged to both sides. Kabuto appeared from the side with a body flicker technique. Wind release, vacuum blade. He held a kunai imbued with wind-release chakra and slashed at Kitazawa. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi raised her hand and threw a large number of kunai and shuriken from the other side. Wind release, vacuum blade. Kitazawa casually pulled out a kunai to meet it. A clang. Kabuto felt the immense force transmitted through the kunai. He was forced back several steps. Kitazawa glanced at him, then ignored him, turned around, and swung his blade. After the kunai was imbued with wind-release chakra, it transformed into a short sword. The kunai and shuriken thrown by Uchiha Izumi were immediately deflected. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Izumi appeared in front of him and kicked toward his abdomen. Kabuto steadied his stance and quickly formed hand signs. Wind release, rotating shuriken. The spinning shuriken flew forward, arriving almost simultaneously with Uchiha Izumi's flying kick. Kitazawa was about to counterattack when his pupils suddenly constricted. From the ground beneath him, dense venomous insects swarmed upward. Konoha-style body flicker. Kitazawa's body instantly dissolved into a swirl of leaves and vanished from his spot. Oh no! Kabuto subconsciously reached out. But the wind release, rotating shuriken could no longer be recalled and struck Uchiha Izumi head-on. With a puff of smoke, her body dispersed into the air. As expected, it was a shadow clone, Kitazawa muttered as his real body reappeared. He formed a hand sign with one hand, turning swiftly to confront the real Uchiha Izumi. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Uchiha Izumi met his gaze, and before she could even react, she found herself tightly bound against a massive tree. Genjutsu. She realized instantly, her Sharingan trembling as it tried to dispel the illusion. Although she managed to break free just in time, it was already too late. Kitazawa delivered a controlled whirlwind kick, sending her flying. Of course, he had held back. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kabuto formed hand signs without hesitation, leaning back before exhaling a large gust of wind. Abirame Toryun seized the opening and once again directed his venomous insects forward in relentless pursuit. Uchiha Izumi quickly recovered and pulled at the air with both hands. The shuriken scattered across the ground immediately sprang upward. This was the manipulating shuriken technique, a signature skill of the Uchiha clan. Kitazawa was slightly surprised. The cooperation between the three of them was remarkably smooth, completely unlike that of a team training together for the first time. Is this the advantage of having a strategic teammate? Of course, he was referring to Kabuto. Although Kabuto was young, he had been a spy for years, carrying experience and a broad tactical perspective. Under his guidance, the small team displayed extraordinary combat efficiency. However, this was only possible because Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi were far from ordinary genin. An hour later, the battle concluded. Kabuto, Uchiha Izumi, and Abirame Toryun lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. They had exhausted every trick they had, yet none of their efforts had any effect on Kitazawa. Your cooperation is good, but there are still some flaws, Kitazawa remarked, taking advantage of their rest to point out each mistake. Still, he was very satisfied. At least among Chunin-level shinobi, the trio could be considered formidable. Especially Kabuto, there was almost nothing to criticize. Capable of fighting, healing, and commanding, he was the ideal teammate every ninja squad dreamed of. As expected of someone destined to become a major villain. In the original work, no other shinobi reached such heights from a commoner's background like Kabuto. I look forward to your performance in the Chunin exams, Kitazawa concluded. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa, Kabuto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he was astonished. When he had first approached Kitazawa for help, it was merely to fill a team slot for the Chunin exams. He never expected Kitazawa to recruit two super genius teammates for him. Originally, Kabuto only wanted to qualify as a Chunin, but now he was considering forming a permanent team with Uchiha Izumi and Abirame Toryun. Normally, ninja teams were fixed. However, for the Chunin exams, temporary teams could be arranged freely. Uchiha Izumi finally understood what Uchiha Mikoto meant earlier. Judging by Kitazawa's displayed strength, he was far superior to her previous Jonin team leader. Aside from lacking a Sharingan, he was practically the perfect instructor. Her teammates, likewise, were not inferior in any respect. Abirame Toryun, however, remained expressionless. He still maintained the root mindset, just follow orders. This morning's practical training ends here. There will be another session at 4 p.m., Kitazawa said after a moment of thought. He was fine, but Kabuto and the others clearly couldn't handle more. 2 training sessions per day would be ideal. After dismissing them, Kitazawa turned and left. His mission was far from over, he still had to cultivate chakra-enhanced strength and teach Kurenai sealing techniques. After the weekend, only 2 days remained in November. Monday morning. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy training ground. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke eagerly ran up to greet him. Let's begin our practical training, Kitazawa nodded. Follow me. They didn't spar on the training ground itself, doing so would disrupt Hinata and Shikamaru. To give you a better sense of immersion, I will transform into Naruto and only use the ninjutsu and taijutsu that Naruto knows, Kitazawa said. Forming hand signs, his appearance instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, he became Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke frowned, feeling something strange about it, but he couldn't tell what. Begin. Kitazawa formed hand signs again, casting multiple shadow clone jutsu. In a flash, 40 shadow clones surrounded him. Previously, he could only manage 20 at most, but with his accumulated mission rewards, doubling that number was no problem. Sasuke's mouth twitched. You don't have to be that accurate. The battle began, and Sasuke was immediately thrown into a desperate struggle. Compared to Naruto, the reckless brawler, Kitazawa was both courageous and calculating. Sasuke finally experienced just how terrifying the true multiple shadow clone jutsu could be. Even though Kitazawa held back, Sasuke still found himself beaten down without the chance to retaliate. Chapter 172, Chunin Mission Reward. 2 days quickly passed with Sasuke getting beaten up. Because he was beaten so badly, he now wanted to punch Naruto whenever he saw him. Sasuke truly dreamed of his face every night. But he didn't know if it was Naruto himself or Kitazawa disguised as him. However, by Wednesday, he finally managed to steal some free time. Because it was December 1st, the day the Chunin exams began. Kitazawa arrived at the Hokage office early in the morning. Why did you suddenly decide to become a team leader? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat confused, upon hearing his request. Just helping Yakushi Nono-senpai out, Kitazawa explained. As you know, her adopted son, Kabuto, has not yet become a Chunin. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood the situation. Kabuto was a ninja from Root, and although his strength had long surpassed that of a Chunin, he hadn't had the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams. Then who are your other 2 teammates? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked casually. In fact, Kitazawa coming to see him on the day of registration was not entirely in line with the rules. Normally, he should have applied in advance. However, considering Tsunade's influence, this small issue could be overlooked. It's Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi, Kitazawa replied. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised for a moment, then chuckled. All 3 of your students are quite extraordinary. He had the same thought as Kabuto at this moment. The reason Tsunade forcibly entered the Root base to rescue Abirame Toryun was probably not just at the request of the Abirame clan, but also because Kitazawa was involved. No wonder Tsunade brought Kitazawa with her at that time. But on another note, it also showed that Kitazawa held a crucial position in Tsunade's heart. No wonder Fugaku came to see me a few days ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject, hinting. He mentioned one thing, which was to disband Uchiha Izumi's ninja squad. The formation and dissolution of all ninja squads required the Hokage's approval. Uchiha Izumi had her own squad leader and teammates. To join Kitazawa's ninja squad, she would first have to disband her original ninja squad. Kitazawa was instantly surprised by this. He couldn't help but once again marvel at the change in status Tsunade had brought him. For Uchiha Izumi to become his student, Uchiha Fugaku would go to such lengths, which truly exceeded his expectations. It seemed that Uchiha Mikoto's agreement to his proposal on behalf of Uchiha Izumi at that time was also for this reason. The Uchiha clan has always been somewhat unstable, Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly. You have a good relationship with them, so you can communicate with them more. Kitazawa was stunned for a moment, not expecting that. Would he really be allowed to associate with the Uchiha clan? But upon closer thought, it made sense. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually always tried to prevent the Uchiha clan's downfall. Even when the Uchiha clan had declared their intention to revolt, he didn't directly use force but instead sent Uchiha Itachi to persuade them. However, Danzo interfered, changing persuasion into slaughter. How to put it? The aging Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit like Uchiha Fugaku, hesitant and indecisive in his actions. This was especially evident regarding the Uchiha clan, where he seemed to be fighting himself. On one hand, he tried to win over Uchiha Itachi, while on the other, he didn't stop Danzo. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa regained his composure and said. His current backer was Tsunade, so he wasn't afraid to interact with the Uchiha clan. Go participate in the Chunin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed slightly and turned to leave. He led Kabuto and the other 2, who were waiting at the entrance, towards the Umbu base. This time, the Chunin exams examination hall was at the Umbu base. In the original work, the joint Chunin exams examination hall was at the Ninja Academy. But that was because the number of genin participating in the exam was too large. When Kitazawa arrived at the Umbu base, he found a signpost. They followed the signpost and arrived in front of a building. Kitazawa-senpai. Kotetsu Hagane at the entrance looked surprised when he saw Kitazawa. Why are you here? Isn't this the Chunin exams? Izumo and I applied to be the proctors for this written exam. Kotetsu Hagane glanced at Kabuto and the other two, then asked, Kitazawa-senpai, when did you become a squad leader? Just today. Kitazawa smiled and said. It's temporary. I understand. Kotetsu Hagane immediately understood. It was common for teams to be formed at the last minute for the Chunin exams. Then can we go in? Because the exam time was approaching, Kitazawa didn't continue to chat. They can go in, but you can't. Kotetsu Hagane blinked and gestured with his eyes. I see. Kitazawa realized something and said. You three go ahead. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The three responded and walked in. After entering, there's a small challenge before the Chunin exam's written exam. After Kabuto and the other two left, Kotetsu Hagane told the truth. They have to pass this challenge to be able to take the written exam. Is it demonic illusion, false surroundings technique? Kitazawa asked calmly. You can tell from that far away. Kotetsu Hagane asked in surprise. Kitazawa thought to himself, sure enough. Because in the original work, there was also such a setup before the written exam of the joint Chunin exams. It's a genjutsu, Kabuto said as soon as he entered the door. In front of the classroom on the first floor, 6 genin were gathered together. But a signpost not far away indicated that the examination hall was on the 3rd floor. It's demonic illusion, false surrounding technique, Uchiha Izumi glanced at it and commented. A very low-level genjutsu. Indeed, Kabuto turned and went upstairs. Uchiha Izumi and Aburame Toryun followed closely behind. As expected of Kitazawa-senpai's students. Kotetsu Hagane, who had witnessed everything, exclaimed, your 3 students are the ninja squad that figured out the problem the fastest. Their strength is indeed quite good, Kitazawa said modestly. If it weren't for the system's mission, he wouldn't have even bothered to come, because the outcome was never in doubt. The ninja squad of Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi would still be among the top contenders even in the joint Chunin exams of the original work, provided they didn't encounter those 2 Jinchuriki. Do you know the content of the 2nd stage of the Chunin exams? Kitazawa, having nothing else to do, started chatting with Kotetsu Hagane. I know, Kotetsu Hagane said without hesitation. It's a race. The 2nd stage was a team battle, and the competition venue was the Death Forest. The participating squads had to reach the finish line as quickly as possible, and only the top 5 teams would enter the 3rd stage. Various traps and interferences from other participants would be scattered throughout the Death Forest. Kitazawa nodded slightly after hearing this. It sounded more difficult than the 2nd stage of the joint Chunin exams. But still, as the saying goes, strength is everything. He continued chatting with Kotetsu about other ninja squads. But after a while, he realized he didn't recognize any of them. Kitazawa suddenly felt that assembling a lineup like Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi was making a mountain out of a molehill. Still, for the sake of the mission, being overly cautious wasn't a bad thing. The time soon reached 10 o'clock in the morning. The genin who passed the written exam were led by Izumo Kamizuki toward the Death Forest. Kitazawa followed along, acting as a spectator. The 2nd stage began, a team battle. In summary, it came down to 2 words, a sweep. Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi easily secured 1st place. You all did well, Kitazawa said with a nod. Go back and rest. Be ready to participate in the 3rd stage tomorrow. In the original work, the joint Chunin exams also included a preliminary round between the 2nd and 3rd stages, and the final battles were scheduled a month later. But this was a Chunin exams limited to Konoha Village. With fewer participants, there was no need to make things overly complicated. The entire process would be completed within 2 days. The next day, Thursday. At 9 o'clock sharp, Kitazawa arrived at the training ground in front of the Umbu base. Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi were already waiting, having arrived ahead of him. Under the arrangements of Chief Examiner Shiranui Ginma, the remaining genin gathered together. Kitazawa glanced around. Only 9 genin had made it to the 3rd stage, forming exactly 3 teams. If nothing unexpected happened, they would all become Chunin, unless their strength proved particularly lacking. Such was the difficulty level of a normal Chunin exam. Shiranui Ginma noticed Kitazawa but didn't approach him. The matches were about to begin. However, Kitazawa's attention was soon drawn to a familiar figure, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, Kitazawa greeted as he approached. Do you have students in here? He remembered that Kakashi had led several squads before becoming the Jonin leader of Team 7. But all of them had failed his assessments and were sent back to the academy for retraining. Moreover, Kakashi was still in his Umbu uniform, hardly the look of a full-time squad leader yet. No, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Then are you just here to watch the Chunin exams because you have nothing better to do? Kitazawa chuckled. That doesn't sound like you. Hokage-sama asked me to inform you, Kakashi said, his trademark dead fish eyes as calm as ever. He wants to see you after the Chunin exams. So that's it, Kitazawa said with a nod of understanding. How does it feel to be a team leader? Kakashi hesitated for a moment before asking, I think it's quite interesting to watch students grow. Are you going to be a squad leader? Yes, Kakashi replied, not bothering to hide it. It's Hokage-sama's intention. If you're not in a hurry, you could wait for my students to graduate, Kitazawa said casually. Your students still have 5 years until graduation, Kakashi thought aloud. Before then, I should be leading a team. Kitazawa thought to himself, your idea is good, but your standards are too high. Is Kabuto the first to appear? Kitazawa asked as he noticed Kabuto stepping into the arena. His opponent was a young ninja wielding a blade. Kabuto's response was swift and decisive. He used a chakra scalpel to cut the blade cleanly, securing victory in a single motion. Chakra scalpel. Shiranui Ginma, acting as examiner, stared in disbelief. Are genin nowadays this terrifying? Kakashi, however, remained calm. He had been there when Kitazawa recruited Kabuto and knew his strength well. Participating in the Chunin exams was practically an unfair fight for him. The same applied to Aburame Torian, who hadn't even used his poisonous insects. He was concerned that infecting these ordinary genin might prove lethal. Everyone here was from the same village. There was no need to fight to the death, only to the point of proving strength. What surprised Kakashi was Kabuto's wind release. He hadn't used it when fighting the Iwagakure ninja before, which meant he had learned it only recently. Undoubtedly, Kabuto's wind release talent was remarkable. As for who taught him, Kakashi could easily guess. Most likely, Kitazawa. This led Kakashi to think of Asuma Sarutobi. Who was stronger in wind release, Asuma or Kitazawa? The first round is over. Take a 15-minute break, Shiranui Ginma announced. 9 genin. 2-on-2 matches. 1 lucky participant with a bye. By the second round, only 5 genin remained. These included Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. I estimate they will face each other. After the break, Kitazawa looked at the 5 genin drawing lots and spoke. Kakashi didn't answer. He simply nodded. Second round, first match, Kabuto vs Aburame Torian. Shiranui Ginma shouted loudly, signaling the start. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. Kakashi also perked up. The previous genin battles had nearly put him to sleep, but Kabuto and Aburame Torian were different. They were talented genin from root, dangerous and highly skilled. Poison cloud technique. Aburame Torian didn't hesitate. He extended both hands, and a large number of poisonous insects gathered between them. Then he blew hard. The poisonous insects flew out like dust, scattering toward Kabuto. Facing Kabuto, he didn't dare hold back. He knew exactly how formidable his teammate was. Furthermore, Kabuto was a medical ninja, and Kitazawa was also a medical ninja. If Kabuto was infected by poisonous insects, he could quickly detoxify himself, an advantage Torian couldn't afford to ignore. Wind release, gale palm. Kabuto clapped his hands, and a gust of wind surged outward, sweeping away the poisonous insects in an instant. When the poisonous dust dispersed, Aburame Torian was gone. Kabuto calmly formed hand signs once again. He flicked his wrist, sending a shuriken spinning into the sky. There was no place to hide or take cover in the training ground. The only way to attempt a surprise attack was from above. But Kabuto understood Torian. After using wind release, rotating shuriken, he immediately used the body flicker technique to leave his original position. The poisonous insects surging from the ground lost their target. Aburame Torian, suspended in midair, was startled. Not only had his sneak attack failed, but now he was in danger himself. He temporarily abandoned his plan to attack Kabuto. Raising both hands, he released another swarm of poisonous insects to envelop the spinning shuriken. The sharp wind release cut through the insects, but their sheer numbers slowed its momentum. Torian used the opportunity to control his body and descend, as it was difficult to maneuver midair. But Kabuto would not let such an opening go to waste. While Torian's poisonous insects corroded the shuriken, Kabuto formed hand signs again. Wind release, great breakthrough. He tilted his head back and exhaled, unleashing a fierce gale. Parasitic destruction insect technique. Aburame Torian gathered poisonous insects to cover his body, but the defense proved ineffective. He was blown backward by the raging wind. I surrender. Torian raised his hand in defeat. He had already understood the problem. Although his poisonous insects were powerful, Kabuto's strategy was flawless, denying him any chance to close the distance. From start to finish, Kabuto had kited him relentlessly. Kakashi, what do you think? Kitazawa asked with a smile. He could only say Kabuto was truly Kabuto. They will definitely all become excellent jonin in the future, Kakashi Hatake commented. In his opinion, their combat level already surpassed that of most Chunin. And they were still so young, a promising future indeed. Kakashi's thoughts drifted. He wondered if he would ever meet such talented students when he became a squad leader. Uchiha Izumi's battle was quick and decisive. After activating her Sharingan, she defeated her opponent with Genjutsu, Unknown Fire. Because one genin had received a bye, Shiranui Genma arranged a rematch where Aburame Torian fought that genin, and won, securing his place in the third round. Congratulations, Kakashi said in a calm tone. All the genin who entered the third round are your students. Thank you, Kitazawa replied with a smile. Third round, first match, Kabuto vs Uchiha Izumi. Shiranui Genma announced after glancing at the lot results. Kabuto, please guide me, Uchiha Izumi said seriously, entering a state of high alert. Before this, she had worried about her teammates' strength. But now she realized both were stronger than her. Aburame Torian's nanoscale poisonous insects could kill her with a single touch. And Kabuto was even more outrageous, a medical ninja with extraordinary combat talent. Izumi immediately activated her Sharingan. Her taijutsu was no match for Kabuto's, and her only chance of victory lay in Genjutsu. Just as she was about to form hand signs, she saw Kabuto activate a chakra scalpel, and charge forward with his eyes closed. Kabuto had undergone various root training, including exercises on how to counter or hunt Uchiha. After all, Danzo Shimura's dream had always been the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and Root, his direct subordinates, were his chosen instruments to make it happen. Uchiha Izumi struggled bitterly. She couldn't use Genjutsu, and Kabuto's precise movements with the chakra scalpel kept her completely restrained. She quickly lost. By the third round, second match, Izumi faced Torian instead of Kabuto. The result was the same, another loss. Fortunately, she wasn't a typical Uchiha. She remained calm despite losing 2 matches in a row. Current mission, lead Kabuto to pass the Chunin exams. Mission reward, hydrification technique. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. After the Chunin exams ended, the system promptly appeared. Kitazawa nodded with satisfaction. The hydrification technique, an excellent life-saving skill, one that could play a crucial role in critical moments. Let's go. Come with me to see Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, retracting his gaze. For him, only Kitazawa's 3 students had made this Chunin exam truly worth watching. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 173, Kitazawa becomes a team leader. Hokage Office. Kitazawa, your 3 students have given me a great surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wide smile. Kitazawa immediately understood. That old man must have turned into a peeping Tom again, watching Kabuto and their battle with his crystal ball. He glanced at the crystal ball on the table. Once Tsunade becomes Hokage, he must acquire that crystal ball. After all, leaving it to Sarutobi Hiruzen was too dangerous. I remember you said earlier that you were only acting as a temporary squad leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and asked. Kitazawa nodded in response. Your 3 students' talents and strengths are among the best of their generation, and their teamwork is also excellent, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly said. I think your ninja squad can be kept. Kitazawa couldn't help but be stunned. He was surprised but also felt it was reasonable. After all, the potential of this ninja squad was immense. Although splitting them up wouldn't have much impact, when geniuses gather, there's a chemical reaction. Especially in team battles, they were invincible, and the 3 of them had a complementary feel. Kabuto, with his intelligent and flexible mind, provided plans and strategies for the ninja squad. At the same time, he was also a medical ninja and a wind-release ninja, serving as both healer and fire support. Uchiha Izumi possessed the Sharingan, capable of both combat and control. Aburame Torian could scout and fight. Moreover, his nano-sized venomous insects increased their ninja squad's upper limit, giving them the ability to challenge opponents above their level. This configuration was comprehensive and powerful. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, once they matured, they could undertake many high-difficulty missions. For Konoha Village, this was undoubtedly a good thing. My idea is for you to be their team leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and said. If you are unwilling, then it will be Kakashi. Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi were, after all, too young. To realize their potential, they needed an excellent squad leader. Kitazawa was undoubtedly the first choice. Not only because of his good strength, but also because he discovered and formed this ninja squad. Without him, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have known that Root still had Kabuto and Aburame Torian, 2 hidden gems. And Uchiha Izumi was the same. Although her previous ninja squad was good, her performance was far from what it is now. The only explanation was that after losing 2 burdensome teammates, she could finally unleash her full strength without restraint. Kitazawa fell into contemplation upon hearing this. His initial plan was simple, to help Kabuto and complete a system mission along the way. Once Kabuto became a Chunin, he could wash his hands of it. After all, Chunin could form their own teams for missions. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to keep this ninja squad made him somewhat conflicted. He was different from ordinary Jonin squad leaders, he had a fixed job, which was teaching at the Ninja Academy. How to put it? He could certainly lead, but he didn't have much time to accompany them on missions, at most on Saturdays and Sundays. Just then, 4 lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Your performance in the Chunin exams has earned the Hokage's appreciation. He has specially permitted you to become a squad leader. Current mission, lead your ninja squad to complete 90 D-rank missions within 1 month and make a name for yourselves. Mission reward, lightning release, Chidori. Do you accept? You really are a wise system. After seeing the first line of text, Kitazawa couldn't help but want to complain. I ask you, what exactly did I perform? From beginning to end, it was Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi performing, he was just a spectator. Yet, in the system's eyes, he became the MVP. But upon seeing the mission reward, Kitazawa could only say that his voice had been too loud earlier, and he apologized. Lightning release, Chidori, one of the most famous lightning release ninjutsu in the original work. Firstly, because it was created by Kakashi. Secondly, because it was a frequently used lightning release ninjutsu by Sasuke, one of the male protagonists. If Naruto used one Rasengan until the end, then Sasuke used one Chidori until the end. He also developed a series of lightning release ninjutsu based on Chidori, such as Chidori Current, Chidori Sharp Spear, and 6 Paths Chidori, and so on. Since Hokage-sama has said so, then I will agree, Kitazawa came back to his senses and said. He now had a good amount of chakra, and it would definitely increase in the future. If he really couldn't manage, he could send a shadow clone to teach while he took Kabuto and the others on missions. Moreover, when the 3 members of the ninja squad reached Jonin, the squad could be disbanded. After all, 4 Jonin together would be a waste. Kitazawa felt that with the talent of Kabuto and the others, they would probably become Jonin in a few years. Thank you for your hard work, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled contentedly. With the matter settled, Kitazawa did not waste time, gave a greeting, and left. He returned to the Umbu base, where Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi were still present. After the Chunin exams ended, they did not immediately become Chunin, they still needed to go through the procedures. When Kitazawa arrived, they had just completed their registration. Kitazawa-sensei. The 3 of them saw him and quickly walked over. I just went to see Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said with a smile. Hokage-sama praised you all greatly. But the 3 of them showed no reaction. Kabuto and Aburame Torian came from Root, and Uchiha Izumi was a Uchiha, they were not as idolizing of the Hokage as their peers. Besides that, there's one more thing, Kitazawa continued. Our ninja squad will continue to exist, with me as the squad leader. As his words fell, the 3 of them finally reacted. Kabuto was stunned for a moment, then smiled. His initial goal was similar to Kitazawa's, becoming a Chunin without worrying about forming a permanent team. But Aburame Torian and Uchiha Izumi had greatly pleased him. Now that the squad could remain together, he felt genuinely happy. Uchiha Izumi was also delighted, but her happiness was different. She felt that she had fulfilled Uchiha Mikoto's instructions and would now be able to help the Uchiha clan, or rather, Uchiha Itachi, share the burden in the future. Aburame Torian, however, was more straightforward. Kitazawa had saved him and possessed great strength, so he naturally qualified to be their squad leader. If it had been someone else, Torian would have withdrawn from the team and waited for Shino Aburame to graduate before forming a squad with him. You've been fighting all morning and must be tired. Go back and rest, and come find me at the Ninja Academy tomorrow, Kitazawa said after a brief pause. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, the 3 of them responded in unison. After speaking, they all went their separate ways. Uchiha clan compound. I wonder if Izumi and the others passed the Chunin exams, Uchiha Mikoto said with a hint of worry, taking a small sip of water. With their strength, there's definitely no problem, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. Mikoto nodded before adding, I hope their ninja squad doesn't disband so quickly. Kitazawa had a close relationship with Tsunade. Uchiha Izumi becoming Kitazawa's student would naturally create another layer of connection between the Uchiha clan and Tsunade. But the problem was that this ninja squad had only been formed temporarily. Uchiha Itachi glanced at his mother. He understood her thoughts. In fact, he shared the same hope. This was not only good for Izumi but also beneficial for the Uchiha clan. However, if things didn't work out, it wouldn't be a major issue. After all, there was still Sasuke. I'm home. The sound of the door opening was followed by Uchiha Izumi's cheerful voice. Izumi, how was it? Uchiha Itachi asked proactively. I'm already a Chunin now. Izumi said with a bright smile. Congratulations, Itachi replied in his usual calm yet gentle tone. And our ninja squad is now permanent. Izumi added excitedly. That's wonderful. Mikoto exclaimed with visible relief. Itachi felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Now, with Izumi and Sasuke both establishing a connection to Tsunade through Kitazawa, the Uchiha clan's situation would undoubtedly improve once Tsunade became the fifth Hokage. Even with Danzo and root suppression, things would no longer be so dire. For a brief moment, Itachi envisioned a brighter future. This was truly an unprecedented situation for the Uchiha clan. Friday. Kitazawa finished breakfast and arrived at the Ninja Academy, where Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi were already waiting. Others like Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, and Nara Shikamaru were also present. Sasuke, Kitazawa called, summoning a shadow clone. You train with him. He planned to schedule the battle between Sasuke and Naruto for next Monday. According to his plan, that day would mark the final practical combat test. After all, the student council selection exam was not far away. Of course, there was another reason. Naruto's Rasengan training was nearing completion. If Kitazawa didn't schedule the match soon, Sasuke would lose his last chance to face him. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa, Sasuke replied with a cold expression. If there hadn't been others around, he would have let out a bitter smile. The special training had been grueling, but not without benefits. Over the past few days, Kitazawa had practically dissected Naruto's abilities in detail. Sasuke now felt confident that he could win the next match, because he had completely understood his rival's strength. You all, follow me, Kitazawa instructed, leading them toward the mission hall. Are we going straight to missions? Kabuto asked, slightly surprised. He had assumed Kitazawa-sensei would have them undergo additional training first. Your strength is already sufficient, Kitazawa explained. But since you're a newly formed team, you still need to build coordination. Missions are the best way to achieve that. Indeed, Kabuto agreed, adjusting his glasses. I think we can handle B-rank or even A-rank missions. It wasn't arrogance, he genuinely believed their squad was strong enough to face Jonin-level challenges. 27 D-rank missions, please, Kitazawa said to the staff member behind the counter. His system mission required 90 D-rank missions to be completed within a month. That meant at least 3 every day, so he might as well take a week's worth at once. Huh. Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. Uchiha Izumi was equally shocked. D-rank missions were the lowest level, mostly chores like finding cats or weeding gardens. In her mind, even C-rank would have been more appropriate, let alone B-rank or A-rank. Sorry, according to the rules, you can only take one mission at a time, the staff member said, slightly taken aback. Kitazawa frowned. His plan had been for Kabuto, Torian, and Izumi to each take one mission per day. But if all three had to work together on just one mission, it would waste valuable time. Please wait a moment, Kitazawa said calmly, not pressing the staff further. Instead, he went upstairs and knocked on Sarutobi Hiruzen's door. This is what you call a waste, if you don't use the power you have. Ah, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after seeing him, what can I do for you? It's like this. Kitazawa explained the problem he had encountered. Why does your team want to do D-rank missions? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, puzzled, after listening. Because Kabuto and Torian, they came from Root, they didn't go to school, and they don't understand what the will of fire is, Kitazawa said seriously. I hope they can gain the villagers' recognition and integrate into Konoha village through these D-rank missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be taken aback. This reason was truly unexpected. But, brilliant. That's an excellent method, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with emotion. The more he looked at Kitazawa now, the more he found him to his liking. This was simply the best ambassador for the will of fire. Not only did he teach the students about the will of fire, but he also considered Kabuto and Aburame Torian, who were not Ninja Academy students, very thoughtfully. You can take on more missions within your capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then said, I'll write you an authorization. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, one had to use the will of fire. This was what you call fighting magic with magic. Hello, this is Hokage-sama's authorization. Kitazawa returned to the mission hall and handed the Hokage's authorization to the staff member. Huh. The staff member was utterly astonished. In less than 3 minutes, you got the Hokage's authorization. What is your relationship with Hokage-sama? Since Hokage-sama has agreed, it is indeed possible to take on multiple missions. The staff member glanced at the Hokage's authorization and quickly said. Thank you. Kitazawa nodded and said. The names and strengths of your ninja team members. The staff member picked up a pen and said, I need to register them first before I can give you missions. I understand, Kitazawa answered his question honestly. You are Kitazawa? The staff member asked with a surprised expression. You know me. Kitazawa was a little surprised. You saved many people at Konoha Hospital, your reputation has spread. The staff member respectfully handed him a pile of mission scrolls. Thank you. Kitazawa hadn't expected that he already had a certain reputation in Konoha village. Teacher Kitazawa. After leaving the Hokage building, Kabuto couldn't help but ask, why are we taking so many D-rank missions? To train the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa pondered for a moment, then casually made up an excuse and said. You mean for us to use shadow clones to do missions? Kabuto was stunned, then his face showed understanding, and he said, as expected of teacher Kitazawa, to think of such a training method. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. Are you overthinking it? But Kabuto was right, that was indeed his intention. Toryun and Izumi, I will teach you the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa glanced at Kabuto and said, Kabuto, since you've already learned the shadow clone technique, I'll teach you the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Although the multiple shadow clone jutsu was a forbidden jutsu, he was indeed qualified to teach it now. The reason was that he was already an official team leader. Whatever ninjutsu a team leader taught their students was in line with Konoha Village's rules. And Kabuto also had good judgment. Even forbidden jutsu would not be misused. Yes, teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto immediately replied. You three divide these missions among yourselves. Kitazawa handed them the mission scrolls and said, I have only one requirement, they must be completed within a week. Kabuto's glasses gleamed, and he nodded thoughtfully. A week was a bit tight, but for them, it wasn't too difficult. You all give me the missions first. Kabuto explained, I can plan the shortest mission routes based on the mission content, which will save you time. Kitazawa felt relieved upon hearing this. With Kabuto around, he could be a completely hands-off character. After you complete your missions each day, if you have time, come to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa patted Kabuto's shoulder and said, You are the oldest, so when I'm not around, you'll be in charge. Yes, teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, these were minor matters. When he was a spy, the missions he undertook were all incredibly dangerous, where a slight misstep meant death. Time flew by, and it was Monday. As Kitazawa expected, his ninja team had no problem learning ninjutsu while completing missions. At least for this month, he wouldn't have to worry about looking after them. His main energy was still focused on the student council selection practical combat. But before that, today was the sparring match between Sasuke and Naruto. I have an announcement. Kitazawa stood on the training ground and said, the student council selection practical combat has been set for December 15th. In other words, there are only 8 days left. 8 days. Inuzuka Kiba clenched his fists, feeling a sense of urgency. He had to fully master Hellhound within 8 days, only then could he shine in the student council selection practical combat. Moreover, as far as he knew, Kitazawa had invited his parents to attend. 8 days is enough. I'll definitely be first then. Naruto was thinking about his Rasengan. It won't be that easy. You'll taste defeat today. Sasuke's tone was calm, yet there was an indescribable composure and certainty. Sakura and the others exchanged glances, feeling surprised. Because they felt Sasuke was exceptionally confident today, even a bit arrogant. This was a world apart from how he was before. To help everyone better prepare for the Student Council Selection Practical Combat, the practical combat tests will be temporarily cancelled, and today will be the last one. Kitazawa slowly said, during these 8 days, I will provide targeted strengthening based on your individual situations. Chapter 174, Sasuke's Maniacal Laugh. The final practical test of this semester begins now. Everyone, please come up and draw lots. Kitazawa finished speaking and took out a lot of boxes. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and was the first to step forward. He looked at the lot box and slowly reached out his hand. Without a doubt, the person he most wanted to draw now was Naruto. But there were many students from both classes, so whether he could draw him in 3 chances depended purely on luck. Number 1. Sasuke returned to the line after drawing his lot. Youth. Let me draw number 1. Naruto clapped his hands, prayed for 2 seconds, and then walked to the lot box. He took out a small piece of paper, and his eyes widened. It really is number 1. Naruto said excitedly. Youth truly doesn't let me down. Is it that miraculous? Shikamaru looked around and fell into thought. He smelled a hint of conspiracy. And this conspiracy was most likely aimed at Sasuke. But among those present, the only one capable of setting up such a scheme was Kitazawa. Shikamaru shrank his head. Fortunately, he wasn't the target. Sasuke versus Naruto again. Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses. He felt that Sasuke always drew Naruto. Did these two have some kind of bond? Hyuga Neji secretly thought it was a pity. Although he really wanted to encounter Sasuke in the practical test, his luck had always been bad. Now it seemed his chance for revenge would have to wait for the student council selection exam. Please, the two students who drew number 1, step onto the field. After the drawing of lots concluded, Kitazawa spoke. Sasuke and Naruto walked together to the center of the field, standing opposite each other. Do you think Sasuke will win this time? Ino brushed her bangs from her forehead and asked. In the previous practical tests, Sasuke facing Naruto had only one result, a loss. It'll be difficult. Karen favored Naruto more. It's hard to say. Shikamaru clasped his hands behind his head and said, he is an Uchiha, after all. Sasuke-kun will definitely win. Sakura clenched her fists and said. Begin. Kitazawa announced loudly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto, as usual, started by creating 50 shadow clones. In an instant, the training ground was filled with shadow clones wearing green jumpsuits. Konoha whirlwind. One shadow clone rushed forward first. Sasuke was very calm and composed. He raised his arm, blocked the shadow clone's whirlwind kick, and then took out a kunai with his right hand and threw it. The kunai hit the shadow clone, defeating it. Konoha double whirlwind. Dynamic entry. From the front, left, and right, 3 Narutos kicked towards him. But Sasuke still showed no sign of panic. He had seen too much during his practical training with Kitazawa. Manipulating shuriken technique. Sasuke threw 6 shuriken at once. Under his precise control, all 6 shuriken hit their targets. Each of the 3 Narutos was hit by 2, and then they dispersed into smoke. But it wasn't over yet. Sasuke waved his hands. The 6 shuriken embedded in the ground were pulled back into the air. In an instant, the 6 shuriken and the rubber strings wrapped around them formed a spider web. Thump, thump, thump sounds rang out. The nearby shadow clones either tripped over the rubber strings or were hit by shuriken. In less than a minute, more than half of Naruto's 50 shadow clones had vanished. What's going on? Ino's eyes widened as she asked, how does Sasuke feel like a completely different person? He looks so relaxed. Karen's face showed surprise. It's a matter of fighting style, Neji said with a serious tone. Before, Sasuke fought only by instinct, but now he could be described as strategic, his combat very organized. Sasuke seems to have memorized all of Naruto's fighting methods. Shino Aburame chimed in. Sasuke-kun is so amazing. Sakura's eyes sparkled. This fighting style was clean and precise, and it looked very dashing. Combined with Sasuke's cool expression, he looked even more handsome than usual. It seems it's another special training from Kitazawa-sensei, Shikamaru said thoughtfully. He remembered that Sasuke hadn't trained with them for a long time. Is Naruto going to lose? Kiba was surprised but also felt confident. Sasuke had undergone such a complete transformation after completing Kitazawa's special training. And he had also participated in Kitazawa's special training, the student council selection practical would definitely be his stage. Again. Naruto, far from being scared, became even more excited. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A puff of smoke drifted, and the number of shadow clones on the field increased to 100. The densely packed shadow clones standing together were awe-inspiring. If it were the previous Sasuke, he would definitely have felt it was troublesome, but now he remained calm. Kitazawa had told him that when the number of people is too large, it doesn't necessarily become an advantage. The reason was that a person's area of impact is limited. With 100 people attacking, only a few could actually hit him at the same time. Besides, it could also be used to his advantage. Manipulating shuriken technique. Sasuke flicked his hands, throwing out 6 shuriken again. But this time, he used wooden shuriken. The wooden shuriken hit the shadow clones, and because they weren't sharp enough, they didn't dispel the shadow clones. However, Sasuke increased his force, and he aimed for the shadow clones' legs. The next second, the shadow clones, unstable, fell to the ground. 6 shadow clones falling at once immediately caused a chain reaction. Large numbers of shadow clones crashed into each other, and in the blink of an eye, only a few remained standing. Is that still Sasuke? A few shuriken broke through multiple shadow clone jutsu. How terrifying. How did Sasuke get so strong? The students from both classes gasped in astonishment at this incredible sight. Such an unfamiliar Sasuke. Shikamaru couldn't help but click his tongue. Although Sasuke had appeared calm before, it was actually an act. But now, he seemed genuinely calm, and everything he did was as if completely under his control. What kind of special training did Kitazawa-sensei give him? Ino said with a shocked expression, I want to participate in that kind of special training too. Kitazawa-sensei's special training varies from person to person. Shino Aburame shook his head and said. Sasuke's special training might not be suitable for you. The most terrifying one is Kitazawa-sensei. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Sakura's face was flushed with excitement. Niji unconsciously took a deep breath. He had always been confident that he could defeat Sasuke, but after watching this spar, he felt a bit uncertain. The students' exclamations were loud. Sasuke, hearing them, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, deciding to deliver the final blow to Naruto. He formed hand signs and used the shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared in a puff of smoke. But Naruto and his shadow clones were incredibly chaotic at this moment. Who stepped on my hand? Get it off me. I can't breathe. Bastard. Why are you sitting on me? Hey, get up, all of you. Naruto, as the original, encountered this situation for the first time and was somewhat bewildered. But he quickly had no time to care about his shadow clones. Because 3 Sasukes had already appeared before him. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto reacted quickly, creating 10 more shadow clones. The reason he didn't create as many was that the fallen shadow clones served as a cautionary example. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The Sasuke on the left seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the shadow clones appeared, he spat out a series of small fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. 7 of the shadow clones immediately vanished under the assault of the small fireballs. Seeing this, Naruto had no time to use multiple shadow clone jutsu again, so he kicked Sasuke in the middle. The green chakra appeared on his right leg, and the immense power generated a series of whistling sounds. It was the most powerful taijutsu he had mastered. But the next second, his attack missed. Body flicker technique. The Sasuke in the middle accelerated, dodging his attack. What? Naruto, shocked, quickly came to a halt. He hadn't expected Sasuke to have learned the body flicker technique. Naruto. The Sasuke on the right suddenly shouted loudly. Naruto instinctively looked at him. Genjutsu, ephemeral. In Naruto's line of sight, he transformed into a flock of crows. But soon a tail lashed out, and the Sasuke in his eyes returned to normal. Naruto was about to retreat when the central Sasuke appeared before him. Genjutsu, ephemeral. Naruto was stunned for another moment. Although the Genjutsu was dispelled in time, it still cost him time. The Sasuke on the left immediately prepared a second fire release ninjutsu after fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A giant fireball slammed towards Naruto. Just as it was about to hit, a water wall rose in front of him. The spar is over. Kitazawa then appeared, announcing, winner, Sasuke. To be fair, Sasuke performed well today. Perhaps he had been losing for too long, which made him hold his breath. Coupled with Kitazawa's special training, he ultimately overperformed and successfully defeated Naruto. Sasuke-kun, you were really amazing today. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, but I won't give up. I'll bet my youth on it, and I'll definitely win next time. His mindset was always optimistic, a loss was more of an incentive for him. Want to beat me? You no longer have a chance. Sasuke finally couldn't hold back, a grin spread across his face, and he burst into maniacal laughter, ha 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 ha. His confidence was at its peak at this moment. Because he felt very relaxed after defeating Naruto this time. He just followed what Kitazawa said, performed it once, and then defeated Naruto. Since Sasuke hadn't dispelled his shadow clone, it instantly turned into a forbidden triple threat. 3 Sasukes stood in place, laughing wildly at the sky. The scene suddenly became very arrogant. Naruto, your combat issues today are significant. After the practical test, come find me. Kitazawa glanced at Naruto and said. Huh. Naruto was stunned, immediately feeling a sense of dread. He didn't know why, but he feared nothing and no one, not even Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet he feared Kitazawa. However, he didn't dare to refuse and could only hang his head and agree. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at the sight. He wasn't actually blaming Naruto, he was just helping him correct his mistakes. After all, he deserved 2/3 of the credit for Naruto's defeat. But he had also cheated to help Sasuke complete the mission. But it didn't matter. Next, it would be his turn to help Naruto cheat, oh no, to give him special training. Current mission, help Sasuke defeat Naruto once in a practical test. Mission reward, Genjutsu, unknown fire. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. 3 lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. A large amount of information flooded his mind. Genjutsu, unknown fire, like Genjutsu, ephemeral, must be cast through the Sharingan. Its effect was to make the enemy feel the pain of being burned by fire in a Genjutsu. It's time to get off the field, Sasuke. Kitazawa came to his senses and looked at Sasuke, who was still laughing wildly. Sasuke finally reacted. He somewhat awkwardly dispelled his two shadow clones and then left the field. Sasuke-kun, you're amazing. Sakura and the others immediately gathered around him. Sasuke couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up again. That's right. This was what he wanted. The adoration of the crowd made him feel lightheaded. His previous failures vanished in that instant. He made up his mind, he would win everything from now on. Kitazawa glanced at him. Undoubtedly, his plan was very successful. The current Sasuke had become so arrogant that he didn't even know what was what. When the student council selection practical test came, if he won, it would be fine. But if he didn't, it would probably be very difficult for him to accept, especially in front of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and the others. The practical test continued. In the second and third rounds, Kitazawa also manipulated things slightly. Sasuke didn't encounter Yakumo or Hinata, he won with great advantages in all matches. After 3 consecutive victories, he walked home with a swagger. Kitazawa-sensei. Compared to Sasuke's smugness, Naruto walked up to Kitazawa with a nervous heart. I called you here for no other reason than to help you review your spar with Sasuke-kun, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder with a gentle tone. Naruto relaxed upon hearing this. Do you know what the biggest problem in your spar was? Kitazawa asked, looking at him. It was the multiple shadow clone jutsu not being used well, Naruto pondered for a moment before replying. He felt that the turning point of this spar was when his shadow clones were thrown into disarray by Sasuke, leading to confusion. At that time, he shouldn't have bothered with those shadow clones. But it was his first time encountering such a situation, so he felt at a loss. Sorry, Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto said somewhat sheepishly. In his opinion, the multiple shadow clone jutsu was taught by Kitazawa, and his failure to use it well meant he had let down Kitazawa's painstaking efforts. No need to apologize. Kitazawa shook his head and said, you are still young and lack experience. When you make a mistake, just correct it. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto immediately cheered up. Starting tomorrow, you will participate in my practical training, Kitazawa said with a smile. That's great. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Among Kitazawa's various special trainings, his favorite was practical training. You must participate in practical training, and the progress of the Rasengan cannot fall behind, Kitazawa reminded him. Kitazawa-sensei, don't worry. Naruto promised. I will definitely learn the Rasengan within 3 days. Then I'll treat you to a Chiraku ramen, Kitazawa said, pausing for a moment before adding, alright, back to the main topic. Now I'll talk about the problems in your fight. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, Kitazawa saw Naruto's home. Kitazawa-sensei, see you tomorrow. Naruto stood at the door, waving vigorously. Kitazawa smiled, then turned and left. After being a teacher all day, at night, he had to switch roles and become a student. Kitazawa returned to Kurenai's home. But Tsunade and Shizune hadn't returned yet. After being on time for a few days, Tsunade's gambling addiction relapsed, and she was delayed every day because of gambling. Kitazawa was used to it and didn't think much of it. He took out the key and opened the door. Kurenai, as always, was practicing sealing jutsu, fire sealing method in front of the coffee table. Kitazawa walked up, glanced at her perky buttocks, and hugged her from behind. You're interfering with me again. Kurenai glared at him and said. But she did not stop the output of chakra because of this. The scroll on the coffee table was quickly filled with cursed seals. You've pretty much learned the fire sealing method. You should be able to fully master it in a few days. Kitazawa rested his chin on her shoulder, his gaze drifting downwards. This shows that I have an extremely high talent in sealing ninjutsu. Kurenai's lips curled into a slight smile, a proud expression on her face. Kitazawa's eyebrow twitched, his gaze uncontrollably sliding down her collar, his eyes filled with nothing but white. Unfortunately, there was an obstruction of a black mesh lining. Let go of me, Kurenai finished her practice and said. Kitazawa naturally didn't listen. He leaned back, sat on the sofa, and with a push of his arms, pulled Kurenai into his embrace. Why don't you go practice chakra-enhanced strength? Kurenai settled onto his lap, asking. Lady Tsunade hasn't returned yet, Kitazawa replied as his right hand moved downwards, touching her fair and tender thigh. What's the second sealing ninjutsu I should learn? Kurenai looked down at his hand but didn't stop him. Forelimbs waiting seal, Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. He currently only knew 2 sealing ninjutsu, sealing art, fire sealing method and cursed tongue eradication seal. But the cursed tongue eradication seal wasn't suitable for Kurenai to learn. So, that left only Karen's mission reward for ranking in the top 10 of the theoretical exam, forelimbs waiting seal. What does it do? Kurenai narrowed her eyes and leaned back into his embrace. She could clearly feel Kitazawa's warm, large hand gently stroking her thigh. Kurenai's face flushed slightly. Although she was a bit shy, she was mostly happy. After all, she loved Kitazawa's infatuation with her body. Perhaps. Kurenai's red lips parted slightly, and her breathing quickened a bit. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 175, Kurenai. Outside Kurenai's house, a fierce battle was underway. Tsunade's voluptuous body became a blur as she instantly appeared before Kitazawa. Accompanied by a gust of wind, she raised her leg and brought it down with tremendous force. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, sending countless broken stones flying everywhere. Konoha-style body flicker. Kitazawa's body transformed into leaves. After landing, he clenched his fist and threw a punch. Tsunade felt the pressure from behind. Without hurrying, she turned around, spread her fingers, and caught Kitazawa's fist directly. A terrifying force surged out. Her arm trembled, and her mature body swayed under the impact. Your strength isn't focused enough, Tsunade said nonchalantly, then pulled with her right hand. Kitazawa stumbled toward her. Although Tsunade's embrace looked soft, the kick she delivered stopped him cold. Kitazawa's heart jolted, and he quickly used the Konoha-style body flicker again. After moving away, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But Tsunade's attack came again. She closed the distance with a single lunge. As she threw a punch, the air vibrated. Kitazawa gritted his teeth, stood firm, and met her attack. Their fists collided, creating layers of shockwaves. Kitazawa staggered back several steps. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. Continue, Tsunade nodded slightly and said. Although Kitazawa's monstrous strength still had flaws, he had mostly mastered it. His learning speed exceeded her expectations. Tsunade then thought of the emotion displacement psychological medical ninjutsu. It should have been completed half a month ago, but her inner conflict made her procrastinate until now. However, what was meant to come would always come. Bang. 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 The two figures became blurs, exchanging blows at high speed. Yet, to call it an exchange of blows was misleading. In reality, Kitazawa was constantly being hit and retaliating passively. There was no other way. Although his strength had reached Jonin level, it was still not enough to face Tsunade. Furthermore, this was a pure taijutsu confrontation. The ninjutsu Kitazawa had mastered was temporarily useless. Still, he gained much from it. In addition to progressively mastering his chakra-enhanced strength, he also accumulated valuable combat experience. Kitazawa had previously worked as a teacher at the Ninja Academy and rarely went out on missions, so naturally, he had fewer chances to fight. Even when he did, most enemies were weaker than him. Ninjas like Tsunade, who were significantly stronger, were rare. Fighting her allowed Kitazawa to make rapid progress, it was just exceptionally exhausting. 9 o'clock in the evening. Today's battle ends here, Tsunade said, stepping back. Yes. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa replied, panting and drenched in sweat. That emotion displacement ninjutsu is almost complete. After your school holiday, notify Yakumo to undergo psychological treatment. Without waiting for his reply, Tsunade turned and left for her residence. It took Kitazawa several seconds to process her words. Did she finally agree? Kitazawa had guessed that Tsunade was stalling for time. After all, no matter how difficult the emotion displacement ninjutsu was, it shouldn't have taken her this long. Fortunately, she hadn't gone back on her word. The treatment she had promised earlier was finally being fulfilled. Kitazawa wasn't sure whether he could cure Tsunade's hemophobia. But no matter what, he had to try. Dragging his exhausted body into the house, Kitazawa reached the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, just like before. Closing his eyes, he felt fatigue surge over him like waves, one after another. Just then, footsteps approached. Kitazawa. Kurenai looked at him with a hint of distress and said softly, "Go back to your room and rest." "Carry me in," Kitazawa murmured, still not opening his eyes and merely extending his hand. "Are you still trying to take advantage of me at a time like this?" Kurenai grabbed his hand, her tone tinged with annoyance. "I'm completely out of strength." "I'm not trying to take advantage of you," Kitazawa corrected her. "Do you think I'd believe that?" Kurenai placed his hand on her waist and then picked him up. Although she was a woman, her strength as a ninja was naturally sufficient to carry him with ease. Kitazawa rested his head against her embrace, faintly feeling the soft contours beneath him. "How's your monstrous strength coming along?" Kurenai asked while carrying him to his room. "Very smoothly," Kitazawa replied. He felt his body slowly descend until it landed softly on the bed. "That's good." Kurenai released her hands and said, "You rest first. I'll call you when dinner's ready." Just as she was about to leave, Kitazawa grabbed her hand. You still have. Before Kurenai could finish, she let out a soft gasp as her body was pulled onto the bed. She steadied herself and found Kitazawa's face right in front of hers. They lay facing each other, close enough to feel each other's breath. What are you doing? Kurenai's heart trembled as she asked. No need to rush to make dinner, Kitazawa said, his gaze lingering on her rosy lips. Make dinner after I wake up. Kurenai noticed his gaze and subconsciously swallowed. Her throat moved, and she exhaled slightly. Kitazawa leaned in without hesitation and kissed her. Kurenai's body stiffened at first, but quickly relaxed. Her eyes lost focus, and a dazed expression appeared on her face. Kurenai, you're so beautiful, Kitazawa whispered, his tone laced with sincerity. Kurenai stared blankly at him, her face flushed red. But soon, realization struck. She snapped back to her senses, and the blush spread from her cheeks to behind her ears. I won't disturb your rest. Kurenai stammered incoherently. Since we don't need to make dinner, just sleep with me, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. It's rare to see you so flustered. Who's flustered? Kurenai's breath hitched for a second before she forcibly steadied herself, her composure returning as she shot back with deliberate provocation. Since you're all out of strength, you should be lying down and resting properly. Out of strength? Kitazawa's gaze instantly turned sharp and penetrating. The lazy smile vanished from his face, replaced by a low, resonant tone that vibrated with intensity. It seems I have no choice but to give you a proper demonstration. Kurenai stared blankly, her mind struggling to process his meaning. But Kitazawa was already moving. His hand pressed down on the full curve of her thigh, kneading firmly twice through the fabric before his fingers deftly found the hem of her top. At the same time, the clothing at her left shoulder loosened and slid downward of its own accord. Her fair skin, the delicate line of her collarbone, and the intricate black mesh lining beneath were all laid bare to the cool air. Kitazawa. Kurenai's voice escaped as a tremulous whisper, barely audible. Kurenai. Kitazawa stilled his hands and looked directly at her, his movement pausing entirely. If she were unwilling, he would not press further. A bath. You should take a bath first. Kurenai's face flushed a deep, brilliant scarlet as she forced the words out. Together. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, a slow, suggestive smile returning to his lips. Kurenai averted her gaze, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. In one smooth motion, Kitazawa scooped her up from the bed and carried her into the bathroom. He set her down gently before turning the faucet. Hot water began cascading into the tub, and steam soon curled through the room, veiling everything in a warm, misty haze. Let me help you wash, Kurenai offered, battling down her shyness with sheer will. You must be tired from all that training. All right. Kitazawa accepted readily. He would need his strength later, after all. He shed his clothes and stepped into the bathtub, the hot water welcoming his sore muscles. When he glanced back, Kurenai was still rooted in place, her eyes squeezed tightly shut, her entire posture radiating tension. How do you plan to wash me like that? He asked, amusement coloring his tone. Kurenai hesitated for a long 2 count before slowly, nervously, opening her eyes. Seeing him already submerged in the water, she secretly exhaled in relief. Biting her lip, she took a tentative step forward. Aren't you going to take your clothes off? Kitazawa blinked, his expression one of pure, feigned innocence. Kurenai froze, her mind stuttering to a halt. It's a bit unusual to bathe with your clothes on, don't you think? He teased. Kurenai's thoughts dissolved into static, the thunderous beating of her own heart the only sound in her ears. If you're too shy, you can always wash after I'm done, Kitazawa suggested, his eyes glinting with a calculated challenge. It's just a bath. Kurenai retorted, shooting him a defiant glare. With sudden resolve, her fingers went to the buttons of her top. Kitazawa's breath caught in his throat. A vision of snowy, flawless skin unfolded before him. Sleek, straight legs, rounded and supple hips, a slender waist, and that stunningly beautiful face now painted with a deep, captivating blush. I'll scrub your back first, Kurenai managed, instinctively crossing her arms over her breast. All right. Having thoroughly enjoyed the view, Kitazawa obligingly turned around. Kurenai drew several steadying breaths, then lifted her bare right leg and stepped into the tub. She picked up the bath sponge and began diligently scrubbing his back. Kitazawa tilted his head slightly, catching a glimpse of her kneeling form, the smooth skin of her thighs. The angle was frustratingly limited, preventing his gaze from wandering further. But it was of little consequence, his opportunity would come soon enough. You, turn around now. After a significant internal struggle, Kurenai finally spoke again. Kitazawa immediately complied, turning to face her directly. In that instant, the entire panorama was his to behold. Kurenai's face was crimson. She kept her head lowered, focusing intently on the bath sponge in her hand. Though overwhelmed by shyness, her movements remained meticulous and thorough. Go rinse off with hot water. 5 minutes later, Kurenai completed her task of scrubbing his back. Kitazawa turned the shower back on. Hot water sprayed from the showerhead, drenching them both in a warm, misty spray. My turn is over. Now it's my turn to wash you. Turn around, Kitazawa said, taking the bath sponge from her hand, a playful smile tugging at his lips. I can wash myself, Kurenai refused instinctively. No, Kitazawa shook his head, his expression turning one of mock solemnity. I am a man who believes firmly in fairness above all else. You just want an excuse to take advantage of me. Kurenai gritted her teeth, refusing to turn. Instead, she raised her arms directly overhead and declared, fine. You wash me. Since things had already progressed this far, there was no point in clinging to modesty. Kitazawa felt his vision brighten considerably. Now that's the Kurenai I know, Kitazawa said, raising his hands into the steamy air. Pervert, Kurenai muttered, puffing out her cheeks. I'm generously offering to wash you, and this is the thanks I get. Kitazawa's hands roamed over her fair, incredibly soft skin. You've wounded me deeply. Just wash me properly. A strange pang shot through Kurenai's heart, a mix of exasperation and fluttery confusion, and she spoke, her face flushed with a charming blend of anger and embarrassment. Yes, ma'am. Kitazawa released the heavy pressure he was applying and picked up the bath sponge again. Kurenai closed her eyes. She felt a tingling, electric sensation spreading from his touch, radiating throughout her entire body. Kurenai pressed her lips together, her body tensing under his ministrations, her toes curling tightly beneath the water. All right, rinsing time. Brace yourself, Kitazawa announced, turning the shower spray back on. Steam billowed around them once more as the hot water sluiced over Kurenai's body, washing away the suds and leaving her skin clean and glistening. All clean. Time to head back to the room, Kurenai, Kitazawa called out. Seeing her still dazed and immobile, he raised his hand and delivered a light, playful slap. The next instant, the soft, pale curve of her buttock jiggled enticingly. You rascal. Kurenai gasped in shock, the words escaping her in a breathy, instinctive reprimand. Is that so? Kitazawa rose from the water, swept her up into his arms, and stated, You haven't seen anything yet. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's face flushed an even deeper shade, this time not from anger but from sheer, anticipatory embarrassment. She buried her face in the crook of Kitazawa's neck, her entire being awash with an indescribable, dizzying sensation. It wasn't until she felt herself being laid down upon the familiar softness of the bedroom mattress that her head began to clear slightly. Kurenai. Kitazawa's voice was a low murmur beside her. Kurenai cracked her eyes open to look at him, then quickly shut them again. But slowly, deliberately, she tilted her chin upward. Kitazawa understood the silent invitation perfectly. He lowered his head and captured her lips in a deep kiss. The lights were off. In the silvery moonlight filtering through the window, Kurenai's skin seemed to glow with an ethereal, alluring radiance. Kitazawa's arms encircled her slender waist, his lips leaving a trail of kisses down the sensitive column of her neck, finally coming to rest upon the gentle swell of her breast. Kurenai's hands instinctively came up to cradle his head, her body arching slightly, tense with anticipation. Are you okay? Kitazawa asked, his voice a husky whisper against her skin, filled with her scent. Kurenai managed to affirm after a few breathless seconds. Kurenai, he murmured, lifting his gaze to meet her clouded eyes. Thank you. He had been alone since transmigrating to the ninja world, but now he finally had a place to dock at. I should be thanking you. Kurenai instinctively tightened her grip, leaving faint nail marks on his back. She and Kitazawa were actually quite similar. Ever since her father died, she had been a lone wolf. It wasn't until she met Kitazawa that she felt life had become interesting. Kitazawa. Kurenai's legs straightened, wrapping around him like an octopus, and beads of sweat seeped from her delicate skin. Her beautiful face was filled with infatuation. At this moment, she felt a profound happiness filling her core. The moon outside the window rose and fell. A new day, Tuesday, arrived. Kitazawa woke up on time. He quickly noticed Kurenai in his arms. Her petite, soft body was curled up, her head resting on his arm, but her right hand was draped over his waist. Kitazawa reached out and gently stroked her head. Kurenai shifted her body, snuggling closer to him. Although a night had passed, there was still a lingering fatigue on her face. Kitazawa had 20% of the Senju bloodline, and his physical fitness far surpassed hers. Therefore, in any kind of battle, she was utterly defeated. Kitazawa glanced at the time, then quietly got out of bed. He went to the kitchen. After a brief thought, he began to make breakfast. Kurenai opened her eyes. She instinctively reached out, but didn't feel Kitazawa. Kurenai looked around and realized he had already left. She sat up, frowning slightly, then her face turned crimson. Last night, she had indeed been reckless. After all, her personality had always been competitive, and when provoked by Kitazawa, she couldn't help herself. The result, of course, was disastrous. A trace of haziness flashed in Kurenai's eyes. Although it was disastrous, she didn't resist it. Kurenai, how could you be this kind of person? Kurenai quickly shook her head. She took a deep breath, collected the bedsheets, got dressed, and left the room. In the living room, the aroma of food wafted in. Are you awake? Kitazawa sat at the dining table, smiling as he said, you can come eat after you wash up. Okay. Kurenai stared at his smile for 2 seconds, then turned and went to the bathroom. Not long after, she reappeared. It's almost 9. Are you going to be late for class? Kurenai asked, suddenly realizing something after sitting across from him. No big deal. Kitazawa shook his head and said, you are more important. Although he hadn't requested leave in advance, he was now the director of academic affairs at the academy, so even without requesting leave, no one would dare to say anything to him. If he were late or absent, Iruka would cover his class. Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, and Sakura Haruno all had their own training and didn't need to worry about. Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Taken, and Uchiha Izumi had all been busy with missions recently. Sasuke had finished his practical combat training and had been assigned to learn genjutsu by him. The only one who stood up was Naruto. He was supposed to have practical combat training today, but it didn't matter, since Kitazawa wasn't there, he could continue to practice Rasengan. Smooth talker. Kurenai snorted softly, picked up her chopsticks, and said, let's eat. I'm telling the truth. Kitazawa helped her with a piece of fried fish and said, you should hurry to the academy after you finish eating. Kurenai's lips curved slightly upward, and a smile appeared on her face. I can take a day off to accompany you. Kitazawa looked at her and said, no need. Kurenai rolled her eyes and asked, am I some fragile woman? All right then, Kitazawa said nothing more upon hearing this. With Kurenai's personality, saying anything further would only offend her. The two ate their meal and came to the door. I'm leaving. If you miss me, come to the academy. Kitazawa reached out and pinched her cheek. When did you become so wishy-washy? Kurenai let out a sound of surprise and asked. I haven't changed. Kitazawa casually patted her on the backside and said. Pervert. Kurenai covered her bottom and took a step back. After Kitazawa left, she couldn't help but chase after him. It wasn't until he completely disappeared that she closed the door and returned to the house. Ninja Academy Training Ground. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly ran forward. Sorry, I was delayed by something. Kitazawa apologized proactively. It's okay. Naruto quickly shook his head and said. Follow me. Kitazawa led Naruto to an open space on the north side. This was the same place where he had previously conducted practical combat training with Sasuke. To make the practical combat training more targeted, I will transform into Sasuke and only use fire release, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. After speaking, he used the transformation technique to become Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head. He looked at Kitazawa, who had transformed into Sasuke, and felt uncomfortable. But he quickly dismissed the thought and used multiple shadow clone jutsu. Kitazawa did not use his Sharingan. After all, Hiruzen often spied on Naruto, and being discovered by him would be troublesome. But not using it made no difference. He knew many genjutsu anyway, enough to deal with Naruto. The battle began. Naruto quickly noticed the difference between Kitazawa and Sasuke. His taijutsu, fire release, and genjutsu were all stronger. In Naruto's opinion, Kitazawa-sensei was more like an enhanced version of Sasuke. Besides that, there was also a difference in combat experience. Kitazawa applied his combat experience with Tsunade to Naruto, making him have a very difficult time. Chapter 176, New Tactics for Naruto. 2 days later, on Thursday practical combat class. Raise your right hand a little higher. Stand straight on both legs. Konoha-style taijutsu needs power. Kitazawa walked around, giving instructions. After canceling the practical combat test on Monday, he had the students from both classes focus on practicing the clone technique and Konoha-style taijutsu. He would then correct their mistakes based on what he observed during practice. This was the targeted strengthening he had mentioned earlier. While unnecessary for geniuses like Sasuke and Niji, it was extremely useful for the more ordinary students. Their talent was limited, and being able to properly learn the 3E rank technique and Konoha-style taijutsu was already a great achievement. After graduation, such students would be considered capable genin. Halfway through the practical combat class, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Current mission, help Uzumaki Naruto learn Rasengan. Mission reward, 20% of Senju bloodline. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa froze on the spot. A massive amount of chakra surged through his body, flowing rapidly like a flood of power. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling a dramatic increase in strength. Because this was a one-time increase of 20% Senju bloodline, it was far more noticeable than the previous 10% boost. Now, he possessed a total of 40% Senju bloodline. With various mission rewards, the increase in Byakugan purity, and the bonus from the Senju bloodline, his chakra had already risen by nearly 2 full units. Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's a saying, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. For instance, based on the earlier calculation where every 10% bloodline equaled 1/5 of a chakra reserve, 40% Senju bloodline should have given him 4/5 of a chakra reserve. But in reality, the increase felt closer to a full unit of chakra, or perhaps even more. Which meant 100% Senju bloodline would likely provide far more than 2 units of chakra. Kitazawa snapped back to reality and created a shadow clone to continue guiding the students. With 40% Senju bloodline, maintaining an additional shadow clone barely consumed any energy. Kitazawa-sensei. Before Kitazawa even got close, he heard Naruto's excited voice. A green-clad figure came to a sudden stop and appeared before him. Have you learned Rasengan? Kitazawa asked proactively. Kitazawa-sensei, look. Naruto exclaimed, holding out his hand. In his palm spun a rotating, highly compressed sphere of chakra. Congratulations, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. Unlike in the original timeline, Naruto had learned the complete Rasengan without shortcuts. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto said gratefully. Even though he was young, he knew this achievement was entirely due to Kitazawa's guidance. After learning Rasengan, you can temporarily stop learning new ninjutsu, Kitazawa advised. He thought for a moment, then added, focus on combining Rasengan with multiple shadow clone jutsu during your combat training. I understand. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. If he and his shadow clones all used Rasengan, wouldn't they be nearly unstoppable? After all, Rasengan was an A-ranked ninjutsu, its destructive power was no joke. There's still half a class left, Kitazawa said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'll teach you a new tactic to deal with Sasuke. What is it? Naruto asked impatiently. Another use for multiple shadow clone jutsu, but one you've never tried before. Kitazawa patted his shoulder. Use it in the student council selection exam, and it will definitely catch Sasuke off guard. Naruto grew even more curious, his bright blue eyes staring expectantly. This method can also break Sasuke's manipulating shuriken technique, Kitazawa added. I want to learn that. Naruto declared, fully hooked. First, use multiple shadow clone jutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and created 50 shadow clones. Kitazawa pointed to a tree about 5 meters away. Do you see that tree? Yes, we do, the group of Narutos answered in unison. Good. Attack it with kunai. At his command, Naruto and his shadow clones unleashed 51 kunai, embedding them deep into the tree. On a stationary target, Naruto's throwing accuracy was actually quite good, thanks to Kitazawa's prior training. This is the new use for multiple shadow clone jutsu, long-range group attack, Kitazawa explained. I feel like the kunai aren't powerful enough, Naruto admitted. You don't just have to throw kunai, Kitazawa said, smiling knowingly. Imagine if 50 Sasukes all used fire release, great fireball technique at once. Naruto froze. He had seen Sasuke's great fireball before. Its sheer size and destructive power made it difficult to avoid, and now, 50 of them. Dodging would be impossible. But I don't know fire release, great fireball technique, Naruto muttered, scratching his head. And I kinda like being a taijutsu ninja. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. He had long realized Naruto enjoyed close-quarters combat the most. Still, relying only on taijutsu would limit his potential. Naruto, don't forget your dream, Kitazawa said with a light cough. Taijutsu ninja alone cannot surpass the previous Hokage. Oh, right. Naruto exclaimed. I want to learn fire release. Not just fire release, Kitazawa corrected with a firm nod. Learn ninjutsu. Naruto's chakra nature in the early stages of the original work was wind. But in the later stages, besides Yin, he essentially possessed all natures. Rasengan can also work. Kitazawa added, however, your current Rasengan cannot be thrown. Rasengan can be thrown. Naruto's eyes widened as he asked. It can indeed. Kitazawa paused and said, but you can't learn it just yet. In the original work, two types of throwable Rasengan were mentioned. One was wind release, Rasen Shuriken. When it was first developed, it couldn't be thrown, but Naruto learned to throw it from a distance after mastering Sage Mode. The other was the vanishing Rasengan. It was actually a lightning release, Rasengan. By adding lightning release, it could not only attack from a distance but also create an invisible effect. Sage Mode was still a long way off. As for lightning release, Rasengan, Kitazawa thought it could be attempted after the student council selection exam. After all, a vanishing Rasengan would be excellent for surprise attacks. However, throwing it also had a problem: accuracy. Alright, let's continue training. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, just hitting a stationary target isn't enough. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto immediately responded. You and your shadow clones attack me. After Kitazawa finished speaking, he used the transformation technique to assume Sasuke's appearance. Kunai attack, target Kitazawa-sensei. Seeing this, Naruto ran among his shadow clones and ordered. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. A large number of kunai fell like a dense rain of arrows. Naruto, throwing without any strategy, is too scattered and easy to dodge. Kitazawa easily evaded the kunai and reminded him, pay attention to the rhythm, you can throw kunai in batches as appropriate. I understand. Naruto quickly changed his strategy and said, everyone, divide into 3 rows. 51 Narutos, including the original, are divided into 3 rows. After the first row threw 17 kunai, the second row threw another 17 based on Kitazawa's dodging direction. The third row continued predicting Kitazawa's movements and released the last 17. At this point, the Narutos in the first row took out new kunai, forming a cycle. For a moment, Kitazawa felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had only one thought in his mind: multiple shadow clone jutsu was indeed an unofficial cheat. 51 Narutos were already this troublesome. By the later stages, with 2,000 or 3,000 Narutos, it would be downright invincible. Of course, it wasn't truly invincible. Against powerhouses like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it would still be useless. It could only be said that most ordinary ninja would find this fighting style very difficult to handle. It was even simpler to deal with a Sasuke who had not yet fully matured. Naruto, your long-range fighting style has one weakness: it becomes ineffective in close combat, Kitazawa said while dodging. Konoha-style body flicker. His body transformed into leaves, immediately reappearing among Naruto's shadow clones. The third row of shadow clones reacted too slowly, throwing kunai that accidentally injured many of their own. Seeing this, Kitazawa immediately used the manipulating shuriken technique. The effect he created was similar to Sasuke's earlier. Some shadow clones tripped, some vanished directly, and the scene became chaotic. However, Naruto had learned from his previous experience and ignored those shadow clones, charging directly to engage Kitazawa in close combat. Good reaction, but there are still some issues. Kitazawa pulled back, creating distance, and said. Naruto stopped, standing still and looking at him, waiting for him to continue. Your 3 rows of shadow clones can be spaced out a certain distance, that way, it will be harder for the enemy to break through all 3 rows. Kitazawa paused, then added, but if the enemy also has shadow clones, it will be harder to be effective. Then what should I do? Naruto quickly asked. It's simple. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, cancel multiple shadow clone jutsu, then cast it again, and then use Rasengan and Taijutsu for close-range combat. Huh. Naruto suddenly reacted and asked, isn't that just my previous fighting style? Indeed. Kitazawa said in a deep voice, in real combat, having only one fighting style isn't enough, you need to mix multiple fighting styles. I understand. Naruto answered subconsciously. What do you understand? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and asked. It's just use close combat first. If that doesn't work, use long range, and if long range doesn't work, go back to close combat. Naruto paused, then summarized. Kitazawa laughed wryly. To put it that way, there was nothing wrong with it. Continue with the practical training. Kitazawa returned to his original position. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto immediately formed the hand signs, and he and his shadow clones once again plunged into battle. 20 minutes later, the battle ended. That's all for today, you can go back and rest. Kitazawa patted Naruto's shoulder and said. Goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto was a bit tired, but still full of energy. Kitazawa twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt his stamina was not as good as Naruto's. In fact, it was true. The Uzumaki clan bloodline was simply too powerful. In his previous life, watching the anime, the adamantine sealing chains that burst forth in an emergency had left Kitazawa stunned. That was just cheating. Besides the adamantine sealing chains, the Kagura Mind's Eye and physical healing were also top-tier abnormalities. It must be said that the Uzumaki clan truly possessed extremely advantageous conditions: vast chakra, terrifying physical prowess, super strong perception, and formidable sealing jutsu. No wonder Naruto could become one of the protagonists. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy training ground and encountered another protagonist, Sasuke. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke got straight to the point and said, "I have already mastered Genjutsu, Unknown Fire." Kitazawa smiled slightly. Genjutsu, Unknown Fire was not taught to Sasuke by him, but by Uchiha Itachi. The boy had been learning it for quite some time. As for why Sasuke sought him out, Kitazawa could already guess the reason. He simply wanted to learn new ninjutsu. Kitazawa indeed had plans to teach him ninjutsu, but it had to wait until after the student council selection practical assessment. After Sasuke's crushing defeat, he planned to teach him lightning release. In the original work, Sasuke's performance with lightning release was even stronger than with fire release. Kitazawa had 2 missions related to lightning release, and these could only be completed after the practical assessment. The student council selection practical assessment is coming up soon. It's too late to teach you new ninjutsu now, Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said. For the next few days, train on your own, solidify the ninjutsu you've mastered, and you can also do tree climbing training. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he nodded. He wondered what ninjutsu Kitazawa would teach him afterward. So far, all the ninjutsu he had learned had proven very useful. Not to mention, in the previous match, he had easily defeated Naruto using what Kitazawa had taught him. Teacher Kitazawa, see you tomorrow. His goal achieved, Sasuke did not linger and turned to go home. Although school was out, Kitazawa did not leave immediately. There was still one thing he needed to do. Kitazawa found his ninja squad members in an open space not far from the training ground. Yakushi Kabuto was practicing multiple shadow clone jutsu. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi were learning the shadow clone technique. Teacher Kitazawa. Yakushi Kabuto saw him, immediately walked forward, took out a scroll, and said, "These are the D-ranked missions we completed today." Kitazawa opened the scroll and began to read. Although he had stipulated 3 D-ranked missions per day, they all had shadow clones now, so their progress was much faster. Under the current circumstances, they could do 5 or 6 D-ranked missions a day. If they encountered less tedious ones, they could complete them even faster. Kitazawa's system mission progress had also reached about halfway. He estimated they could finish in at most 2 days. After the winter break, I'll take you to do higher difficulty missions, Kitazawa said, closing the scroll. Okay. Yakushi Kabuto's emotions were very stable. Although doing D-ranked missions was relatively boring, he never complained. Aburame Toryun was even more so. He came from root, and obeying orders had already become instinct. Uchiha Izumi was also not a typical Uchiha. Her personality was gentle and kind. Although she didn't fully understand, she still complied. Today's training ends here, I'll treat you to barbecue. Kitazawa waved to Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi. To be honest, having them grind missions like this wasn't taking advantage, not only helping him complete his system missions but also earning him a lot of money. The reward for a D-ranked mission ranged from 500 to 10,000 ryo. As the squad leader, Kitazawa could get more than half of the reward. It might sound unreasonable, but in fact, it was very reasonable. After all, the squad leader not only had to teach the team members ninjutsu but also had to ensure their safety. Kitazawa led them to the barbecue restaurant. Halfway there, he saw 2 unexpected figures, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. More precisely, Might Guy was pestering Kakashi, hoping to have a youthful showdown with him. Kitazawa. Kakashi saw Kitazawa as if he had seen a savior and quickly shook off Might Guy. What are you two doing, pulling and tugging in the street? Kitazawa asked teasingly. Kakashi was about to speak, but was choked by this remark. He had just left Umbu not long ago, and then he encountered Might Guy, who had forcefully engaged him for several minutes. Kitazawa, you've come at just the right time. Might Guy quickly caught up and said. You can be our referee. I haven't agreed to your spar, Kakashi glanced at him and said. Kakashi, don't you feel my burning youth? Might Guy gave a thumbs up, full of fighting spirit, and asked. No, Kakashi replied calmly. This is youth, sometimes passionate, sometimes bitter. Might Guy paused, clenched both fists, and remained completely unaffected. Kabuto subconsciously adjusted his glasses. He had met many strange ninja while working as a spy, but Might Guy still made him feel unfamiliar. Such a ninja looked very unreliable. However, since he could challenge Kakashi, his strength was probably not bad. We're about to go eat barbecue, Kitazawa said with a smile, unaware of Kabuto's thoughts. Meeting is fate, you two should come along. Okay. Kakashi immediately agreed. Compared to fighting Might Guy, he preferred to enjoy a barbecue meal. Actually, he wasn't against sparring with him, but Might Guy was the type of ninja who would never stop once a fight started. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 177, Hinata's Birthday Gift. Kakashi. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, who was grilling meat, and suddenly said excitedly, "We can have a barbecue showdown." "I refuse," Kakashi said without hesitation. "Then let's try something different." Might Guy wasn't discouraged at all. A big smile spread across his face as he said, "In the name of youth, let's see who can eat more." Kakashi simply shut his mouth, not bothering to respond. Kitazawa cleared his throat and asked, "Do you know about the Student Council selection exam?" "Student Council? What's that?" Might Guy's attention was immediately diverted, and he asked curiously. "It's like this." Kitazawa briefly explained what the Student Council was. "It's a shame there wasn't a Student Council when I was in school. Otherwise, I would definitely have started a youth club," Might Guy said with great regret. "Good thing there wasn't," Kakashi said abruptly. "Even though I didn't get a chance to start a youth club, Naruto and Rock Lee do," Might Guy said excitedly. "I'll participate then too." Kakashi was speechless. Rock Lee was one thing, but Uzumaki Naruto was the son of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. And according to Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention, he would become Naruto's squad leader. Thinking of this, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. "The Student Council selection exam is scheduled for the 15th, Kitazawa invited. If you're free, you can come to the academy to watch." "No problem." Might Guy immediately agreed. Naruto and Rock Lee were both his students, so he naturally wanted to see their performance. Kakashi frowned slightly, a look of hesitation on his face. He also wanted to join the fun and see Naruto. After all, he was his teacher's son and his future student. However, as an Umbu ninja, he didn't have that much free time. "If the Umbu doesn't have anything, I'll come," Kakashi thought for a moment and said. "Don't worry, the Umbu definitely won't have anything, because Hokage-sama will also be there," Kitazawa said with a smile. "You can come with Hokage-sama then." Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little pleased at the news. "Haha, Kakashi, when you see my students, their performance definitely won't disappoint you." Might Guy saw this and said very happily. "If nothing unexpected happens, Naruto will be my student," Kakashi said in a calm tone. "Huh?" Might Guy's eyes widened subconsciously, and he asked in surprise, "You're going to be a team leader too?" "Can't I?" Kakashi countered. "Of course you can." Might Guy smiled and said. Being a team leader is a good thing. In his opinion, while the Umbu was good, it was a special organization that only did missions all day, which wasn't conducive to Kakashi getting out of his shadow. And his choice to become a squad leader showed that his heart had begun to soften, and he might be able to get rid of his reclusive state. "I thought you were reluctant to let Naruto be my student," Kakashi was stunned for a moment and said. "You are my lifelong rival. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" Might Guy showed his sparkling teeth and said, "Just let you fully experience Naruto's path of youth." He still understood the rules of Konoha Village. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, students would be assigned squad leaders by the Hokage. Since Kakashi said so, it must have been Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention. Although it was a pity, Might Guy felt that Naruto becoming Kakashi's student was also very good, and there was no problem. Besides, he wasn't unable to teach Naruto anymore. Kakashi suddenly didn't want to be Naruto's team leader that much anymore. "Kakashi, when do you plan to leave the Umbu to become a squad leader?" Kitazawa asked curiously. In the original work, it only said that Kakashi had led several teams before Team 7. But the specific number of teams was not explicitly stated. Kitazawa estimated at least 2 or 3 years. In other words, Kakashi's departure from the Umbu was probably within these 2 years. "I don't know," Hokage-sama didn't say. Kakashi paused and said. "I'm guessing it's March next year." The graduation season for the Ninja Academy was in March. Next March will be the graduation of the 6th-year students. Kitazawa recalled the current 6th-year students at the Ninja Academy. How to put it? Better not to say. Going back 2 more grades, it was pretty much the same. No wonder in the original work, Kakashi waited until Naruto and his peers before becoming a formal squad leader. After all, his standards were too high. Kitazawa also remembered Hiruzen Sarutobi's suggestion from before. If he didn't become Yakushi Kabuto's squad leader, Kakashi would take over. This decision was indeed a good one. Kakashi. Kitazawa's mind stirred, and he said with a smile, "If you haven't found a student you like, why not come to our class as a teacher?" He was a very busy man now. He had to learn water release ninjutsu and taijutsu, teach kurenai sealing technique, and also teach Hinata and Sasuke. In addition to that, daily classes were indispensable, and he couldn't rest on weekends, as he had to lead teams on missions. Although Irika helped, his strength was only that of a Chunin after all. If Kakashi were willing to become a teacher in first-year Class A, then many things could be done by him. Me. Kakashi showed a surprised expression. He really hadn't expected Kitazawa to make such a suggestion. Throughout Konoha village, there had never been a precedent for an Umbu ninja retiring to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. I think that's a good idea. Might Guy immediately responded with his usual enthusiasm. It's an opportunity to experience youthful vitality and embrace the flames of youth. We'll see then, Kakashi replied with a slight shake of his head. Let's eat barbecue, Kitazawa suggested. He divided the grilled beef among Might Guy. Kakashi grilled his own, and so did Yakushi Kabuto. Yet, Kitazawa still fulfilled his responsibility as captain, ensuring Uchiha Izumi and Aburame Taken also received their share. After the barbecue, they exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. Time quickly advanced to Friday. Kitazawa had endured another night of hard work. Ever since he and Kurenai had taken their relationship a step further, he had simply stopped going home, spending every night in intense battles of passion. After breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the Ninja Academy. Today marked the final day of the semester. The theoretical portion of the final exam was scheduled for Sunday, while the practical exam, Student Council Selection Exam, would take place on Monday. Saturday was reserved as a rest day for students to recover and prepare. Teacher Kitazawa. Ino came skipping toward him with a radiant smile blooming across her face. I've already learned the mind clone switch technique, she announced cheerfully. In the history of the Yamanaka clan, very few members had ever managed to learn two secret techniques at her age. Congratulations, Kitazawa said with a small smile, gently patting her head. Compared to Sasuke and Naruto, Ino's progress might seem slow. But she couldn't be blamed. Her talent was actually quite impressive, and the difficulty of her clan's secret techniques made slower progress understandable. You can now begin practicing In Release Chakra Nature Transformation, just like Shikamaru, Kitazawa advised after a moment's thought. Then you can continue advancing in your clan's techniques. This was the most suitable path for her, especially since she was destined to debut as part of a team with Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Teacher Kitazawa, Ino asked hesitantly, can I learn some offensive ninjutsu too? Her secret techniques were all control-based. Whenever she watched Hinata or Kurama Yukumo unleash destructive power, she couldn't help but feel envious. Kitazawa paused briefly, recalling the offensive ninjutsu Ino had used in the original work. There were indeed a few instances where she utilized flowers as kunai. As a genius, one should not only be able to use ninjutsu but also create ninjutsu. Current mission, help Ino Yamanaka research a C-rank offensive ninjutsu. Mission reward, barrier, 4-corner ceiling barrier. Accept. Kitazawa blinked, momentarily stunned. Ino had triggered a mission similar to Kiba Inuzuka's. Without hesitation, he accepted. With proficiency in both Yang and In Release Chakra Nature Transformation, assisting Ino in creating a C-rank offensive ninjutsu wouldn't be difficult. He could even reference certain techniques from the official games of his previous life. As for the mission reward, it wasn't bad at all. Barriers were technically a form of sealing technique, though they often required multiple users. 4-corner sealing barrier, for instance, required 4 shinobi to cast together, effectively restraining and sealing the target. Kitazawa remembered that Ino had used this exact technique in the original work, having been taught by Shizun to seal the resurrected Three-Tails Aisabu. No wonder this was the chosen reward. When winter break comes, I'll teach you an offensive ninjutsu, Kitazawa promised, regaining his composure. That's great. Ino exclaimed excitedly. By the next monthly exam, I'll definitely defeat Sakura once and for all. Kitazawa chuckled softly. So that's your goal. Ever since Sakura began studying medical ninjutsu, her chakra control had improved significantly. Enhanced chakra control bolstered both her clone technique and Konoha-style taijutsu, giving her a clear advantage. Meanwhile, Ino's control-based techniques made direct hits difficult to land. At best, the outcome of their duel was 4-6, leaning toward Ino's loss. Go train, Kitazawa said, flicking her forehead gently. Today, focus on In Release Chakra Nature Transformation training. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Ino replied with a bright smile before turning to resume practice. Karen. Kitazawa approached another student, pulling out a test paper. You'll work on this today. Since the theoretical exam was scheduled for Sunday, he had prepared several practice papers. Naturally, he didn't give Karen the original one, that would be blatant cheating. Instead, he created a version with similar questions to ensure it was still a fair challenge. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei, Karen said, accepting the paper. Tell me once you're done, Kitazawa instructed, then turned his attention elsewhere. He walked over to Hinata, who was practicing Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. She could now unleash 14 strikes in succession, moving closer to the goal of 16. In comparison, Niji was 2 palms behind. Not due to inferior talent, but simply because he had begun his special training later. Kitazawa observed Hinata quietly, deep in thought. She hadn't triggered a new mission in some time, and neither had Niji. He still wanted to improve the purity of the Byakugan. Perhaps, once it reached 100%, she could awaken a form similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya's Byakugan. But how to trigger that progress? Hinata was content and lacked strong desires, whereas Niji possessed the ambition and pride of a genius, making him easier to motivate. Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata finally stammered nervously under his gaze, is something wrong with me? There are some issues, Kitazawa replied, regaining his focus and calmly pointing out her 2 recent mistakes. Hinata, hearing this, actually breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that her preparations for Kitazawa's birthday gift had been exposed. Continue training, Kitazawa said, gently patting her head. Hinata Hyuga once again performed gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kitazawa observed for a while, then left a shadow clone at the training ground and headed to the artificial lake himself. Currently, only Kiba and his shadow clone were practicing Hellhound at the artificial lake. Shino Aburame had completed the tree climbing training and should have been doing water walking training, but he had taken leave for the past 2 days. The reason for his leave was to go back and familiarize himself with exploding insects and attempt to tame them. If Shino Aburame could use exploding insects freely, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, exploding insects were too dangerous, and Kitazawa would not allow him to use them at the Ninja Academy. Aburame Toryun had also originally intended to try taming exploding insects, but unfortunately, his body was too toxic for the exploding insects to survive. Kiba, while you have time, let's do some practical combat special training, Kitazawa called out to Kiba, who was not far away. Kiba heard this and, with his shadow clone, controlled the 2-headed dog to charge forward. The 2-headed dog's fighting style was simple, it raised its front paws and swiped. Because of its large size, this palm strike carried a whistling wind. Kitazawa clenched his fist and struck his palm directly. A powerful force came through, making him raise an eyebrow involuntarily. This strength was indeed not weak among his peers. But the 2-headed dog's attack wasn't over, it clenched its paw. Its sharp claws then grabbed at Kitazawa's fist. Kitazawa took out a kunai with his left hand and pulled his right hand back. Clang! The kunai blocked the 2-headed dog's claws. The hardness is also good, Kitazawa nodded slightly. Haha, Kitazawa-sensei, watch out. Kiba, seeing this, reminded him proudly, then opened his large mouth and bit at Kitazawa. He stood still and directly slapped it with a powerful open hand. Chakra-enhanced strength. Kiba Inuzuka felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head snapped back, and his huge body flew up. The 2-headed dog crashed to the ground, kicking up countless dust. It shook its body and got back on its feet. The defense is decent, Kitazawa commented, seeing this. Although he had held back, the force was still considerable. The fact that the 2-headed dog could withstand it showed its tough hide. Again. Kiba launched another attack. Time slowly passed, and soon it was dusk. Kitazawa called all the students to the training ground. This included Sasuke, Hinata, and Kiba. I won't say much. Everyone, prepare well for the final exam, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. There will be many spectators then. Will Hokage-sama also come? Kiba asked, raising his hand. Yes, Kitazawa paused, then said, not only Hokage-sama, but also the leaders of the major ninja clans and some well-known jonin will be there. The students from both classes immediately let out gasps of surprise. Many of them were seeing such a grand occasion for the first time. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. He really didn't know that Fugaku Uchiha would be coming. But he quickly felt an unprecedented excitement. He wanted to shine brightly in the student council selection exam and make Fugaku praise him profusely. The only regret was that he still hadn't activated his 2-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke was now worried about not being able to defeat Yakumo. Alright, everyone, head back, Kitazawa stopped their cheers and said with a smile. See you on Saturday. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Everyone left the Ninja Academy in an excited mood, but Hinata did not, because Tenten stopped her. Hinata, the ninja blade you asked my dad to forge is finished. Do you want to go see it? Tenten asked. Hinata's eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded. The two quickly arrived at Tenten's family's ninja tool shop. Dad, I'm home. Tenten called out as she walked into the shop. Hinata is here too. Coming. A moment later, a young man came out holding a ninja blade. Thank you. Hinata took the ninja blade and immediately felt her hands sink. Fortunately, as a ninja, her strength far exceeded that of an ordinary little girl. As per your request, I added some chakra metal inside, which is very suitable for wind release ninjas, the young man introduced. How much? Hinata asked, very satisfied after examining it. It costs 10 million Ryo, the young man said, holding up one finger. This is already a discounted price, considering Tenten's connection. He indeed wasn't ripping off Hinata. Any ninja tool with chakra metal added becomes astronomically expensive. 10 million Ryo was already a very good deal. Thank you. Hinata returned the ninja blade to him and said, I'll bring the money next week to pick up the blade. She didn't really have a concept of money. Although 10 million Ryo was a lot, her usual allowance was also quite generous. However, after calculating, she was still a bit short. Hinata returned home and found Hayashi. You need 8 million Ryo? Hayashi asked, somewhat surprised. Hinata nodded and said, to buy Kitazawa-sensei a birthday present. Hayashi was full of questions. What kind of birthday present costs 8 million Ryo? And such an expensive birthday present, you're not giving it to me, but to an outsider. Chapter 178, Charming Kurenai. Saturday. Kitazawa arrived at the first-year Class A classroom after breakfast. Since it was a theoretical exam, there were no extra spectators. After all, theoretical exams were quite boring, with nothing much to see. The exam rules are the same as the previous monthly exam, so I won't repeat them, Kitazawa said while distributing the test papers. You can start writing once the bell rings. After finishing the distribution, he returned to the podium. Less than a minute later, the bell rang, and everyone picked up their pens. Kitazawa glanced at Karen. Her expression was calm and composed, carrying an air of confidence. He had given her a practice test on Friday. She had scored 92 points. If all went well, that score would place her in the top 10 of the theoretical exam. Sitting at the podium with hands clasped, Kitazawa observed the class while drifting into thought. Since he had no mission to take, there was no need for him to sit for the exam. Instead, his mind wandered toward what he should do during the winter break. The break would begin after the Student Council Selection Practical Exam. Though not as long as summer, it still lasted about a month. The first task was to teach Karen sealing techniques. However, in the eyes of others, he didn't know any. Kitazawa's plan was simple, rely on his backer, Tsunade. He could use Karen's training as an excuse to request sealing techniques from Tsunade and, in doing so, legitimize his own. The second task was to teach Kurenai sealing techniques as well. The third was to guide Sasuke in lightning release ninjutsu. But there was the same issue, he needed to justify his knowledge or, at the very least, learn lightning release himself. Fortunately, once the practical exam concluded, Kitazawa would complete the Student Council President mission. The reward promised lightning release affinity and master-level lightning release chakra nature transformation. As for who to learn from? Naturally, Kakashi. Among Konoha's Jonin, he was the most skilled in lightning release. If he agreed to teach first-year Class A, things would be simple. If not, Kitazawa would have to find another way. Of course, it also depended on Sasuke's performance in the practical exam. It would be best if it triggered a related mission. The fourth task was to take Yakushi Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi on missions, hoping to trigger more system missions. Based on the previous one, completing 90 D-rank missions, there were bound to be similar ones. The fifth task was to cure Lady Tsunade's hemophobia. Once successful, Kitazawa could complete another mission, informing Naruto about the nine-tailed fox. The sixth task was to help Ino Yamanaka create a new ninjutsu. At that thought, Kitazawa took out a pen and paper. After a moment of contemplation, he decided on the technique. A ninjutsu from an official game, Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Its effect was to release a storm of flowers, disrupting the enemy's vision before launching them as shuriken to deliver a deadly ambush. However, ordinary flowers alone might not be enough. Kitazawa considered incorporating genjutsu. Kurenai had recently taught him genjutsu, flower petal escape, which made the enemy see falling petals, creating the perfect chance for a surprise attack. Could Ino learn genjutsu? Absolutely. The Yamanaka clan's techniques were in release-based, just like genjutsu. The difference lay only in execution. Many Yamanaka shinobi simply lacked the time to study genjutsu due to clan obligations. After all, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio rarely required it. Their secret techniques already provided superior control. Combining ninjutsu, genjutsu, and tools wasn't uncommon. For instance, Konoha-style kenjutsu included Konoha-style Willow, a technique fusing genjutsu with swordplay. It was created by none other than Mariboshi Kosuke, the eternal genin. Despite his rank, Kosuke's strength rivaled Jonin. In his youth, he had even learned water release ninjutsu from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Due to a tragic mistake that cost his teammates lives, he swore to remain a genin forever. Time passed swiftly. At 11 o'clock, the bell rang, marking the end of first-year Class A second semester theoretical exam. Everyone, go home early and prepare for tomorrow's practical exam, Kitazawa said, clapping his hands. The theoretical exam rankings will also be announced then. After collecting the test papers, the students left one by one, bidding farewell. Hinata didn't linger either. Kitazawa had told her earlier to return home for lunch. In his office, Kitazawa began grading. The first paper was Karen's. Excellent. 95 points, he murmured with satisfaction, confident in the mission's outcome even before seeing the others. He set his pen down, formed hand signs, and created 9 shadow clones. Each of you grade 3 or 4 papers, he instructed. With 29 students in total, the grading was completed in less than half an hour. The results were in. First place, Sakura Haruno, a perfect score. Second and third, Sasuke and Hinata. To Kitazawa's surprise, Yakumo placed fourth. Her improvement was astonishing, likely driven by her previous inability to enroll. After Tsunade's treatment, she had poured herself into studying, compensating for her stalled combat progress. Kitazawa skimmed further down, Karen ranked 7th. The next moment, his vision blurred, and 3 lines of text appeared before him. Current mission, help transfer student Karen achieve a top 10 ranking in this semester's final theoretical exam. Mission reward, 4 limbs weighting seal. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. The system was always so timely. Kitazawa reviewed the details of the 4 limbs weighting seal and nodded with satisfaction. In his view, it was far more practical than the sealing art, fire sealing method. The fire sealing method could only seal flames and required a sealing scroll, making it cumbersome in actual combat. For ordinary fire release, dodging was faster than setting up a seal. Its only true value was encountering unique flames such as Amaterasu. Shaking his head, Kitazawa shifted focus and checked Naruto and Kiba Inuzuka's rankings. Naruto was in 13th place, Kiba in 11th. Ever since his last conversation with Kitazawa, Kiba had worked harder than before. Yet, with so many prodigies in first-year Class A, even increased effort was not enough to push him into the top 10. Still, surpassing Naruto must have been a small victory he cherished. And at the end of the top 10, still sitting firmly in 10th, was none other than Shikamaru. Kitazawa could not help but admire the boy. He managed to control his score with surgical precision, staying right at the line. Even more impressive, this time he seemed to have accounted for Karen's inclusion. How had he guessed? Likely from noticing Kitazawa tutoring her daily. That kid's intelligence was simply on another level. After reviewing the results, Kitazawa turned back to researching Ino Yamanaka's new ninjutsu. By afternoon, Yamada Isamu delivered the theoretical exam rankings for second-year Class A. Kitazawa scanned the list, virtually unchanged from the previous month. First place went to Hyuga Niji, second to Tenten. Rock Lee, unsurprisingly, remained in last place. Yet, considering his lack of talent outside of taijutsu, his perseverance was remarkable. In the ninja world, strength overshadowed academics, and few possessed even his level of determination. The sun dipped low as Kitazawa returned to Kurenai's house. As usual, he trained his chakra-enhanced strength under Tsunade's guidance, lasting 4 hours this time. Yet he still had stamina left to spare. The 40% Senju bloodline had vastly improved his physical endurance and recovery. After a bath, he made his way to Kurenai's room. Tomorrow is the student council selection practical exam, isn't it? Kurenai, dressed in a silk nightgown, sat by the bed and asked softly. Are you going to watch? Kitazawa smiled and replied, of course. I'll arrange a good seat for you. Kurenai nodded lightly. I have nothing else to do, so I might as well. She had already mastered the fire sealing method and was in a rare period of rest. Kitazawa planned to teach her the 4 limbs weighting seal over winter break. All right then. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her graceful body. Seeing this, Kurenai rolled her eyes at him. She didn't even need to think to know what Kitazawa wanted to do. Kurenai stood up, not looking at him, but turning her back to him, leaning forward, and lying on the bed. Her body arched, her buttocks perked up, and her silk nightgown stretched taut, revealing their rounded contours. Kitazawa's eyes widened, and he subconsciously swallowed. Kurenai, like the color red, had a passionate personality. Now, influenced by Kitazawa, her behavior was very bold. In short, she was truly alluring. Kitazawa stepped forward and reached out his hand. The silk nightgown fell to the floor. Her snowy white skin was completely exposed to his eyes. Kurenai's breath hitched, and she bit her lip. Not long after, sweat beaded on her forehead, her skin fair with a hint of red, making her look incredibly charming. Kurenai's face quickly turned completely red, her head became muddled, she lost consciousness, and began to babble incoherently. Morning light filtered through the curtains. Kitazawa opened his eyes, feeling remarkably refreshed. A chaotic night had not exhausted him in the slightest. Indeed, in this ninja world, it's all about bloodline. 40% of the Senju bloodline gave him a feeling of being reborn. And this was not the special bloodline like Senju Hashirama's, but just an ordinary Senju bloodline. Kitazawa came to his senses and felt the weight on his body and a soft touch. Kurenai held him tightly, as if she were using him as a pillow. Kitazawa's gaze moved downward, and he could see her smooth, beautiful back and the two beautiful legs wrapped around him. He admired her for a while, his gaze finally settling on her face. Strands of her black hair clung to her cheek, lips pale yet serene, her beauty almost fragile in sleep. Placing his hand gently on her forehead, Kitazawa released a warm flow of green chakra. Kurenai stirred faintly, her eyes half opening. Upon seeing the glow of medical ninjutsu, she whispered softly, "Thank you." Kitazawa smiled and stroked her hair. "No need for thanks between us. But it's time to get up, we have to go to the Ninja Academy." Kurenai remembered that she had promised Kitazawa yesterday to watch the student council selection exam. She subconsciously sat up, and the sheet slid down her body. Immediately, her beautiful naked body came into view. Kitazawa stared, unblinking. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him, but didn't mind. After all, they were now in a relationship where they knew each other inside and out. Kurenai got out of bed and walked naked to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe, looked left and right, and took out the red-sleeved white outfit she usually wore. "What are you still looking at?" Kurenai changed her clothes, and seeing Kitazawa still staring at him, she asked. "Looking at you." Kitazawa smiled and said, "Who told you to be so beautiful? I can never get enough of looking at you." Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time for another round, and he couldn't afford to take leave from the student council's practical selection. Otherwise, Kurenai might not have been able to leave the house today. Always so glib. Kurenai's lips curved slightly as she glared at him and said, "I'm going to make breakfast." Although they weren't married yet, their relationship had already been established, and she had recently taken on the role of a virtuous wife. "Thank you, Kurenai." Kitazawa got out of bed, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Moments later, the two of them sat down at the dining table. Because they had woken up half an hour late, Kurenai had made 2 bowls of char siu ramen to save time. After breakfast, they left for the Ninja Academy. The student council practical selection was scheduled to begin at 9 in the morning. They arrived not too late, it was just past 8. Even so, the academy was already crowded with people, lively and full of energy. "This is my first time seeing so many people at the Ninja Academy," Kurenai said with emotion as she looked around. "After all, there were rumors that Hokage-sama would be coming," Kitazawa replied with a small chuckle. "Hokage-sama's influence is undeniable. Will Lady Tsunade and Shizen be coming too?" Kurenai searched the crowd for their figures but didn't spot them. "I invited them, but whether they'll show up is uncertain." Kitazawa paused and added, "I'll take you to the audience seating." The Ninja Academy originally had no seating for spectators, but since today's event drew so many important guests, the teachers had worked overtime the day before to arrange multiple rows of seats around the training ground. They were plain, but at least comfortable enough to accommodate the crowd. Kitazawa. Before they even got close, Might Guy's excited voice rang out. "Kakashi." Kurenai noticed Kakashi standing next to him and asked in surprise, "Did you actually invite him too?" As a ninja of the same generation, she was well aware of Kakashi's reclusive nature. For someone still trapped in the shadows of his past to come and watch the student council selection was beyond her expectations. "He came because of Naruto," Kitazawa said casually. Kurenai froze for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "Might Guy." Kitazawa stepped forward and greeted him. "Kakashi." "Kurenai, you came too." Might Guy said with a touch of regret, "It's a pity Asuma didn't come. As the Land of Fire's daimyo's guardian ninja, he can't leave his post so casually," Kurenai replied calmly. Though Asuma Sarutobi had pursued her before, she had never agreed. Now that she had Kitazawa, her relationship with Asuma was no more than ordinary friendship. "Kurenai, sit next to Kakashi," Kitazawa suggested with a smile. "This seat has a great view of the training ground." Kurenai nodded, then asked, "Where will you sit?" "I have to act as a referee," Kitazawa replied. "After all, I'm the director of academic affairs and the acting president of the student council. I'm in charge of today's entire event." "You'll have a tough day today," Kurenai said with a small smile. "4 seniors." A voice called out from a distance. Kitazawa turned his head to see Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane approaching. "You two came too?" Kurenai asked in surprise. "What about your work?" "It's fine, we took leave." "Hokage-sama will handle things," Izumo Kamizuki replied with a grin. "We wouldn't miss such a rare event." "That's right." Kotetsu Hagane nodded in amazement. "Even the Chunin exams half a month ago didn't draw this many people." "I'm going to work, you all chat." Seeing that it was almost time, Kitazawa left the seating area. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku entered with Itachi, Sasuke, and Mikoto. "It's even livelier than I imagined," Uchiha Makoto said softly, glancing at Sasuke. Sasuke, with so many people watching, are you nervous? Not nervous. Sasuke clenched his fists. Excitement bubbled within him. The more people there were, the greater the recognition he would earn. You must perform well today, Fugaku said firmly. Do not bring disgrace to the Uchiha. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and caught sight of Hyuga Hayashi, recalling that Hyuga Niji and Hinata would also participate. I understand. Sasuke declared with confidence. I will definitely become the student council president. While that may be true, you should still act within your limits, Uchiha Makoto reminded him gently, stroking his head. The most important thing is not to get injured. As a ninja, a little injury is nothing, Uchiha Fugaku said indifferently. In battles between students, stopping short of serious injury is more than enough, Uchiha Itachi countered, his calm voice carrying a hint of disapproval. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 179, Opening Battle, Clash of Youth. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, 3 figures wearing matching white windbreakers appeared. Kitazawa-sensei, you truly have the ability to attract so many people, Shibi Aburame remarked, scanning the audience with admiration. It was no exaggeration to say that half of Konoha village's Jonin had arrived. Kitazawa-sensei is indeed very impressive, Shino Aburame said, adjusting his glasses. What a pity, Shibi Aburame sighed, shaking his head. This stage would have been perfect for the debut of the exploding insects. Although the Aburame clan was not a small ninja clan in Konoha, their presence had always been rather low. This was mainly because their strength, while balanced, lacked individuals who stood out as truly powerful. The emergence of exploding insects, however, gave the Aburame clan a chance to produce such exceptional individuals. Yet, these insects carried significant risks. Without proper control or intelligence, using chakra recklessly could trigger an explosion. Shibi Aburame dared not let Shino use them during the exams. If something went wrong, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Kitazawa had already warned them in advance not to use exploding insects during the practical exam. There will always be an opportunity, Shino said calmly. Though he wished to showcase them, he restrained himself. Shino, go for it. Aburame Toryun said, not sharing as many concerns. Toryun, your teammates are here, Shibi Aburame suddenly noticed Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Izumi not far away. Next to Kabuto stood Yakushi Nono. I'll go say hello to them, Toryun said after a brief pause. Thanks to Shino and the others, the root aura that once clung to him was gradually fading. Simply put, his emotions and behavior were returning to those of a normal human being. Director, Kabuto said proactively, this is my teammate, Aburame Toryun. Hello, Yakushi Nono greeted warmly. She had heard Kabuto mention Toryun before, knowing that he had once been part of Root. The organization's strict regulations made casual interactions nearly impossible unless members were assigned to the same mission. Nono found it rather unusual that 3 Root members could meet openly at the academy, and all thanks to Tsunade and Kitazawa. I'll go find the clan head first, Uchiha Izumi excused herself after a brief exchange, heading toward Uchiha Fugaku and his family. Let's go, let's find a spot, Nono suggested softly. Kabuto nodded. Together with Shibi and Shino, they moved toward the audience seating. Not long after, another group arrived, the old and new generations of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. What energetic young people, Narashikaka said, watching students move across the field. Don't think I can't hear your implication, Shikamaru replied, hands clasped behind his head, looking lazy. I said it for you to hear, Shikaku retorted, shaking his head. What young person acts like you? Uncle Shikaku, you can just ask Kitazawa-sensei to talk some sense into him later, Ino teased, a mischievous smile on her face. Hey. Shikamaru instinctively dropped his hands, glancing left and right. Did I offend you? Haha, first time I've seen Shikamaru make that face, Akimichi Choza said with a hearty laugh. I'll have to ask Kitazawa for some pointers sometime, Inoichi Yamanaka added thoughtfully. Dad, I'm so well behaved. Do you still need to ask for pointers? Ino protested, hands on her hips. Given that you've learned 2 secret techniques, I'll temporarily agree, Inoichi replied with a smile. That's too obvious, Inoichi, Shikaka muttered, his mouth twitching. I haven't even mentioned that Shikamaru also learned 2 secret techniques. Choza's smile froze, a question-marked expression forming on his face. Are these 2 trying to one-up me? This is all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei, Ino said quickly, then added, Choji, I think you should join us for Kitazawa-sensei's special training. Me? Choji asked mid-bite, hesitating. But I don't need special training. I just need to eat. You can't say that, Choza said seriously. Your Kitazawa-sensei is very capable. Ask him next semester. Training was secondary, building a connection with Kitazawa was more important. While the Ino, Shika, Cho families were always united, the Yamanaka and Nara clans had already taken initiative. The Akimichi clan couldn't lag behind. All right then, Choji agreed, resuming his snack. So many people. Ino exclaimed, scanning the crowd. I wonder where Kitazawa-sensei is. He must be very busy right now, Shikaku said, then gestured toward the field. You all go down. You all do well, Choza encouraged, patting Choji's shoulder. There are many spectators today, Inoichi added, don't aim for first place, just show the style of Ino, Shika, Cho. What a drag, Shikamaru sighed, walking toward the center. We'll try our best. Ino said, clenching her small fists with determination. Choji remained silent, still eating. Ino. Sakura called out from the training ground, waving. Good morning, everyone, Ino greeted warmly, smiling at Sasuke, Yakumo, Hinata, Niji, and the others. Where's Naruto? Shikamaru asked, scanning the group. Did he oversleep? It's such an important day. He wouldn't, Kiba said firmly. Just then, the bustling training ground fell silent. Everyone instinctively turned toward the entrance. There stood the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. And beside him, was Naruto. Such a grand entrance. Kiba felt a sting in his eyes at the sight. Naruto said something to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then walked towards Sasuke and the others. We thought you wouldn't come because you were afraid of losing. Kiba walked up, put his arm around his shoulder, and teased. How could that be? Naruto immediately gave a thumbs up, proudly saying, my goal is first place. Coincidentally, so is mine, Inuzuka. Kiba snorted lightly and said, when you meet me, I won't go easy on you. You seem a bit like Sasuke today. Naruto scratched his head, a little surprised, and said. How is he like him? He's not like Sasuke-kun at all. Sakura immediately retorted. They're both very confident, Ino blinked, pointing out their similarity. Kitazawa-sensei is here, Shikamaru noticed Kitazawa and quickly said. Everyone stopped chatting upon hearing this. Line up, Kitazawa told them, then turned to greet the students from other classes. Today's practical exam was attended by all students in the school. If the previous 3-round competition format were used for practical combat, it would be very long, and the chicken pecking at each other would not be exciting enough. At Kitazawa's suggestion, the student council made some changes to the selection mechanism for practical combat. Based on the previous monthly exam results, he divided all students into 2 examination venues. The first venue, the elite tournament, was only for outstanding students with an overall score of 90 points or more. The second venue, the general tournament, was for ordinary students with less than 90 points. Kitazawa was responsible for the elite tournament. The central training ground served as the arena, visible to all spectators. Vice Principal Hisao Sarutobi was responsible for the general tournament. The training grounds on both sides served as the arenas, visible to most spectators who wished to watch. Normally, Kitazawa should have been responsible for the general tournament, but his current reputation and strength surpassed Hisao's. Hisao Sarutobi was also self-aware and took the initiative to be responsible for the general tournament. Of course, students in the general tournament were not unable to advance. Kitazawa introduced a challenge system. Winners of the general tournament could challenge students participating in the elite tournament. This rule is quite good. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the middle of the first row of the audience seats. To help the audience understand the rules, Kitazawa had placed a flyer with the rules on each seat. Indeed, Nara Shikaku, who sat next to him, said. He had originally thought it would be a grand free-for-all involving all students, but he hadn't expected Kitazawa to specifically select the outstanding students. This way, it saved time and also catered to the audience's experience. The reason he sat to Sarutobi Hiruzen's left was entirely because Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Yuditane Koharu had not arrived. To his right was Hayashi Hyuga, and further down was the Uchiha Fugaka family. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. He put down the flyer and scanned the back again, but he did not see Tsunade. Hokage-sama, are you looking for someone? Hayashi Hyuga noticed his movement and asked. It's nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was normal as he changed the subject and asked, I heard that Niji and Hinata have both learned Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. They haven't fully learned it, only mastered a part of it. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but show a smile on his face as he spoke. The younger generation is truly formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. It's all thanks to Hokage-sama's excellent leadership. Hayashi Hyuga replied politely. What's there to see in a bunch of kids fighting? Why are all of you here? A sudden voice rang out. Aren't you here too? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled as he retorted. Tsunade was still so unforthcoming. Lady Tsunade. The nearby ninja greeted Tsunade one after another. Many people's eyes flashed with surprise. It was understandable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come and watch the student council selection practical. He was the third Hokage and also the headmaster of the Ninja Academy, so it was only right for him to come and see the future of Konoha village. But what about Tsunade? She had no connection to the Ninja Academy whatsoever. The only explanation was that she was here because of Kitazawa. Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa walked over. Tsunade nodded, then found an empty seat and sat down. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, before the practical exam begins, do you have anything you'd like to say? Since that's the case, I'll go up and say a few words. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said. Please do. Kitazawa suppressed the urge to complain in his heart, raised his hand, and said. Next, I'll simply say 6 points. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the arena and began to speak eloquently. You shouldn't have let him go up. Tsunade pouted and said. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was nothing more than the will of fire, which she had heard countless times. I can't help it, I have to follow the rules. Kitazawa bent down slightly and whispered. He naturally couldn't openly criticize the Hokage. I should have known and come an hour later, Tsunade said, looking annoyed. She wasn't afraid to criticize the Hokage, she would even dare to scold him to his face. Their whispered conversation was noticed by many. The various ninja clans once again confirmed that Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, it just hadn't been announced yet. Even if he wasn't her student, he had to be a confidant. Some jonin from non-ninja clan backgrounds felt envious. After all, in their eyes, Tsunade was destined to become the 5th Hokage. Kitazawa, a commoner ninja, being favored by Lady Tsunade, could be said to have soared to success. Time slowly passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been speaking for half an hour, finally left the arena. If it weren't for the upcoming practical exam, he could have easily gone on for another 2 hours. I now declare that this semester's final exam and the student council selection practical officially begin. Kitazawa walked into the arena and announced loudly, this practical will adopt a random matching method, and those who perform excellently will advance to the next round. After he finished speaking, he took out a lottery box. But this time, the students weren't drawing lots themselves, he was drawing for them. The advantage of this was maintaining suspense and making the matches more exciting. In fact, the joint Chunin exams in the original work had also adopted this method. Kitazawa was simply following suit. He reached out and drew 2 small slips of paper from the lottery box. The first match is Naruto vs. Rock Lee. Kitazawa glanced at the names and announced. The first match is me. Naruto asked, surprised. And my opponent is actually Lee. He immediately felt a surge of excitement, almost like double happiness. A spar between 2 taijutsu specialists could be summed up in 3 words, exhilarating, intense combat. Naruto. Rock Lee shouted excitedly. Lee. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, let them witness our youth. The clash of youth, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Rock Lee clenched his fists and said, brimming with enthusiasm. Naruto, Lee, don't let your youth have any regrets. Might Guy suddenly stood up and shouted passionately. The nearby ninja instinctively turned toward him. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged a glance, silently regretting their choice of seats. Guy-sensei. Naruto and Rock Lee shouted in unison. We will definitely live up to our youth. The next second, the 2 of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. The entire training ground suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of unease. After all, many of the jonin present knew he was Naruto's guardian. If Minato and Kushina saw this, I wonder what they would think, Tsunade said with a smile. Young people, it's normal to be energetic, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied after a brief silence, trying to explain. Shikamaru wanted to speak but stopped midway, unsure what to say. He could only be glad that he himself was normal. Is he always like this? Uchiha Fugaku asked from not far away, unable to contain his disbelief. To be honest, even if beaten to death, he wouldn't believe Naruto was the son of the perfect ninja, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Izumi nodded. After becoming Kitazawa's student, she had witnessed such scenes firsthand. Naruto wasn't suffering from a sudden illness, he had always been like this. He's quite spirited, Mikoto managed to comment after racking her brains. Thankfully, Sasuke isn't like him, Itachi thought with a sigh of relief. If Sasuke ever became like Naruto, he couldn't even imagine it. Match start. Kitazawa finally announced, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer. Come on, Naruto. Rock Lee shouted, pulling back and clenching his fists. Konoha whirlwind. Naruto's body swayed with the words, and he delivered a sweeping kick. Konoha whirlwind. Rock Lee responded in kind, meeting Naruto's kick with his own. With a loud bang, their legs collided. Both retreated slightly from the clash of forces, but Rock Lee took 2 extra steps back, indicating he was slightly inferior in strength. Dynamic entry. Naruto seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of Rock Lee's retreat, he leaped forward and delivered a direct aerial flying kick. Rock Lee instinctively raised his arms to block. But the sheer force drove him backward, sliding across the ground. At this critical moment, Rock Lee used the momentum to flip midair and shouted, "Konoha Hard Rock Ascending." He raised his right arm, aiming his elbow at Naruto's head. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Naruto tilted his head, his body dropping low as his right hand braced against the ground, executing a back roundhouse kick. Rock Lee's pupils contracted. His right elbow descended with momentum, his body pressing forward. A dull thud resounded. Rock Lee felt his right arm go numb as his body was sent flying backward. Lee is still a bit lacking after all, Might Guy said, watching the bout with sharp eyes. For his age, it's already very impressive to have such strength, Kurenai sighed. I was nowhere near as good as them when I was 7. After speaking, she glanced at Kakashi Hatake. After all, he became a Chunin at 6, truly a genius. Did you teach them the 8 gates formation? Kakashi asked after a pause. No, Might Guy shook his head. They are still too young. But Naruto's body is excellent, he might be able to train in a couple of years. What a monster, Izumo Kamizuki muttered. He had also heard of the 8 gates formation. After all, Mato Dai had once crippled the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist with it. These young people nowadays are really incredible, Kotetsu Hagane said with a twitching mouth. He and Izumo Kamizuki had come to see the future of Konoha, but instead, they were stunned. Were these still Ninja Academy students? Why did it feel like the Chunin exams had already begun? Chapter 180, Sasuke's confidence continues. Naruto. After several minutes of fighting, Rock Lee pulled back, took a breath, and loudly said, "Let's go all out." Although Naruto hadn't held back in taijutsu and had been constantly pressuring him, he hadn't used multiple shadow clone jutsu. But, Naruto's face showed hesitation. In his opinion, using multiple shadow clone jutsu would no longer be a pure taijutsu ninja battle. Youth is all about giving it your all. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said, "Besides, Gai-sensei taught me a new ninja tool to counter your shadow clone." "You're right." Naruto showed his sparkling teeth and excitedly said, "A full power battle is youth. It's called nunchaku." Rock Lee took out the nunchaku and introduced them. "What a peculiar ninja tool." Naruto looked at them for a moment and asked, "When did you learn that?" "I had no idea." "A month ago." Rock Lee held the nunchaku, twirled them, and said, "So that's it." Naruto's face showed sudden understanding. He had been busy cultivating Rasengan at the Ninja Academy for the past month, so it was normal that he didn't know Rock Lee had learned nunchaku. "Come on." Naruto shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Bang, bang, bang. From within the smoke, 30 shadow clones appeared. The audience immediately burst into exclamations. Many people were seeing Naruto use multiple shadow clone jutsu for the first time and were momentarily stunned. Huh. Shibi Aburame couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He could accept that Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee had previously displayed taijutsu far exceeding a genin. But what was this multiple shadow clone jutsu? 30 shadow clones at once, even he would find it difficult to do, or rather, could barely do it. He wouldn't normally do that, as there was no point. Shadow clones divide the user's chakra. For many, the more shadow clones, the more their strength is weakened. Naruto summoning so many shadow clones had only one explanation. That was, he still had a lot of chakra left. As Shibi Aburame thought that he was only 7 years old, he felt as if he had lived his entire life in vain. So much chakra. Nono Yakushi asked with a surprised look. She had seen many ninjas with a lot of chakra, but they were all adults, at their peak. It was her first time seeing someone so young with so much chakra. "I think he's a member of the Uzumaki clan." Kabuto looked at Naruto, his glasses gleaming. "Aren't the Uzumaki clan members supposed to have red hair?" Nono Yakushi paused slightly and asked. "Maybe he's a mixed blood." Kabuto thought of Karen, who trained with them. She also had a lot of chakra. "Don't say such things to outsiders." Nono Yakushi cautioned. Involving the annihilated Uzumaki clan, there must be many secrets. She had already left Root and didn't want to get involved in trouble again, only wanting to work as a medical ninja at Konoha Hospital peacefully. "I understand." Kabuto nodded and said. Konoha Whirlwind. Dynamic entry. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Including the original body, 31 Uzumaki Narutos charged at Rock Lee. Immediately, he was plunged into a tough battle. But as he said, the nunchaku did have some restraining effect on the shadow clones. The nunchaku spun in Rock Lee's hands. With every strike, a shadow clone's scream could be heard. This ninja tool is indeed powerful. Naruto quickly dodged a strike, formed hand signs, and shouted, again. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A flash of smoke passed, and 30 more shadow clones appeared. After Kitazawa's guidance, Naruto no longer summoned hundreds of shadow clones at once. Because with so many shadow clones, very few could actually hit the enemy. Unless a long-range tactic was used. But Naruto didn't intend to use long-range tactics against Rock Lee. On one hand, because Rock Lee was a taijutsu ninja, facing long-range attacks, he could only passively take a beating, which was too unfair. And on the other hand, Naruto felt he could win without using long-range tactics. Although the nunchaku did put pressure on him, it wasn't enough. The audience consisted of ninjas who came to watch the matches. As for the students participating in the exam, they stood on both sides of the training ground. I didn't expect Lee to have become so strong now, Tenten said with some emotion. Hyuga Neji didn't speak, merely simulating in his mind how to deal with the nunchaku. Nunchaku posed a great threat to bare-handed taijutsu ninja. But Hyuga Neji felt it would still be his victory. Because his speed was faster than Rock Lee's. He only needed to strike his pressure points before the nunchaku reached him. It's a shame Naruto has too much chakra, Lee can't win. Kiba shook his head and said. At the same time, he performed a simulation, just like Hyuga Neji. But he put himself in Rock Lee's shoes. He felt that if he encountered Naruto, his beast clone would fall into the same predicament. Either he would defeat Naruto's original body with his beast clone, or Naruto's shadow clones would exhaust his chakra. Sasuke thought differently. Because he noticed that Naruto only used 30 shadow clones. The last time he sparred with him, he started with 50 or even 100. However, the number didn't really matter. Since defeating Naruto last time, Sasuke no longer felt that his multiple shadow clone jutsu was a threat. He could handle it with a single manipulating shuriken technique. Lee has tried his best, but he was just unlucky to meet Naruto. Ino paused and added, if he had a different opponent, he definitely wouldn't lose. She found it extremely difficult to defeat Rock Lee. As a taijutsu ninja, his speed was simply too fast, giving her no opportunity to use her secret techniques. It's about to end, Naruto has already figured out the nunchaku's attack pattern, Shino Aburame said as he adjusted his glasses. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on the field shifted. Rock Lee was already showing signs of exhaustion. After a brief wobble, Naruto seized the opportunity. 2 of his shadow clones darted forward, grabbing Rock Lee's nunchaku directly. At the same time, 2 more shadow clones lunged in, hugging his thighs, one on the left and one on the right. In an instant, Rock Lee was overpowered by 4 Uzumaki Narutos, completely surrounded. He struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Dynamic entry. Naruto, as the original body, launched a finishing flying kick. Rock Lee took the kick head-on, pain spreading through his body. If it weren't for Naruto's shadow clones holding him, he would probably have been sent flying and knocked unconscious. I give up. Rock Lee stopped struggling and admitted defeat. Lee, are you alright? Naruto immediately dispelled his multiple shadow clone jutsu and asked with concern. I'm fine. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and declared loudly, this battle was truly exhilarating. This is the bond of youth. Naruto responded enthusiastically. Let's have another exhilarating youth showdown next time. It's a deal. Rock Lee felt his fighting spirit surge again and couldn't help but smile. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa announced promptly. He feared that if the two kept talking, they might embrace and cry again. Kakashi, what do you think of my 2 students? Might Guy asked proudly. Although Rock Lee had lost, it was an honorable defeat. In terms of taijutsu, there were no other students in the entire Ninja Academy who could match him. Considering his age, he could definitely be called a taijutsu genius. They're all right, Kakashi Hatake replied calmly. But if Naruto had been assigned to me, he would be even stronger. He wasn't bragging either. He knew all of Might Guy's taijutsu and had even learned a bit of the 8 gates formation. But Might Guy didn't know the ninjutsu that Kakashi did. And with Naruto's enormous chakra reserves, whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, he would excel faster and stronger. In Kakashi's opinion, letting him focus only on taijutsu was wasting his potential. After all, taijutsu consumed far less chakra than ninjutsu. As expected of my lifelong rival. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, then noticed something. But what about Lee? Kakashi fell silent. He could see that Rock Lee was a reflection of Might Guy. Teaching him taijutsu. He indeed couldn't surpass Guy in that. Haha. Might Guy saw his silence, laughed, and said, it seems that when it comes to teaching students, we're evenly matched. Kakashi was teaching Naruto to surpass him, but Might Guy was better at guiding Rock Lee. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Might Guy's ability to link everything to their rivalry was impressive. Hey, don't ignore Kitazawa's contribution. Kurenai interjected. Naruto has been participating in Kitazawa's special training. Kakashi nodded slightly. Even so, he still felt Naruto wasn't impressive enough yet. At the moment, he was winning only because of his vast chakra reserves. He wondered if there would be more surprises later on. From the first row of the audience stands, Hiruzen leaned over. Tsunade, what do you think? He asked with a chuckle, clearly pleased with Naruto's performance. He has Kushina's style, Tsunade replied thoughtfully. Like Naruto, Kushina had enormous chakra reserves. Beyond that, her fighting style had also been reckless and aggressive. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. He had hoped Naruto would become the second Minato Namikaze, but fate seemed to have other plans. In his eyes, brute force was too simplistic and easily countered. He preferred Minato's more stable, precise fighting style. But judging from the current situation, Naruto would have a hard time learning it. The second match begins now, Kitazawa announced, drawing 2 slips of paper from the lottery box. Although he was overseeing an elite tournament, battles as intense as Naruto vs. Rock Lee were rare. The crowd stirred with anticipation. After all, despite their strength, these were still Ninja Academy students. 7th match, Sasuke vs. Inuzuka Hana. The audience perked up at the mention of Uchiha Sasuke, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, and a genius of the Uchiha clan. Kitazawa hadn't rigged the draw. But as the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. The more arrogant Sasuke became, the more profound his future setbacks would be. Letting him win a round first would make his eventual downfall sting more. Go, big sis! Kiba shouted from the stands. Kiba, who's stronger, you or your sister? Sakura asked while sneaking a glance at Sasuke, clearly trying to gather intel. Of course, me. Kiba replied without hesitation. Then it's fine. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, what do you mean by that? Kiba snapped, then quickly added, I mean, I'm stronger now, but my sister was stronger than I used to be. Is there a difference between you now and you before? Naruto scratched his head, not understanding. What kind of special training did Kitazawa-sensei give you to make you so confident? Shikamaru understood and asked curiously. It's a secret. Kiba smirked and said, it's definitely going to surprise you all. Whatever. Sasuke walked onto the field with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. He didn't care about Inuzuka Hana or Kiba Inuzuka. Why does your sister have 3 ninja dogs? Ino Yamanaka asked, surprised, when she saw Inuzuka Hana enter the arena with 3 gray ninja dogs. They're triplets and work well together, so we didn't separate them, Kiba Inuzuka explained. Match start. Kitazawa announced. Haimaru. Inuzuka Hana went all out from the start. Beast human clone. The ninja dog named Haimaru transformed into a clone identical to her. Fong over Fong. The 2 Inuzuka Hanas turned into tornadoes and attacked Sasuke at extreme speed. The remaining 2 ninja dogs followed closely, opening their mouths to reveal sharp dog teeth. In the original work, Fong over Fong was a ninjutsu commonly used by Kiba. Like Rasengan and Chidori, it was jokingly said that one Fong over Fong was used until the very end. However, Fong over Fong was not a ninjutsu created by Kiba, Inuzuka had also used it. Sasuke stood still, calmly activating his Sharingan. The Fong over Fong, which was originally as fast as lightning, slowed down. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke opened his mouth and spewed a large fireball. Inuzuka Hana and the 3 ninja dogs had no choice but to dodge to the sides. Konoha whirlwind. Uchiha Sasuke darted forward, kicking at the Inuzuka Hana on the left. A whimper, Inuzuka Hana was kicked, revealing her true form, which was Haimaru from before. The sound of rushing wind, Hana, without Haimaru, didn't stop at all and crashed into Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head, meeting her fierce gaze. But in the next second, his genjutsu was released. Hana froze in place. She felt flames spontaneously ignite within her, then the flames covered her, and she screamed in pain. It was genjutsu, unknown fire. Sasuke calmly took out a kunai and held it to Inuzuka Hana's neck. The 3 ninja dogs that rushed to protect their master immediately stopped. Seeing this, Sasuke released Inuzuka Hana from the genjutsu. So much fire, where did it go? After breaking free from the genjutsu, Hana instinctively patted herself. It was genjutsu, Sasuke said in a flat tone. I see. Inuzuka Hana took a deep breath and said, I surrender. Sasuke nodded and coolly left the arena. Sasuke-kun, so cool. Sakura immediately transformed into a fangirl, shouting excitedly. Genjutsu is really tricky. Kiba knew Inuzuka Hana's loss wasn't unfair. But he quickly realized something, his hellhound wasn't so afraid of genjutsu. Because the hellhound had 2 dog heads and 2 consciousnesses. If one dog head fell into genjutsu, the other dog head could help, unless both dog heads fell into genjutsu at the same time. First row of the audience stands. Not bad. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said. Whether it was fire release, great fireball technique or genjutsu, unknown fire, Sasuke used them perfectly. Sasuke has done perfectly, especially since he's only 7 years old, Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile. Indeed. Uchiha Itachi agreed, saying, I couldn't even use genjutsu, unknown fire when I was 7. He only awakened his Sharingan at 8, so he naturally couldn't use genjutsu at 7. After all, he is my son. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at the remark and said. He was actually very satisfied with Sasuke's performance. But as the clan head, he had to maintain a certain dignity and couldn't praise people casually. 8th match, Kiba Inuzuka vs Hyuga Neji. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and said. He hadn't manipulated the draw, Kiba just had bad luck. However, fortunately, the practical exam wasn't about the winner advancing to the next round, as long as one performed well, even a loser could advance. What? Kiba's eyes widened, and he asked, how can it be Neji? Congratulations on winning the jackpot. Shikamaru patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Didn't you participate in Kitazawa-sensei's special training? Ino said with a smile. Bring out your secret weapon. You're right, I won't lose so easily. Kiba clenched his fists and said. Hyuga Neji glanced at him, also feeling curious. But it didn't matter, he would see soon enough. The two walked onto the field. Is Kiba Hana's younger brother? Why didn't he bring a ninja dog? It doesn't matter whether he brought a ninja dog or not, his opponent is Hyuga Neji, the super genius of the Hyuga clan. Many spectators started discussing. Since Inuzuka Hana had just fought, they weren't optimistic about Kiba Inuzuka without a dog. Hyuga Neji took a gentle fist stance after stepping onto the stage. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly stopped. Because a very fierce, two-headed dog, over 2 meters tall, appeared before him. What? Naruto's eyes widened, and he asked, how did Kiba turn into a dog? And such a big one. Is this Kitazawa-sensei's special training? Ino asked in surprise. The Inuzuka clan's secret technique is the fusion of a person and a ninja dog. The fusion of a person and a shadow clone is a first. Shikamaru Nara didn't know how to react for a moment. So, was this secret technique created by Kitazawa-sensei? Shino Aburame asked in surprise. The others also showed similar expressions. Learning ninjutsu and creating ninjutsu were worlds apart in difficulty. They hadn't expected Kitazawa to possess such talent. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 181, Sasuke and Naruto clashes again. Byakugan. Hyuga Neji activated his dojutsu, his pale eyes gleaming as veins bulged around them. He focused intently on the towering hellhound before him, a slight frown creasing his otherwise calm face. The creature was unlike any human opponent he had ever faced. Its anatomy was vastly different, and this posed a serious problem. The prerequisite for Gentle Fist's point-striking technique was precise knowledge of an enemy's chakra network and their tenketsu points. But here, Neji had no such reference. Still, he wasn't one to give up easily. Tricky, but not impossible. Through the Byakugan, he observed the flow of chakra within the beast's body, searching for patterns. While its tenketsu weren't immediately visible, chakra not being actively concentrated there, he could at least start identifying key nodes. If it were a human, things would have been simpler. Every Hyuga knew the 361 chakra points of the human body by heart. Watch out, Neji. Kiba's voice cut through his concentration, warning him just as the massive creature lunged. The hellhound's massive paw sliced through the air, creating a gust that carried raw power and pressure. Neji retreated 2 steps, then leaped forward to evade. As he passed along the hellhound's side, his palms struck its back with precision, chakra surging through his hands. But the beast reacted instantly, twisting and flinging him away with sheer brute strength. Landing lightly, Neji widened the distance between them, remaining calm and calculating. Haha, again. Kiba, merged with the hellhound, couldn't contain his excitement. In the past, he could never last more than 2 rounds against Neji. Now, he felt himself gaining ground. The hellhound pressed forward, claws extended like 10 razor-sharp blades poised to rip through the air. But Neji didn't back down. Instead, he lunged forward just before the strike landed. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. His hands shot forward like lightning, striking twice at the hellhound's chest. But before he could continue, Kiba countered. The beast leapt over Neji, twisting in midair to land behind him, fangs bared. Yet Niji's composure didn't falter. Those 2 strikes, though seemingly ineffective, had revealed something, one of the hellhound's chakra points. Just a few more, and this match will be over. Kiba is actually keeping up with Niji. Tenten gasped from the stands, unable to hide her shock. Naruto leaned forward with an eager grin. That two-headed dog transformation is insane. Kitazawa-sensei really pulled off something incredible. His eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, he wanted to test himself against it. Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now I can't wait to see the new ninjutsu Kitazawa promised me. Nearby, Hinata clasped her hands tightly, watching with awe. She had always believed Niji was untouchable. But after training under Kitazawa, she had beaten him herself, and now even Kiba was fighting him evenly. I'll catch up too, she silently vowed, determination burning within her. No wonder Kiba was so confident, muttered Shikamaru, piecing things together. Kiba will lose soon. Sasuke's calm statement drew several startled glances. Huh? What makes you say that? Sakura asked. Sasuke's Sharingan spun into focus, scarlet tomo glowing. Because I can see it. Niji has already found his target. On the field, Niji surged forward once more. His palms blurred into a series of precise strikes, faster than the eye could follow. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 5 consecutive blows landed on the hellhound's body in rapid succession. Kiba's expression shifted from confidence to sudden alarm. What the? My chakra, it stopped. A loud bang echoed as the combined transformation broke apart. Kiba and his clone tumbled separately to the ground, the technique forcibly ended. Niji lowered his palms, his tone calm and certain. Point striking. I sealed 5 of your tenketsu in an instant. Winner, Hyuga Niji, Kitazawa announced, his voice carrying across the arena. In the stands, Sakura looked at Sasuke with amazement. How did you know? Nothing escapes the Sharingan, Sasuke said coolly, exuding quiet confidence. Shikamaru raised a brow, muttering, man, this guy's getting arrogant. But Ino sighed with admiration. Still, Kiba's gotten way stronger. I'm not sure I can beat him anymore. From the front row, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed with a pleased smile. Niji's performance was calm and precise, on par with Sasuke's. Tsunade, however, focused on something else. That hellhound. It's not part of the Inuzuka clan's original jutsu. No, Hiruzen chuckled, it's a new secret technique. Kitazawa created it. Tsunade frowned slightly. He's not my student, yet. Still, creating a secret jutsu for the Inuzuka clan shows a deep mastery of yang-release chakra transformation, Hiruzen remarked, clearly impressed. His meaning was simple. Kitazawa's ability to master the yang-release chakra nature transformation was Tsunade's credit. Tsunade was silent for a moment before responding softly, it's his talent, not mine. Nearby, Narashikaku couldn't help but feel uneasy. In Konoha village, when it came to the ranking of the major ninja clans' power, after the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, it should be their Ino Shikacho. The Inuzuka clan was quite inferior to them, but Inuzuka Kiba's performance put pressure on him. After all, the audience present were all Konoha Jonin and the heads of various ninja clans, especially with Hiruzen Sarutobi also present. If the Inuzuka clan stole the show, Ino, Shika, Cho would lose face. But Narashikaku couldn't change anything, he could only place his hopes on Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Time slowly passed. The subsequent matches were not as exciting. After all, many students participated in the elite competition. The first round ends here. After a 15-minute break, the second round will begin, Kitazawa said loudly. Compared to the first round, the number of students entering the second round was more than halved. In this situation, the probability of Sasuke and the others encountering each other would be much higher. The first match of the second round, Narashikamaru vs Tenten. The break time ended, and Kitazawa walked to the lottery box again, taking out 2 small slips of paper. It's my turn. Tenten immediately slung her summoning scroll onto her back. It was filled with her ninja tools. Youth fears no strong enemy. Rock Lee said, his teeth sparkling. Defeat him, Tenten. Be careful of his shadow, Hyuga Niji reminded her. Tenten nodded and walked into the arena. What a drag. Shikamaru sighed when he heard his opponent was Tenten. Tenten's method of throwing ninja tools without restraint was quite tricky for them at this stage. Your dad is watching, don't lose too badly, Ino said with a smile. Not losing miserably is a victory. Shikamaru ignored Ino's provocation and lazily walked onto the field. Can't this kid be a little more serious? Shikaku felt a bit awkward seeing this. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was right beside him. If the Hokage saw him in such a listless state, how could he become a successor of the Will of Fire in the future? Match start. Kitazawa stood at the side of the field and shouted. Shuriken barrage. Tenten immediately opened her summoning scroll. A sky full of ninja tools, like a goddess scattering flowers, flew out in a fan shape. Shikamaru had already anticipated this. As she opened the summoning scroll, he started running. He took an arc-shaped run from the left, avoiding her ninja tool attack. A large number of ninja tools missed, sticking into the ground. Shikamaru glanced at the sun, then at the ninja tools, while rapidly approaching Tenten. Not so easy. Tenten remembered Hyuga Niji's reminder. Shikamaru approaching her would definitely be to connect their shadows and control her. Manipulated tools, heavenly chain disaster. Tenten suddenly flung the summoning scroll in her hand into the sky. The scroll automatically opened, and a large number of ninja tools shot out. Shikamaru had no choice but to dodge. But he was dodging around Tenten. In the blink of an eye, Tenten's surroundings were covered with ninja tools, densely packed like bamboo shoots. Don't run. Tenten took the summoning scroll and threw a chain from it. Shikamaru's eyes instantly narrowed. He sidestepped, dodging the chain, and simultaneously formed hand signs. Shadow sewing technique. Seeing that the chain missed, Tenten immediately swung it. The chain spun around and wrapped itself around Nara Shikamaru's waist. Shikamaru seemed not to react in time and was immediately bound at the waist by the chain. It worked. Tenten smiled at the sight. But she immediately noticed a problem. Shikamaru's shadow moved, quickly extending along the chain towards her. Tenten's heart jumped, and she quickly let go, retreating 2 steps. Just as she was about to move further back, her body suddenly stiffened. She looked down and saw that, at some point, her shadow had been caught by Shikamaru. Tenten was instantly bewildered. When did that happen? Brilliant. Shikaku's eyes lit up, and he said happily. 2 shadow tendrils, the visible one attacked via the chain, while the hidden one used the ninja tools on the ground to capture Tenten. Hiruzen praised, Shikaku, your son is as clever as you are. The visible shadow tendril was the simplest. But the ninja tools on the ground were tricky. Because the shadows of the ninja tools had to be connected for Shikamaru to use them. In other words, Shikamaru's previous evasions weren't random, they were deliberate. By calculating the angle of the sunlight, he connected the shadows of the ninja tools, ultimately capturing Tenten's shadow. Hokage-sama, you flatter me, Shikaku said modestly. I don't like opponents like that, Tsunade shook her head and said. An opponent being too clever can also be a terrifying thing. This is one of the reasons why Ino, Shika, Cho became a classic combination. Winner, Nara Shikamaru, Kitazawa announced. Most ninjas lose their ability to resist once they are restrained. Aside from her numerous ninja tools, Tenten didn't possess the raw power of Sasuke and Naruto. After being caught by Shikamaru's shadow, she was manipulated into holding a kunai to her neck. Seeing this, Tenten could only concede defeat. Round 2, 4th match, Hyuga Hinata vs Ino Yamanaka. Kitazawa glanced at the small piece of paper, raised an eyebrow, and said. Ino, don't lose too badly, okay? Shikamaru smiled, returning Ino Yamanaka's earlier words to her. Even if my opponent is Hinata, I won't lose that easily. Ino snorted lightly and said. Don't lose so quickly. Sakura Haruno, as a rival, offered her blessings. Definitely not as fast as you. Ino rolled her eyes at her and said. I'm a medical ninja. Sakura immediately retorted. Something about medical ninja not being good at combat, or that a medical ninja's loss wasn't a real loss. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite lively. Ino, please guide me. Hinata walked into the arena and assumed the starting stance for Gentle Fist. Ino sighed inwardly. She used the mind-body switch technique right at the start. Because she was worried that if she waited, she might not get another chance to use it. But even using it early didn't have any effect. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Hinata instantly appeared in front of Ino, joining 2 fingers and striking the chakra point on her wrist. Ino only felt the chakra in her hand stagnate. Mind-body switch technique was forcibly cancelled. Hinata didn't pause, immediately striking with both palms. Her hands were placed on Ino's chest, but she didn't use chakra. As expected, I can't beat you. Ino knew she had been spared and readily conceded defeat. Winner, Hyuga Hinata, Kitazawa announced, seeing the situation. Big sister is amazing. Hyuga Hanabi said in a childish voice. She was now 2.5 years old, and with the ninja world's early maturity, she could understand half of it. Hanabi, you must learn from your sister in the future. Hyuga Hayashi patted her head and said with a faint smile. Hanabi replied seriously. Round 2, 9th match, Naruto vs Sasuke. After Kitazawa's announcement, the audience showed expressions of interest. The student council selection's practical combat had reached this point, and they had basically understood the strength of the participating students. Without a doubt, Sasuke and Naruto were among the strongest students. Only a few others could compare to them, such as Kurama Yakumo, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, and Shino Aburame. Sasuke. Naruto said enthusiastically, I didn't think we'd meet again. Let's have another youthful showdown. No matter how many times we face each other, there's only one outcome. Sasuke glanced at him and said. That's not necessarily true. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, I've prepared a special surprise for you. A futile effort, Sasuke said indifferently. In his opinion, Naruto's most troublesome ninjutsu was only the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Come on. Sasuke. Naruto said as he walked, youth is waiting for us. Sasuke twitched his lips. Later, I'll definitely beat you so badly you can't say the word youth anymore. I hope Naruto wins more. Kiba scratched his head and said, Sasuke, that guy is so arrogant. How could Sasuke-kun possibly lose? Sakura glared at him and asked. Naruto has been training with Kitazawa-sensei, you know. Ino said, hands on her hips, if Kiba can get stronger, Naruto definitely can too. What do you mean by, even I can get stronger? Kiba asked somewhat frantically, isn't it normal for me to get stronger? You guys have a lot of energy. Shikamaru yawned and said. If it were the Sasuke from the last match, his chances wouldn't be small. Shino Aburame thought for a moment and said. Indeed. Hyuga Niji rarely agreed. Karen didn't speak, she only felt envious. She wondered when she would be able to get along with her classmates. The first row of the audience seats. Tsunade, who do you favor more? Hiruzen asked with a smile. Naruto. Tsunade said casually, his abundant chakra should give him an advantage. You don't know everything. Hiruzen said unhurriedly, in last week's practical combat test, Naruto lost to Sasuke. How did he lose? Tsunade's face showed surprise at the news. It was like this. Hiruzen recounted the story. He hadn't witnessed it personally, but the daily intelligence report submitted by the Umbu regarding Naruto clearly detailed it. Besides, as a ninjutsu professor, even a few lines of text were enough for him to reconstruct the combat situation at that time. I see. Tsunade said with some surprise, I didn't expect Sasuke to have such combat talent. After she finished speaking, her thoughts moved again. You don't seem worried at all. Tsunade continued. You really understand me. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed at her words and said, you'll know soon enough. He was referring to Rasengan. Tsunade suppressed the urge to bang on the table. Her gaze fell on Naruto in the arena, and she wanted to see what exactly made Hiruzen Sarutobi so mysterious. Not far away. This is probably the best arrangement for fate. Mikoto said with emotion, I didn't think they could become good friends. What a pity for Minato. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Naruto and said slowly. If Minato Namikaze were still alive, the Uchiha clan's situation wouldn't be as bad as it is now. Fortunately, Tsunade's return to the village eased the pressure. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have long embarked on the path of rebellion. I wonder who will win. Fugaku had seen Sasuke's past report cards. Over 2 semesters, when he faced Naruto, he lost more often than he won. Sasuke will win, Itachi recalled last week's practical combat test. Oh. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat surprised. Had his son actually become so clever? Not only did he think of using the manipulating shuriken technique against the multiple shadow clone jutsu, but his combat strategy was also very clear and logical. Sasuke has really grown a lot. Uchiha Mikoto said with pleasant surprise. Match start. Kitazawa said after they finished forming the seal of confrontation.